To hell with the will of fire. In the land of fire, within the dilapidated apartment of Kanahagakure, holes in the walls allowed the cold wind to sweep through, and the window creaked ominously under the pressure of the gusts. Cough, cough. Waime slowly opened his eyes, his heart akin to being crushed by a blade, instinctively clutching his chest. Since his arrival in this world, the memories of that fateful night haunted him whenever he closed his eyes. Do not be picky with your food, eat well, and grow strong. And don't stay up late, ensure you get enough sleep. There's so many things I wish to teach you, so many moments I long to share with you both. I love you too. The red-haired woman's lips bled, tears blurred her vision, and her abdomen was pierced by a formidable claw. With every word, her voice grew weaker, and the light in her eyes dimmed. This scene was indelibly etched into Waime's very being, an everlasting torment. He had traversed into the role of Naruto's twin brother, an entity absent from the original narrative. The pain in his heart gradually subsided, replaced by heavy breaths. Before him lay a cramped and crumbling room. The paint on the walls had largely peeled away, and the air was thick with the scent of rotting wood. The ceiling light flickered intermittently, accompanied by a low, creaking sound. Upon his abdomen lay a dual four-symbol seal, a double-layered seal, and a bagua seal. Minato Namikaze had divided the 9 tails. The dark half was sealed within him, while the light half resided in Naruto. Minato had not followed the original story by sealing the dark half into himself. Exhausted, Waime dragged his weary body to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed his face with water. Raising his head, he beheld the reflection of a red-haired youth, his features eerily reminiscent of the transformed Kushina Uzumaki. It was you who caused the death of the 4th Hokage. That red-haired child is utterly repulsive. Do not speak to that monster. Misfortune will befall you. Get away, you wretched creature. It is because of you that our village suffered devastation. Why don't you just die? Waime gazed at his reflection, gradually turning off the faucet, wiping his face to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts. Opening the refrigerator, he discovered it was devoid of food. He rummaged through the cupboard, finding several pieces of clothing that no longer fit. These worn garments were gifts from the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, bestowed upon him years ago. Since then, Hiruzen had never returned. The 3rd Hokage cared more for Naruto, often visiting him, believing he could become the heir to the will of fire. The plight of the 2 brothers was not much better. One consumed expired milk, while the other lacked proper attire. He could not fathom why his surname was Namikaze instead of Uzumaki, as though it had been orchestrated by some unseen hand. Naruto remained oblivious to the existence of his elder brother, and Hiruzen had no intention of revealing this truth to him. The two were as strangers to one another. To hell with the Hokage. To hell with the will of fire. The alarm clock on the table chimed incessantly, disrupting his reverie. He retrieved fresh clothes from the bag, donning the outfit Irika had purchased for him. Time for class was fast approaching, and he could not dare to skip. Irika personally comes to apprehend individuals, demonstrating a particular attentiveness towards him. Noticing that he lacks clothing, he purchases new garments for Yuma. He also occasionally gifts him fruits and snacks. Yuma resides in an old, remote apartment, and to attend school, he must traverse an arduous journey of an hour and a half. After navigating countless alleys, he finally reaches the main road. The villagers he encounters on the street reveal expressions of disdain upon seeing Yuma. Hastening their steps, Yuma walks forward in silence, devoid of anger or complaints, maintaining a serene demeanor. Beneath a large tree outside the Ninja Academy, a blond boy finds himself surrounded by 5 individuals. Yuma, observing from a distance, witnesses the bullying unfold. His expression darkens as he strides towards the scene. Naruto ought to retaliate otherwise. He will be perpetually victimized. The 5 youths encircle Naruto. A taller boy looks down at him with contempt. You think you can become Hokage? A cold voice interrupts. You're blocking the way. The group turns to see Yuma, his red hair contrasting against the backdrop. The 4 boys gaze at Yuma in terror, having experienced his formidable fist before. Brother, it's him. You must help us teach him a lesson. A shorter boy points at Yuma. The tall boy steps forward, towering over Yuma. Apologize to my brother. Naruto immediately interjects, grasping Yuma's hand. Yuma, don't get involved, just leave. Yet, Yuma pays no heed to Naruto's words. Option 1. Defeat the tall boy before you. Reward: mastery of the body flicker technique. Option 2. Leave quickly and refrain from involvement. Reward: 30 explosive tags. Upon seeing the text, Yuma displays no surprise, for he has been acquainted with this system since birth. An inherent part of him. His peripheral vision catches a glimpse of Naruto's bruised lip, one hand clutching his abdomen in pain. The tall boy, noticing Yuma's silence, becomes irate. Lost your tongue, have you? He prepares to strike Yuma, but Yuma has already made his choice. He delivers a swift kick to the tall boy's abdomen. The tall boy doubles over, clutching his stomach, groaning in agony. Yuma crouches down, seizing the boy's hair, and forcefully slams his head against the ground towards Naruto. Blood gushes from his forehead, staining half his face as his cries resonate in the hearts of all present. No one anticipated Yuma's ferocity. Lifting his head, Yuma whispers in his ear, "Don't let me see you again, understand?" He then shoves the tall boy aside. The four boys quickly assist their comrade to his feet and flee the scene, fearing Yuma's wrath might extend to them as well. Mastery of the body flicker technique acquired. Once the five have departed, Yuma approaches Naruto, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. "You really should have fought back." But Grandpa Hokage says the Hokage's duty is to protect the villagers. Naruto replies with a smile, scratching his head. "Forget I won't look after you anymore. I'm leaving." He brushes off the dust from Naruto's clothes, carefully slips the last 3 bills he possesses into Naruto's pocket, and strides away. His mind was now filled with memories of the body flicker technique, including ways to swiftly and efficiently manipulate chakra, as well as the intricacies of hand seals. His muscles felt as if they had undergone countless repetitions of practice. To test the newly acquired body flicker technique, Yuma directly vaulted over the school wall. After all, it was not his first time skipping class. Hinata, catching sight of Yuma's escape through the window, clenched her small hands. She wished to persuade him not to abandon his studies, yet ultimately succumbed to her timidity. On that snowy night, it was Yuma who had brought her home, cautioning her not to wander off carelessly in the future. Upon learning that Yuma had skipped class again, Irika became infuriated, warning everyone not to emulate Yuma's behavior. After school, Irika hurried to Yuma's house, but found no sign of him. Anxiety began to creep in as the twilight sky rapidly faded, leaving only the moon hanging high above. Just as Irika contemplated reporting Yuma's disappearance to the third Hokage, a frantic voice interrupted him. "Teacher Irika, I know where Yuma is." "Hinata? You know Yuma's whereabouts?" Irika turned, puzzled. Hinata nodded, taking Irika's hand and leading him toward a secluded area. She had often seen Yuma go to a particular place. As they advanced, Irika grew increasingly familiar with the path, realizing it led to the cemetery. There, they spotted a solitary figure seated beside a gravestone, the vibrant red hair unmistakable. Irika immediately approached, calling out, "Yuma." Yuma looked up, surprised to see the two, especially Hinata among them. "What brings you here?" he asked, astonished. Hinata, meeting Yuma's gaze, shyly lowered her head. "It was I who asked Hinata. She knows your location," Irika interjected. "Oh." With that, Yuma carefully picked up a cloth and gently wiped the gravestone before him. The two onlookers noted the inscription on the stone, the grave of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Chapter 2. Is it really necessary? Irika was immediately reminded of the high-level rumors, coupled with the striking crimson hair of Yuma. Yet, these trivial matters held little significance for him. What truly mattered was Yuma himself. "Why did you skip class today?" Irika inquired, initially feeling a tinge of anger over Yuma's absence. However, upon witnessing the boy's sorrowful figure as he wiped the gravestone, he gently probed further. "I miss my mother." Yuma replied calmly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After completing his training, he had come here first and foremost. This revelation struck a chord deep within Irika, who also bore the scars of losing a mother during the Nine Tails chaos. The beast was sealed within the very child before him. Yet he found himself unable to harbor any resentment. Hinata stood frozen beside them, her heart sinking as she realized that Yuma's mother had passed away. Having lost her own mother at a young age, she could empathize with the emotions that surged within Yuma at that moment. Stepping forward, she bowed 3 times before the gravestone. Irika, his voice thick with emotion, suggested, "Let us go." We can return during the day. There is no need to visit a grave at night. He gently patted Yuma on the head. In Irika's eyes, Yuma was distinctly different from Naruto. While Naruto engaged in mischief to garner attention, yearning for recognition, Yuma presented a stark contrast, both externally and internally. He resembled an unmelting block of ice, maintaining an eternal distance from others. Just a moment, we'll leave shortly, Yuma stated. He harbored reservations about the actions of Minato Namikaze, for he had sealed the tailed beast within his own child, yet he understood the man's plight. He felt a pang of sympathy for Kushina. Mom, I'll come back in a few days. I'll bring some salty ramen and ask for it without tomatoes. Just as Yuma prepared to turn away, a firefly cautiously landed in his hand before swiftly departing. Yuma observed this in silence, then took his leave. Suddenly, Irika realized how much Yuma had grown, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger self. A sharp pain gripped Irika's heart. Hinata, too, felt a swell of compassion, suddenly perceiving Yuma as a lonely soul. As the three exited the cemetery, Irika regarded Yuma with a serious expression. Tomorrow is the genin exam. You must attend. If you don't show up, I will certainly spank you. Okay, Yuma nodded, recalling how Irika had indeed spanked him in the past. Irika was far stricter with him than he was with Naruto. After addressing Yuma, Irika turned to Hinata and said, "You should head home now. I will take Hinata back." Just as Yuma was about to accept this proposal, Hinata spoke up. "Irika-sensei, I would like to escort Yuma home." Both Irika and Yuma were taken aback, as Hinata had always been the shy girl in their memories, never one to assert herself. Her current demeanor shattered that stereotype. Hinata blushed as she gazed at Irika, feeling an unexpected surge of courage. Perhaps it was due to her desire not to let Yuma feel lonely. Option 1. Accept Hinata's suggestion. Reward: mastery of the double staff technique. Option 2. Decline Hinata's suggestion. Reward: mastery of dual blade technique. Upon seeing the system task, Yuma did not hesitate and immediately spoke up. "Irika-sensei, Hinata and I will safely make our way home. You can rest assured." Hinata's face flushed even deeper upon hearing Yuma's agreement. That sounds fine." Irika thought the suggestion was reasonable, as he hoped Yuma could forge connections with others, alleviating his solitude. "You must protect Hinata. It is a man's responsibility," Irika said earnestly. "I will, Irika-sensei. You can count on me. Besides, it's Hinata who is accompanying me. She should be the one protecting me." After Irika departed, Yuma led the way while Hinata followed behind, her head bowed. Their exchanges were minimal. As Yuma pondered the intricacies of the double staff technique, he reflected on its literal meaning, one end long and the other short. A weapon that balances offense and defense. Alas, no one in the Naruto world wielded such a weapon. Suddenly, he felt a gentle warmth in his left hand. Looking down, he saw Hinata had taken the initiative to hold his hand, gathering her courage to meet his gaze. "Yuma-kun, thank you." Hinata's abrupt expression of gratitude left Yuma bewildered. "Why are you thanking me all of a sudden?" "Because you previously walked me home." Upon hearing her words, Yuma understood her appreciation. This delayed gratitude seemed rather late. "It's nothing. We're all classmates," he replied, offering a slight smile, relieved that he did not reject her. Hinata thought, Yuma-kun's hand is so warm, he must be a gentle person. Feeling the warmth from his hand, her heart gradually settled. Suddenly, her face flushed again, and her steps faltered as she recalled scenes from the fairy tales she had read before. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Yuma turned around and saw Hinata's face was alarmingly red. Mistaking it for a fever, he pressed his forehead against hers, asking, "Hinata, do you have a fever?" "I do not." "Is this where you live, Yuma-kun?" Hinata was seeing such a dilapidated house for the first time. The air was not pleasant, a mix of dampness and decay. The corridor was littered with trash, and several light bulbs were missing, casting a dim atmosphere. Yuma assumed Hinata was displeased and wore an apologetic expression. "Thank you for walking me home. I have nothing to offer as a token of gratitude. I hope you won't hold it against me." Instead of responding, Hinata took out her small purse, emptied its contents, and placed the money directly into Yuma's hands. Yuma's mouth fell slightly open, unsure of how to respond. He felt as though he had been spoiled by a wealthy benefactor. Was holding hands truly deserving of such generosity? "Rich girl, the next time I venture out, I shall carry a bit more money with me. I have observed that Yuma-kun always dons old garments, and his abode is equally aged. I sincerely hope that this money can aid you in overcoming your hardships. Should you require assistance in the future, I will undoubtedly exert myself to support you." The girl's tone conveyed a sense of gravity, and her expression suggested she was not jesting. "Thank you for your kindness, but the money." Before Yuma could finish his words, Hinata had already dashed away, leaving him no chance for rebuttal. "Goodbye, Yuma-kun. See you tomorrow." Yuma, standing at the doorway, was momentarily taken aback as he watched Hinata wave goodbye. The scent of her presence lingered on the money in his hand. "Yes, see you tomorrow," he murmured as Hinata's figure grew more distant until it vanished completely. "Thank you, Hinata," Yuma whispered to himself. Chapter 3. The Fourth Generation's Child. On the following morning, as Yuma stepped outside, he encountered a mischievous child adorned with a white hat and a blue scarf. Beside him stood Naruto, and the two were engaged in a spirited exchange regarding a transformation technique. "Look at me, boss," exclaimed Konohamaru, as he instantly morphed into a beautiful figure, striking poses and flaunting his form. However, upon witnessing this, Naruto shook his head disapprovingly. "No, it lacks soul. It's too superficial." Yuma, passing by, cast a glance at the duo. "Aren't you both supposed to be studying for the exam today?" Suddenly, Naruto remembered the purpose of his visit to Yuma's home. "Thank you for the money you gave me yesterday. I promise to repay you." Upon returning home the previous day, he had discovered 3 old bills in his pocket. Realizing they were from Yuma. In his early years, Yuma had always been his protector, often treating him to meals when food was scarce. Yuma regarded the young boy with the yellow hair and smiled without responding. Instead, he turned to the mischievous child. "Be careful, or I might report you to the Hokage." Upon hearing this, Konohamaru dashed off, throwing a playful grimace at Yuma before departing. "Oh, what troublesome children," Yuma sighed. On their way to the Ninja Academy, Naruto expressed a desire to treat Yuma to ramen, but Yuma declined, knowing that Naruto was even poorer than he was and struggled with managing finances, often spending whatever he had. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, the presence of many parents was palpable due to the exams. Yuma yawned, having had a restless night. The wall of his home had a significant crack that remained unfixed, and the cold had been unbearable. Fortunately, no one bothered Naruto today. Yet, their presence still drew frowns and disdainful expressions from many parents. Irika entered the classroom, scanning the room and visibly relaxing upon spotting Yuma and Naruto. He cleared his throat, commanding the attention of the students. "For the Genin exam, we will randomly select one of the 3 basic jutsu. Do not be anxious. We have half an hour before we begin." As Irika's words settled, the classroom erupted into chatter. Some were excited, while others were anxious. "Sasuke will undoubtedly take first place. The last place will either be Yuma or Naruto. I bet Yuma will be in the bottom. He never studies," one student remarked. Indeed, compared to Naruto, who appeared diligent and hardworking, Yuma seemed destined for academic failure, a waste who would never become a ninja. "If I were him, I would have ended my life long ago. I couldn't bear living with such shame." Irika's expression hardened at the remarks. He pounded the podium to quell the mockery. "Everyone, outside and form a line. The exam is about to start, and there should be no more idle chatter." During the dull wait in line, Yuma leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. Regardless of the surrounding commotion, he remained undisturbed. "Look at that guy. He is definitely going to fail," someone whispered. Indeed. The young man with the crimson hair appeared almost ghostly. The short-haired youth, disdainful, spoke up, immediately sensing a shift in the atmosphere around him. Those nearby began to distance themselves, creating a noticeable gap. The once bustling corridor fell silent, all eyes gradually fixing upon him. Even the typically aloof Sasuke wore a serious expression. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances, aware that the short-haired boy was about to face dire consequences. Sakura, Ino, and Tenten swallowed nervously. Naruto was poised to step forward and counsel Yuma against resorting to violence, but it was already too late. Yuma had suddenly materialized before the short-haired youth, his countenance dark and voice gravelly. "Apologize." "Why should I?" replied the short-haired boy defiantly, suddenly aware that Yuma had transformed into a different person. The aura emanating from Yuma caused him to tremble, yet his resolve remained unyielding. With a swift motion, Yuma grasped the short-haired youth by the throat, lifting him off the ground, his grip tightening gradually. "Help!" The boy struggled to breathe, kicking futilely. His feet striking Yuma, but to no avail. He showed no intention of relenting. The short-haired boy's face flushed crimson, on the brink of losing consciousness. "Stop it." Mizuki stepped forward, his voice commanding. He had been monitoring the classroom when the corridor fell eerily silent, prompting Irika to send him out. The sight before him was alarming. Had he arrived even a moment later, it might have resulted in tragedy. "Do you realize what you are doing?" Mizuki positioned himself protectively in front of the short-haired youth. "I do," Yuma replied calmly, sending chills down the spines of those present. Sasuke cast a glance at him, recognizing him as a genuine fanatic. He truly intended to kill. Mizuki contemplated revoking Yuma's examination privileges, but recalled Irika's earlier words and the rumors circulating among the higher-ups of Konoha. He glanced at Yuma's red hair. Could those rumors be true? Was he really the child of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Izumaki? "Consider this a warning," Mizuki declared, allowing the short-haired youth to proceed with his examination. Yuma slowly returned to his position, and those nearby hastily made room for him. Hinata bit her lip, watching him. Noticing her gaze, Yuma offered a slight nod and a smile. "Irika, there was nearly a fatal incident outside," Mizuki said as he led the short-haired boy back in, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired in the corridor. To his surprise, Irika merely sighed and reprimanded the short-haired youth with a few words. Previously, another student had mocked Yuma's red hair, only to suffer a life-altering injury. The student's parents had caused a disturbance at the school, but were subdued by Umbu ninjas. Following that incident, the student had withdrawn, and no further occurrences ensued. Could that boy truly be the child of the fourth Hokage? Mizuki pondered, astonished, as it was the first time he had heard such a claim. Let us set that aside and continue the examination. As time slipped away, more candidates completed their tests. Yet the number of those who would ascend to the rank of genin remained scant, with over half failing to secure their forehead protectors. Hinata successfully obtained her forehead protector and approached Yuma, encouraging him. "You can do it, Yuma-kun." Yuma glanced at the forehead protector in her hands, replying, "Congratulations, Hinata. You are now a ninja." She expressed her hope to be on the same team as him in the future. Yuma smiled but refrained from answering the question, saying, "I have to go take the exam. Goodbye." "Wait, this is for you," Hinata said as she presented a charm she had hastily crafted the previous night. Due to the urgency, the charm was not embroidered well. She had intended to stitch a white dove, but ended up with a rather plump duck. "It's a very cute fat duck. Thank you. But this is supposed to be a dove, Yuma-kun," Hinata replied with a hint of melancholy in her gaze. "Haha. A very lovely dove indeed. I must go. Irika-sensei seems to be urging me," Yuma said, promptly heading towards the classroom, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The onlookers, witnessing the closeness between Hinata and Yuma, exchanged glances of surprise. Why was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan so friendly with a peculiar individual? Chapter 4. What are your dreams? Within the classroom, only Irika and Mizuki were present, separated by a small desk adorned with a few remaining forehead protectors. The trio of jutsu, transformation technique, substitution technique, and shadow clone technique was performed in succession. Irika, seated at his desk, initiated the proceedings. Mizuki furrowed his brow and glanced at Irika, who merely shook his head in response. The Chunin exam required a random selection of one of the three techniques. Yet why was it that Yuma was expected to demonstrate all three? It was evident that Mizuki had not received instructions from his superiors. The previous night, upon returning home, Irika had been approached by a member of the Umbu, who informed him of a mission from the Hokage, requesting an increase in the difficulty of the exam for Yuma, before vanishing without further ado. Indeed, Yuma swiftly formed the hand seals, executing the transformation technique, followed by the substitution technique, and culminating with the shadow clone technique, all completed in a mere breath. Mizuki barely registered the fluidity of Yuma's movements, momentarily at a loss for words to express his admiration. Even Irika, observing from the side, was taken aback. No wonder the third Hokage sought to test the limits of Yuma's abilities. Wama, full marks. Upon uttering these words, Irika solemnly presented a forehead protector to Yuma. At this announcement, a hush fell over the crowd gathered outside the classroom. It was unclear who broke the silence first. But soon the corridor erupted into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. He actually scored full marks? Surely, he didn't cheat, did he? What did he even test on? Was it the shadow clone technique or the transformation technique? A boy at the forefront of the crowd stammered, "Not. What do you mean?" The others urged him to continue. He tested all three techniques at once. A collective gasp ensued. Is that true? Even Sasuke couldn't manage that, could he? Ino, hearing this for the first time, glanced at the downcast Sasuke. Sasuke had always perceived the Ninja Academy as a mere child's play. However, one individual had shattered his pride. Incredible, Sakura exclaimed, her words imbued with sincerity. Could he be a genius? Shikamaru pondered, astonished. To him, Yuma had always been the slacker who never bothered with his studies. That guy. Kiba scoffed. As a habitual truant, he was grateful for Yuma's lackluster performance, which spared him from punishment at home. Torn between concern for his friend's well-being and envy of his success, Naruto felt elated, for Yuma was his closest ally. As Yuma emerged, Naruto rushed forward. You're amazing. If only I could be as formidable as you. You will surpass me, Naruto. After the exam concluded, the subsequent days unfolded as a 3-day holiday. During this respite, Yuma spent 2 of those days lounging at home. On the final day of the break, just as Yuma was drifting into a peaceful slumber, an abrupt voice shattered the tranquility. The Hokage wishes to see you. Yuma groggily opened his eyes to behold an Umbu member, masked with a tiger motif, perched on a tree outside his window. With that, the ninja vanished in an instant. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. Yuma opened it to find the elderly third Hokage, who looked upon him with a warm smile. Long time no see, Yuma. Yuma promptly invited the third Hokage inside, but the third shook his head. I will be leaving shortly. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yuma replied respectfully, lowering his head. If you called me Hokage Grandpa like Naruto does, it would be delightful, the third Hokage remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I am already a ninja. Such a title seems inappropriate, Yuma replied. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, choosing not to delve deeper, and instead inquired about Yuma's aspirations. He wished to discern whether Yuma possessed a steadfast belief in the will of fire akin to Naruto. He certainly did not want Yuma to entertain any other notions, as that could be perilous. My dream is to wake up naturally every day with an endless supply of money, Yuma stated without hesitation. I seem to be out of touch with the times, the third Hokage mused, stroking his chin in self-deprecation. Don't you wish to become Hokage? Would life after that be joyful? Yuma feigned ignorance, well aware that he had no desire to serve a village devoid of emotional foundations. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, paused for a moment before responding. Life can indeed be quite busy. However, as long as I can contribute to the village, I find joy in that. Just seeing the villagers safe and happy brings me immense happiness. Life as a Hokage is truly arduous, Yuma remarked with a childlike innocence, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Yet, I do not wish to live so exhaustively, nor do I want to be regarded with disdain. Once you become Hokage, the villagers will undoubtedly support you, the third asserted with conviction. I find my current existence agreeable, as long as I remain unnoteworthy. The villagers will gradually forget their animosity towards me. I cannot fathom why they harbor such hostility. Now that I am a ninja, I should no longer be subjected to such scrutiny. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, the words he had kept bottled up refusing to escape his lips. It was due to his own oversight that the current situation had arisen. To alter Yuma's current mindset, it would likely require a gradual process in the future. If enemies were to invade the village and threaten those you hold dear, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, what would you do then? Yuma remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know. I am merely a genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen departed swiftly, choosing not to say more, not even inquiring about his own life. Upon returning to his room, Yuma curled his lip, revealing a disdainful expression. He retrieved his Leaf Village headband, gently tracing its engravings. His gaze grew increasingly cold as he carelessly tossed the headband onto the table and turned to return to his slumber. The village held no significance for him. He was indifferent to the will of fire, preferring a good meal instead. Sleep beckoned, for tomorrow would bring the class divisions, and he wondered which class he would belong to. Lying in bed, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, Yuma repaired the hole in the wall. The funds for the materials came from the money Hinata had given him. As soon as I stepped outside, I spotted Hinata waiting by the roadside. "Hinata, good morning." I greeted her. "Good morning, Yuma-kun," she replied, taking the initiative to approach me. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Here, this is for you." As Yuma spoke, he retrieved a small figurine from his pocket. It was a miniature doll, a tiny Hinata. He had commissioned Irika to have it made. Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment, glistening with tears. Thank you," she stammered, her hands trembling as she accepted the small doll. "Please don't cry," Yuma exclaimed, feeling a twinge of urgency. "I'm truly touched, thank you." Hinata wiped her tears and carefully placed the little figurine into her bag. Chapter 5. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will have no regrets. The two individuals swiftly entered the classroom. Upon crossing the threshold, Naruto waved enthusiastically at Yuma, who promptly took a seat beside him. "Aren't you curious about who our companions will be?" Naruto prodded Yuma, his face alight with excitement. Yuma's gaze swept across the assembled crowd, and he had a rough idea of how the groupings might unfold. The only variable was his own placement, as he could not predict where he would be assigned. "If I were Hokage, I would never break up the Ino Shikacho trio," Naruto declared, glancing at the trio with mounting enthusiasm. From a distance, Ino's voice carried a note of complaint. "I don't want to team up with those two. I wish I could be on a team with Sasuke-kun. TCH, troublesome woman." Shikamaru muttered, rolling his eyes. Choji, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, his expression cheerful. He would be content as long as he was grouped with Ino and Shikamaru, as it meant he wouldn't have to part ways with his childhood friends. Before long, Irika entered the classroom, clutching a list that detailed the group arrangements. He soon announced that, as expected, the teams would consist of 3 members each, a detail unchanged from the original story. Team 7. Yuma was taken aback, surprised that Naruto and the others were the first to be assigned. Sakura Haruno. At the mention of her name, Sakura tensed, glancing nervously at Sasuke, fervently hoping he would be her teammate. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto beamed, delighted to be paired with Sakura, and raised an eyebrow at Yuma. Sasuke Uchiha. As the name fell from Irika's lips, Sakura sprang to her feet, her joy uncontainable. "Humph," Sasuke scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. Next, Irika's voice rang out again, announcing Team 3. Yuma listened intently, realizing that the arrangement was proceeding without deviation from the original plot. However, he soon noticed a troubling discrepancy, as he found himself the only individual left unassigned. Irika explained, "The Hokage has made alternative arrangements for Yuma. Please do not speculate." Following their conversation the previous night, the third Hokage had concluded that Yuma was not yet ready to leave the village. Thus, he had arranged for Mizuki to present Yuma with a trial that evening. Should he fail, the third Hokage intended to confine Yuma to the village for life. However, if he succeeded, negotiations could be made with Danzo. As dusk descended, everyone departed, leaving Yuma alone. He sat on a swing, observing the passers-by. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning his head, he saw Mizuki's arrival, prompting a frown to form on Yuma's face. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, monitored Yuma's every move through a crystal ball, his expression somber, hoping that Yuma would decline Mizuki's invitation. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Mizuki inquired, a warm smile gracing his features as he strolled toward Yuma. Yuma felt a wave of discomfort. He had already surmised the purpose of Mizuki's visit. Mizuki's arrival was merely a setup orchestrated by the third Hokage, a test of whether Yuma remained under control. Suppressing a smile with a perplexed expression, I inquired, "What do you mean?" I had just learned a secret that could empower individuals, enabling one to become a revered ninja. In his heart, Mizuki had already cursed the third Hokage and his ancestors to no end. Why was he the one burdened with such arduous tasks? Why not let Irika handle this instead? Though complaints brewed within him, his countenance remained unchanged, continuously attempting to persuade. Yuma felt a flicker of irritation. Was he truly beginning to worry about the mindset of the Ninetales Jinchuriki? He found himself baffled by the decisions of Konoha's upper echelons, each appearing to make choices as if simply brushing away the consequences. They were determined to suppress any information regarding his connection to Naruto, the fourth Hokage's son. Despite the rumors about the two of them being demon foxes, it was pitiful that the Minato couple sacrificed their lives for the village, only for their children to face such outcomes. Now, it seemed that if he merely nodded in agreement, he would be bound to the village for eternity. As Yoma prepared to speak, the system task notification reappeared. 1. Accept Mizuki's proposal. Endorse his words. Reward, Konoha's Whirlwind, proficient. 2. Reject Mizuki. Deny his claims. Reward, Shuriken Mastery, proficient. Upon seeing the task rewards, Yoma fell into silence for a moment before responding. Mizuki-sensei, I cannot endorse your words. A respected ninja is not solely defined by their strength. For instance, they should possess a love for their village and assist orphans whenever possible. Mizuki's expression became somewhat peculiar. Are you serious? I expected you to hesitate before rejecting my offer. This is a rare opportunity, and you will surely regret it in the future. Fearful of returning too soon with an unsatisfactory report, Mizuki opted to prolong the charade. Enough said, Mizuki-sensei. I have made my decision. Seeing that Mizuki had not yet left, Yoma pressed on. Do you not desire the recognition of the villagers? I have come to terms with it. The opinions of others are of no consequence. Noting Yoma's unwavering stance, Mizuki glanced at the sky, realizing that time was running short and wishing to end the act, as he still needed to return for dinner. Very well, Yoma, I have faith in you. With that seemingly nonsensical remark, he departed. Shuriken Mastery, proficient, acquired. Indeed, Yoma had withstood the test. And Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled broadly at this revelation. The Jinchuriki must be subjected to strict control. Danzo interjected, leave them to me. I shall cultivate them into formidable weapons. Yet, he was not swayed by Mizuki, Sarutobi mused while stroking his beard. If you doubt it, listen to Mizuki's detailed report shortly. Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed through the room. Mizuki soon entered, recounting the events that had transpired. Danzo relentlessly probed for minutiae, attempting to unearth any flaws within the details. Yet in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Shimura Danzo to return. Enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage. It was Minato's decision to seal the Nine Tails within the bodies of Yuma and Naruto. In the face of Sarutobi's admonition, Danzo exhibited blatant defiance. Sarutobi, you will regret this. Just as Danzo began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Sarutobi's resolute declaration. I will not have any regrets. The Hokage's office fell into a sudden silence, with Danzo panting heavily, glaring at Sarutobi. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, all he could do was huff in frustration and storm out. Observing Danzo's petulance, Sarutobi could only shake his head in exasperation. At their age, one would think he would have outgrown such childish antics. Chapter 6. Having reached this point, let us first dine in the days that followed. Yuma was exempt from any further evaluations. The third Hokage did not assign him any superior ninjas to lead, as if he had been forgotten. However, for Yuma, this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. He spent his days indulging in long slumbers. Contemplating the monthly compensation in his hands, he resolved to procure some weapons. During his last return home with Hinata, he had learned about the techniques involving the double bow staff, yet he had not yet had the opportunity to practice. He decided to visit a weapons shop he frequented in the past. Many weapon shops were unwelcoming towards him, but the proprietor of this particular store was not averse to his presence. As he stood before the somewhat antiquated shop, which bore the marks of history, Yuma frowned slightly upon entering. He noticed that the usual attendants had changed. Previously, it was a middle-aged man and woman, but today, it was a girl he recognized, Tintin, one of the legendary Konoha 12. Upon spotting a customer entering, Tintin looked up and greeted him. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Do you have any double bow staffs? I would like a pair, he replied, gesturing accordingly. After considering his request for a moment, Tintin responded, we do have some, but they are rather old. Please wait a moment. She then proceeded to the back of the store. So this is the weapon shop owned by Tintin's family? He recalled that she always seemed to have an endless supply of ninja tools. No wonder many referred to her as the little wealthy lady. Before long, Tintin emerged, placing a pair of double bow staffs on the table. This is all we have. This weapon is seldom sought after. The staffs were black and had a subtle sheen. As he grasped the short handles, muscle memory kicked in, and he began to wield the weapons with surprising proficiency. Even Tintin looked taken aback. She was somewhat familiar with this type of weaponry as well, and observing this boy, who was not much older than herself, she noted the seasoned precision in his movements. Each strike aimed at vital points. How should I defeat him in a spar? While Tintin pondered how to counter his techniques, Yuma spoke up. This will do. Oh, very well. Would you like it wrapped? No need. After placing the payment on the counter, Yuma exited the weapon shop. He intended to accept some lower-level missions today, as relying solely on his compensation was evidently insufficient. With his recent purchase, he found himself out of funds. In the village, a wealthy lady had lost her white cat. True to her affluent background, her reward for finding the feline far surpassed his monthly compensation by many multiples. After searching for most of the day, he had yet to catch a glimpse of even a single hair of the cat. Yuma glanced at the sky, purchased a boxed meal, and sighed as he ate, realizing that the lucrative task had slipped away. Sitting on a bench by the roadside, he devoured his meal heartily. Missions could wait, but dining could not. Having reached this point, let us first dine. Suddenly, a woman's voice broke through Yuma. He looked up to see a classmate with golden hair standing before him. Ino stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at him, cheeks puffed with food. Ino? Yuma took his last bite of food, swallowing it before speaking. He tossed a crumpled paper into the trash bin, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. In response to a sharp look of disdain from Inoya, he produced a piece of paper and handed it to her. The sky was already dimming, with the old street lamps casting a soft glow upon them. Inoya, wearing a somewhat despondent expression, sat down beside Yuma. My mother's cat has gone missing, and the person assigned to the task has yet to respond. I am that person, Yuma pointed to himself. They were not far apart, casually appraising one another. Yuma wore a gray shirt paired with loose gray trousers. Noticing the lifeless gaze in Inoya's eyes, she stepped forward and grasped the fabric of his shirt. How infuriating. Is this your attitude towards the task? Yuma, pushed forcefully to the other side of the bench, responded nonchalantly, Why don't you help me find the cat then? That's your assignment, after all. Inoya, feeling somewhat frantic, observed Yuma's indifferent demeanor. But I could hire you too. It's not forbidden for a ninja to employ another ninja for a task, Yuma shrugged. Even so, why should I assist you in finding the cat? You wouldn't want Lady Yamashita to be upset, would you? Yuma remarked slyly, raising his gaze. You. Inoya was taken aback, her temper flaring. Stop with the useless chatter. You were out this late to find a cat, right? Having her thoughts exposed, she moved in front of Yuma, glaring at his face. Get up and help me look. Hurry. Yes, yes. Yuma was forcibly pulled to his feet, and they began to walk forward. What kind of person are you? Inoya complained as she dragged him along. Who are you trying to impress with that lazy demeanor? Don't you want a reward? Don't you want to get home sooner? It doesn't matter to me, Yuma shrugged. I can sleep anywhere. The sky is my blanket, and the earth is my bed. Inoya paused for a moment, causing Yuma to nearly stumble. She recalled Yuma's background, how his family perished during the Ninetales disaster, and how he had survived by begging, with the village adults reluctant to let their children play with him. Stop saying such depressing things and hurry up and search. Let us go. After searching for a while longer, just as they were about to give up, they suddenly heard a faint sound. Shall we take a look? Yuma pointed ahead. Humph. Inoya responded with a dissatisfied snort. Under the moonlight, she pushed past Yuma and ventured ahead alone. A white cat appeared like a specter, tripping Inoya and causing her to lose her balance. However, as a ninja, she was about to regain her footing when Yuma caught her. The cat has escaped, Yuma observed as the white feline darted into the woods. I know. Let go of me. Inoya shot Yuma an exasperated glance, already aware without his reminder. Just as Yuma was about to speak, a string of text materialized before his eyes. 1. Release Ino and let her fall. Reward. Spirit summoning ninja cat. 2. Do not let go and help Ino up. Reward. Wind release great breakthrough mastery. What are you staring at? Ino urged again, feeling uncomfortable as Yuma's hand gripped her tightly. Oh. Yuma released her grip, seemingly relinquishing the wind release. Yuma. Before Ino could react, a piercing scream escaped her lips as she instinctively reached forward, hoping to find something to hold on to. To her surprise, she clutched tightly onto Yuma's clothing. Oh no. Yuma, caught off guard, lost his balance and fell in the direction Ino was leaning. With a ripping sound, his clothes tore. Ino's eyes widened in shock as Yuma landed on top of her. Though their lips did not align perfectly, Yuma's head rested against her neck, his breath warm against her ear. Feeling the heat radiating from her neck, her face flushed crimson. Get up quickly, Ino exclaimed, her cheeks burning as she desperately tried to push Yuma off her. Then let go. You're still holding onto my clothes. Another scream followed, just as Yuma prepared to rise. His rhythm was disrupted once more. Amidst the chaos, Ino swiftly scrambled to her feet, wiping the moisture from her face. She shot Yuma a fierce glare. I didn't do anything. Yuma, springing to his feet, covered his bare chest in shock, feeling wronged as he pointed to the torn fabric on the ground. How can I face anyone like this? Ino's fury was palpable, her fist clenched tightly. Just as she was about to strike Yuma, a meowing sound interrupted their standoff. The white cat reappeared, elegantly striding between them, casting a glance their way. It crouched down to lick its paw, meow. Spirit Summoning Ninja Cat has been acquired. Chapter 7. Eternal Love. Ino briskly emerged from her family flower shop, a white shirt in hand, which she handed to Yuma with an air of reluctance. You mustn't use my clothes for any peculiar purposes. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost extinguished. Yuma felt a surge of indignation at the implication cast upon his character. You are, after all, the daughter of a prestigious family. What strange thoughts occupy your mind? How could I possibly be that kind of person? Moreover, it was you who tore my shirt, and yet I received no apology. Ino's face flushed as she recalled the earlier awkwardness. Her assertiveness waned. I am sorry, it was my fault. The sudden apology from the typically dominant Ino took Yuma by surprise. Well, since you've apologized, I shall graciously forgive you. He donned the ill-fitting shirt, his hands awkwardly shoved into his pockets. Truth be told, I share some blame in this matter as well. How about I treat you to ramen? He turned his head, unable to meet her gaze. Upon hearing this, Ino swiftly lifted her head to scrutinize Yuma's reddened ears. You have money? Can you truly afford to take me out for ramen? It's somewhat pricey. Though Ino hailed from the Yamamoto family, her allowance was quite meager. In her perception, Yuma lived solely on his modest pension. I've completed numerous tasks and saved a bit. You needn't worry about my expenses. Very well then. Ino nodded, echoing Yuma's earlier words. I shall graciously accept your offer. Or perhaps I should treat you, for I am quite well off. Observing Yuma's stunned expression as he gazed at her intently, she softly added, Fool, stop staring. Perhaps another time. Yuma caught sight of a wealthy lady observing them from the staircase's bend, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly and hastily depart. Rejected, Ino watched his retreating figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Oh no, what if her parents saw? Yuma quickened his pace, feeling the prickling of anxiety. Within the Yamamoto flower shop, the affluent lady cradled a white cat, gently stroking its fur as she stood on the staircase. That boy must be Yuma, correct? Yamamoto Ria remarked upon her daughter's entrance. Yes, he was searching for a cat, and I happened to run into him outside. Oh, I see. Ria nodded, pausing in contemplation before speaking again. He is both a scourge and a pitiable soul. I hope you find happiness in the future, rather than a sorrowful conclusion. Mother, what are you saying? Ino exclaimed in a flustered manner, waving her hands dismissively. I do not harbor any affection for that insufferable Yuma. Ria set the cat down and gazed at the blue irises displayed within the shop. Ino bit her lip, aware of the flower's significance and eternal love. A passion entwined with destiny, exquisite yet fragile, ephemeral in nature. I am merely offering you a word of caution, Ria stated, casting a glance at her daughter before turning to ascend the stairs. Rest early. Tomorrow morning, I will assist at the flower shop. I understand, mother. The lights at the mountain flower shop soon extinguished, plunging it into silence. After finishing her shower, Ino reclined on her bed, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. The events of the evening repeatedly intruded upon her thoughts, persistently distracting her. Had Reno not mentioned it, she would not have contemplated that direction at all. That fellow, so listless and unproductive, with that nonchalant demeanor, was truly infuriating. Ino covered her head with a pillow, only to feel a sense of suffocation moments later. She emerged from beneath it, placing her palm over her eyes, allowing the light to filter through her fingers' gaps. She instinctively squinted. Inevitably, her mind drifted back to the scene in the woods. A faint rhythm of heavy breathing echoed in her ears, causing Ino to feel a wave of irritation. The troubles of youth are inextricably tangled. How vexing. Time for sleep. Naruto, what are you doing here? Yuma spotted Naruto sitting alone at his doorstep. Beside him was a bucket of fish. "I've come to deliver fish," Naruto said, pointing to the bucket where two fish were swimming. "All right." Opening the door, the two entered. Yuma's home was even more dilapidated than Naruto's. Initially, Naruto had intended to seek help from Hokage Grandpa to improve Yuma's living conditions, but Yuma had declined. He did not wish to be relocated to a place with more Umbu presence. "Sit for a moment. I will prepare dinner." "That would be much appreciated." Naruto was quite fond of Yuma's culinary skills. He often came over for meals, but had visited less frequently afterward due to feeling embarrassed. Yuma, however, was indifferent. It was merely a matter of extra chopsticks. The sounds of chopping vegetables and heating oil soon filled the kitchen. Naruto surveyed Yuma's home, spotting a discarded forehead protector on the table. He could not comprehend Yuma's actions. "What are you looking at?" Yuma asked, bringing the dishes to the table and wiping his hands with an apron. "Why did you leave your forehead protector at home?" Yuma chuckled at Naruto's silly expression and fabricated an excuse. "I was in a hurry and forgot it. Let us eat first." He tucked the forehead protector into his pocket. Naruto picked up his chopsticks and devoured the fish and rice with gusto. "Is it delicious?" Yuma asked while adding vegetables to Naruto's bowl. Naruto frowned. Not particularly fond of greens, but seeing Yuma's kind intentions, he did not refuse. "Too much." Naruto hurriedly pulled his bowl away. "Eat more. Look at your hands. They are all calloused." As they ate and chatted, Naruto mentioned passing Kakashi's assessment, reminiscent of the original story. His decision to willingly offer his lunchbox to Naruto had led to the success of the three of them. Yuma continued to serve him vegetables while listening, a smile adorning his face. "Mom and Dad, I hope you can see us from above. My brother and I are doing well. You need not worry." "Yuma, what's wrong?" Naruto noticed Yuma lost in thought. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." Yuma rubbed his eyelids and yawned. "All right then, I should be heading back." Naruto set down the bowl and chopsticks, seized an empty bucket, and dashed outside, tripping in his haste. "Slow down. Remember to watch your step. Don't fall," came the reminder as Yuma continued to tidy the table. "I know." The house fell silent once more, the emptiness palpable, save for the sound of dishes being washed. His parents had divorced when he was very young, leaving him to grow up under the care of his grandparents. In his memories, there was no trace of his biological father or mother. They had never visited him. Instead, all he could recall were the images of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. After drying the dishes and completing his simple morning routine, he gazed at the vacant room and whispered, "Good night." Lying on his bed, he slowly closed his eyes. As dawn broke, a ninja from the Umbu stood on the branch outside his window and spoke. "The Hokage wishes to see you. There is a mission to assign." Chapter 8. The Azure Beasts of Konoha. What nonsense is this? I have paid my dues. Are you sending your Jinin to protect me? Is this the attitude of Konoha? Upon entering, Yuma was met with a cacophony of voices. An unkempt elderly man, clutching a beer bottle, was venting his grievances at the third Hokage. "I am a bridge-building expert." As another child entered, the crowd turned to look. The third Hokage nodded, beckoning Yuma to join their ranks. Inside, the members of Team 3 were assembled, led by Might Guy, comprising Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Tenten eyed Yuma with a hint of surprise. Dasna exclaimed animatedly, "I am Dasna, the bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves." Protecting the bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves? Might Guy cast a puzzled glance at the third Hokage, disregarding Dasna's remarks. Indeed, the third Hokage remained unfazed, exhaling smoke leisurely while cradling his chin, due to the absence of Yuma's supervising Jounin, currently on another mission. "I hope you, Guy, will take Yuma along for this task." Might Guy, noting Yuma's crimson hair, couldn't he help but ponder the rumors. "Certainly, no problem." He flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly whites, and gave Yuma a thumbs up. Yuma surveyed the expressions of those around him. Has my arrival altered the narrative? What schemes is Sarutobi Hiruzen concocting? The third Hokage spoke. While this is a C-rank mission, which generally poses little difficulty, once outside the village, anything can happen. Encounters with bandits, rogue ninjas, or even ninjas from other villages could occur, potentially escalating the mission into a conflict. Thus, you must remain vigilant. The specifics have been entrusted to Guy. You may now depart. I am truly looking forward to this mission. I will give it my all," exclaimed Lee with fervor. This is the essence of youth. Let our passion burn brightly. Might Guy shouted exuberantly. Niji began discussing the details of the mission with Tintin, who occasionally glanced back at Yuma. I should have never entrusted this to Konoha. Dasna continued to grumble throughout the journey. I am a renowned bridge-building expert. At the rear, Yuma furrowed his brow, enveloped in silence. The narrative has already diverged from the original tale. Will Uchiha Madara still be revived? Will Orochimaru launch an assault on Konoha? His previous advantage of foreseeing the story's trajectory now seemed to have dissipated. Do not wear a frown, young one. Youth should embody brightness and optimism. Might Guy had, unbeknownst to him, approached Yuma and patted his back. Yuma stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. After a considerable trek, the group finally arrived at the border of the Land of Fire's forest. Beyond lay the ferry crossing. Might Guy's demeanor suddenly grew serious as he scanned their surroundings swiftly. Niji too sensed Guy's reaction, consciously lowering his breathing rate, though his face remained unchanged. He became alert internally. Yuma was already aware of the pursuing mist ninjas. Unperturbed, he continued walking, hands behind his head. Soon, Lee detected something amiss as well. Even Tian, a member of the team, sensed something amiss. Just as she was about to inquire about Might Guy, a wave of murderous intent surged towards them. Two mist ninja emerged from the woods, their spiked chains aimed directly at Might Guy's head. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Leave Hurricane. Might Guy swiftly kicked away the incoming chains. Tian screamed. Teacher Guy. Ningji hurled two shurikens towards the direction of the mist ninjas, which embedded themselves at their feet. Without a moment's hesitation, the team charged towards the mist ninja's position. Protect Mr. Dazuna. Tian. After speaking, Shali dashed forward, fearing to lag behind Ningji. Just as Tian took a step, she was seized by Yuma. She quickly turned to glance at Yuma. Don't go. Our mission is to protect Dazuna. After a moment of gritting her teeth, she lowered her head, heeding Yuma's counsel. The two of them shielded Dazuna in the center. Ahead, Might Guy's voice resonated, burn bright. Youth. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued. The two mist ninjas, bloodied, collapsed to the ground. Ningji and Shali swiftly bound the ninjas. Might Guy approached, giving a thumbs up, revealing his radiant white teeth. Well done, you two. However, as he turned, his smile vanished, gazing at the fallen mist ninjas. I need to inquire about these individuals. Upon hearing Might Guy's command, Ningji and Shali brought the mist ninjas forth. Moments later, Might Guy's interrogation began to yield results. The two mist ninjas had targeted Dazuna. As a seasoned ninja, Might Guy recognized the urgency and sought to learn more about Dazuna, but the adversaries remained tight-lipped. The mission had commenced, and abandoning their client was not an option. After a brief contemplation, Might Guy resolved to press on and complete the mission. It was not until the group reached the shores of the Land of Waves, aboard a small boat bound for the country, that Dazuna finally revealed the truth. The one who wishes to kill me is a wealthy magnate from the shipping industry. Dazuna expressed his helplessness. As Dazuna continued his tale, the circumstances gradually became clearer. Kato was the owner of a shipping company, a figure with connections in both legitimate and illicit circles. On the surface, he was a prominent businessman, but secretly, he employed ninjas to commit crimes. Kato had set his sights on the maritime nation of Waves, aiming to control the waterways to expand his influence on the island. His ultimate goal was to fully dominate the Land of Waves. The only significant bridge on the island was under construction, and this elderly man was the sole expert in maritime bridge building. If Kato were to eliminate him, the bridge would inevitably remain unfinished, despite being a small, impoverished island. The Land of Waves was targeted by Kato, a veritable tycoon. For ninjas, the path was often driven by the need for financial sustenance. Continuous missions yielded meager rewards, yet the workload was immense. Furthermore, ninjas had a limited window of prime years. Typically, members of prominent clans would venture out for training during their youth before returning home to inherit their family legacies. As Yuma was lost in thought, the vessel had already docked. The deception of Dazuna was a source of considerable vexation for Might Guy. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to continue their guardianship, and the entire team unanimously agreed on the subsequent course of action. Their sole objective was to ensure Dazuna's safe return home, marking the conclusion of their mission. What should they do after this task was completed? As Might Guy walked along the path, A sudden idea struck him. Why not intensify their training? Excellent. Little Lee was the first to raise his hands in agreement. Tian hesitated, while Ningxi remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Hey, old man. How much longer until we arrive? Yuma turned to Dizuna, untroubled by the prospect of Zabuza's appearance. With the formidable presence of the Konoha blue beast, he felt entirely at ease. Even if Uchiha Madara were to show up, Might Guy would simply unleash the 8 gates and deliver a decisive kick. Let us see how arrogant he could remain then. With such powerful assurance, any ambush by Zabuza would merely become a source of ridicule. Compared to Kakashi, he found Might Guy to be far more dependable. Though often eccentric, when he focused, he exuded a captivating charm. In the next moment, the system unexpectedly issued a mission. Option 1. Eliminate Zabuza. Reward, Flying Thunder God Technique, Mastery. Option 2. Eliminate Momochi Zabuza. Reward, Lightning Release. Kirin, Mastery. Chapter 9. Gaining favor with the Nine Tails suddenly. Their path was obstructed by a violently whirling beheading sword. Danger! Shaoli immediately threw himself onto Dizuna. A figure appeared atop the sword, cold eyes fixed upon the group. It was Momochi Zabuza. Might Guy instantly recognized the bandage-clad figure standing on the massive blade. He quietly alerted those behind him, "Be careful. This individual is a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. His strength is formidable, rivaling my own." Zabuza leapt down onto the grass, unabashedly displaying a grin. "So, you are Might Guy?" He hefted the enormous beheading sword onto his shoulder. "I will take his life." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zabuza's figure vanished, reappearing in front of Dizuna. The 4 young ones could hardly comprehend the speed. Yuma finally witnessed the prowess of A.J. Nin firsthand. So fast. It's utterly incomprehensible. If I fail this mission, Kakashi will certainly mock me. Perhaps you should choose a different target. Might Guy's smile faded as he swiftly blocked the beheading sword with his nunchaku. At the moment of collision between the 2 elite J-Nin, a heavy aura of killing intent erupted, suffocating those present. It was the first time Yuma felt such murderous pressure, as if he had plunged into a bottomless ice cavern. His body immobilized by the chill. Ningji, Tian, and Shaoli stood frozen in place, each grappling with the overwhelming atmosphere. As the mist began to rise, enveloping the 2 combatants, Might Guy and Zabuza remained locked in a fierce standoff, entirely oblivious to Yuma and the others. The Vortex Clan's profound chakra surged rapidly within Yuma, snapping him back to reality. He gasped for breath, reminiscent of a drowning individual clawing for air, and turned to rush towards Ningji, Tian, and Shaoli. Now is not the time to dawdle. Wake up. The 3, momentarily dazed, shook their heads vigorously. Is this the nature of A.J. Nin's battle? Shaoli swallowed hard, the killing intent overwhelming. Tian echoed his sentiment, trembling uncontrollably. Ningji's temples throbbed as he activated his Byakugan in an attempt to discern the movements of Might Guy and Zabuza, but alas, their speed transcended his limits. The sound of clashing weapons reverberated in every ear. Zabuza's killing intent was not a mere illusion. It was a tangible manifestation of chakra gradually expanding outward. On the other side, Might Guy and Zabuza had exchanged blows countless times. Suddenly, 10 icy needles shot through the air. Might Guy's instincts flared with alarm. "Be careful," he shouted urgently. Yuma furrowed his brows. "Here comes the white." Without needing Might Guy's warning, everyone spotted the approaching needles. Ningji quickly pulled Dizuna back, while Shaoli seized Tian, retreating in haste. Yuma launched 2 shuriken, employing a clever angle to deflect the 10 icy needles. Impressive, Tian mused. Considering herself an adept in hidden weapons, yet feeling inferior in the face of Yuma's throwing technique. Ningxi cast a glance at Yuma, his expression turning serious. "Wow, Yuma, you are truly remarkable," Shaoli exclaimed in admiration. "Be careful. We are under attack," Yuma warned as he withdrew his twinbee staff, its obsidian metal glinting faintly in his grasp. Suddenly, a masked youth emerged from the thick fog, leaping directly in front of them. The group's pupils constricted as they summoned their inner chakra. "Open the gate of life." Mado Guy unleashed an astonishing surge of chakra, dispersing the surrounding mist. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The clash of powerful jutsu erupted, creating a shockwave that pushed everyone back. Momochi Zabuza charged towards Yuma, Ningxi, Tian Tian, and Xiaoli in an instant. 1,000 killing water shuriken. Countless needles flew toward them. Run. Mato Guy sprinted desperately towards them. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A colossal wave surged upward, engulfing everyone present. Dasna was struck by a needle on his shoulder, collapsing to the ground, while Ningxi, Xiaoli, Tian Tian, and Yuma were swept beneath the surface by the massive wave. Only Mato Guy remained above the water, facing off against Zabuza and Haku, leaving no time to attend to the 4 young ninjas. If only I had let Kakashi take this mission, he lamented. Open the gate of injury. All 4 were pierced by numerous needles. However, due to their robust physiques, Ningxi and Xiaoli quickly swam back to the surface, with Yuma emerging as the 3rd. By the time they resurfaced, Zabuza and Haku had already made their escape. Mission failed, Yuma gasped for breath, a hint of desolation crossing his face as he read the words before him. Mato Guy had already helped the severely injured Dasna to his feet, but soon they realized something was amiss. One of their own was missing. Tian Tian was still in the water. Teacher Guy, I'll go save Tian Tian, Xiaoli exclaimed almost immediately. Let me go. You are gravely injured, Ningxi insisted, eyeing Xiaoli's wounds, which were far more severe than his own, blood streaming from his body. I must be the one. I am your team leader. This failure is my responsibility. Mato Guy pressed down on both Ningxi and Xiaoli with his hands. However, while they conversed, Yuma had already stripped off his shirt and jumped into the water. Option 1. Save Tian Tian. Reward. Earn Ninetales affection. Option 2. Abandon Tian Tian. Reward. Lightning release. Purple lightning. The group stared in astonishment at the spot where Yuma had vanished. Am I going to die? Tian Tian thought, her body weakening as blood flowed from her wounds. Mom and Dad, I feel so awful. I don't want to die yet. I still want to become an excellent kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. As her consciousness began to fade, she felt herself sinking deeper into the water. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a figure with red hair grasped her hand, swiftly pulling her back to the surface. At this moment, Yuma trembled, cold and seated on the ground. You performed admirably. I shall report this situation to Lord Hokage upon my return, remarked Might Guy, shedding his vest and draping it over Yuma's shoulders while patting him on the back in commendation. It is only right to assist one's comrades, Yuma replied, shaking his head. I am but a heartless taskmaster. Regrettably, I failed to eliminate both Momochi Zabuza and Haku, thus forfeiting the opportunity to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique and the lightning release. Kirin. Coughing, he paused. As night fell, Tintin gradually regained consciousness, unable to suppress a few coughs as she expelled water. Tintin, you are finally awake. We were terribly worried about you, exclaimed Li, his joy evident as he danced about. Niji cast a concerned glance in her direction. Might Guy offered her some grilled fish, saying, please, have something to eat. However, Tintin noticed the solitary figure with red hair, sitting by the fire. Gain affection from the Ninetales. Chapter 10. Uchiha Obito. Within the confines of the Konoha Hospital, Yuma was enveloped in bandages, seated quietly on his bed. He gazed out at the azure sky, lost in a reverie. Yuma. Naruto burst through the door of the ward, followed closely by Hinata, who carried a food box. Both had come to visit Yuma after hearing the news of his injuries. Yuma-kun, Hinata gently placed the food box on the small cabinet beside him. Thank you, Yuma responded, accepting the box and noticing its 2 layers filled with sumptuous delicacies such as shark fin, abalone, and lobster. Was this prepared specifically for me? Indeed, Hinata nodded, a shy smile gracing her lips. I hope you recover swiftly, so I prepared these dishes for you. I hope you find them to your liking. Ah, how infuriating. I can't believe Hinata would prepare such exquisite food for you, Naruto exclaimed, eyeing the luxurious ingredients with envy, nearly drooling. I heard you sustained those injuries while rescuing your comrades, Hinata said, her expression laced with concern as she gazed at him. Yuma, seizing a piece of abalone, stuffed it into Naruto's mouth to silence him. Those are mere rumors. My injuries were not sustained in the act of saving others. Niji and Lee are also injured. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly chewed, swallowing before responding. Both of them have already been discharged. They spend their days at the training grounds now. How long until you can leave? Yuma was eager to know when he might be released as well. However, After Might Guy reported his condition to the third Hokage, he was informed that his discharge would be delayed. In truth, his injuries had nearly healed. At that moment, the ward door opened once more, this time revealing Tintin. Her hair styled in 2 buns and dressed in a casual outfit, carrying a basket of fruit. She looked surprised to see the 3 of them. "You two are also here to visit Yuma?" Approaching, she placed the fruit basket on the cabinet. "Thank you for your assistance. Without your help, I might have." "We are all comrades. It is nothing to feel guilty about," Yuma replied, dismissing the notion of his heroic act to save Tintin. As he had already received his reward, he could now communicate with the Ninetales. Previously, the creature had always refused to engage with him. Suddenly, Yuma coughed, blood spilling forth, startling the other 3. Tintin instinctively moved to fetch a doctor, but Yuma refused her aid. Ever since he began communicating with the Ninetales, his vitality surged, and his chakra seemed inexhaustible. He felt an overwhelming excess of energy daily, often resulting in nosebleeds or spitting blood. Tintin had intended to assist Yuma in wiping away the blood, but Hinata was quicker, already tending to the blood at the corner of Yuma's mouth. "It's all my fault. It's because of me that Yuma has suffered such severe injuries." Every day, Yuma felt an overwhelming sense of self-reproach, biting his lip. "Hokage-sama, I believe that Yuma is a child who loves the village and cherishes his companions. He is a ninja embodying the will of fire." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, scrutinized the report submitted by Might Guy with meticulous attention, savoring each word. The report detailed the intricacies of the mission, which, despite its successful completion, unfolded with numerous twists and turns. Hiruzen, puffing on his cigarette and furrowing his brow, examined the document closely. After a moment, a smile graced his face. "My decision was indeed the right one. I am grateful I did not opt for Danzo's choice." Observing the Jinchuriki's willingness to rescue his comrades brought joy to Hiruzen's heart. The bonds of friendship are undeniably potent. Consequently, Hiruzen resolved to encourage Yuma to engage more with his peers, fostering deeper connections. This way, the Jinchuriki would be more easily controlled. After a fortnight of recuperation, Yuma finally received the approval for discharge from the hospital. At Ichiraka Ramen. As the half-warm curtain was lifted, Tucci glanced up with his small eyes at the newcomer, promptly tossing 2 servings of ramen into the pot. One was the usual chashu ramen, while the other was a salty ramen without tomatoes, to be packed for takeout. Shortly thereafter, steaming bowls of ramen were placed before Yuma, accompanied by a plastic bag containing the takeout. A previous customer, who often frequented the shop, had similar preferences, no tomatoes, and a notably salty flavor. She, too, possessed strikingly red hair, but it had been a long time since she last visited. Her name was Kushina. As Tucci continued to prepare the ramen, he engaged Yuma in idle conversation. Upon hearing the name Kushina, Yuma paused momentarily before resuming his meal. "She is my mother." At this revelation, Tucci halted his actions, turning to look at him. "No wonder I have always thought you bore a remarkable resemblance to Kushina. You were truly her younger self. How is she faring now?" Tucci continued reminiscing. "She has passed away. I have finished my meal. Thank you for the hospitality. How much do I owe you?" As Yuma reached for his wallet, Tucci waved him off, saying, "No need. Consider this my treat. I, too, find myself nostalgic for her. She was a remarkably strong woman. You should go visit her." Tucci gestured toward the plastic bag containing the ramen. "Yes." With that, Yuma set off alone for the cemetery. The desolate cemetery lay quiet. Beside the gravestone of the 4th Hokage and his wife, Yuma silently wiped the dust accumulating on the stone. Numerous Umbu ninjas surrounded him, covertly monitoring his every word, each spoken syllable meticulously recorded. "Mother, this time I hand-prepared a bowl of ramen for you, devoid of tomatoes, yet particularly salty. The plastic bag containing the ramen should be placed carefully beside the tombstone." I repeatedly polished the tombstone until dusk fell, pausing my actions. I took out a pair of wooden chopsticks and cautiously opened the now-chilled ramen, beginning to eat it beside the tombstone. It turns out she used to relish this flavor of ramen. Unbeknownst to me, in the distance, a man wearing a yellow mask with one eye exposed stood upon a branch, silently observing me as I ate. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Obito swiftly entered the Kamui dimension and departed. Each time he beheld me, he could not help but be reminded of Kushina. Whenever he gazed upon the graves of Minato and Kushina, An indescribable emotion surged within him. Yet, the thought of creating a world with Rin never wavered, nor did he ever regret it. Chapter 11. Ants? In the days that followed, he found himself alone. It seemed that the third Hokage had forgotten about him, failing to assign him any teammates. However, for the indolent Yoma, this solitude was a source of great comfort. As he languidly slumbered, he seemed to hear the sound of a doorbell ringing in his dreams. Gradually awakening, the chimes became more pronounced. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent ringing was accompanied by a female voice. Yoma, open the door. I knew you would forget. We had an agreement. Still in a daze, Yoma approached the door, his confusion mounting upon seeing the visitors. What brings you here? Sakura was visibly exasperated. We had made plans. I even reminded you, and yet you forgot. Naruto nodded in agreement. Even I remembered. Yoma's mind was still muddled, and after a moment's contemplation, he tentatively inquired, Is it Sasuke's birthday? Yes, Sakura replied, turning her head away slightly, appearing somewhat flustered. Indeed, we need to get a gift for Sasuke. The bond between Naruto and Sasuke had significantly improved compared to the original tale. Thank goodness you both could remember the Uchiha heir's birthday, Yoma yawned. It's all in the records. Sakura stood at the corridor's entrance, stating, Sasuke-kun's birthday is on July 23rd. You and Naruto share a birthday on October 10th. Yoma was somewhat surprised that Sakura even remembered his birthday. See, it's quite memorable, isn't it? Sakura queried. What about your birthday, Sakura? Naruto asked curiously. It's March 28th. But that has already passed, she replied. Though I doubt the boys care much about such things. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to this. Yoma rubbed his eyes. Don't assume we are oblivious. You've been napping every day and avoiding missions. Naruto expressed his discontent. We'll go pick out a gift for Sasuke-kun, and in return, we'll treat you both to ramen. Sakura urged Yoma. Hooray! Naruto exclaimed, delighted at the prospect of ramen. Yoma sighed in resignation, turning to change his clothes and muster some energy. The weather outside was dismal. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, and the horizon appeared ominously dark. After freshening up and donning his attire, Yoma pushed open the door. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky as torrential rain fell unexpectedly. Yoma, Naruto, and Sakura stood on the corridor, bewildered by the heavy downpour. What a peculiar weather change. It was fine before we arrived. How did it turn so suddenly? Sakura furrowed her brow, observing the almost instantaneous fog that enveloped the surroundings. Yoma glanced at the two of them, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, I have an umbrella. Then let us go, Sakura replied. The dark umbrella unfurled, providing shelter for the three of them beneath its ample canopy. Yoma, Sakura broke the silence, her expression somewhat somber. Yes? Why are those people looking at us like that? It was the first time Sakura had felt such hostility as they exited the apartment together. For the first time, she noticed the villagers displaying expressions of disdain. Because you walk alongside us, you two have become a target of their aversion. Naruto had grown accustomed to such treatment, having faced similar circumstances since childhood. The two of you have always. Sakura pressed her lips together, leaving her thoughts unspoken, concerned that Yuma and Naruto might feel disheartened. It's quite all right. Naruto seemed unfazed by Sakura's words. Yuma, holding an umbrella, gazed steadily ahead before responding. Merely the dust of the world. Why should one be troubled by it? The insignificant and the weak are not worthy of concern. Upon hearing these bold words, both Sakura and Naruto widened their eyes in surprise, not expecting Yuma to articulate such assertive sentiments. The rain pattered against the black umbrella, creating a rhythmic sound as droplets cascaded to the ground. Listening to Yuma's words, Sakura and Naruto found themselves at a loss for words. While Sakura comprehended the meaning behind Yuma's eloquence, Naruto felt somewhat overwhelmed by its artistry. As they traversed the aged streets, they paused in front of a gift shop, prompting Naruto and Yuma to gesture for Sakura to enter first. Confused, she glanced at the two of them. Aren't you both coming in? If you enter with us, the owner surely want to sell to you, Naruto replied with a smile. Sakura hesitated, glancing up at Naruto and Yuma, then out at the rain. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately turned and stepped inside. After a brief pause, estimating that Sakura had made her selection, Naruto finally entered the shop. The owner, recognizing Yuma and Naruto, frowned at them, his expression far from pleasant. At that moment, Sakura emerged from the store, cradling a gift, a charming blue teddy bear plush. Yuma nodded and turned to leave the shop. Suddenly, the owner mockingly remarked, "Don't come to my store again. You'll only tarnish it." Naruto clenched his fists, ready to confront the owner, but Yuma restrained him. Shaking his head, Yuma said, "Let us go." Meanwhile, Sakura's palms felt as if pricked by needles, her fingers sinking deep into the plush bear. The ninja code explicitly forbids harming the villagers of one's own community, a fact the owner was undoubtedly aware of. As they stepped outside, he showed no sign of remorse. Though Sakura had mentally prepared herself, witnessing the blatant bullying unfold before her eyes, especially directed at her companion, was disheartening. Filled with indignation, she hurled the plush bear at the owner's face, startling him. "What are you doing? I'm not buying anything. What a terrible store." Sakura glared at the owner before storming out. Emerging from the gift shop, she looked at the two who were sheltering under the eaves from the rain. "I'm not buying anything." Naruto intended to offer words of comfort but ultimately remained silent. Yuma said nothing further, opening the large black umbrella and stepping into the downpour. "I plan to visit the ninja tool shop to purchase a shuriken for Sasuke. What do you think?" Sakura attempted to lighten the mood. "I find myself somewhat perplexed by the preferences of young men, which is precisely why I summoned both of you. My sincerest apologies." She suddenly expressed her regret, startling Naruto. "It is entirely my fault for not considering the implications. I never anticipated such a situation would arise." Sakura's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "There is no need for apologies. It is not your fault." Yuma waved his hand dismissively. "Do you recall how I described them earlier? As mere ants?" Sakura blinked in surprise. "Indeed. Throughout one's life, one encounters numerous setbacks. How could one allow the trivial words of others to disturb their inner peace? A ninja must bear the weight of adversity." Just as Yuma was about to elaborate further, a striking flash of gold darted past before them. "How did you come to be walking together?" Ino observed the trio sheltered beneath the large umbrella. Sakura, fearing that Ino might discover the birthday gift intended for Sasuke, quickly interjected, "I have a favor to ask of these two." Ino furrowed her brow, eyeing the animated Sakura with skepticism. "When did your relationship become so amicable?" "I encountered difficulties in my training, so I sought their assistance, right?" Naruto. Sakura's clumsy demeanor was unmistakably indicative of her fabrications. "Yes," Naruto, feeling somewhat anxious, nodded in agreement. Chapter 12. The resilient cat Yuma appeared remarkably relaxed, gazing calmly at Ino. It had been a considerable time since they last met. Ino had been preoccupied with training and missions on a daily basis. As for her cultivation, Ino withdrew her gaze, slowly turning it towards Yuma. Ever since the day she was rejected, a persistent ache had taken residence in her heart, occasionally pricking at her emotions, transforming into her inner demon. "I see you've all been on your way, so have you finished your discussion?" Ino suddenly inquired. "Ah, yes," Sakura instinctively echoed, intending to speak further, but it was already too late. "That's good." Ino stepped forward, clasping Yuma's hand and entrusting the umbrella to Naruto beside them. Without hesitation, Yuma was whisked away by Ino, just borrowing him for a moment. Ino's voice echoed from afar, and soon they were out of sight. What just happened? Sakura and Naruto were left in a state of shock. What does Ino want with Yuma? Naruto furrowed his brows, perplexed as to why she would take him away so suddenly. Noticing Sakura still in a daze, he prompted, "Snap out of it, Sakura. Don't we still need to pick a gift for Sasuke?" After Naruto's reminder, Sakura regained her senses, gazing curiously in the direction Ino and Yuma had departed. A woman's intuition whispered to her that the relationship between Ino and Yuma was far from ordinary. Yet, she could not wrap her mind around the notion of romance between them. In her eyes, Ino had always been a rival for Sasuke's affection, while Yuma seemed like a slothful dog, idly choosing only the simplest tasks and often failing to complete them adequately. In the quaint, old alley, Ino held an umbrella in one hand, cornering Yuma against the wall with the other. Her cerulean eyes locked onto him intently as raindrops drummed rhythmically on the umbrella and splashed onto the ground. "Why did you reject me?" "What?" Yuma looked down at Ino, bewildered by her words. "Back when I invited you for ramen, why did you turn me down?" Ino grasped Yuma's collar tightly, her brows knitting together, biting her lip in frustration. As a daughter of a prestigious family, being callously rejected had wounded her pride. Answer me quickly. Stop pretending to be deaf. In response, Yuma merely offered a faint smile. At that time, your mother was watching us intently from the shop. If you truly wanted to treat me, I would gladly accept now. Ino, taken aback by his unabashed demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. Humph, it's too late for that. Just as Ino finished her statement and prepared to leave, Yuma grasped her hand firmly. How about I personally serve you noodles? Ino did not accept his offer of reconciliation. The flower shop was just a short distance away. Yet Yuma insistently pursued the opportunity to escort her home. Unable to resist his tenacity, she allowed him to accompany her into the shop. Upon returning home, Yuma hurriedly departed, leaving no further words exchanged with Ino. Jingye felt a twinge of displeasure at his hasty departure, but chose not to dwell on it as she turned to take a shower. After drying her hair, she returned to her bedroom to reflect on the shortcomings of her recent task. Time passed swiftly, and before long, her stomach began to rumble, drawing her attention to the fact that night had fallen outside. With both her parents away, her father on a mission and her mother visiting her grandmother in the countryside, Jingye decided to warm up some leftover rice from the refrigerator. Just then, a cat's meow interrupted her thoughts. A tabby cat was quietly perched by her window, holding in its mouth a square object wrapped in cloth. After placing the item down, the cat vanished in a puff of smoke. A familiar spirit? Jingye was puzzled about who might have sent her something through a familiar. She opened the window to retrieve the object. Upon unwrapping it, she discovered a food box, topped with a note that read, "Don't be angry. This is my apology." It was clear to her that it was from Yuma. As she opened the food box, she found a selection of simple dishes. Jingye pouted at the warm food before her, not wishing to cook for herself. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and brought a piece of meat to her mouth. In an instant, her eyes lit up. She had not anticipated that Yuma's dish would be so delectable. The meat was enveloped in sauce, perfectly balanced between fat and lean. Neither dry nor greasy. Humph, I suppose I can reluctantly forgive that guy. Meow, how is it? Yuma inquired of the tabby cat before him. Hey, I'm not Meow. And you actually sent me to deliver food? The cat clearly disapproved of Yuma's decision. As a dignified ninja cat, being tasked with delivering food was a source of embarrassment. If its kin were to find out, it would never hold its head high again. Yuma produced a can of cat food he had prepared earlier and opened it. The tabby fell silent, fixated on the can. It lay down, exposing its belly, rolling around in delight. Curse those humans. I can't believe I'm being bribed by a can of cat food. Good kitty, Yuma chuckled as he fed the tabby. The following day, on a secluded rooftop, Hinata? Yuma was surprised to see the newcomer. Hinata, dressed in a white hooded trench coat, waved at him. Teacher Karina said the Chunin exams are coming up soon, so we have a break with no missions. Hinata, blushing, trembled slightly with nervousness. That's wonderful. Do you have time now? Yuma asked with a smile. Yes, Hinata nodded. How did you find me? Yuma jumped down from the rooftop. This place is quite secluded. Hinata lowered her head shyly. It's my Byakugan. Intrigued, Yuma leaned in closer. Yuma-kun. Hinata took a slight step back, evading his gaze. That place is not unattractive. It is quite beautiful. Hinata questioned her own hearing, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Yuma. Yuma-kun, please do not jest with me. I speak the truth. Thank you. A warmth enveloped Hinata's heart. The other villagers of Konoha did not hold the Hyuga clan in high regard, viewing their Byakugan as an ominous symbol. Even within the Hyuga clan itself, this pair of eyes had engendered insurmountable conflicts. Cage bird. Hinata. Please wait for me here. Suddenly, Yuma dashed away. Hinata stood there, momentarily dazed, unsure of how to respond to Yuma's words. After approximately 10 minutes, Yuma finally returned, carrying a small, bulging package that seemed to contain quite a few items. I will take you to a place you have never visited. Yuma grasped Hinata's hand and began to run. Once again holding hands with Yuma-kun, Hinata felt a rush of dizziness, her cheeks flushing crimson. She could not bring herself to inquire about Yuma's whereabouts, allowing herself to be led forward. Chapter 13. Outdoor barbecue. As Hinata and Yuma traversed through the verdant expanse of the Konoha forest, they were met with a breathtaking vista, accompanied by the melodious sound of flowing water. A magnificent waterfall cascaded before their eyes. Where's this place? Hinata mused, momentarily taken aback. This is a spot I frequently visited in the past, Yuma replied. gently releasing Hinata's hand as he hoisted a large bag. He made his way toward a shaded area amidst the trees. Along the narrow woodland path, the chirping of cicadas harmonized with the distant roar of the waterfall, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Hinata felt a sense of tranquility enveloping her. Yuma meticulously arranged the items from the bag, each one being placed with care. An impromptu camping setup quickly took shape under his deft hands. The barbecue grill stood firmly erected, with several bottles of simple condiments scattered nearby. Hinata, tilting her head slightly, gazed with curiosity at the cooking utensils laid out before her, uncertain of Yuma's intentions. "Hinata." Yuma called out to her, prompting her to respond promptly and approach him. Still somewhat bewildered. "What are we doing?" Hinata inquired as she observed the outdoor cooking tools. "We're having a barbecue," Yuma replied, wiping the perspiration from his brow with a smile. "The fish in this creek are quite plump. I often came here with Naruto to fish for dinner. The elders in my clan enjoy sashimi, but I am not particularly fond of it," Hinata confessed. "Sashimi?" Yuma pondered for a moment, recalling a renowned strategist from the Three Kingdoms era named Shinkun, who had met his demise due to consuming raw fish. "To be honest, I am not a fan of sashimi either. I prefer grilled fish," Yuma admitted. I like grilled fish too," Hinata shyly responded. "Haha. I didn't expect you to enjoy grilled fish as well. Come, I will take you fishing." "Have you ever caught fish?" Yuma asked, but instantly regretted the question, knowing well that Hinata had likely never fished before. "No," Hinata lowered her gaze, admitting her lack of experience. She had never even tried fishing. She had only observed the elders of her clan fishing in the pond. "The adults in my clan do not allow me near the riverbank. Whenever I approach, they whisk me away. Therefore, I have only watched others fish. After all, the Hyuga clan prides itself on being one of the top families in Konoha, and such activities are deemed beneath us." "Well, you must pay close attention, as I will only demonstrate once," Yuma said, taking Hinata's hand once more and leading her to a nearby grove. In the distance, two Umbu ninjas kept a watchful eye on him. One was a Hyuga ninja, while the other belonged to the Umbu, both concealed among the trees, discreetly observing Yuma's actions. "Miss Hinata, how could she possibly acquiesce to that boy's impudent behavior?" The Hyuga ninja furrowed his brow. "Who knows? Let us continue to observe." The Umbu ninja shrugged. "Why not utilize your Byakugan to discern what they are up to? Why don't you investigate for yourself?" The Hyuga ninja retorted. "Never mind. My meager salary does not suffice for such risks. If Miss Hinata encounters..." The Hyuga ninja hesitated. "That is a matter internal to your clan. It is of no concern to an outsider like me." The Umbu ninja yawned languidly, scratching his ear. The Hyuga ninja clearly disapproved of his colleague's demeanor. "Is it not your duty as Umbu to oversee the host? As long as the host does not leave the village unaccompanied, we concern ourselves with nothing else." The Umbu ninja procured a novel titled Intimate Paradise. "Fortunately, I have been fortunate enough to be assigned such a splendid task, devoid of bloodshed. I shall lodge a complaint against you. Do as you wish." The ninjas of noble families have no comprehension of the struggles faced by us lower-tier ninjas. The Umbu ninja replied in a languid manner. Casting a glance at the sun above, his expression suddenly shifted to one of concern. "What is it?" The Hyuga ninja also felt a twinge of anxiety. "Oh no, it has already reached the end of the workday. We are a minute overdue." After uttering this statement, the Umbu ninja vanished in an instant. The Hyuga ninja stood dumbfounded. Is this the attitude the Umbu possesses towards their responsibilities? Yuma, accompanied by Hinata, had just emerged from the thicket. Yuma held two long wooden poles, each affixed with kunai. "These are makeshift harpoons." Yuma handed one of the harpoons to Hinata. "Yuma-kun, I cannot." Hinata's anxiety surged as she clutched the harpoon tightly. "Just observe how I do it, and you will learn. There is no need for apprehension." Yuma first removed his shoes, then stepped into the small river, swiftly spearing a fish. Yuma-kun is so impressive. He seems quite adept. After repeating this several times, noticing Hinata's inaction, Yuma approached her side and gently grasped her hand. Hinata's face flushed with warmth, feeling slightly dizzy. Yuma carefully removed Hinata's shoes and socks, guiding her slowly into the river, allowing the cool water to flow beneath her feet. Hinata's mind was nearly blank. "There is no need for tension or fear. Simply attune yourself to the ripples of the water," Yuma reassured her with a wave of his hand. Once you have your target, just thrust the harpoon towards the fish in the river. As he spoke, he held Hinata's hand, swiftly plunging the harpoon into the water. A lively fish was promptly caught. The Hyuga ninja sighed, feeling as though his prized cabbage had been uprooted by a pig. Alas, I wonder if I should inform Lord Hayashi upon my return. If I do, Lord Hayashi may very well be displeased. Suddenly, Yuma halted his actions. His gaze fixated on a string of characters before him. 1. Praise Hinata, commending her for her remarkable performance. Reward, Flying Thunder God technique. 2. Reprimand Hinata, expressing disappointment in her performance. Reward, Lightning Release, Kirin. The previously failed mission unexpectedly resurfaced, albeit with a different objective. Yuma swiftly made his choice between the two options. His desire for the Flying Thunder God technique quite evident. The earlier failure had left him feeling utterly disheartened. So the reappearance of the Flying Thunder God technique was a pleasant surprise. Excellent. I shall choose it. Hinata, what is the matter? Hinata trembled slightly upon hearing her name. Turning around to face Yuma with a look of uncertainty. You have performed exceptionally well. I never anticipated that you would achieve such greatness on your first attempt. Upon receiving the praise, Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Thank you, she murmured, lowering her gaze. I speak the truth. You have done exceedingly well. Acquired Flying Thunder God technique. Hinata, you are truly my treasured gem. Chapter 14. Yuma-Kun, could you please let go? Hinata murmured softly. Of course. The more Yuma looked at her, the more he found her enchanting, perceiving Hinata as an inexhaustible treasure trove. As the two ascended the shore, Yuma began to teach Hinata the art of grilling fish, guiding her hands. Hinata, be careful not to grill one side for too long, or it will dry out. I understand. Moments later, several fish were cooked to perfection. Yuma heated a pan and poured in oil, eager to showcase his culinary skills. Sizzle. The well-prepared fish was placed into the hot oil, releasing an enticing aroma. How delightful. Hinata watched Yuma's deft movements with admiration, finding him quite handsome. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her, accentuating her endearing charm. Yuma glanced at Hinata, flipping the fish with a smile. After the two had feasted, a sudden explosion echoed through the sky. Bang! Fireworks illuminated the night, casting a radiant glow upon Hinata's face. Yuma observed the joy on her countenance as she gazed mesmerized at the night sky. I never imagined I would watch fireworks with Yuma-kun. He too was taken aback by the village's unexpected display. They tilted their heads upward, watching the fireworks ascend, their hearts brimming with happiness. Being with Yuma-kun truly felt blissful. As time dwindled, the fireworks began to fade. See you tomorrow, Yuma-kun. Hinata stood at the entrance of the Hyuga compound, waving goodbye. Indeed. Until tomorrow, Hinata. Yuma smiled back. Waving. Hinata nodded, stepping into the darkness but paused to look back at him. Thank you, Yuma-kun. I had a wonderful time today. I'm glad to hear that. This scene was witnessed by Ino, who had just concluded her training. Puzzled by Yuma's companionship with the heiress of the Hyuga clan, she observed their separation. Furrowing her brow, she dismissed the thought and headed towards her family's flower shop. Unsure of how to face Yuma, she felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of their closeness. After walking a few steps, she noticed a tall, white-haired man in a red coat over a training outfit, adorned with a forehead protector marked with a swirl. Had she seen that old man somewhere before? Ino stared at him for a long moment. Perhaps he was related to the upcoming Chunin exams. More and more outsiders were arriving in the village. Representatives from the 4 great nations. Yuma, oblivious to the presence of Jiraiya, hurried home, humming a cheerful tune and bouncing along. Meanwhile, Jiraiya took note of the boy, his bright red hair evoking a wave of nostalgia. That child must be Minato's son. He bears a striking resemblance to Kushina. Upon returning home, Yuma quickly washed up before falling into a deep slumber. The next day, he awoke slowly around noon. Stepping outside, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of heat. He never anticipated that summer would arrive so swiftly. It had been several years since he entered this world, he mused. With this thought, he found himself irresistibly drawn to a nearby convenience store. Upon exiting, he held a bag of ice cream in his hand. 4 dark-skinned children approached him eagerly. Big brother, could you treat us to some ice cream? One boy inquired. Do you wish to have some? Yoma teased, shaking the ice cream in his hand. We do. The 4 chimed in unison. A glint of inspiration flickered in Yoma's eyes as he devised a clever plan. He felt aimless and bored, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. Then you must assist me with the task. Yoma settled himself under the shade of a tree, savoring his ice cream. Beside him stood a girl, diligently fanning him with a handheld fan. The three boys energetically scoured the street for litter. Drenched in sweat, they rushed towards Yoma, exclaiming, "Big brother, we've collected everything." One boy added, "Is there another task for us?" "Not at the moment," Yoma replied. Swallowing the last of his ice cream and rising to his feet, he distributed a popsicle to each of them. The other tasks were of a more challenging nature, unsuitable for these children, hence he opted solely for the litter collection. "Let us wait here for a while. I will submit the task and later take you all out for barbecue." "Hooray!" exclaimed the children. "Why are you being so kind to us?" the only girl among them suddenly asked. Yoma refrained from directly answering her query, for he perceived a striking resemblance between the four children and his own past circumstances. "Just stay here patiently for me, all right?" he said, casting a glance back as he departed without looking back. Once Yoma's figure vanished from sight, one of the slightly thinner boys spoke up, his voice still in the throes of adolescence. "This Ninetales Jinchuriki seems rather foolish, far inferior to that other blonde Jinchuriki." The girl, named Mayu, shot him a sidelong glance. "You don't need to voice your opinion, Mayu. But honestly, the ice cream from Konoha is quite delectable," Gator remarked, smacking his lips in reminiscence of the flavor. "Are we truly going to continue waiting for him here? Lord Orochimaru commanded us to masquerade as orphans and infiltrate Konoha. We are to execute the Konoha collapse plan midway through the Chunin exams. Surely there is still some time before the exams commence?" Jirubu queried. "I've heard that many significant figures have recently arrived in Konoha. I'm too lazy to wait and have no desire to pretend any longer. I intend to wander elsewhere." "Hey, wait for me. I'm coming with you." Gaeta hurriedly pursued him. As they watched the retreating figures of the two, only Jirubu and Mayu remained. "Mayu, are you truly going to wait here indefinitely for him?" Jirubu asked, glancing at their departing companions, feeling a twinge of temptation. Enough already. Many had wandered off in a solitary direction. Meanwhile, after completing his task, Yuma was strolling down the street when he was spotted by teacher Irika, leading to a lengthy and leisurely conversation. As he regained his awareness, he realized that dusk was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, the thought of 4 children struck him, and he inwardly lamented his oversight. He promptly bid farewell to Irika and hurried to the designated meeting place. However, upon his arrival, the desolate street at twilight bore no trace of a single soul. Reflecting on this, Yuma felt a pang of self-reproach. He could hardly believe he had forgotten his commitment to the children. With a resigned sigh, he was about to seek out dinner when another sound of a rumble echoed from a nearby alley. Startled by the noise, Yuma paused as a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. A girl with crimson hair stepped forward, raising her gaze to meet Yuma's. Chapter 15. Disqualified from the competition, the clinking of glasses and the raucous chatter filled the establishment. A variety of meats were served upon the table. The aroma wafting from the sizzling slices of meat as they touched the hot grill was utterly tantalizing. Yuma placed a perfectly grilled piece of meat into the bowl of the red-haired girl before him, unaware of her true identity. He felt a peculiar resemblance between her situation and his own past. "Take your time. There's plenty more," he urged gently. As he sipped his drink, he continued to place raw meat onto the grill. Duya raised her gaze to Yuma, savoring a piece of the grilled meat. "Why aren't you eating?" she inquired. "I'm not very hungry," Yuma replied, lying through his teeth, as he observed the girl devour her food with fervor. The sight diminished his own appetite entirely. Duya chose not to press further and continued to relish the barbecue. During this time, Yuma inquired about the 3 boys. "Should I pack some for them?" "No need. They should have found food by now. As an apology, if you're still around tomorrow, I'll treat you again," Yuma said, scratching his head. "I'll be there early. Today was an unexpected occurrence." "All right." Yuma merely sipped his drink and took a few bites of meat. The two soon parted ways, with Yuma strolling leisurely home, humming a tune. Duya, on the other hand, turned into an alley, swiftly disappearing into the shadows. "Did you really wait for that guy all afternoon?" Tangwamara suddenly caught a whiff of grilled meat on her. "Did he actually treat you to barbecue?" "Indeed, but unfortunately there was none for you," Duya replied, defiantly lifting her chin and clutching a bottle of drink. Don't forget our mission. What is so great about barbecue? As long as we accomplish Lord Orochimaru's task, we can leave this place, Tongwamaru retorted, slapping the drink from her hand, causing it to spill onto the ground. Dia's expression darkened, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I enjoyed the barbecue while you savored nothing. Humph. The mission from Lord Orochimaru has tea even commenced. Why the rush? As tensions escalated between the two, an attempt was made to mediate the situation. Enough, everyone. Let us not quarrel, Jirubu interjected. Tongwamaru glared at Dia before storming off in frustration. The group dispersed, leaving in an atmosphere of discontent. The following morning, Yuma, just awake, noticed a ninja from the Umbu standing on the tree branch outside his window. The Hokage wishes to see you. Please proceed to the Hokage's office immediately. Understood. As he made his way to the Hokage's office, Yuma suddenly recalled the promise made the previous day. He hoped that the third Hokage would refrain from assigning him any sudden tasks, as he wished to avoid breaking his word. He silently prayed that the third Hokage would keep the conversation concise. Upon entering the Hokage building, Yuma found himself face to face with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The aged Hokage sat at his desk, puffing on a pipe, his gaze shifting back and forth over Yuma. Upon the table lay a Hokage hat. Recent events in the village had been rather tumultuous. What is your perspective on the recent happenings, Yuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, the smoke obscuring his features. Did he sense something amiss? Yuma, momentarily perplexed, pondered the intent behind Hiruzen's question. After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, I have not perceived any notable differences in the village. Overall, it remains safe. Hiruzen merely nodded in acknowledgement, not dwelling on the matter further, and shifted the conversation. For this Chunin exam, the elders and I have decided to exclude you from participation. He stated calmly, regarding Yuma. Firstly, you lack the requisite training under a leading jonin, as the designated instructor is currently unavailable due to unforeseen circumstances. Secondly, this decision is based on the current state of the village, thus I have removed your name from the exam roster. Very well, may I leave now? Yuma replied with scarcely a moment's hesitation, refraining from posing any inquiries to Hiruzen, his demeanor tranquil, even somewhat pleased. Are you not curious as to the reasons behind this? Hiruzen studied Yuma, attempting to discern his true feelings. He had expected Yuma to contest this decision and had prepared a plethora of arguments. At this moment, it felt akin to delivering a powerful blow that merely landed on soft cotton. Yuma shook his head, saying, the Hokage's decision must have been made after considerable reflection. It is not for someone of my standing to speculate. The essence of a ninja is to obey orders. I hold no objections. Hiruzen opened his mouth several times, uncertain of what to articulate. The room was enveloped in silence, with the two locking eyes. Hokage-sama, may I take my leave now? Yes, you may go. Upon receiving his reply, Yuma turned and exited. After hearing the door close, the third Hokage sighed. If only Yuma possessed the spirit of Naruto, he mused. Their personalities were starkly contrasted. One was optimistic and buoyant, while the other was morose and devoid of vitality. It remained uncertain whether Yuma inherited Minato's or Kushina's traits. Increase surveillance over Yuma, he commanded. Understood. Two figures promptly vanished from the Hokage's office. Stepping out of the Hokage building, the sunlight enveloped Yuma. He walked purposefully in one direction. The streets of Konoha buzzed with an unusual vibrancy, as many foreigners had arrived in anticipation of the upcoming Chunin exams. As Yuma strolled, he dismissed the recent events from his mind. Since Hiruzen had barred him from participating in the Chunin exam, he would comply. In fact, he felt a sense of relief, glad to be free from the burden of examination. Before long, he spotted the girl with red hair, yet the other three boys were nowhere in sight. Inquiring about their whereabouts, the girl simply stated they had gone off to play. Yuma, upon hearing this, paid it little mind. In recent times, Hinata has been seldom seen, reportedly undergoing intensive training under the guidance of the clan elders. As for the members of Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, they too have long been engaged in specialized training with Kakashi. The remaining teams are preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming Nin exams, leaving him as the sole idler. While everyone else is caught up in their bustling routines, only Yuma finds himself with nothing to occupy his time. Thus, he decides to take Doyu for a leisurely stroll through the streets, exploring various shops day by day. As the days pass, The date of the CH9 exams draws ever closer. Today, at sunset, the two made their way to the Hokage Rock, overlooking the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village. In this poignant moment, Yuma produced a bamboo flute and began to play softly. The melancholic notes emanated from the instrument, although the composition leaned towards a cheerful melody. Its essence was undeniably sorrowful. While others may struggle to discern the true nature of the tune, Doya could perceive its profound melancholy. She could not comprehend how this red-haired boy, who appeared carefree and untroubled each day, was capable of producing such a heart-rending melody. He seemed like a solitary traveler, his silhouette rendered even more desolate against the backdrop of the setting sun. Chapter 16. Longing across time and space, you seem rather lonely. Duoyu gazed at Yuma, quietly listening to him finish his performance, somewhat puzzled. Yuma felt indifferent. He was rather at ease. Is that so? Indeed, this piece overall leans towards a melancholic tone. As the night breeze caressed them, the two stood atop the Hokage Rock, gazing at the myriad lights of Konoha. Yuma was taken aback to discover that this little girl possessed an understanding of music. The piece was titled Longing Across Time and Space. Longing Across Time and Space? This was the first time Duoyu had encountered such an unusual title. She too could play the flute, yet she had never heard of this composition. Noticing her silence, Yuma slowly began to narrate a tale, a love story between a human woman and a male from the demon clan. The story was neither too long nor too brief. By the time he finished, he realized that night had already fallen. It's dark now. Let's go. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the Valley of the End. Would you care to join me? What about Kikyo? Duoyu did not answer his question, her curiosity piqued more by Kikyo's tale. There was no later. She perished in Inuyasha's arms. Oh, I won't be able to go tomorrow, Duoyu suddenly remarked. Yuma assumed she was dissatisfied with Kikyo's fate. Very well. What about the day after tomorrow? I may not have time to play with you in the future. Yuma paused, surprised. What is the matter? Why do you say that? I can wait. There will surely be time for us to play together later. All right, you promise? Upon uttering this, Duoyu's eyes dimmed slightly. We shall see, should fate allow. She continued. Yuma waved at her with a faint smile, perceiving the melancholy in her gaze, yet unsure how to respond. Duoyu nodded, standing still for a moment. She took a deep look at Yuma, attempting to etch his visage into her memory. Soon, she turned and departed. Beneath the veil of night, Yuma exhaled deeply. Orochimaru should be making his appearance soon. Those sound ninjas must have arrived in Konoha. Why does that girl resemble someone familiar? Yuma felt as if he had seen her before, yet could not recall where. Could she be Duoyu? He hastily shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. Duoyu had returned to the dwelling of her quartet, a dilapidated house. This abode lacked even windows, with several gaping holes in the roof. Hey, why are you back so late again? This is not the first time. Kentamaru reprimanded Duoyu upon her return, his expression darkening. What does it have to do with you? Duoyu retorted coldly, refusing to cast a glance at Kentamaru. TCH, you brat. Kentamaru clicked his tongue, his face beginning to show signs of frustration, feeling utterly disregarded. He has been personally appointed as the commander by Orochimaru. The action is about to commence, and I hope you still remember your mission. There is no need for your reminder. He is well aware that Mayu has always spoken in such a manner. However, Kayataro suddenly pondered a question. In the presence of that Jinchuriki, Mayu surely wouldn't he be wearing a different facade, would he? Upon this thought, Kayataro could not help but voice his irritation. The Chunin exams are fast approaching, and Lord Orochimaru has commanded us to be prepared. Surely, you haven't revealed our whereabouts to that individual? Only a fool would inquire thus. Mayu's expression appeared less than pleasant. I can't hold back any longer. You don't happen to harbor feelings for that Jinchuriki, do you? Kayataro could no longer contain himself and rushed forward to block Mayu's path. He was unwilling to see his comrade's future jeopardized by emotions. In the next moment, Kayataro's pupils dilated, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. He expelled a mouthful of bile, clutching his stomach in agony. Mayu delivered a kick to Kayataro's abdomen, gazing down at him with indifference. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Tsukuro, who had been watching, stepped forward to assist Kayataro. I'm fine. Kayataro, with a scowl of anger, wiped his lips. In the forest of Konoha, at a training ground, Shikamaru stared at the blue sky, lost in thought. Before suddenly speaking, Do you have a conflict with that guy Yuma? Ino paused for a moment, appearing flustered as she responded. No, not at all. Why do you ask? You've been deliberately avoiding Yuma, haven't you? Shikamaru continued. I just find it strange that he is absent from this Chunin exam. I'm not sure either. Ino forced a smile to mask her unease. There are quite a few conflicts between us. I wonder what Yuma is doing now. Shikamaru reclined, resting his hands behind his head. Choji turned to the two. I seem to be with a stranger girl. I saw her on the street last time. A stranger girl? Ino frowned slightly. She must be an orphan from the village. I saw them at the barbecue shop. Choji munched on chips, speaking indistinctly. That guy Yuma. I almost feel like he is not a ninja anymore. He has been so busy training that I haven't seen him. Shikamaru sighed. That guy hardly wears a forehead protector in the village. Why? The forehead protector is a symbol of being a ninja. Ino was perplexed, unable to comprehend Yuma's actions. Who knows? Shikamaru got up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, when he noticed a group approaching. Sand Village ninjas? Ino and Choji turned to look in that direction. Beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Not far from them, 3 figures emerged, one of whom was a red-haired ninja with a gourd, his expression grim. A prominent tattoo adorned the face of one individual. 2 additional ninjas, one male and one female, with equally menacing expressions, locked gazes with the trio. The female ninja bore a large fan upon her back. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji felt their hearts race, overwhelmed by the palpable pressure emanating from their adversaries, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, the 3 sand ninjas did not harass them further, instead altering their course towards the Hokage building. The figure carrying the gourd appeared genuinely fearsome. I sensed that his prowess surpassed that of the other 2. Ino, visibly shaken, gasped for breath. Those 3 were indeed troublesome. I surmised they were the strongest contenders in this Chunin exam. I fervently hoped we would not encounter them during the tournament. Shikamaru squinted, swiftly analyzing the situation. Choji, utterly terrified, munched voraciously on potato chips. I, too, shared his sentiment. I wished to avoid any further encounters with them in the exam. They truly seemed formidable. Chapter 17. The Nine-Tailed Chakra. I have heard whispers that this village is home to 2 Jinchuriki. Kenkaro, burdened with a puppet, spoke to his sister Temari. Indeed, the mightiest of the tailed beasts, yet for reasons unknown, it is divided into 2. Temari, adorned with a grand folding fan and dressed in a revealing fishnet attire, furrowed her brow. Kenkaro had intended to jest about the Jinchuriki but hesitated upon recalling the ruthless figure beside him. The conversation abruptly ceased. Gaara remained silent throughout, seemingly indifferent to their exchange. The trio entered the bustling streets of Konoha. The Sand Village headbands quickly caught the attention of passers-by, although they merely glanced before resuming their activities. The Chunin exam was imminent. It was not unusual to see several ninjas from neighboring villages wandering the streets. Among the crowd, a red-haired youth ambled aimlessly, a popsicle clutched in his mouth. Yuma had long since ceased to concern himself with the Chunin exam, spending his days either meandering through the streets or napping at home. His forehead was conspicuously bare, unadorned by the Konoha headband. The 3rd Hokage had advised against his participation, and he had dutifully complied. That must be one of the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Kenkaro remarked, gesturing towards Yuma's retreating figure. Indeed, it seems so, Temari replied, her brow slightly furrowed. Shall we approach him? I sense he may possess considerable strength. Kankaro's expression revealed his eagerness. There are likely many Umbu lurking nearby, Temari countered. Let us not forget our primary objective. Moreover, that Jinchuriki does not appear to be easily provoked. To their surprise, Gaara, who had remained silent, suddenly began to stride toward Yuma. Gaara, Temari exclaimed, reaching out to grasp him, but Kankaro intervened. It's best not to disrupt his decisions. You know the potential consequences. Temari could only sigh, rallying Kankaro to follow her, anxious about Gaara's potential misstep. This time, the Sand Village's participation in the Chunin exam was not merely for the sake of competition. They had clandestinely devised a plan to undermine Konoha. Temari and her brothers were integral to this scheme, dispatched to gather intelligence under the guise of exam participants. It was precisely for this reason that Temari wished to avoid complications before their mission had even commenced. In a narrow alley, Yuma abruptly halted. he sensed 3 individuals trailing him. Turning around, he encountered the trio from the Sand Village, their presence unmistakable. His gaze lingered momentarily on Temari's revealing attire. Indeed, the culture of the Sand Village was notably more liberal in its fashion choices. Gaara fixed his gaze intently on Yuma. "I detect a familiar essence within you." His words dripped with the unmistakable sin of adolescent angst. Such a state, typically, offered little hope for redemption. Yuma recognized that Gaara was still in the throes of rebellion and refrained from engaging him further, mindful that Gaara was, after all, the bona fide prince of the Sand Village. Beside him stood the princess of Sunagakure, Temari, along with the unassuming young prince, Kankuro. Yuma merely cast a fleeting glance at them, not wishing to engage further. "I am not. I haven tea. Do not speak carelessly," he stated. "You may enjoy your time in Konoha at your leisure. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell." With a wave of his hand, he turned to depart. Yet as he lifted his foot, an overwhelming aura of malice enveloped him. This oppressive presence emanated from behind, originating from Gaara's chakra. "Hey, kid. It seems we have been underestimated." The voice of the Nine-Tails echoed in his mind, tinged with mockery. "Let us demonstrate our true colors." "Huh. I couldn't wish for anything more." Yuma's pupils transformed into those reminiscent of a fox, as the chakra of the Nine-Tails enveloped his entire being. His face sprouted fox-like whiskers, and sharp fangs peeked from his lips as he growled at the 3 siblings of Sunagakure. "If you wish to perish, remain here." In the distance, the Umbu shinobi felt a surge of alarm, rushing towards the Hokage's office. "This is grave. The Jinchuriki is about to lose control. Damn those Sunagakure ninjas." Outside the alley, the trio stood in the sunlight, momentarily paralyzed. Even Gaara retracted his murderous intent, staring in shock at Naruto, who lurked in the shadows. "We must leave," Temari urged in a hushed tone, hurriedly grasping her brother's hands. Without a backward glance, she led them away from the alley, only releasing them once they had distanced themselves significantly. Gasping for breath. What was that terrifying chakra? Kankuro's eyes were vacant, his hand trembling as it rested against the wall. "The Nine-Tails chakra," Temari stammered, her entire being quaking, her words faltering. Her calves were tense, still in a state of cramping. "Is this the legendary Nine-Tails?" Kankuro recalled the scene, his lips quivering. Maki, the leading jonin of Sunagakure, frowned as he surveyed the trio. "You have surely been toyed with by that brat." "Toyed with?" Temari and Kankuro exchanged bewildered glances, while Gaara remained unresponsive, coldly standing in place. "What do you mean, Sensei Maki?" Temari asked, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Maki, clad in a form-fitting black uniform with a brown jonin vest, had a half-white cloth draped over his head, obscuring the left side of his face. His tone was serious, carrying an air of authority. "You need not worry excessively. Over a decade ago, the Nine-Tails re-emerged in Konoha, but that perfect Jinchuriki is no longer alive. The current Jinchuriki is merely a couple of ordinary kids. They are incapable of controlling the tailed beasts. What you described as tailed beast transformation can only be accomplished by a perfect Jinchuriki. If Konoha truly possessed such a Jinchuriki, how could we have devised the plan for Konoha's destruction? That brat cannot genuinely control the Nine-Tails. He merely pretends to transform to intimidate us." Shizen inquired with astonishment, still believing in the scene she had just witnessed. The most significant person in the village, the Jinchuriki, had just passed right before them. Maki's gaze seemed to have penetrated the depths of Konoha's conspiracy, revealing a smile that indicated his gradual comprehension of the situation. The Chunin exams were fundamentally a competition for various villages to showcase their new generation of power. How could Konoha possibly overlook such an excellent opportunity to intimidate Sunagakure? So that was it. Kankuro nodded, still feeling that something was amiss, yet deemed it inconsequential, since the leading jonin had stated so. And their ally in this collaboration was a party of highly reliable intelligence. There was naturally little to doubt. Temari clenched her teeth in fury. That individual dared to mock us. He must never fall into my grasp. Otherwise, I shall ensure he faces my wrath. Gaara merely cast a cold glance at them, refraining from correcting their misconceptions. Chapter 18. Seeking Kakashi for training on the second day, a torrential rain fell upon Konoha. Under the guidance of Might Guy, Niji and his companions made their way to the Hokage building to submit their application materials for the Chunin exam, umbrellas in hand as they traversed the rain-soaked streets. Breaking the silence beneath the shelter of the umbrella, Tintin mustered her courage to address Might Guy's retreating figure. "Teacher Might Guy, why can't Yuma join us for the Chunin exam?" Upon hearing her question, Might Guy halted, turning to face Tintin. Uncharacteristically, he wore a serious expression, devoid of his usual smile. "That is the order of the Hokage." Tintin swallowed hard, summoning her resolve. "But he has helped us so much the sound of the rain drowned out much of the surrounding noise." Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with hesitation. "Teacher Might Guy, we shouldn't just leave Yuma behind. He has forged a bond of life and death with us." Niji and Lee paused as well, their brows furrowing. Though they remained silent, their gazes shifted toward Might Guy. "Have you forgotten the responsibilities of a ninja? This is an order from the Hokage. Do you intend to defy that command?" Might Guy's tone was stern as he towered over them. "The Chunin exam is the sole pathway for Genin to ascend to the rank of Chunin. It is the quickest route for you to achieve that status. Once you become a Chunin, the rewards and resources for missions will far exceed those available to Genin." A thunderous roar echoed as lightning split the sky, intensifying the downpour that pounded against the surface of the umbrella. Tintin, Niji, and Lee fell into silence, allowing the sound of the rain to amplify around them. Might Guy spoke again. "The decision for Yuma not to participate in this Chunin exam was issued personally by the third Hokage. It is not something you can alter. Now, let us go. We shall be late if we linger any longer." With that, he turned on his heel, his boots splashing rhythmically as he advanced. Tintin could no longer hold back her tears. Memories of their first mission together flooded her mind. Yuma had bravely plunged into the water to rescue her. That solitary figure by the campfire. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she bowed her head and sobbed, filled with regret for her moment of hesitation. After all, Yuma had not wavered in that moment. "Teacher Might Guy, I still want to take the Chunin exam with Yuma," Tintin cried out, her voice breaking through the rain as she lifted her head, tears blurring her vision. She was unsure if Might Guy had already moved too far away to hear her plea. Perhaps the downpour had obscured her words. The sound of splashing footsteps drew nearer. Tintin felt a pair of warm hands resting gently upon her head. Looking up, she saw Might Guy's broad smile. "This is the essence of youth. You are indeed exceptional. Tintin, you have done wonderfully. I am proud of all of you." Meanwhile, Yuma ascended the stairs with a lively gait, humming a cheerful tune. In the old-fashioned apartment where he resided, the inhabitants were predominantly elderly. Yuma shook off the rainwater from his large umbrella as he rummaged through his pocket in search of his apartment keys. Just as he retrieved them, he heard the sound of footsteps echoing from the hallway, suggesting that more than one person was approaching. Frowning, he fixed his gaze intently at the entrance of the corridor. "Yo, Yuma!" Tian exclaimed cheerfully as she emerged from the hallway, waving at him from a distance. Following her were three individuals, Might Guy, Xiaoli, and Niji. "Wow, Yuma, long time no see." Xiaoli greeted him enthusiastically. Might Guy, entering for the first time, appeared somewhat awkward. "It's been ages, Yuma. You've rekindled my long-lost youth," he said, patting Yuma's shoulder. "Cut it out," Niji remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Tian, Teacher Guy, Xiaoli, Niji, what brings you all here?" Yuma queried, puzzled by their unexpected visit, especially with the Chunin exams approaching. "We want to participate in the Chunin exams with you," Tian declared boldly, mustering her courage. "Huh?" Yuma tilted his head, contemplating his plans for an extended slumber instead. Meanwhile, Saratobi Hiruzen, upon receiving news, sat at his desk, scrutinizing two reports while puffing on a pipe, his expression grave and furrowed. One document detailed the Umbu's observations of Yuma and Ali, while the other was a collective petition from Team 3 requesting the restoration of Yuma's eligibility for the Chunin exams. This petition bore the signatures and fingerprints of Tian, Niji, Xiaoli, and an unexpected letter of responsibility from Might Guy, all in order. "Lord Hokage, should we approve this?" An aide inquired, his expression equally troubled. The power of the Jinchuriki seemed to exceed the village's control, but it had not yet reached that extent. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of white smoke, his face resembling dry bark. Might Guy's mission report from the Land of Waves mentioned Yuma's ninjutsu and taijutsu. noting that his shuriken techniques surpassed those of the average ninja, somewhat akin to the Uchiha style. The aide appeared taken aback. How could he possess the Uchiha shuriken techniques? I'm not entirely sure, Hiruzen admitted, shaking his head. With a resigned sigh, Hiruzen closed his eyes, reflecting on the importance of sunshine, flowers, friendship, love, and belonging to the village as the finest means of nurturing power. He instructed the Umbu not to interfere excessively with Yuma and Naruto, and to ease some of the oversight on the Jinchuriki. Lord Hokage, wouldn't that be too dangerous? The strength of the Nine Tails is formidable, the aide cautioned. As long as one is human, they will have emotions, which can help in controlling the Jinchuriki. Yuma stifled a yawn, feeling weary. Teacher Guy, what is going on? He inquired, noticing Might Guy performing one-handed push-ups. Did Lord Hokage truly agree to let me participate in the Chunin exams? Yuma expressed disbelief at the sudden change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor. Yes, the Lord Hokage has given his consent. Really? Of course, it's the truth. Might Guy's eyes narrowed into crescent-shaped slits as he smiled. Hooray! Yuma, do not rejoice prematurely. Might Guy cast a sidelong glance at Yuma. What follows is your specialized training. As you have missed far too many sessions, the journey ahead may be arduous. Fear not, Teacher Guy. I am capable. I do not shy away from hardship. Let us commence without delay. In truth, he was reluctant about the training. Very well, you may go report to Teacher Kakashi. Might Guy coughed lightly. Teacher Guy. Are you jesting? Yuma was taken aback. Specialized training with Kakashi? Is the task being outsourced? Ahem. The only area where you are lacking is in ninjutsu. Might Guy rose and scratched his head. My ninjutsu pales in comparison to Kakashi's mastery. Chapter 19. Kakashi's special training as he watched Yoma depart. Might Guy stood rooted to the spot. The visage of the third Hokage flickered through his mind, standing by the window, pipe in hand, engaged in conversation. The initial purpose of the Jinchuriki was to safeguard the village. Might Guy pondered. Yoma's overwhelming power could prove to be a double-edged sword. Moreover, there was another matter. Jiraiya had returned to the village. It would be prudent to entrust Yoma and Naruto to Jiraiya's care. After hearing this, Might Guy nodded in agreement. I am destined to become Hokage, Naruto exclaimed, performing what he deemed ninjutsu, leaping about energetically. Yoma stood in stunned silence, while Uchiha Sasuke remained impassive. Sakura, feeling somewhat perplexed, rubbed her forehead. Kakashi insisted that Naruto demonstrate the results of his training to Yoma, leading to the rather awkward scene at the beginning. Naruto approached Yoma, raising an eyebrow. What do you think, Yoma? Am I cool? I suppose it's all right, Yoma replied. Now, why don't you run 500 laps around Konoha? Uchiha Sasuke could no longer bear it and turned to leave, knowing Kakashi was merely toying with him. Sakura smiled at Yoma before departing as well, followed by Naruto, who scampered after her, eager to escape Kakashi's company. Yoma had anticipated that Kakashi would impart ninjutsu to him, only to discover that he was instead training his physical prowess. It appeared he had been misled once again. Wait, Yoma, do you know the secret to becoming stronger? Kakashi suddenly inquired, his eyes narrowing. Yoma was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. Is it never giving up? He ventured cautiously. Incorrect. Utterly mistaken. Kakashi retorted, producing a green spandex suit from his pocket. What on earth? Isn't that the outfit belonging to Teacher Guy? Why do you have one? Yoma gulped as he gazed at the suit. Remember to wear this while you run. It's 300 laps, mind you. Kakashi smiled at him. Why won't you teach me ninjutsu, Teacher Kakashi? Yoma asked. I'm too lazy to teach. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Kakashi vanished in an instant. After completing 100 laps, Yoma could hardly endure any longer. He collapsed onto the ground, and Kakashi emerged from seemingly nowhere. Hey, don't even think about slacking off, Kakashi said, holding a novel, giving Yoma a gentle kick. Just like a donkey grinding at a mill, Yoma ultimately finished his 300 laps. Teacher Kakashi, I truly cannot go on. Yoma gasped, sitting down heavily. Good job. You've done well. Here, take this. Kakashi handed Yoma a scroll. This contains my insights on lightning release chakra. Yoma's face immediately brightened. However, as he regained his senses, he realized Kakashi had already departed. Lying on his back, Yoma cursed Kakashi for his irresponsibility. lamenting that he had only received insights on lightning release chakra without being taught any ninjutsu. Having realized the situation, I find myself yearning for Might Guy, for at least he imparts genuine knowledge. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaches. Yuma senses someone has stopped beside him and opens his eyes. As dusk descends, the streetlights flicker to life. Before him stands a girl with two blunt hairstyles, leaning forward with a frown, gazing curiously at Yuma. Startled, he straightens up, causing her to jump back in surprise. Ah, the corpse has come to life. How infuriating. I'm not dead, Yuma exclaims with indignation. Please refrain from uttering such ominous words. The twilight sky is painted a fiery red by the radiant glow of the setting sun, sprawling over the land of the leaves. Why are you wearing the same attire as Teacher Guy? She inquires, her tone filled with disdain. Neither he nor Niji dons such clothing. Kakashi insisted I wear it. It's so outdated. I'm aware of that. No need to elaborate. Yuma, exhausted, struggles to catch his breath with every word. He certainly recognizes the garishness of the outfit. Were it not for his envy of Kakashi's ninjutsu, he would never have donned such garments. Suddenly, a string of text materializes before him, instantly bringing a smile to Yuma's face. 1. Proclaim your burning youth before Tion Tion. Reward, lava release. 2. Confess to Tion Tion in person and gain her consent. Reward, 8 gates release. Yuma's breath becomes heavier. With a snap, he tightly grasps Tion Tion's hand. Hey, what are you doing, Yuma? You're not possessed by a ghost, are you? Tion Tion. Tion Tion is momentarily taken aback, rendered immobile by Yuma's grip. Don't go. Anxiety wells up within Yuma, fearing she might abandon him. Before him unfolds the prospect of the bloodline limit and 8 gates release. If attained, he could navigate the ninja world with ease, defeating Uchiha Madara and delivering powerful kicks to Otsutsuki. What a thrill that would be. You're hurting me, Yuma. Tion Tion protests, attempting to free herself from his grasp. I'm sorry, Tion Tion. Her words feel like a splash of cold water, instantly clarifying Yuma's thoughts. A hint of remorse flickers across his face as Tion Tion gently rubs her reddened hand. What has come over him? He seems so strange. The recognition of his place in her heart stirs within him. Despite having saved her before, Tion Tion dismisses this ludicrous notion from her mind. How could this be possible? Although misunderstandings had arisen previously, it shouldn't lead to such thoughts. You must wake up, Tion Tion. Her heart races as she gazes at the apologetic Yuma. His expression somewhat dazed. Please stop looking at me like that, she says, her cheeks flushing slightly. Oh, all right. Yuma struggles to stand, his body feeling as if it's collapsing. He smiles at Tion Tion. I just had a rigorous training session with Teacher Kakashi. Tion Tion cast a glance at Yuma's green bodysuit, unabashedly mocking. How ugly. Is Kakashi-sensei now akin to Guy-sensei? Who knows? They have always been inseparable. She continued. Guy-sensei seems to gravitate towards Kakashi-sensei every day. Indeed, every time Guy-sensei returns to the village, he seeks out Kakashi-sensei. Tion Tion concurred, sensing that in Guy-sensei's eyes, Kakashi-sensei held more significance than love itself. At their age, 2 single men still congregate daily, sometimes spending entire days without any apparent purpose. Thus, Yuma resolved to pursue the elusive Kekkei Genkai of dissolution. Tion Tion was truly a treasure to him. The last time, in his effort to save her, he acquired a ninja cat. Now, he was on the verge of obtaining a Kekkei Genkai, thanks to Tion Tion. A serious expression crossed Yuma's face, leaving Tion Tion perplexed. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? She furrowed her brow and touched her face, discovering nothing amiss. Chapter 20. Achieving solitude. I just saw you running laps, and then I noticed you collapsed on the ground. It must have looked quite amusing to you, right? There was a hint of awkwardness in Yuma's voice. However, it would be unfair to say so. Tion Tion shook her head, a serious expression gracing her features. I believe everyone has their own way of enduring. There is nothing inherently laughable or unamusing about it. Upon hearing her words, Yuma was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment igniting in his heart. He realized he had never truly understood Tion Tion, his perception of her still tethered to the realms of anime and manga. It must be said that Tion Tian's emotional intelligence far surpassed her years. Thank you, Tion Tion, Yuma said with a smile. Why are you speaking so earnestly all of a sudden? I find it somewhat unsettling. You make me feel a bit estranged. Please, just act normal. Tian inexplicably turned her head away, no longer meeting Yuma's gaze. Goodness, I was being so sincere. Yuma felt as though his heartfelt words had been swallowed by a dog. Had he known, he wouldn't have expressed his gratitude. All right. I accept your thanks, but please don't keep staring at me. Tian, feeling slightly embarrassed under Yuma's gaze, finally spoke again. Would you like to have some milk tea? Yuma suddenly suggested, believing that many girls have a penchant for it. I don't like it. Drinking too much makes me gain weight, Tian blurted out. In that case, never mind. Yuma shrugged, indicating it was of no consequence to him. Seeing his attitude, Tian feigned a stern expression, feeling that Yuma truly was oblivious to the atmosphere. Naturally, Yuma could tell that she was not genuinely upset. In truth, I have never tasted it. If you, Tian, are willing to treat me, I would be more than happy to oblige. Why must it be me who treats you? I remember the last time I saw you. You were eating barbecue with a little girl. She had seen Yuma on the street, accompanied by a girl with the same red hair as his. I felt sorry for that girl, so I invited her out for a barbecue. You wouldn't want to meddle in such matters, would you? Yuma scratched his head, puzzled as to why Tian was so concerned about this. All right, I'll treat you to milk tea, Yuma conceded. Fine, I'll accept your offer. Yuma was taken aback, feeling as though he had walked into a trap, suddenly unsure of how to continue the conversation. Let us finish the task options first. Ahem. Yuma cleared his throat and, with a playful grin, addressed Tian. Tian, watch closely. What should I be watching? Tian questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yuma proceeded to perform one-handed push-ups, imitating the classic moves of Might Guy. His body trembled involuntarily, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely. My youth is ablaze. How about it? Tian? Does this carry a hint of Teacher Kai's spirit? Observing Yuma's strained smile, she couldn't help but feel that this red-haired youth was indeed exceptional. Are you an idiot? Why have you suddenly started imitating Teacher Kai? It leaves me utterly speechless regarding Yuma. Exhausted, Yuma collapsed onto the ground, covered in dust, letting out a pained cry. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yuma sprang up, grinning foolishly at Tian, his eyes brimming with the hope of life. Are you all right? Why are you smiling so foolishly? Tian's face was etched with concern, perceiving Yuma as somewhat unhinged. I'm fine. I feel particularly joyful right now, Yuma replied with a smile, carelessly shaking his head. Come, let me take you for some milk tea. You said it yourself, so don't go back on your word. I am a person of my word. With that, the two of them entered the milk tea shop, a place fervently adored by many girls. The shop was bustling with a considerable queue at that moment. As Yuma, dressed in a tight green outfit, walked into the shop, all eyes turned towards him, eliciting a few smiles before quickly shifting away. Yuma remained entirely unconcerned, having endured far harsher insults in the past. What have you been busy with lately? Tian casually inquired while sipping her milk tea. What else could I be busy with? Just the same as everyone else, drowning in endless tasks. Oh right, soon. The two exited the shop, leisurely conversing as they strolled down the street, gradually enveloped by darkness. They each set off on their respective paths home, fortuitously. Yuma's residence was not far from the shinobi tool shop, allowing them to walk together for a while. Konoha Street was brightly illuminated, radiating a sense of tranquility. For Yuma, acquiring the ability of dissolution was undoubtedly a significant boon. It was now known that Orochimaru would launch the Konoha collapse plan during the upcoming Nin exam, along with placing a cursed seal on Sasuke, leading to the death of the third Hokage, the demise of Moonlight Gale, and the destruction of Konoha. The story truly began with the third Hokage. Tian rambled on intermittently, discussing trivial matters, while Yuma occasionally responded, his mind preoccupied with the intricacies of the Nin exam. You needn't be anxious. Perhaps you'll be allocated to my group along with Niji and Lee. As long as you don't encounter that Uchiha heir, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Dressed in a brown short-sleeve shirt, Tian continually sought to soothe Yuma's anxieties. You know, Tian, you can be quite gentle. Yuma remarked suddenly. I have always been a gentle person, Tian pouted in dissatisfaction. You truly excel at considering others, Yuma said sincerely, scratching his head. His previous impression of her had been that of a carefree individual, not realizing she was so empathetic. What do you mean, not realizing? Tian complained, somewhat displeased. After all, we are comrades from the same village. Isn't mutual assistance a given? Well, that is undeniably true, Yuma smiled, choosing to say no more. As he strolled past a street corner, Yuma waved goodbye to his friend, exchanging pleasantries with a cheerful farewell. Goodbye, and may you have sweet dreams. You too, came the reply. Upon returning home, Yuma reclined on the sofa, utterly drained of energy. Recently, the surveillance from the Dark Faction's ninjas had diminished significantly, as if he had finally been liberated from his restraints, allowing him a fleeting sense of freedom. Unlike other villages that incessantly sought to harness the potential of their Jinchuriki, Konoha appeared to consciously restrict the growth of their powers. Yuma speculated that this might be due to the current lack of formidable individuals capable of suppressing the Nine Tails within the higher echelons of Konoha. Should a Jinchuriki spiral out of control, the devastation wrought upon the village would be incalculable. In contrast to wielding the power of the Nine Tails, it was evident that they favored containment. Perhaps this inclination stemmed from the debt owed by Konoha's leadership to the Minato and Kushina couple. Nonetheless, such decisions were beyond the purview of a mere lower-ranking ninja like him. Chapter 21. A dialogue with the Nine Tails. Yuma slowly closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself enveloped in a dark, damp space. A pair of crimson eyes opened, fixated on him. The immense presence of the Nine Tails bore down heavily upon him, its 9 colossal tails swaying behind it. Yuma stood upon the water's surface, causing ripples to emanate outward. The dim light enveloped the entire ceiling space. Little ghost, why have you returned? The Nine-Tail's skin was considerably darker than that of its counterpart, the young Nine-Tails, and its temperament was even more volatile. Although it still harbored some animosity towards Yuma, since gaining the Nine-Tail's favor, they could at least exchange a few words. Yuma gazed at it for a while in silence, making the Nine-Tails feel a shiver creep up its spine. What do you truly desire? The Nine-Tails' tone was tinged with exasperation. Speak your mind. Do not squander time. I seek freedom, Yuma replied, nodding slightly. Freedom? The Nine-Tails paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yuma remained quiet, watching it laugh. You are far freer than I. Are you not satisfied? How would you fare in this lightless prison? Nine-Tails, do you still not grasp my intent? I can release you, but only if I remain alive. Yuma fixed his gaze firmly on the creature. Are you jesting? You would release me? A flicker of fear and disbelief crossed the Nine-Tails' eyes as it scrutinized Yuma, trying to discern his true intentions. Your power is immense. Even if divided, it remains formidable. Konohagakure requires your strength, yet I care little for that. I desire only freedom, to live the life I envision. The moment I became a Jinchuriki, my fate was bound, not just yours. Our destinies are no longer in our control. As Yuma's fervor grew, the crimson hue in his eyes intensified. Even the Nine-Tails could sense his madness. Then let us simply destroy Konohagakure. The Nine-Tails, influenced by his fervor, revealed its ferocity. Damn that village. It has imprisoned me for 100 years. Little ghost, shall we obliterate this village entirely? The Nine-Tails presumed Yuma would concur with its suggestion, as his words had already surpassed its own. Let us not. Yuma shook his head in outright refusal. Are you mocking me? Do you not detest this village? Not particularly. Yuma felt no sense of belonging to Konohagakure. His feelings were more of dissatisfaction than hatred. As long as he remained a Jinchuriki, freedom would forever elude him. I seek freedom, yet I refuse to be a slave to that freedom, Yuma asserted, expressing his innermost thoughts to the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails was taken aback, rendered speechless. One cannot help but perceive humanity as a collection of insincere beings. Young one, do you not yearn for strength and power? The Nine-Tails continued to attempt to seduce Yoma. Your power is far too feeble for my liking, Yoma stated candidly. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? This was the first time the Nine-Tails had encountered such a laughable jest. Would you care to reflect on your own words? The combined might of all the tailed beasts in the ninja realm would not suffice to challenge me alone. You dare to call me weak? How utterly amusing. Yoma interrupted the Nine-Tails' rambling. Let me ask you a question. Do you wish to escape? I dream of nothing but freedom. Of course I desire it. Very well, you have spoken. Remember your words. As Yoma opened his eyes once more, The surroundings transformed into the familiar visage of a living room. This young one is becoming increasingly intriguing, the Ninetales mused as he reclined and closed his eyes. I shall await the unfolding of events. The following morning, Yoma arrived at the Ninja Academy. After a while, the other classes began to trickle in. Among the members of Team 7, only Naruto appeared spirited. The other two looked utterly listless. The Ino Shikicho trio seemed equally devoid of energy. Yoma happened to glance at Hinata, who, blushing, lowered her gaze. Ino caught sight of Yoma, and their eyes met momentarily. He approached the Ino Shikicho trio to engage in conversation. Sakura observed this interaction with growing curiosity. What had transpired during their time apart that had fostered such camaraderie between Naruto and Ino? Sasuke, however, seemed disinterested in such trivial matters, choosing instead to stand in silence, eyes closed in contemplation. Naruto, too, looked on with intrigue as Yoma conversed with them. Didn't I hear you were disqualified from the exam? How come you're here now? Shikamaru inquired with a curious gaze directed at Yoma. Is that so? I never truly intended to advance to Chunin, Yoma shrugged nonchalantly. Could you perhaps muster a bit of enthusiasm? Avoid such disheartening remarks, Ino retorted. I've only just become a genin. I never expected to ascend to Chunin so swiftly, Yoma replied honestly. Chunin missions are far more troublesome, are they not? Ino sighed in exasperation, rendered speechless. Shikamaru, however, nodded in agreement with Yoma's sentiments. Troublesome matters are the most detestable. As the examination commenced, the first segment was a written test. Yoma sat beside Hinata, stifling yawns as he glanced at the paper before him. The questions consisted of fundamental ninja knowledge, including aspects of the ninja treatise. To tackle them would require a mix of educated guesses and sheer luck. Yet, Yoma made no attempt to write, resting his head on the desk as he closed his eyes. Ultimately, the contents of the test held little significance to him. The chief examiner is certainly going to devise an assessment centered around the will of fire, testing the candidates' trust in their comrades. Who could possibly be so easily swayed by such a trivial notion as the will of fire to the point of shedding tears? As the examination concluded, I found myself with nothing but a blank sheet of paper. Yet, I successfully advanced through the first round of the Chunin exam. The principle behind the written test is quite straightforward, encapsulated in a mere 6 words. Never abandon, never give up. Having done nothing at all, I effortlessly progressed into the second round of the examination. Suddenly, Kurosaki Akane burst onto the scene of the written test, clad in a windbreaker lined with fishnet, radiating an aura of youthful exuberance. You lot, it's just the first exam. What is there to celebrate? 20 minutes later, the second examination would commence at the designated location, practice field number 44. With that, she vanished in a puff of smoke. A chorus of resigned sighs echoed among the candidates, who reluctantly began to make their way toward practice field number 44. Hinata, let's go, called Inuzuka Kiba, who was sporting a dog atop his head, as he shouted from a distance. Okay, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at me and whispered, Yoma-kun. I'll head off first. All right, see you, Hinata. I waved back. Yoma, hurry up, Naruto urged from the entrance. Coming. Chapter 22. The Nin exam commences. The forest of death lay shrouded beneath the canopy of enormous trees. Waima sensed the piercing gaze of Yakushi Kabuto from the distance, his attention fixated upon this very spot, more specifically, upon Sasuke. This scrutiny was likely attributable to Orochimaru's influence, who seemingly had plans to ensnare Sasuke. Be cautious of that bespectacled fellow. He seems rather suspicious, Waima declared, directing his finger towards Kabuto's position and deliberately raising his voice to draw the attention of those around him. Haven T. The Umbu ninjas thoroughly investigated the candidates. They appear to be a bunch of idlers. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze towards Waima, making him and his companions the center of attention. What nonsense are you spouting? Speak more quietly. Sakura chastised him, delivering a sharp jab to his side. She regretted her association with him, bewildered by his choice of words. Hey, I'm not just babbling. I have my suspicions, Waima retorted in a lowered tone, pulling Sasuke and Naruto closer as he began to articulate his thoughts. We must be wary of the Sound Village ninjas. They are formidable. There is something off about them. He gestured subtly towards the group of Sound ninjas, though Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto remained puzzled by his insinuation. Just as they were about to inquire further, the proctor, Mitarashi Anko, approached, interrupting their conversation. Hey, candidates are prohibited from disrupting the exam environment. She admonished Waima, her authoritative stance looming over him. This is your first warning, kid. She then surveyed the assembled candidates and continued. Those who have not collected their scrolls, step forward to receive them. The rules of this exam dictate that the team obtaining both the Heaven and Earth scrolls must reach the central tower of the Forest of Death within 5 days to pass. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. Should any team member perish or become incapacitated, the team will also be deemed unsuccessful. No one is permitted to open their scrolls prematurely, understood? Come and collect your scrolls. Time is of the essence. Move quickly. With Anko's urging, the candidates shifted their focus away from Waima, disregarding his words. Waima cast one last glance in Kabuto's direction before following suit to obtain his scroll. The massive iron gate of the 44th training ground creaked open, allowing the candidates to enter in an orderly fashion, each team instinctively choosing different paths. Some, however, trailed behind the team they had been observing for some time. After walking for a considerable distance, Waima and his 3 companions, sensing no one following them, concealed themselves within a thicket, effectively shrouding their presence. It was then that they commenced a discussion regarding the most pressing issue at hand. Who will hold the scroll? Should we divide it equally? Among the 26 teams, half possessed the Heaven Scroll, while the other half held the Earth Scroll. The victorious team must collect a complete set of both scrolls. And so, under the condition that the team remains unscathed with no fatalities, they must endure until the 5th day. Consequently, the matter of who shall safeguard the scroll becomes paramount. An ill-fated decision could spell doom for the entire squad. Perhaps it should be you, Sakura, Naruto suggested, believing her to be meticulous in her endeavors. Me? But what if I lose it? Sakura responded, clearly flustered by the unexpected proposition. She felt ill-equipped for such a responsibility. Neither Yuma nor Sasuke expressed any immediate dissent towards Naruto's suggestion. Sasuke furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Do not feel burdened. If it becomes too much, you may relinquish the scroll, Yuma reassured, echoing Naruto's sentiments. Naruto, Sasuke, and I possess means of self-preservation. Holding the scroll also provides a layer of security. It is merely an examination. There is no need to wager your life. But my abilities are not on par with yours. Sakura continued to resist, unwilling to shoulder this weighty task. Yuma shook his head and continued. This time in the CH9 exam feels somewhat amiss. It is prudent to act with caution. If we encounter adversaries, we can always discard the scroll and flee. After all, survival is paramount. Sasuke, discerning the underlying implication in Yuma's words, asked in confusion, are you suggesting we act independently? What? Naruto was taken aback, as this deviated from his expectations. They had just signed a waiver outside the examination venue, which signified that should they perish within the forest of Konoha, no one would intervene. Now, Yuma proposed to venture alone. Indeed, you are correct, Yuma replied solemnly, his intentions shrouded in his own thoughts. I must attend to certain matters. Please wait for me here. Naruto, anxious about Yuma's potential peril, exclaimed, what are you joking about? Surely, it is more expedient for all 4 of us to act together than for you to go alone. He could not comprehend why Yuma would suddenly wish to part from the group. Yuma smiled, patting Naruto's shoulder, acknowledging his concerns. I assure you I will return before nightfall. Having too many individuals may hinder rather than help. Do not fret over my safety. Hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, grasping Yuma's intent to go solo, while Naruto remained reluctant. Are you planning to seize the scroll by yourself? Sasuke, who had been previously silent, articulated the unspoken thought, deducing Yuma's plan. The revelation left Naruto and Sakura astonished, both regarding him as reckless for daring to undertake such a venture alone. Before entering the examination, you warned us to be wary of the Sound Ninja. So, you had your sights set on them all along? Sasuke, the sole voice of reason among Team 7, continued his analysis, leaving Yuma somewhat taken aback by his astute deduction. Truly, he was worthy of the moniker the Clever One. Although his intelligence may not rival that of his brother, it is certainly superior to Naruto's. He cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat foolish Naruto. The Sound Ninja? Upon realizing this, Sakura's expression grew tinged with concern. You rascal, Yuma. Naruto was equally perplexed by his reckless behavior. I'll explain everything when I return, Yuma declared, leaping away with determination. His circumstances were rather unique, as the third Hokage had assigned him to Team 7. Once separated from Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, Yuma's demeanor shifted to one of steely resolve. He began to contemplate strategies for efficiently seizing other scrolls. The lingering threat posed by the Sound Ninjas could not be ignored. Leaving them unchecked would undoubtedly lead to further complications. They would inevitably seek to eliminate Sasuke, rather than waiting for trouble to find them. It was wiser to take preemptive action. Resolving these troublesome matters swiftly would allow for a more peaceful few days ahead. Moreover, it presented an opportunity to test his newly acquired lava release technique. He had yet to utilize his Flying Thunder God technique, and he was uncertain if it would function like Minato's. Chapter 23, The Emergence of Orochimaru. What was that sound? Before Yoma could take more than 2 steps, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Alarmed, he immediately turned back. What he beheld was a scene of classic horror. The long-necked Orochimaru had sunk his fangs into Sasuke's neck, marking him with a cursed seal. Sasuke, in agony, clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground. Sakura and Naruto lay helplessly on the ground beside him. Orochimaru, sensing Yoma's presence, swiftly withdrew his fangs. Yoma, be careful, Naruto warned upon seeing Yoma return, fearing he might fall victim to the same fate as Sasuke. Yoma recognized that the figure before him was not a mere candidate, but Orochimaru himself, one of the legendary Sannin. What? This is impossible. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke all believed Yoma was jesting. Orochimaru, realizing he had been unmasked, regarded Yoma with a bemused expression, flicking his tongue like a serpent. I must say, you bear a striking resemblance to someone. It brings back memories. Silence. You are unworthy to mention her. Yoma knew the words Orochimaru was about to utter and swiftly hurled 2 shuriken. The Orochimaru before him was but a shadow of his former self, diminished to less than 1/10 of his peak power. As expected, he evaded 1 shuriken, but was struck by the other, embedding itself in his shoulder. Rather than expressing anger at Yoma's ambush, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and smiled. You have piqued my interest, Yoma-kun. I believe we shall meet again. With that, Orochimaru departed rapidly. Yoma watched the villain's retreating figure until he could no longer sense his presence, finally allowing himself to relax as he hurried to Naruto and the others. Are you all right? Yoma approached and checked Naruto's condition, relieved to find him relatively unscathed. As for Sasuke, Yoma was not overly concerned. Orochimaru valued Sasuke's body even more than his own. Don't worry about me. Sasuke and Sakura are severely injured, Naruto replied, his physical resilience rivaling that of Yoma, perhaps even surpassing it, possibly due to his reincarnation of Indra. Understood. Yoma first moved to Sakura's side, assessing her injuries. After a moment, he found she was also relatively fine before finally making his way to Sasuke. At this point, Sasuke had fallen into a deep unconsciousness, repeatedly whispering the name Itachi Uchiha. Upon examining his neck, Yoma confirmed the presence of the black curse seal. He concluded that while Sasuke was not in immediate danger, he had simply succumbed to unconsciousness. Gently, Yoma placed Sasuke against a sturdy tree and turned to lift both Naruto and Sakura, arranging all 3 of them safely under the tree's shelter. If you hadn't arrived in time, we might have. Sakura's expression reflected a sense of relief, as she could hardly fathom what might have transpired had Yoma not intervened. She mistakenly believed Orochimaru intended to kill Sasuke, entirely unaware of the true circumstances. Yoma refrained from revealing the reality to her, wishing to spare her from unnecessary worry. Feeling hungry? Do you have any food on you? I seem to have misplaced my provisions earlier. Naruto scratched his head, casting an awkward glance at Yuma and Sakura. Yuma patted his waist pouch, shaking his head to indicate he had none. Sakura mirrored his gesture, signifying that her food had also been lost, presumably during the earlier skirmish. Naruto's stomach let out a loud growl, creating an uncomfortable silence. Sakura's stomach echoed a similar sound, prompting her to lower her gaze. I recall there is a river not far ahead. Allow me to take you there. Yuma had initially intended to continue along the river, but the sounds of screams from behind compelled him to turn back. What do we need to go to the river for? Naruto tilted his head, puzzled by Yuma's suggestion. There are fish in the river. I shall catch some for you to eat. Naruto regarded Yuma with skepticism, doubtful of his claim. Just trust me, once we arrive. You will understand. Sakura, sensing Yuma's determination, agreed without hesitation, and soon Naruto followed suit. Are you both able to stand and move? Sakura could manage, albeit with difficulty. But Naruto found his limbs unresponsive. After several unsuccessful attempts, he resigned. I will carry Naruto. Sakura, you can carry Sasuke. Upon hearing Yuma's plan, Sakura nodded in agreement. Let us be off. Lingering here for too long is not advisable. We can take the opportunity to rest along the way. After a brief trek of about 10 minutes, they reached the riverbank. They first splashed some water on their faces to refresh themselves. Then, Yuma produced a shuriken, aiming at the fish on the riverbed. Can he really do it? Will he succeed? Both Naruto and Sakura watched Yuma with eager anticipation. Don't just stand there. Lend a hand. Having regained some strength, Naruto was now able to move. Yuma directed Naruto and Sakura to gather some firewood while he focused on fishing. Afterward, as Naruto and Sakura returned with the wood, Naruto questioned, Do you really think Yuma can catch any fish? I find that fellow's words rather untrustworthy. The river's current is quite swift, making it impossible to see any fish. Who knows? We can only place our faith in him now. Let us hurry. Night is approaching, and we must regroup. All right. As twilight descended, the moonlight was filtered through the dense foliage. By the campfire, several fish sizzled on a spit. Yuma handed the grilled fish to Naruto and Sakura. Give it a try. See if it's cooked through. Without hesitation, Naruto snatched a fish and devoured it eagerly. His eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. It's delicious, crispy on the outside and tender within. Sakura, having gone all day without food, accepted a fish from Yuma and, after a bite, praised his grilling skills. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained unconscious, though his breathing was steady. Aside from the occasional unsettling nightmares, everything is quite normal. It can only be said that the psychological trauma inflicted by Uchiha Itachi runs profoundly deep. After satisfying their hunger and taking a moment to recuperate, the group began to deliberate on their next course of action. Their precious Heaven Scroll has been stolen. Now, they must defeat 2 teams to have any chance of advancing. Do not fret. It will be resolved in due time, Yuma reassured the 2 opponents. Do you have a plan? He inquired. Indeed. I have uncovered the movement patterns of a pair of grass shinobi. We could seize their scroll. Sakura and Naruto were momentarily taken aback. Is this plan truly feasible? Sakura questioned, her skepticism evident. The duo of grass shinobi is not far from us. They undoubtedly possess the scroll we seek. Let us act swiftly before they can react. Naruto declared, without a second thought, agreeing to Yuma's suggestion. Sakura chose to remain behind to guard Sasuke. Thus, Yuma and Naruto resolved to make their move the following day. Chapter 24. The Sound Ninja Trio Who Goes There? A gaunt ninja from the grass village cast a wary glance at his companions. There are 2 of them nearby. Be cautious. Are you serious? This isn't the time for jokes. At such a moment, who would jest? I speak earnestly. In the next instant, silence enveloped him. His comrades had fallen to the ground, their fate unknown. This is bad. The grass ninja brandished a kunai, his forehead beating with cold sweat. Hand over your scroll. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, the grass ninja's pupils constricted. He swiftly leapt back, creating distance between himself and the unseen threat. You're mistaken. I will not surrender the scroll to you. The grass ninja nervously surveyed his surroundings. The stillness was unnerving, devoid of any human presence. I already warned you not to waste time. Just take him down, Yuma. A boy with tousled yellow hair descended from the trees, standing before him. The Jinchuriki from the Leaf Village. The grass ninja immediately recognized the intruder's identity. And I am here too. Another figure, a red-haired youth, jumped down from the branches. I would rather die than part with the scroll. The grass ninja began to form hand seals rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was interrupted. 3 shuriken was toward him, forcing him to evade. What remarkable throwing techniques! The grass ninja realized that the red-haired boy's shuriken skills far surpassed his own. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat. If you simply hand over the scroll, we assure you we won't harm you, Naruto interjected, playing the role of the persuader. I will count to 3. If you don't comply, I shall end you, Yuma asserted, taking on the role of the enforcer. When I'll do it. The grass ninja, terrified that the red-haired boy might indeed kill him, hastily threw down 2 scrolls and fled. Naruto dashed forward to retrieve the scrolls. Ah, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. We've gathered them so swiftly, there is no need to search for other teams. Naruto exclaimed, displaying the scrolls to Yuma. Let us move on, we can discuss this later. The two hurriedly departed, racing back to their previous position. Suddenly, Yuma halted, blocking Naruto's path, and pointed ahead. What's wrong? There are people nearby, Yuma replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately held his breath. The pair cautiously advanced in a stealthy manner. Parting the leaves, they spotted 3 ninjas not far off, 2 men and a woman. Yuma recognized the Sound Ninja trio, Tsu, Sak, and the female ninja, Kin. Shall we confront them? Naruto whispered. Yuma simply shook his head, pulling Naruto away. Why not teach those 3 a lesson? They are subordinates of Orochimaru. He may be in their vicinity. At the mention of Orochimaru, Naruto's face turned ashen, as memories of the sinister attacks he had endured at his hands flooded back. Suddenly, Yuma pushed Naruto aside, causing him to fall heavily to the ground, bewildered by Yuma's actions and on the verge of voicing his complaints. However, the scene that unfolded before him left him astounded. 3 Sound Ninjas had discovered Yuma and Naruto, launching a shuriken that struck the very spot where they had previously stood. Had Yuma not intervened in time, Naruto would have been struck. To think you actually found us. This little brat has some skills, remarked Sakura, stepping out from behind a tree, flanked by 2 other Sound Ninjas. You take the scroll and quickly rendezvous with Sakura, he instructed. But what about you? Naruto inquired. Clutching 2 scrolls, the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, against his chest. Don't worry about me. I can handle myself. Just hurry back, Yuma urged, biting his lip. Naruto ultimately nodded and sprinted away. I'll find support, Yuma. Sakura intended to intervene and stop Naruto, but Yuma held her back. It was his first time employing the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing before Sakura. Impossible. Your speed cannot be this fast. The female ninja, Kin, exclaimed in terror, astonished by Yuma's remarkable swiftness. Stop wasting time. Let us attack him together, Tosu exclaimed, forming hand seals rapidly. Yet, Yuma's speed outmatched theirs. Liquid release, corrosive substance technique. A highly corrosive liquid spewed forth from Yuma's mouth, altering the terrain instantaneously. Trees that came into contact with the liquid hissed and emitted smoke, shrouded in a thick white mist. Bloodline limit. The 3 adversaries quickly recognized that this was no ordinary ninjutsu. 1. Defeat the Sound Ninja trio. Reward, fire release, great fireball technique. 2. Let the Sound Ninja trio escape. Reward, wind release, gale palm. Upon seeing the text, Yuma made a swift decision. Motivated solely by the allure of the prestigious Great Fireball technique, he activated the 2nd phase of the Flying Thunder God, teleporting behind the Sound Ninjas and unleashing the corrosive substance technique once more. The corrosive liquid pierced through Sakura's chest. Sakura's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Sakura. Tosu, unhesitatingly, unleashed his ninjutsu, sending waves of sound towards Yuma and Sakura's position. The sound waves created visible ripples in the air. Yuma adeptly dodged the attack using the Flying Thunder God technique. Poor Sakura, who had already perished, was mercilessly assaulted again by his teammate, leaving him truly unable to rest in peace, his body twitching uncontrollably. Seeing that the sound wave had missed its target, Tosu gritted his teeth, preparing to continue his assault on Yuma. Just then, Yuma threw a barrage of shuriken towards him. The shuriken flew swiftly, but being a seasoned ninja, Tosu evaded the attack with remarkable speed. The shuriken clattered to the ground with a series of sharp thuds. Just as Tosu believed he was safe, an unforeseen event transpired. Behind you, the female Sound Ninja, Jean, standing nearby, intended to intervene, but it was too late. Each shuriken was entwined with nearly invisible threads. The shurikens swiftly converged upon Yuma. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. His speed could not match that of the flying shurikens. In the next instant, several puncturing sounds echoed as Tos was perforated like a hedgehog, his back pierced by numerous shurikens. Blood flowed incessantly from the gaping wounds on his back. You are the last one left, Yoma said, turning his gaze towards the trembling figure of the female ninja, Jean. Who are you, really? Jean quivered in place. Why should a dying person concern themselves with such matters? Your Lord Orochimaru's plan has already been uncovered. Impossible, Jean exclaimed, bewildered by how this red-haired youth had come to know of their scheme. Then allow me to send you on your way. Following this, a chorus of anguished screams resonated through the forest of death. Fire style, great fireball technique acquired. Chapter 25, The Gaze of Many. You've finally returned, Yuma. Are you unscathed? Naruto hurriedly approached, inquiring about Yuma's well-being. I am fine. Where are the scrolls? Yuma asked upon noticing the absence of the two scrolls from Naruto's embrace. I have them right here. Sakura raised her hands, each holding one of the scrolls. I didn't expect the two of you to actually retrieve the scrolls, she mused. Initially skeptical when Naruto returned alone. However, the sight of the scrolls in his possession dispelled her doubts. Yet, Yuma's prolonged absence had stirred a hint of worry within her. Now that everyone had gathered once more, Yuma glanced at Sasuke in the distance, still unconscious. And Sasuke? Has there been no improvement? He's the same as before, although he has been talking in his sleep less frequently. His forehead isn't as hot as it was initially. Sakura explained as she stepped forward. Then we shall wait until Sasuke awakens before proceeding, Yuma concluded. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shattered the air. The Sand siblings halted, turning their gaze towards the source of the cry. Should we investigate? Kankuro asked, looking up at Temari. Temari hesitated, about to respond when Gaara interrupted. Do not approach. There is the chakra of the Nine Tails. If you wish to court death, then go ahead, but do not involve me. Gaara's expression revealed a hint of caution as he gazed into the distance. Such potent chakra. If I were to confront it, I would not be certain of my chances. Upon hearing Gaara's words, Kankuro felt a twinge of embarrassment. Let us focus on our mission for now and set aside other matters, Temari decisively stated. Gaara coldly huffed and turned away, leading the way. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, sighed, and followed after him. Gaara's demeanor often placed Temari in a challenging position. The following morning, Yuma awoke early to find Sasuke, who had been unconscious the day before, now weakly propped against a tree stump, having opened his eyes unbeknownst to him. I thought you would sleep for another 2 or 3 days before waking, Yuma remarked, tossing a bundle before Sasuke. This is the food I pilfered from the Sound Ninja yesterday. Eat something to ease your stomach, otherwise, you may find it difficult when we move. Sasuke caught the thrown package and nodded in gratitude, his expression remaining indifferent. It was rare for the brooding Uchiha to forego his usual arrogance. Perhaps that trait was reserved solely for Naruto. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Naruto, still asleep beside him, shaking his head in resignation. At this moment, Naruto hardly resembled a ninja, as drool dripped continuously onto the ground. Hearing the voices of the two, Sakura finally roused herself, her eyes widening upon seeing Sasuke awake. Sasuke-kun, are you all right? Do you still have a fever? She nudged the still sleeping Naruto. Wake up, Naruto. Sasuke-kun has awakened. Sasuke disregarded Sakura's inquiry and shifted his gaze towards the drowsy Naruto, who was rubbing his eyes. I'm all right. How long was I unconscious? Sasuke felt his limbs were weak, and speaking required considerable effort. You were out for a good 2 to 3 days. Naruto interjected, glancing at Sasuke with a discontented pout. I understand that camaraderie runs deep among you all, but this is not the time for idle chatter. We should not linger here. Let us consume some rations and set off. Yuma interrupted the two who were on the verge of a quarrel. The 4 of them had been in one location for an extended period, which was a significant taboo according to ninja regulations. Subsequently, the 4 began to silently eat their provisions. After a brief respite, Yuma glanced at the 2 scrolls guarded by Sakura. Let us head directly to the tower. If we allow others to seize the initiative, they may ambush us there. The suggestion was unanimously approved by the 3 others, and they swiftly made their way towards the tower. They still had a considerable distance to cover, but fortunately, they encountered no other teams along the way and arrived at the tower safely. Upon reaching the tower, they encountered the Inoshikacho trio. Oh, I didn't expect you to be the second ones to arrive, Shikamaru expressed, somewhat surprised, as he regarded the 4 newcomers. Yuma was equally astonished. He had assumed that he and Team 7 would be the first to arrive, only to find that Inoshikacho had beaten them there. Truly, the traditional trio of Konoha was formidable. With Shikamaru's strategy, Ino's interrogation skills, and Niji's offensive prowess, they formed an exceptionally capable team. Once targeted by Inoshi Kacho, escape was nearly impossible. "Are you all right, Yuma?" Ino, noticing Yuma's disheveled appearance, approached him with concern. Her words drew the attention of everyone present. Sakura had anticipated that she would be the first to inquire about Sasuke, but it was Yuma who garnered Ino's concern. Shikamaru exhibited a subtly intriguing expression. Sasuke remained indifferent to the situation, while Choji and Naruto assumed that the two shared a close bond and thought little of it. "I'm fine," Yuma replied just as Team 3 arrived. Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten made their entrance. Niji's gaze locked onto Sasuke at first sight, and their eyes met with a spark. Tenten immediately noticed the red-haired Yuma and waved happily at him. "I didn't expect Lord Hokage to assign you to Naruto's team. You look quite disheveled. Are you all right?" Tenten approached, disregarding the attention of the others, and carefully inspected Yuma from head to toe. Seeing that he was not missing any limbs, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her intimate gesture elicited a sense of unease in both Sakura and Ino. As women, they sensed Tenten's unusual feelings towards Yuma. Even Sasuke couldn't help but cast a curious glance in Yuma's direction, intrigued. Beside him, Shikamaru squinted, stroking his chin in wonder. Even Naruto, who typically lacked sensitivity, sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Seeing this scene, Choji hastened to munch on his chips, his eyes crinkling into crescents of delight. Yuma felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck as the gazes of those around him bore down intently. "Shall we perhaps head inside first?" he suggested. But scarcely had he spoken when another incident occurred. The members of Team 8 arrived. Yoma-kun, Hinata, overly concerned for him, momentarily forgot the presence of others nearby. The moment her words escaped her lips, every gaze turned toward Hinata Hyuga. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her head. Only Yoma felt as though ants were crawling all over him. Niji Hyuga first cast a glance at Hinata, then another at Yoma. As Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino approached, they too sensed the awkwardness in the air. "Come on, everyone, please don't look at me like that." Chapter 26. The Wrath of Kushina Izumaki against Minato Namikaze. Within the central tower training ground, an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling marketplace prevailed. Each individual recounted their experiences, with only a meager number, merely a dozen, having successfully passed the assessment. The majority of teams had been vanquished by Gaara and his comrades. The formidable team of the 12 Konoha Genin, along with the trio of Yuma, Gaara, and others, totaled 16 individuals, perfectly divisible into 8 pairs. What lay ahead was no longer a team battle, but rather a contest of individual prowess. Approximately half an hour later, the third Hokage made his entrance, flanked by a cadre of elite J-nin who scrutinized the 16 contestants from the observation platform. As the third Hokage spoke, the crowd gradually fell into silence, hanging on his every word. Once he concluded, the swift figure of Yugikaze emerged, clearing his throat to command attention. He announced that anyone wishing to forfeit could step forward, as the forthcoming challenges would be exceedingly arduous. Those who feared pain or death were encouraged to withdraw immediately. Upon hearing this, a wave of unrest rippled through the assembly. Who would willingly abandon such a hard-earned opportunity? After all, the arduous journey to this third examination would not be in vain. Suddenly, a series of words materialized before Yuma. 1. Choose to forfeit. Reward. An opportunity to meet the Namikaze couple. 2. Continue the competition. Reward. Lightning release. Kirin. Upon glimpsing the first reward, Yuma felt his heart momentarily skip a beat. How could this be possible? His pupils dilated in disbelief. The people he had yearned to meet were poised to appear before him. A torrent of words surged within him, clamoring for expression. "I forfeit this examination," Yuma declared, raising his hand with conviction. His proclamation plunged the venue into an eerie silence, as all eyes turned toward his elevated hand. "Yuma, what just is this at such a critical moment?" Naruto exclaimed, bewildered by his friend's decision. "Why would you relinquish such a precious chance?" Sakura echoed his sentiments, her anxiety palpable. "Has he lost his mind?" Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Yuma, his hand instinctively clutching his throat, an expression of pain etched across his features. He had anticipated a duel with Yuma, only to see that opportunity slip away. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded Yuma with a deep, contemplative gaze, perplexed by the suddenness of his choice. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your decision?" His tone was inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. Upon Yuma's nod of affirmation, the third Hokage proceeded without hesitation. "Very well, your participation is hereby rescinded." This unexpected turn of events left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. The third Hokage had not denied Yuma's request, intensifying the collective confusion. "Why would you not continue?" Neji called out, halting Yuma as he made his way toward the spectators' platform. He had longed for the chance to face Yuma in combat, having witnessed the latter's formidable prowess. At this moment, a twinge of desolation inevitably crept into his heart. On a whim, he decided to withdraw from the competition. Yuma shrugged and made his way to the viewing platform, truly a capricious fellow. Upon hearing his words, Shikamaru curled his lip. He, too, had little desire to participate in this Chunin exam, finding it particularly bothersome. However, the thought of forfeiting the match filled him with dread, for he would surely face his mother's wrath upon returning home. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Yuma chose a seat and subsequently closed his eyes. The voice of the third Hokage announcing the commencement of the match resonated in his ears. As Yuma reopened his eyes, he found himself in the ceiling space, where two figures appeared before him. The dark Nine-Tails widened its eyes in astonishment upon seeing them. Even the light Nine-Tails, residing within Naruto's ceiling space, could not resist opening its eyes, sensing the chakra of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. "Long time no see, Nine-Tails," Minato greeted with his signature smile, addressing the dark Nine-Tails behind Yuma. "Humph, this must be the doing of that little brat. I'm going to sleep now. Do not disturb me," the dark Nine-Tails said, ignoring Minato and choosing to lie down with its eyes closed, feeling a wave of annoyance at the sight of Minato, especially with the red-haired woman beside him. "I am so delighted to see you again, my son," Kushina Uzumaki said, gazing at the red-haired youth before her. The boy's features mirrored her own from her childhood. The term "my son" left Yuma momentarily speechless. The person he had yearned for was now right in front of him, yet he felt compelled to retreat. He could not help but step back a few paces. Noticing Yuma's fearful retreat, Kushina glanced at her husband. Minato, with a resigned expression, stepped forward. "Long time no see, Yuma." Yuma disregarded Minato and rushed forward to embrace Kushina. "I missed you so much, Mom." Kushina, taken aback by this sudden embrace, felt tears welling in her eyes at being called Mom. She held Yuma tightly, while Minato stood awkwardly to the side, feeling somewhat neglected. The dark Nine-Tails then opened its left eye, a smirk of derision playing on its lips as it looked at Minato. It was the first time witnessing Minato being at a loss. "We have seen what you have done. You have suffered greatly. It is all that old fool Sarutobi's fault for making you endure so much hardship." Upon hearing Kushina lamenting about the third Hokage, Minato stepped forward to interject. "Lord Hokage, he has his own burdens. Please refrain from speaking ill of him in front of the child. It tarnishes the image of the Hokage." Minato had always held great respect for the third Hokage. "Am I mistaken?" Kushina retorted, her anger rising as she positioned Yuma behind her, gripping his hand tightly. She pointed at Minato's face, berating him. "That old man allowed my son to live in such an environment. Every day, I endure the disdainful glances of others for no reason. Is this truly the attitude of Konoha towards the descendants of heroes? Had I known, I would never have come to this place. Even Naruto's life is hardly that of a human. As a father, do you not feel a shred of indignation? Perhaps it would be better to let the Uzumaki name be carried on by Yuma instead, ensuring the complete extinction of your Namikaze lineage." At this moment, Yuma comprehended the meaning behind the saying, "The women are gentle, they become fierce for their children." With every word that Kushina uttered, Minato's expression grew increasingly grim, until he was ultimately rendered speechless, bowing his head in shame and unable to meet Kushina's gaze. Deep down, he knew that what she spoke was the unvarnished truth, and he had witnessed it over the years. "Mom, please don't say any more," Yuma interjected, feeling that Kushina's words were somewhat excessive and unable to bear the weight of her reproach. To his surprise, Minato looked up at him, taken aback that Yuma would defend him. The latter merely scoffed in response. "Thank you, Yuma." Minato expressed his gratitude, observing the dynamic between the father and son. Kushina let out a resigned sigh. "Do as you please, you too." Chapter 27. What is your relationship with them? Within the confines of the sealed space, If it weren't for the oppressive darkness and the imposing figure of the great fox, the atmosphere would have felt rather warm. Uzumaki Kushina persistently inquired about Yuma's life. The Minato couple had each left a trace of chakra within Yuma and Naruto to prevent the Nine Tails from going berserk in the future. Their vague, passive awareness of the outside world was suddenly pierced by Kushina's serious expression. "What exactly is your relationship with them?" she demanded. "Who are they?" Yuma was not feigning ignorance. He genuinely did not comprehend who Kushina referred to. The girls in question were named Ten, the daughter of the Hyuga clan, and the daughter of the Yamanaka clan. "What is your relationship with these three girls?" Kushina and Minato had witnessed the intimate moments shared, and she truly disapproved of a man who toyed with emotions. She was perplexed by which lineage Yuma had inherited. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Minato, who stood nearby, the latter felt unjustly accused. "Kushina, please don't look at me like that. You know my character. How could I ever manipulate a girl's feelings?" Minato protested, casting a forlorn look at Kushina. Understanding his sentiment, she rolled her eyes and continued to scrutinize Yuma. She felt it was imperative to educate her son on the importance of not trifling with a girl's emotions. "Are they merely friends? Ten, the daughter of the Hyuga clan, and the Yamanaka heiress?" Kushina mused, believing that Yuma could not possibly maintain ordinary relationships with all three girls. "All three? What are you thinking, Mom?" Yuma scratched his head. In terms of affection, he held feelings for each of the girls, but should he have to choose one, it would require careful consideration. After a prolonged silence, observing the incorrigible red-haired boy, Kushina suddenly bent down to retrieve a slipper from her left foot and hurled it at the retreating Yuma. Sensing an unusual shift in her demeanor, he began to back away, only to be struck by the slipper, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "Mom, why did you suddenly hit me when the atmosphere was so pleasant?" "You insolent child, have you thought about the consequences of your actions?" Kushina exclaimed, her fiery spirit ignited. Minato rushed forward to restrain his increasingly fiery wife. "Let it go, Kushina. The child is still young and does not fully grasp matters of the heart," he reasoned, while subtly signaling Yuma to intercede and calm Kushina. "Yes, Mom. I'm not even an adult yet. If hitting me makes you feel better, then go ahead. Just as long as it doesn't hurt your heart," Yuma retorted, which only served to further infuriate Kushina. With a swift motion, she pushed Minato aside and bent down to pick up the other slipper. Charging toward Yuma with it aimed squarely at his backside. Yuma, like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, made no effort to evade the impending onslaught, enduring a barrage of slaps. Ultimately, it was not Kushina's anger that subsided, but rather this boy's remarkable resilience. He has inherited the commendable genes of the Uzumaki clan splendidly. As the skirmish progressed, beads of sweat began to form on Kushina's forehead, and she started to gasp for breath. Yuma, however, remained utterly silent, presenting an image of unwavering fortitude. "Come on, Minato, teach this little scoundrel a lesson," Kushina implored, clutching her waist and handing her slippers to Minato, befitting his gentle disposition. Minato had always been an advocate of resolving matters through words rather than actions. Yet, witnessing his wife Kushina's fury, he had no choice but to accept the slippers and deliver a light smack to their son's backside. Yuma leapt up suddenly, feeling as though he might lose his rear end. "What? Why are you still using chakra, fourth Hokage?" Minato, catching a glimpse of his wife's sire, shot Yuma a meaningful glance. "Do you think your mother would spare us if we feigned ignorance?" The Nine Tails, observing this scene, couldn't help but manifest a subtle smile. This family truly held a certain charm. Reflecting on this, it found itself reminiscing about Sage of Six Paths, then buried its head once more, unwilling to reveal its vulnerable state. Yuma rubbed his backside, retrieved the slippers from the floor, and jogged over to Kushina with a conciliatory smile, personally assisting her in putting on the slippers. "Please don't be angry anymore, Mom. You've scolded and struck enough. Surely, your anger has dissipated?" "I am still furious." Kushina glared at her son, who wore a mischievous grin, then sighed helplessly. "Minato and I are devoted individuals. How did I end up with such a sly little rascal?" Alas, it seems misfortune runs in the family. Ignoring Kushina's lament, Yuma began to massage her legs. "Now, tell me, which girl do you feel most fondly towards? Mom can help you devise a plan. My greatest concern is still you and Naruto." My two brothers. Then could you help me think of 3 strategies? Yuma asked. I must admit, I find matters of the heart quite perplexing. You would do well to explain them to me in detail. At this, the ceiling space fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the Nine-Tails could not suppress its astonishment at such unabashed humanity. It had never encountered such brazen audacity. Even the most shameless would typically feign modesty, yet Yuma did not even pretend. Minato's eyes widened, internally sweating for Yuma. Yet he could not help but admire the boy's audacity. Moments later, Kushina clutched her heart, feeling dizzy, and handed a slipper to Minato while picking up another for herself. Minato, lend me a hand. This boy has rendered me powerless with his antics. All right, he replied, you truly are fearless, and now I find it difficult to defend you. Minato wore an expression that suggested he should take care. Once more, the sound of slapping echoed within the ceiling space. This joint parental discipline served to provide Yuma with a semblance of a complete childhood. In the past, Yuma had never understood why adults would smile even after being scolded by their parents, but now he comprehended. This sensation was one he had never experienced before. Kushina set down the slippers in her hand. It was not that she lacked the desire to fight, but rather she was utterly devoid of strength. She cast a sidelong glance at the appeasing Yuma. At that moment, Yuma was diligently massaging Kushina's sore shoulders. Kushina found herself completely at a loss. She turned her gaze towards her husband. If it weren't for this boy inheriting my red hair, I would truly doubt he was my child. Minato stood beside her, wearing a helpless smile. He was at a loss for words. This was his first encounter with such a brazen individual. He could not discern whom the child resembled. If only he took after me. Surely, there must be something amiss with the Namikaze lineage. Regardless of the issue, it invariably falls on Minato's shoulders. Nevertheless, Minato had grown accustomed to it. He glanced at Yuma, who was still striving to please Kushina. Chapter 28. The Flying Thunder God technique astonishes the crowd. Do not attempt to curry favor with me. Kushina flicked Yuma's forehead playfully, just as Yuma was about to speak. He caught sight of the text before him. 1. Save Temari and defeat Niji. Reward, an opportunity to meet the 4th Hokage and his wife. 2. Abandon Temari and continue spectating. Reward, a tailed beast orb. Minato and Kushina had already sensed that their chakra was on the verge of dissipating. Their bodies were becoming increasingly transparent. At that moment, Kushina gazed at Yuma with reluctance. In the days to come, you must ensure you eat on time and avoid staying up late. Kushina repeatedly urged him. Suddenly, Yuma's eyes flew open. Mom, wait for me. I'll be right back. With those words, he departed from the ceiling space. Minato and Kushina exchanged puzzled glances. What is he up to? I do not know, but at least we have no regrets. We may never see him again. A rare expression of sorrow crossed Minato's face. In the real world, within the arena, Yuma's withdrawal altered the course of the match. Temari did not face Shikamaru as in the original story, but instead confronted Niji Hyuga. At this moment, Temari was battered and bruised, staring defiantly at Niji. Truly, he is the genius of the Hyuga clan. Niji regarded her coolly. Only if you surrender will I refrain from attacking further. I will not yield. Temari struggled to her feet, gripping her fan tightly. Niji merely sighed, adopting a stance. Ready to conclude the battle. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Temari felt her body disintegrating under the assault. She could no longer withstand the onslaught. Blood erupted from her mouth, and her hands could no longer lift the fan as she collapsed once more to the ground. Submit while you still can. You cannot defeat me. Niji observed her pitiful state, feeling reluctant to continue the fight, hoping she would surrender directly. Temari lifted her head, locking her gaze onto Niji, spitting out a mouthful of blood. No, I will never surrender. The spectators were captivated by her indomitable spirit. Is this the resolve of a Sunagakure ninja? She is around my age, yet possesses such tenacity. It was astonishing that she could compel Niji to exert himself fully. Among the Konoha 12, each held differing thoughts. Even the 3rd Hokage could not help but glance over. This girl, even at such a moment, refuses to concede? Naruto, typically mischievous, wore a look of respect. If I were to face Niji, I doubt I could reach such depths. Niji looked down at the fallen Temari, letting out a heavy sigh. He no longer wished to persuade her to surrender and resolved to end the match decisively. In a moment of intrigue, as he channeled his chakra, A figure swiftly descended from the spectator's platform. Upon closer inspection, it was Yuma with his striking red hair. What was Yuma doing? Did he not realize that interference in the competition was prohibited? What could possibly be his intention? Was he attempting to rescue the Kunoichi from Sunagakure? The third Hokage, witnessing Yuma's actions, could not help but furrow his brow. What on earth was this boy thinking? Did he not comprehend the rules against third-party involvement? On the other side of the stands, Gaara and Kankuro exchanged puzzled glances. What was this ninja of the Hokage up to? Yuma, what are you doing? Niji could not restrain his frown as he gazed intently at Yuma. In the sealed space, Minato and Kushina, along with the Nine Tails, were equally bewildered by his actions. Minato, what is Yuma doing? Kushina inquired. Minato, with furrowed brows, began to discern Yuma's intentions, though he hesitated to draw any definitive conclusions. Perhaps he meant to save the Sunagakure girl, to defeat Niji on her behalf. What was he thinking, playing the hero at such a critical moment? They decided to observe for now. For the first time, Minato felt an acute awareness of the outside world. Lord Hokage, should we intervene? Kurenai approached and asked. Just as the third Hokage was about to respond, an unforeseen incident occurred. Yuma made his move. Fire style, great fireball technique. Yuma opened his mouth wide, unleashing a colossal, searing fireball. Immediately after, he hurled a shuriken. Niji swiftly dodged, effortlessly evading both the shuriken and the fireball. On the stands, Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possibly master the great fireball technique? Moreover, Yuma's version was even more potent than his own, rivaling the prowess of Itachi's. Such formidable fire jutsu. The third Hokage could not help but silently commend him. Let us wait and see what he intends to do. Kurenai, upon hearing this, stood back, continuing to observe the match. Seizing the opportunity while Niji was distracted, Yuma hoisted Tamari and carried her to a safe location. Tamari, bewildered, questioned his sudden act of rescue. Put me down. What are you trying to accomplish? She sat on the ground, clutching her abdomen, staring at Yuma. Ignoring her protests, Yuma remained indifferent, as if she were invisible to him. Were it not for the enticing rewards promised by the system, he would have had little interest in saving Tamari. Fearing further mishaps, he resolved to act swiftly. His figure vanished from sight. He disappeared? Kankuro exclaimed, curiosity piqued. No, he hasn't vanished. His speed is simply too extraordinary for us to perceive, remarked Maki, his expression grave, as he realized he could not match such rapid movement. Hearing this, Gaara began to regard Yuma as a new benchmark to surpass. Niji scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Where is Yuma? Something felt amiss, behind him. By the time he sensed it, it was too late. Yuma appeared beside the shuriken he had thrown earlier, which was now ominously positioned just behind him. At that moment, Yuma pressed the shuriken against Niji's neck. You have lost. Surrender. The cold blade grazed the fine hairs on Niji's neck. He swallowed hard. The shuriken was mere millimeters from his throat. Any movement could cost him his life. I concede. Upon hearing these words, Yuma immediately exited the arena and returned to the spectators' platform. In the span of just a few breaths, the match was concluded. Flying Thunder God technique. The elite shinobi of Konoha, who had previously encountered Minato, regarded Yuma with eyes wide in disbelief. The third Hokage cast a penetrating gaze at the closed eyes of Yuma. Within the ceiling space, Kushina's mouth fell agape as she fervently shook Minato. When did you teach him this? Would you believe me if I said I had tea? Minato, equally astonished, pondered how Yuma had executed the Flying Thunder God technique. He recognized the complexity of the technique. To wield it with such proficiency required immense dedication and effort. Chapter 29. The appearance of Jiraiya. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Uchiha Sasuke encountered such a space-transcending technique for the first time. This ninjutsu surpassed the speed of the body flicker technique and appeared to be devoid of any distance limitations. How infuriating. When did that guy, Yuma, become so formidable? Naruto attempted to approach Yuma for clarification, but was restrained by Sasuke, standing nearby. What are you doing, Sasuke? Naruto shot him a glance, dissatisfied and struggling to break free. Are you an idiot? Look at Lord Hokage. Sakura pointed toward the third Hokage, who was conversing with the swift moonlight gale nearby. This match is void. You must reschedule the bout between Niji and the Sand Village Kunoichi. Should we send someone to keep an eye on him? Moonlight Gale cast a glance toward Yuma's position. The third Hokage shook his head, having already resolved to have Jiraiya train Yuma. At this moment, there was no need for further surveillance, just a verbal warning to ensure he refrains from such behavior in the future. Upon hearing the third Hokage's directive, Moonlight Gale was astonished at the casual interference in the match. Was it truly that easy to let it slide? Flying Thunder God technique. Red hair? Suddenly, Moonlight Gale recalled the rumors, his eyes widening. The child of the fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, perceived his thoughts and interrupted his musings. Go on. Some matters are best left unexplored. Aware of the third Hokage's admonition, Moonlight Gale bowed and swiftly appeared on the arena stage, opening his mouth to capture the attention of the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize as the host for this occurrence. This match will not count, and Konoha will reschedule the bout. I ask for your understanding. These words immediately sparked discontent among the foreign participants, led by the Sand Village. Hey, is this how you conduct affairs in Konoha? No compensation whatsoever? You intend to simply sweep this under the rug? The Sand Village representative articulated the sentiments of many, prompting a wave of grievances from the others. Moonlight Gale was suddenly overwhelmed, contemplating how to respond, when the third Hokage spoke up. This is my decision. If anyone is dissatisfied, they may come to my office to discuss it. Though the third Hokage's voice was not loud, an unusual silence fell upon the crowd. Meanwhile, Yuma was already oblivious to the unfolding drama and had returned to the arena. Jiraiya, I can only rely on you now. The third Hokage sighed deeply, placing all his hopes in Jiraiya. The competition did not cease due to Yuma's interference. Neji was rescheduled to face Temari without Yuma's involvement. As expected, Neji emerged victorious with ease, casting a long shadow over the two combatants. The list for the Chunin exams was soon released. Uchiha Sasuke would battle Gaara. Hyuga Neji would face Kankuro. Shikamaru would contend against Naruto, and Inuzuka Kiba would go up against Yamanaka Ino. Contrary to the original narrative, Temari did not face Shikamaru but was instead matched against Naruto. Prior to this, everyone enjoyed a week of respite. As dusk faded, the streets of Konoha illuminated with light. Yuma walked alone on the path, sensing that someone was trailing him. The voice of Minato Namikaze echoed in his mind, recalling how the couple had previously inquired about Yuma's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. He had deflected their curiosity with jest, and sensing his evasiveness, Minato ceased further questioning. It was evident that Minato had discerned his intentions, demonstrating remarkable patience. Yuma halted his steps in a secluded residential area, deliberately chosen for its solitude. The surrounding lights flickered intermittently. Come out. Aren't you tired of following me? Moments later, the blonde-haired Temari appeared behind him, her jaw clenched as she glared at Yuma. Why did you interfere in my match? Without Yuma's intervention, her defeat to Neji would have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, after Yuma's meddling, she ultimately lost, causing her considerable distress. You truly have no fear of death. Was my previous warning insufficient? Yuma turned, his body gradually enveloped in the chakra of the Nine Tails. The dark chakra surged around him, instilling fear in Temari, yet her desire to uncover the truth prevailed. Even as her lips bled from biting them, she refused to retreat. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, bathing in the hot springs, abruptly ceased his scrubbing, a grave expression overtaking his countenance. Hastily wrapping a towel around his waist, he rushed outside. Has the Nine Tails broken free from its seal? Is it Naruto or Yuma? He could not allow the Nine Tails to wreak havoc in Konoha once more, especially considering Minato's legacy. Guest, you forgot your clothes. Come back for them another time. Jiraiya had long since lost the energy to concern himself with clothing as he swiftly navigated the rooftops. Am I not allowed to enjoy myself? Yuma grinned, revealing his teeth, utterly unconcerned with Temari's feelings. You detestable scoundrel. Temari had reached her limit with his insolent demeanor. Unfurling her fan, she prepared to confront Yuma for the sake of her dignity. 1. Defeat Temari and force her to kneel. Reward, lightning release armor. 2. Eliminate Temari, ensuring she never sees the sun rise again. Reward, water release, exploding water shockwave. Yuma, momentarily puzzled by the system's task, was suddenly swept off his feet by Temari's wind technique and crashed to the ground. What are you doing, son? You can't choose not to fight just because your opponent is a girl. Kushina Uzumaki urged anxiously. Had it not been for Yuma's robust physique and the protective chakra of the Ninetales, he would have been swiftly dispatched by Temari's wind techniques. Mom, would you be angry if I killed this girl? The dark Ninetales within the ceiling space erupted in maniacal laughter. Did you both see that? This is your son's true nature. It seems the old man has triumphed once again. Haha. Kushina Uzumaki disregarded the clamor of the Ninetales. Her anxious gaze fixated on her husband. Minato, what shall we do? Must we truly take the life of that Sand Village ninja? Minato Namikaze remained composed, contemplating for a moment before engaging in dialogue with Yuma. If she poses a threat to the village, do not hesitate to act decisively. However, if she merely seeks an outlet for her frustrations, allow her the opportunity. Upon hearing Minato's voice, Yuma promptly made his decision. In an instant, he appeared behind Temari and delivered a swift kick to her knee. Temari realized Yuma's speed was remarkable, but she had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Just as she prepared to unleash her jutsu, Yuma interrupted her with ease. Kneeling on the ground, she watched his retreating figure, feeling as though he had not even regarded her. Lightning release, thunder armor acquired. She thought bitterly, her pride trampled. In the distance, Jiraiya had witnessed the entire exchange and immediately rushed to intercept Yuma on his path. Chapter 30. Want to escape? Where did that peculiar uncle come from? When Yuma encountered Jiraiya, he was draped in a bath towel, his upper body completely bare. Dreadful little brat, just call me the Toad Sage, exclaimed Jiraiya. Both Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze gazed at Jiraiya in astonishment. Uncle, could you at least dress properly? Yuma recognized Jiraiya and wished to leave, not wanting to engage with him. However, Jiraiya persistently obstructed his path. Yuma, before you stands one of the legendary Sannin, Minato warned Yuma, fearing he was unaware of Jiraiya's significance. Yuma displayed a look of disdain. You little brat, speak with respect, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Jiraiya could hardly contain himself, fully aware of the absurdity of his attire. Well, I suggest you be cautious, uncle. The last eccentric uncle like you got apprehended. He was slapped for flirting with a girl and chased down 8 streets. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, veins bulging on his forehead. What do you, a mere child, understand about this? Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of terror as he stared at Yuma. How do you know that? Are you spying on me? It's a secret. If you wish to know, you'll have to beg me. Damn it, you arrogant little brat. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead as he began to sense something amiss. The couple sealing the space, Minato and Kushina, were equally astonished, never expecting Yuma to grasp Jiraiya's character so well. Uncle, I reckon you must be a washed-up writer, right? No, I am a creative author. My work is not subpar. Jiraiya insisted, indignantly refuting Yuma's claim. His behavior was suspicious, and his dialogue about gathering materials was peculiar. If he wasn't a writer, he could only be described as a pervert. Still, I personally believe you are a pervert. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's smile froze in place. Disregarding Jiraiya's expression, Yuma continued, but I suspect, even if you are a writer, you must be of the adult genre, with nothing of merit to showcase. You little brat. Don't judge by appearances. The books I write are timeless bestsellers. Jiraiya retorted furiously. Timeless bestsellers? Then, uncle, are you familiar with Jean Pingmei? Jean what? Jean Pingmei. This was the first time Jiraiya had heard that name. Minato and Kushina had never heard of it either. The plum blossom holds a significant status in the ninja cultural sphere, more exquisite than cherry blossoms. It is commonly used to describe a person's character. The crude vessel of Jean Ping juxtaposed with the plum blossom evokes a sense of unattainable elegance intertwined with decadence. Just hearing the name suggests it is a work of seclusion. Minato, have you heard of this title? Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued. I haven't, never heard of it before, Minato replied, shaking his head. Jiraiya grasped Yuma's hand with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Where can I find this book? Speak up, quickly. Easy there, old man, Yuma replied. I stumbled upon it in an old bookstore, and it's a rare, damaged copy. As they walked, Yuma shared the life experiences of Pan Jinlian with Jiraiya, speaking casually, yet Jiraiya was utterly captivated. Even Minato, the 4th Hokage, listened intently, while Kushina furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, Yoma paused mid-narrative. What happened next? Jiraiya had just heard the part where Wu Song sought vengeance for his brother. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I've reached home. Jiraiya was desperate to know how the story unfolded. There was no way Yoma would easily depart, so he hurried after him. And Wu Song? What happened next? Is that it? I'll tell you next time. Sharing the story has worn me out, Yoma retorted, ignoring Jiraiya as he continued onward without a glance back. You impudent brat. Why can't you be more reasonable? Jiraiya lunged forward, attempting to seize Yoma. However, Yoma swiftly evaded his grasp, his eyes widening in disbelief. The speed at which Yoma moved was not something a mere genin could achieve. Even some ordinary jonin would struggle to keep up. Jiraiya made another attempt to catch Yoma, but he evaded once more, scaling a rooftop and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya stood rooted to the spot, stunned for a moment, before a smile crept across his face. The personalities of the two brothers were remarkably different, and the children's temperaments contrasted with Minato's. If the Minato couple were still alive, they would likely be quite troubled. With a sigh, Jiraiya headed towards the bathhouse, intending to retrieve his clothes. He had never intended to return to Konoha. His ideals clashed fundamentally with those of the old-timers there. Were it not for the third Hokage's bargain involving Yoma and Naruto, he would have been disinclined to return. Meanwhile, Yoma returned home, collapsing onto his bed and closing his eyes. He entered the ceiling space once more. Yoma, Kushina and I are about to leave. You must take care of yourself, Minato said, their forms growing increasingly translucent. In that moment, Yoma felt no sense of panic. Kushina assumed Yoma was merely pretending to be strong. Remember to look after yourself, and also take care of Naruto. I hope you both find happiness. Want to escape? Yoma snapped his fingers suddenly. I won't let you leave so soon. What is happening? Kushina gasped, her and Minato's figures solidifying once more. The Ninetales was taken aback, having finally endured the annoyance of Kushina and Minato. Hey, kid, what did you just do? It sensed no fluctuation of chakra. Yoma's actions were neither ninjutsu nor forbidden techniques, but a form of magic it could not comprehend. Minato's mouth fell open in astonishment. He felt a profound connection with Uzumaki Kushina. Their chakras were immensely abundant at this moment. They could undoubtedly endure for a considerable duration. Was it you? Minato Namikaze still found it hard to believe that Yuma possessed such remarkable abilities. Yuma merely smiled faintly. I wish for both of you to spend some time with me, to compensate for the moments you were absent from my side. You wouldn't be upset, would you? Uzumaki Kushina was overwhelmed with joy, for she had yet to spend a single day with Yuma. Now that they could continue to be together, she cared not for the methods he employed. With a swift motion, she rushed forward to embrace Yuma, her voice slightly choked. You little rascal, how can you speak to your elders in such a manner? I must teach you a proper lesson. Yuma held Uzumaki Kushina closely. I hope you will continue to teach me. Then I shall marry 5 or 6 wives and teach your grandchildren. Hey, you little rascal, I think you're overestimating yourself. With your attitude, having even one would be quite an achievement. Minato Namikaze chuckled as he observed the mother and son duo. Chapter 31, The Grudge of Kin. Unbearable to heaven. A week later, the Chunin exam officially commenced. This competition was far more grandiose than depicted in the original narrative, capable of accommodating up to 10,000 spectators. Several Umbu ninjas from Konoha, tasked with maintaining order, met a grim fate on the streets. Nevertheless, the third Hokage did not impose a lockdown on the event due to such occurrences. After all, the esteemed ladies and gentlemen of the Land of Fire would be in attendance. Disrupting the pleasure of the nobility would undoubtedly bring dire consequences for him. The lofty aristocrats lived monotonous lives, and the opportunity to witness a ninja battle was indeed a rare treat. The arena was overflowing with people, both inside and out. Not only Konoha ninjas were present, many prominent figures had gathered. Vendors shouted their wares, filling the streets with a cacophony of sound. Yuma wandered aimlessly through the streets, avoiding the bustling crowds, and made his way to a more secluded alley. Yuma-kun, aren't you going to watch the competition today? Came Hinata's voice from a narrow passageway. Today, she was adorned in traditional Yamato women's attire, her hair elegantly styled, and wooden clogs adorning her feet. She lifted her gaze to meet Yuma's, biting her lip. Hinata had even declined her companion's company to attend the match with Yuma. He was about to express his desire for solitude when Kushina suddenly interrupted. if you dare refuse. Just wait and see, she exclaimed. She is the daughter of the Hyuga clan, clearly wishing to invite you to the event. Surely she has spent considerable time on her appearance. In the ceiling space, Kushina had issued her final decree. Yuma's lips twitched. It seemed he had no choice but to comply. I got lost, can you believe it? I was actually looking forward to the competition, haha. Yuma scratched his head, displaying an earnest demeanor. Hinata, concerned that he might decline, proposed, then I can take Yuma-kun to watch the match. That would be much appreciated, he replied. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Kushina asked, you can't possibly be trying to matchmake Yuma with Lord Hizashi's daughter, can you? Minato, aware of his wife's intentions, replied, what? Is that not acceptable? Well, it's not that it's unacceptable, but Minato took a couple of steps back as Kushina leaned closer, gazing at him intently. In truth, Minato favored Yuma's compatibility with Tenten more. He believed that Hinata's temperament might not be able to manage Yuma's unruly nature. Tenten, on the other hand, possessed a balance of softness and strength, perfectly capable of tempering Yuma's wayward disposition. I know you prefer that girl Tenten, Kushina acknowledged. She has many admirable qualities, but her family background pales in comparison to Hinata's. I don't want Yuma to endure a life of hardship in the future. You must have seen Yuma's apartment, right? Kushina's words struck a chord. Minato sighed heavily, reflecting on Yuma's current residence, a drafty apartment. Both he and Kushina felt a sense of profound concern. The assets of the two individuals had long been confiscated, rendering them incapable of assisting Yuma in any way. The old man believed that the child from the mountain family was particularly suited for that young man. Indeed, as Kushina uttered just 2 words, Minato abruptly turned to gaze at the Ninetales, which remained sprawled on the ground, feigning sleep. If you do not agree, consider that I never spoke these words, he huffed. The couple, Minato and Kushina, exchanged glances of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the Ninetales would show such concern for Yoma. This young man was extraordinary. Hey, do you see that? Is that Hinata and Yoma? Sakura exclaimed, spotting them amidst the crowd. In an instant, Ino and Tenten directed their attention toward that direction. Feeling that Hinata was being rather underhanded, the 3 of them had invited Hinata, yet she had declined, citing family obligations. Little did they realize she was secretly with Yoma. How could they have been so naive? Were their feelings for each other truly this strong? As Sakura voiced her thoughts, Ino and Tenten rose and began to walk toward them. Hey, what are you two doing? We fought hard to get these seats. Sakura hurriedly stood up, following closely behind them through the throng of people. Hinata, why aren't you with the others? Yoma asked as he and Hinata sat in the back. Isn't it because I wanted to be alone with you? Hinata nervously fidgeted, hesitant to reveal the truth to Yoma. After a moment's contemplation, she conjured a plausible excuse. I've been quite busy and forgot to invite them. Yoma suddenly noticed Ino and Tenten approaching, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded Hinata. Hinata, I didn't expect to find you here. We were just about to go to your house to look for you. Why didn't you let us know? Tenten's footsteps were quicker than Ino's, and she promptly seized the empty spot beside Yoma. Ino had no choice but to sit next to Hinata. Sakura struggled to keep pace with their hurried movements. Upon seeing them arrive, Hinata's expression fell momentarily, though she quickly forced a smile. I didn't expect to run into you here either. Yoma sensed an unsettling change in the atmosphere, a feeling that even Sakura could detect. What's with Ino and Tenten today? Are they hiding something? It seemed implausible. Sakura would never believe that Yoma had any connection with them. She took a seat beside Tenten. The competition was about to commence, yet each of the 5 held their own burdens. Yoma felt restless, unable to sit still, yearning to participate in the match rather than linger in this awkwardness. He caught sight of Sakura, whose troubled expression prompted him to break the strange silence. Sakura, what's wrong? He inquired, bringing her back to reality. You seem preoccupied. She must be worried about Sasuke-kun, after all. It had been a month since she last saw him. In an instant, Ino discerned her best friend's hidden troubles. Sakura did not deny it. She merely fell into a moment of silence, her face unmistakably etched with concern. 2 weeks prior, Kakashi-sensei had mentioned that the curse-mark side effects on Sasuke were substantial. Future training could yield unforeseen consequences, yet he still intended to participate in the upcoming tournament. What did the medical ninjas say? Tintin successfully joined the conversation. Sasuke had declined the medical ninja's treatment, and, moreover, they were incapable of healing him. Ah, I believe Sasuke has a match today, Hinata interjected at that moment. Upon hearing her words, Sakura's expression became even more troubled. Realizing her misstep, Hinata covered her mouth. Yuma simply listened to their exchange, refraining from offering advice. He understood that the Sasuke of now was akin to a beast consumed by vengeance. He would not be pacified by Sakura's concern. Sakura could not fathom the bitterness of clan extermination hatred, yet Yuma could empathize with Sasuke's turmoil, as he too harbored a desire for revenge against Uchiha Obito, the murderer of his parents. The enmity of slaying kin is an irreconcilable grudge. Chapter 32. The enemy assault. The competition had reached its midpoint, and Kankuro swiftly chose to concede. His prowess was evidently inferior to that of Temari, let alone Niji Hyuga. Niji successfully advanced to the next round, igniting fervent cheers from the surrounding populace. The eruption of voices from thousands of spectators made Yuma's ears ache. The first round concluded far too swiftly, leaving Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino with no time to react before their match commenced. Their skills were evenly matched, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange. Both the Inuzuka and Aburame clans were not renowned for their fighting abilities, but rather for their emphasis on reconnaissance, relying on animals in battle. Nonetheless, the fight proved to be quite captivating. A swarm of insects flooded the arena, once again stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Such a spectacle was seldom witnessed by the audience. Aburame Shino persistently employed tactical maneuvers, but Kiba's stamina waned rapidly, leading to his eventual collapse. The third match featured Gaara against Sasuke Uchiha, a highlight of this Chunin exam and arguably the most anticipated event. Gaara had made his appearance on the stage early, yet the Uchiha heir had yet to arrive. The audience's whispers transformed into a cacophony, questioning the whereabouts of the young Uchiha. Is he afraid to fight? I placed my bets on that kid. Are you telling me he won't show? After waiting so long, this is what we get? There is foul play. Foul play. Yuma joined in the uproar, chanting, foul play. Foul play. The crowd's indignation resonated throughout the arena, even drawing in some of the noble youths. The higher-ups of Konoha contemplated silencing the spectators, yet they wore expressions of uncertainty, unsure how to manage the situation. Hinata and the others remained oblivious to the chaos until suddenly, snowflakes resembling goose feathers began to descend from the sky. A melody wafted into the ears of all present. Tintin raised her hand to catch a snowflake. It's snowing? How can it possibly snow in the summer? Something's amiss. Someone is using a jutsu. The urgent voice of Kushina Uzumaki pierced through Yuma's thoughts. Yuma, quickly locate the ninja who is casting the jutsu. Minato Namikaze chimed in. Heeding Minato's advice, Yuma wasted no time and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a tree outside the arena. The number of kunai bearing his Flying Thunder God seal scattered throughout Konoha was countless. With a mere thought, he could traverse the village in an instant. Two ninjas appeared not far from him. Surely everyone at the venue must be asleep? Inquired a short-haired ninja of his long-haired companion. The long-haired ninja regarded his partner with disdain. I'm not like you. I have put in the necessary effort. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Yuma, overhearing their exchange, launched a surprise attack with a fireball jutsu, without uttering a single word. An ambush. The two ninjas opposite swiftly evaded with their years of combat experience. Just as they turned, a kunai soared through the air. An apparition emerged before them, a red-haired boy. His speed surpassed their ability to react. Yuma immediately employed the technique of dissolution, a highly corrosive liquid splattering across their faces. Ah, what is this? My face. Their screams were short-lived, as their bodies were swiftly dissolved. Yuma activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, wishing to ascertain if any foes remained. This was the first time Minato and Kushina witnessed Yuma utilizing dissolution. Minato had long been unable to fathom Yuma's true capabilities, confidently asserting that Yuma's mastery of the Flying Thunder God surpassed his own. Moreover, dissolution belonged to a bloodline limit, a technique inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Indeed, Yuma wields a bloodline limit, does he not? Kushina swallowed hard. Yuma's prowess far exceeded her own. Minato nodded, his expression inscrutable. Neither pride nor resignation could be discerned. As a father, he regretted not being present to guide his son in the ways of ninjutsu and life, rendering him a rather unsuccessful parent. Yes, it is a bloodline limit, one that is unique to the Hidden Mist. I have only heard of it. It appears Yuma has truly matured. We need not worry any longer. Ino was suddenly confronted with a vision. A pitch-black night unfolded before her, revealing a dilapidated stone table. Upon it lay two infants, one with red hair and the other with golden locks. A piercing scream from a woman seized her attention, the scent of blood saturating the air. A red-haired woman's abdomen was pierced by a gigantic claw, with a golden-haired man looming behind her. The fourth Hokage. Ino recognized the man as the figure carved upon the Hokage rock. How could this be? The Nine Tails? Red hair? She instantly connected the dots to a singular individual. The scene shifted once more, revealing a red-haired child on the street, clad in a thin short-sleeved shirt, scavenging near a garbage bin. Not far off, a family of 3 appeared, a little girl walking between her parents. Ino recognized this girl as her younger self. The red-haired boy gazed at the passing family with a longing expression. Witnessing this, Ino felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Had they indeed crossed paths long ago? It dawned on her that his parents were the village's great heroes. The little boy wandered the streets alone. Passers-by began to hurl insults, their faces twisted in disdain. Get lost. It's because of you that the Hokage perished. Various refuse was cast upon him. Suddenly, the red-haired boy turned towards her, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for the embarrassment. The words echoed like the shattering of a mirror, producing a jarring sound. Jingya abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by a familiar visage. Overcome with emotion, she embraced Yuma, bursting into tears that soaked his shoulder. Yuma wore a puzzled expression, having intended to rouse the unconscious Jingya, only to find her awake. Shattering the confines of the illusion, raising his gaze, he caught sight of Sakura regaining consciousness. Their eyes met, and Yuma bore an awkward expression. Please take care of her. I must check on the others, he said, entrusting Jingya to Sakura without allowing her a moment to react, before swiftly making his way to the lounge. There, Naruto lay in deep slumber, while Shikamaru was also ensnared in dreams. Yuma delivered several sharp slaps to awaken Naruto. Who hit me? Naruto wiped the drool from his mouth. His mind still hazy. Why did I suddenly fall asleep? Yuma replied with exasperation. It was an enemy attack. What? Chapter 33. Temporary team formation. Naruto swiftly turned around to find Shikamaru collapsed nearby. Tears welled up in his eyes as he wept over Shikamaru's body. How could you die at such a young age? Yuma abruptly pulled Naruto away, casting him an exasperated glance, clearly unimpressed by Naruto's display. He merely fell into a genjutsu. Then why didn't you help him break free? Naruto questioned, bewildered, recalling how Yuma had freed him from the illusion. Yet, he did not extend the same assistance to Shikamaru. Yuma remained silent. Naruto's constitution was stronger than the others, allowing him to withstand the backlash from forcibly breaking the genjutsu. The others, however, were not so fortunate. Do you really think I could dispel a genjutsu? Yuma gestured to himself. At that moment, the order within the arena had completely unraveled. The ninjas from Sunagakure and Otogakure had begun to mobilize, and those who had long infiltrated the village emerged. The audience had all succumbed to the illusion. A layer of violet flames had enveloped the Hokage's viewing platform. The third Hokage had been captured and was now nowhere to be seen. A multitude of sand and sound ninjas rushed towards their location. Might Guy and Kakashi finally appeared on the battlefield, with Sasuke narrowly avoiding disaster beside them. The plan to dismantle Konoha had been set into motion prematurely. Gaara and the other sand ninjas seemed to have vanished. Now, only this group of lower-ranked ninjas was free to act. Shikamaru. Naruto shook him once more. Stop shaking me. I'm awake now, and I almost vomited. Shikamaru reluctantly opened his eyes. It must be chaotic outside. I have no intention of going out there. Ignoring Shikamaru's protests, Naruto dragged him out. As the three emerged, Might Guy approached them. We have an urgent mission. You need to form a temporary team to thwart the enemy's actions. You must locate Gaara and his accomplices. Sasuke, Naruto, and Yuma were grouped together. At this moment, Might Guy had wiped the smile from his face, his expression grave as he regarded them. This was a matter of life and death for Konoha. The three exchanged glances. while other lower-ranked ninjas were being assigned tasks one by one. Begin the operation. Sasuke, are you alright? Noticing Sasuke's weakened state, Naruto couldn't help but inquire. I'm fine. Focus on the mission, Sasuke replied, maintaining his usual cool demeanor. This left Naruto feeling as though his goodwill had been thrown to the dogs. Yuma, overhearing their exchange, merely shook his head in resigned amusement at the duo's ongoing rivalry, even in such dire circumstances. Before them stood a dog, guiding their way. It was Kakashi's summoning beast. Kakashi and Might Guy had gone to search for the whereabouts of the third Hokage, leaving Pakin to lead the trio. Hey, brats, this isn't playtime, Pakin grumbled, glancing back at Naruto and Sasuke, then furrowing his brow upon seeing Yuma. The canine sensed something peculiar about the youth before him. Little brat, are you feeling down? Parker suddenly inquired of Yuma, who appeared utterly perplexed. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden, senior? He responded. When one tells a lie, one must engage in introspection. Does your conscience not ache when deceiving your senior? Parker wore an expression that suggested he could see through Yuma's heart. At a loss for how to reply, Yuma could only scratch his head in resignation and offer a silly grin. Surely, the third Hokage won't perish, right? Naruto interjected, disrupting their dialogue. How could the third Hokage possibly die? There have been chaotic times before, yet everything was resolved quite well. Parker glanced at Naruto, pouting slightly, deeming the question rather foolish. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, dispelling the laziness from his demeanor. The trio adopted serious expressions. There were enemies nearby. Parker's nose twitched before he spoke. There are 6 individuals, located in the distance, approximately 5,000 meters away. As Kakashi's ninja dog, his sense of smell was far superior to that of an ordinary canine, several times more acute than Akamaru's. With even the faintest scent, he could quickly discern the number of individuals present. Parker, can you perceive their specific strength? Naruto asked again, a hint of fear etched on his face. After all, he was merely a low-ranking ninja at that moment, while the adversaries could very well be Chunin or even Jonin. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke cast a disdainful glance his way. Just as Naruto was about to explain, Parker interrupted him. The individuals over there carry a heavy scent of blood. It's not the aroma of fresh blood, but rather the stale odor of dried blood, suggesting it has been some time. Therefore, their strength may not be weak. Upon hearing this, Naruto swallowed hard, and Sasuke felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. After all, he was just a low-ranking ninja. So what should we do now? Naruto pondered. As this was his first encounter with such an unexpected mission, lacking any prior experience. After a moment's contemplation, Parker was interrupted by Yuma. We must continue the pursuit. We have no retreat. Parker was taken aback, not expecting a low-ranking ninja to articulate such a sentiment. This kind of resolve was typically possessed only by Jonin. Naruto and Sasuke seemed to find their anchor in Yuma's words, nodding in agreement. Parker wholeheartedly supported Yuma's proposal, as their intelligence on the enemy was exceedingly scant. The trio and the dog continued leaping through the dense forest. After a brief interval, Yuma inquired of Parker, Senior, how far are we from the enemy? Parker twitched his nose, contemplating for a moment. It should be less than 500 meters. It seems they have halted their advance. Let's proceed to their inevitable path and set an ambush. The consensus among the crowd regarding Naruto's suggestion was unanimously favorable. It was a rare occasion when he proposed a commendable idea. Thus, they continued their advance. Soon, however, they came to a halt, collectively holding their breath. The surrounding light was dim, nearly obscured entirely by the dense foliage. Parker's gaze fixed upon the 3 ninjas, sensing that their adversaries would soon arrive. They needed to prepare themselves. The enemy might be from the Sound Village. Upon hearing this, Sasuke and Naruto swiftly cleared their minds of distractions. They exchanged nods of understanding, while Yuma remained notably composed, betraying no hint of tension. Yuma, do not underestimate the strength of this enemy, echoed the voice of Kushina Izumaki in his mind. Yuma intended to respond to Kushina's words, but Parker interrupted with an urgent warning. The enemy is here. Be ready. At this, Sasuke began forming hand seals in anticipation. Naruto grasped a kunai firmly, while Yuma wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 34 would release 6 figures. Their faces obscured and adorned with the forehead protectors of the Sound Ninja, remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, several shurikens whistled through the forest, hurtling towards the enemy with an astonishing speed that surpassed all expectations. In an instant, two sound ninja fell, lifeless, having scarcely registered what had transpired. The precision of the throwing technique was formidable. Both Parker and Sasuke were rendered speechless. Yuma's shuriken skills eclipsed even those of the renowned Uchiha Itachi. Parker was astounded by the sheer terror of his throwing technique. Among the shurikens, 3 were cast by Sasuke, while the remaining 6 were Yuma's handiwork. Parker recognized Sasuke's use of the windmill triple blade, a technique emblematic of the Uchiha clan, which was famed not solely for its Sharingan, but also for its almost eerie proficiency in shuriken jutsu. Yet, Yuma's throwing technique bore no discernible clan affiliation. It was characterized by an inherent flawlessness, each movement infused with lethal intent. Sasuke, undeterred by Yuma's prowess, swiftly began forming hand seals. A sudden inferno erupted, encircling their foes. In the next moment, he continued to weave seals, and a piercing cry of a bird resonated in their ears. A bolt of blue lightning materialized in his grasp. Chidori. Observing this, Naruto leaped from the tree, thrusting a kunai into the heart of one sound ninja before rolling backward to evade their ninjutsu. A tuft of hair on his head singed in the blaze. The sound ninja writhed in agony on the ground, blood pouring forth. Yuma opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of corrosive liquid. In the blink of an eye, the 6th sound ninja had vanished from existence. Hidden in the shadows, Parker nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Was this truly the sound ninja? They were hardly impressive. At that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of pride in their collective strength. Sasuke and Yuma, however, paid little heed to his words, feeling rather embarrassed. Parker dismissed Naruto's provocations, resolutely leading the way. The trio, accompanied by their canine companion, pressed onward, their objective clear, to locate Gaara. How much longer until they caught up? Naruto could not suppress his complaints. Aside from a brief ambush, they had been on the move incessantly. Enough with the chatter, we'll catch up soon. Be quiet, Parker urged. His focus solely on the scents in the air, unperturbed by Naruto's grumbling. Suddenly, Parker halted. Before them appeared Gaara and his accomplices, Temari and Kankuro, fixating intently on the pursuing trio. Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara seemed to be in a frenzied state, his crimson eyes locked on Sasuke. Noticing this, Yuma instinctively took a step back. Sasuke drew a shuriken, taunting. So, you fled here because you lacked the courage to enter the competition? You think you stand a chance against me? Gaara smirked, unfazed by Sasuke's provocation. Then, his gaze fell upon Yuma's striking red hair. Gaara was visibly agitated, his body trembling, on the verge of an explosive outburst. As Shigure sensed the looming crisis, she promptly issued orders to Kanjiro. Gaara is on the verge of losing control. Swiftly escort him away from here. I shall hold them off. You must depart at once. With a resolute expression, Shigure cast a reluctant glance at her brother. Kanjiro, gritting his teeth, begrudgingly grasped Gaara's arm. The greater scheme is at stake. Our plans remain unfinished. Can you comprehend this? Upon hearing the mention of plans, Gaara's fury slightly abated, though he still clenched his teeth in irritation. Thus, Kanjiro led Gaara away. Shigure unfurled her fan, summoning a fierce gust that swept through the mountains and forests. The violent winds rendered one's vision nearly impossible. Yuma, entirely disinterested in engaging with Gaara, proactively suggested, Senpai, you take Sasuke and Naruto to pursue them. I will handle this one. It was evidently impractical to have Naruto remain to confront Shigure, for at this moment, he had yet to master the Rasengan. His strength still inadequate. Be cautious, Yuma, Naruto expressed with a hint of reluctance. Sasuke nodded, his face reflecting concern. Parker cast a deep, contemplative glance at him. Be careful, kid. With that, Sasuke, Naruto, and Parker departed immediately. Shigure attempted to intercept Sasuke and Naruto's exit, but a shuriken barred her way. I offer you a chance to prove yourself. Have you not always desired to kill me? Now is a rare opportunity. Would you truly wish to forfeit it? Yuma's words powerfully provoked Shigure. Ever since that moment when Yuma had forced her to kneel, she had been seeking revenge. You seek your demise. Shigure unleashed a torrent of wind blades, launching them at Yuma, her eyes ablaze with fury, her teeth clenched tightly. A swirling cloud of dust obscured Yuma's figure. Sasuke, hearing the commotion, turned to behold the scene. In the next instant, Yuma emerged from the smoke, his body enveloped in lightning. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Parker also looked back, taken aback. Goodness, could that be the lightning armor? This jutsu is known only to the esteemed Reikage. Sasuke felt that Yuma's new technique surpassed his Chidori by 100-fold. It was Naruto's first encounter with such armor-like ninjutsu. How is this possible? Why have you grown stronger again? Shigure's face displayed a mix of terror and disbelief at Yuma's overwhelming power. There is nothing impossible. It is merely a reflection of your limited experience. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Yuma remarked, "Damn it. Even if I must perish, I will slay you." Shigure was infuriated by Yuma's declaration, directing all her attention towards him. With a swift motion, she unfurled her 3-star fan. Wind Sand Technique. A hurricane surged forth, hurtling towards Yuma. Observing Shigure's complete descent into madness, fixating her focus on him, Yuma realized his objective had been achieved. He swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby tree. TSK, it was merely a few words. Is it truly necessary to react this way? As Yuma rubbed his face, preparing to depart from this place, the system's task reappeared before his eyes. 1. Make Temari plead for mercy. Reward, would release. 2. Eliminate Temari. Reward, obtain the Manjiki Sharingan. Would release. Upon seeing this reward, he instantly felt invigorated. The Manjiki Sharingan and would release. He undoubtedly opted for the latter. Like the Senju clan, he was a master of would release, capable of summoning the great Buddha to effortlessly subdue tailed beasts. Furthermore, overuse of the Manjiki Sharingan could lead to blindness, and it wasn't even the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Any rational individual would recognize the clear choice. As for making Temari apologize, he harbored not a shred of guilt. His smile grew increasingly audacious. Minato and his wife were perplexed by the sudden emergence of such a smile from Yuma, sending chills down their spines. Minato, is Yuma all right? He should be fine, right? Chapter 35, Beg for Mercy. Are all the ninjas of Konoha such cowards as you? Temari found herself at a loss against Yuma. At that moment, Yuma was engrossed in a game of hide-and-seek. Whenever Temari approached, Yuma would swiftly evade her. Ignoring her taunts, Yuma pondered on how to compel Temari to beg for mercy. The surrounding trees were incessantly being destroyed as he dodged and contemplated. Suddenly, he conceived a brilliant idea. In the original narrative, Temari was extremely protective of her 2 younger brothers. Could he possibly use them as leverage? Damn those Konoha ninjas. I have lost all patience for this game of hide-and-seek. Temari resolved to raise the forest, leaving Yuma with nowhere to hide. Without hesitation, she unleashed her summoning technique, the Great Scythe Weasel Technique. Dance of the Scythe. Yuma immediately sensed an unsettling aura. He formed hand seals and activated his lightning armor, throwing a shuriken into the distance. In the next moment, a violent gust of wind swept through the woods. Had Yuma hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been torn apart by the tempest. Trees were uprooted and snapped with a thunderous sound, stirring up clouds of dust that made it difficult to breathe and stung his eyes. Goodness, how much does this woman truly despise me? Yuma regarded Temari as a deranged lunatic. The barren scene before him sent a shiver down his spine. He realized that prolonging this skirmish would only deplete her chakra reserves, as employing such jutsu required a significant amount of energy. Time was on their side. They merely needed to stall her. Minato Namikaze began to act as Yuma's strategist. A battle-hardened veteran of countless confrontations and the 4th Hokage, his insights were undeniably astute. Regrettably, Yuma was too preoccupied with thoughts of reward to heed Minato's counsel. How much longer do you intend to hide? Temari ground her teeth, straining her body. The chakra consumed by the dance of the scythe was taking its toll, and she needed the cooperation of her summoned beasts. The dual strain was wearing her down. Temari's gaze swiftly scanned for Yuma's footprints, but he was concealed too well. She understood her advantage. She could not hope to defeat Yuma in close combat, and only by exhausting him from afar could she find a chance. Without further ado, she unleashed the dance of the scythe once more. Boom! The hurricane swept through the forest again. This time, Yuma was not so fortunate. He was swept into the air, and it was only thanks to his lightning armor that he was spared from being utterly obliterated. Spotting Yuma, Temari, disregarding her fatigue, grasped her three-star fan tightly. In an instant, a shuriken flew rapidly towards her. Having witnessed his techniques before, she was well aware of his ability to use shuriken for teleportation. Summoning a fierce wind, she altered the trajectory of the shuriken, a smirk of derision playing at her lips. Is this truly your method of attack? I have already deciphered all your strategies. As Shanmuri sensed the scales of victory tilting in her favor, she lamented the madness that characterized every woman in the ninja realm. Not a trace of gentleness nor femininity could be found. Yuma landed gracefully from the air, brushing off the dust from her attire. A mocking expression crossed Shanmuri's face as she unfurled her three-star fan. What foolish words are you uttering? I can no longer muster the patience to converse with you. Go perish. This was the consequence of provoking her wrath. Kamaitachi hovered beside Shanmuri, poised to execute her commands. At that moment, Shanmuri was consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Yuma, driven by the need for vengeance from that fateful night. She had grossly underestimated Yuma's prowess. Wind release, tornado. Shanmuri exclaimed in disbelief. Sister, have you activated some sort of cheat? Do you still possess this much chakra? Yuma felt the surrounding air currents becoming increasingly tumultuous. The winds coalesced, producing an eerie whistling sound. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the raging tempest. Although the technique was formidable, its lengthy preparation was a significant drawback. Without needing to be reminded by Minato, Yuma recognized that the moment to act had arrived. With arms outstretched, a multitude of ninja tools surged toward Shanmuri. Kamaitachi conjured a gust that sent the tools scattering in disarray. Seeing this, Shanmuri felt a wave of relief, mistakenly believing Yuma was unleashing a grand technique. To her surprise, that was not the case. A triumphant grin spread across Yuma's face. Among the array of ninja tools were several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. By the time Shanmuri attempted to issue another command, it was already too late. Flying Thunder God, second stage. His crimson figure darted through the scattered tools like a red-haired demon. Kamaitachi was struck by a shuriken and dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Shanmuri's pupils contracted. It was too late to interrupt the casting. Yuma suddenly materialized before her, delivering a kick that shattered her grip on the three-star fan. A piercing scream escaped Shanmuri's lips as the fan was sent flying. Your fan is gone. I recommend you surrender. If you plead for mercy, I might show you some compassion. Yuma crouched down, brushing the dust from her face, wearing a look of petty triumph. Shanmuri, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter, spitting water directly onto Yuma's face. You must be dreaming. I will never beg for mercy, even in death. Yuma was taken aback by her explosive temper. Wiping the saliva from her face with the back of her hand, she remained undeterred, narrowing her eyes at Shanmuri. The three-star fan lay discarded nearby, within reach. Shanmuri was convinced of her impending victory, yet her other hand remained pinned beneath Yuma's foot. Even at this juncture, she was still as fierce as ever. Releasing her dissolution technique, she attempted to corrode the fan. No. Her heart sank as she realized the gravity of her situation. In a desperate bid, Shanmuri lunged to rise. But Yuma swiftly produced a kunai and plunged it into Shanmuri's arm. Ah, blood streamed from Shanmuri's wound. I will kill you. Breathing heavily, Tamaki's eyes were a fiery red, her mind consumed by a singular thought. She must eliminate Yoma. Even if it meant enduring torment unto death, she would never yield. Beg for mercy, and I assure you, I will spare you, she taunted. At that moment, Yoma felt utterly speechless before Tamaki's obstinacy. Even in such dire circumstances, she remained unyieldingly defiant. Dream on. I would never beg for mercy from someone as vile as you. Ah, your resolve is truly commendable, Yoma remarked, a shuriken appearing in her hand seemingly out of nowhere. Tamaki recognized it instantly. It was the very weapon Yoma used for her teleportation. My patience is finite. I still have the delightful task of tormenting your two lovely younger brothers. I simply cannot afford to linger here with you any longer. What are you saying? Tamaki, absorbing Yoma's words, felt her heart momentarily cease. With great difficulty, she managed to rise to her feet. Yoma's gaze remained fixed upon her, offering no interference as she struggled to stand. Chapter 36. The Art of the Wooden Man. Temari, unaware of her own actions, produced an explosive tag, intending to affix it to herself in a desperate bid to avoid becoming a captive of Waima. The thought of her brothers being harmed because of her was unbearable. She could not face living with such shame. "You lunatic!" Waima exclaimed, swiftly intervening and tearing the explosive tag in half. "Do you wish for death? Are you truly ready to end your life in such a manner? What concern is that of yours? All the ninjas from Konoha are just as hypocritical as you." Temari retorted, clutching her bleeding arm as blood seeped between her fingers. "I assure you, I will never beg for mercy like you. Only a deviant such as yourself would take pleasure in tormenting others," Waima replied, exasperated by her unyielding spirit. Her resolve was astonishing, even more resilient than that of a cockroach. Such stubbornness in a woman could prove to be a double-edged sword. He produced a shuriken, launching it into her other shoulder. "Humph!" Temari winced in pain, gritting her teeth with a suppressed groan, her eyes ablaze with hatred for Waima. "If you have the capability, then kill me." Her defiance prompted the couple, Minato and Kushina, to intervene. "Waima, if you seek information, then ask swiftly and cease this torment. She is, after all, a princess of the land." Kushina could no longer bear to watch. Waima, equally speechless, did not desire to inflict suffering. His aim was to acquire would-release techniques. As Temari began to pale from blood loss, he found himself admiring her determination. Stepping closer, he gazed into her eyes and pleaded, "I implore you. Simply utter the words, 'I am sorry.' Will you do that?" Humph! Impossible! Temari's voice was barely a whisper as she sank to the ground, weakened. Seeing her state, Waima raised his thumb in acknowledgement. "You are impressive. You have bested me. I truly concede." He took a few steps forward, feigning departure. "I must go pursue Gaara and the others. I wish to avoid any unpleasantness with your brother." The mention of Gaara ignited a flicker of fear within Temari. Her teeth chattered in trepidation. "No, that cannot happen. Just say you're sorry." Waima turned back, locking eyes with her. Temari was now thoroughly panicked, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength between Gaara and Waima. If Waima truly intended to slay her brother, Gaara would stand no chance of survival. I am sorry. Please, do not harm my brother. I beg you." Upon receiving a notification from the system indicating that would-release had been acquired, Waima ceased his engagement with her. Had you pleaded earlier, none of this would have transpired. With that, he vanished from sight. Temari struggled to rise, hastily binding her wounds, the humiliating scenes from earlier replaying in her mind. Once again, she had been bested by Waima, that Konoha ninja, who she deemed utterly insane. She soon began to worry about the predicament of Gaara and the others. After a brief pause, Shimura staggered forward. The speed of his advance was swift, leaving traces upon the ground. The distant sound of an explosion echoed through the air, suggesting that a confrontation was imminent. He had successfully delayed Shimura for a considerable time, yet it remained unclear who held the advantage, Naruto or Gaara. With renewed urgency, he quickened his pace, fearing that he might arrive only to collect the fallen. The trees ahead began to thin, revealing light in the distance. Before long, an expanse of plain lay before him, with the sounds of battle growing ever more pronounced. The roar of Shikaku resonated through the air as the colossal figure of Shikaku emerged ahead, its form entirely composed of sand, dragging its corpulent body forward, marked by eerie blue stripes. Each step it took left behind a generous scattering of sand, sending chills down Yuma's spine. This creature, far from the beauty of the Nine Tails, was undeniably grotesque. It would be prudent to regroup with Naruto and the others first. Yuma scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Naruto collapsed on the ground, his condition uncertain. Rushing over, Yuma checked for Naruto's breath and found that he was merely unconscious, his injuries nearly healed. Naruto's resilience surpassed his own. Yuma patted Naruto's face and shook his shoulder. "Hey, Naruto, wake up. This is not the time for slumber." After several slaps, Naruto finally groggily opened his eyes, feeling as though he had just endured another slap. "Yuma? What are you doing here? Where's that female ninja?" Yuma did not respond, having yet to see Sasuke. "Hey, where's the Uchiha heir?" Naruto raised his hand to point ahead. Suddenly, a sharp crackle of lightning resonated in the distance, accompanied by Sasuke's furious shout. Yuma and Naruto instantly beheld Sasuke, wielding lightning in his grasp, his body covered in cursed marks, racing towards Shikaku with Chidori in hand. The piercing cries of birds echoed, crystal clear even from afar. "Humph, you think you can harm me, little brat?" Shikaku dismissed Sasuke with a swipe of its hand. "Cursed marks? No wonder you've lasted this long. Yuma narrowed his eyes, observing the cursed marks that covered Sasuke's body. Yuma, you must assist Sasuke. I need to rest for a moment. I'm fine. Naruto, having activated his cursed marks twice, felt his body nearing its limits. He urged Yuma to go on while he remained seated, pulling out a pill to consume. Without hesitation, Yuma replied, "Very well, take care of yourself. I must go." Sasuke was truly reckless, activating his cursed marks twice. A clear disregard for his own life. It was akin to opening the eighth gate, forcibly draining the last vestiges of his strength. Despite Sasuke's usual aloof demeanor, Yuma could not help but feel compassion for him. With a resounding clap of his hands, he summoned forth the wood release technique, conjuring a formidable wooden dragon. The Shikaku unleashed a powerful strike, sending Sasuke hurtling through the air. What is that? A massive wooden dragon emerged from the earth, as if imbued with life itself. Lunging towards Shikaku, the latter was left utterly dumbfounded. This phenomenon appeared to be wood release. He was not alone in his astonishment. Even the Ninetales sealed within the space was thrown into a frenzy, utterly agitated. The subsequent scene intensified his ire further. Yuma invoked the wooden golem technique, and an enormous wooden figure materialized before Shikaku. The Ninetales nearly succumbed to the overwhelming stress of the situation. Standing atop the wooden giant was Yuma. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. The Ninetales roared in disbelief, unable to accept that a mere child could wield the techniques of Hashirama. Shikaku sensed the peril and attempted to flee, but it was already too late. The wooden dragon ensnared him, forcefully pinning him in place. Chapter 37. A vicious beating for Gaara. The wood release technique. Shikaku and the other tailed beasts have all witnessed the might of Hashirama's wood release. Their presence in various ninja villages is due to Hashirama capturing them one by one. Standing atop the wooden figure, Yuma swiftly formed hand seals, utilizing the wood clone technique to hasten his examination of Sasuke Uchiha's condition. Both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki had succumbed to a state of utter despair, from the liquid release to the current wood release. They suspected Yuma might possess other bloodline limits yet to be revealed. After several heart-pounding seconds of traversing the forest, the wood clone finally located the barely conscious Sasuke in a small pit. At that moment, Sasuke appeared disheveled and pale, his body marred by black cursed seals that pulsated like blood, flashing a vivid red. "Hey, are you still alive?" Yuma inquired as he gently slapped Sasuke's cheek. When a comrade lies unconscious, awakening their consciousness should take precedence before assessing their state. If a teammate could still respond, it indicated that their airways were unobstructed. Conversely, if their responses were nonsensical, it could signify either a grave injury to the mind or the impending utterance of last words. "I'm fine," Sasuke coughed up blood, struggling to open his eyes. Yuma was at a loss for words. Despite his severe injuries, Sasuke's stubbornness was unwavering. "Are you certain you're all right?" "I won't die," Sasuke replied with an air of indifference, attempting to rise once more. The wood clone gave a thumbs up and hurried off to find Naruto. Truly, the most obstinate of Konoha, even after Thanos' snap, would likely retain that tenacious spirit. "Kanjiro, Kanjiro, wake up." Upon hearing his name, Kanjiro groggily opened his eyes. "Sister?" Initially dazed, he suddenly burst into tears, cradling his head in despair. Surrounding him were the remnants of puppets shattered by Sasuke's onslaught. "My puppets, they're all gone." It was that damned Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing her brother in such a pitiful state tugged at Temari's heartstrings. Yet, recalling her own predicament, she felt at a loss for words, ultimately resigning herself to a deep sigh. After weeping for a while, Kanjiro noticed that Gaara was missing and turned to Temari with concern. "Temari, where's Gaara?" "Gaara has completely lost his mind. He has ventured out alone to confront the ninjas of Konoha." "What? Quickly. In which direction did he go? We must stop him." Temari's face was etched with fear. The last thing she wanted was for such a scenario to unfold. That red-haired boy had already rushed over. Gaara was bound to encounter peril. Kanjiro remained silent, still enveloped in sorrow over the destruction of his puppets. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss with Temari. "Where's your 3-star fan? Why haven't I seen it?" Temari's expression shifted to one of anger, soon replaced by a frown. It was destroyed by that red-haired boy. He employed a peculiar ninjutsu. "A peculiar ninjutsu?" Kanjiro questioned, bewildered. Shamyuri was reluctant to respond to the query and awkwardly shifted the subject when suddenly, both individuals were startled by a piercing scream. They immediately rushed towards its source, having realized that the cry might belong to a tailed beast. Yuma, standing atop a wooden figure with his arms crossed like the legendary Hashirama, lamented his lack of mastery over Senjutsu. Otherwise, he would have employed the divine technique of wood release, true thousand hands to transform into a Buddha. Red-haired brat, you seek death. Release me at once. Shikaku had become utterly frantic, attempting to intimidate Yuma. Yuma merely smirked and clapped his hands again. A second wooden dragon erupted from the ground, ensnaring Shikaku with a relentless grip. Only if you return will I let you go. Impossible. I would rather die than go back. Yuma, observing this defiance, opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of corrosive liquid upon Shikaku. The couple, Minato and Kushina, watched in trepidation, fully aware of the terrifying might of tailed beasts. The acidic substance struck Shikaku, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. The pain jolted Gaara awake, his awareness yanked back into the seal. Gaara, weak and wary, stood cautiously before Yuma. Yuma delivered a swift kick, sending Gaara sprawling onto his back. Shortly thereafter, Shamyuri and Kankuro arrived, witnessing Yuma mercilessly assaulting Gaara. Gaara had already been drained of an excessive amount of chakra and bore numerous wounds, while Yuma was in far better condition. It was evident that Gaara stood no chance against Yuma. With a powerful punch, Yuma struck Gaara squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away, losing a tooth in the process and crashing heavily to the ground. Yuma approached, seized Gaara by the collar, and delivered several resounding slaps, the sharp sounds echoing in the air. Such minor injuries were trivial for a Jinchuriki, and Gaara would soon recover. Yuma pinned Gaara to the ground, continuing to rain down blows upon him. Gaara was genuinely frightened of this maniac, feeling he was at the mercy of a lunatic. If it weren't for your status as the Kazekage's sibling, I would have long since dealt with you decisively, he thought, tears streaming down his face. He attempted to speak, but Yuma persisted in his assault. Not far away, Shamyuri panicked and hurriedly approached, disregarding her own safety as she shielded Gaara with her body. Weeping as she pleaded, I beg you, do not kill him. I apologize once more, I am truly sorry. Tears and snot flowed freely from Shamyuri, for she could not bear the thought of losing Gaara. To her, family was the most important element of existence, surpassing all else. Witnessing her anguish, Yuma stood and remarked, You have a good sister. Were it not for her, I would continue my assault. He then departed, intent on finding Naruto and Sasuke. As Yuma's figure vanished completely, Shamyuri turned back, enveloping Gaara in her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears dripped onto Gaara's face, and for the first time, he felt a pang of heartache. Blood continued to flow from Temari's body. He gazed upon the tears glistening on his sister's face. Gaara was at a loss for how to convey his emotions. Kankuro approached, lifting the weakened Gaara. It was the first time he had witnessed Gaara in such a state of remorse. Temari enveloped both of them in her embrace, nearly losing her brother. The thought of it now filled her with dread. The two of them looked at Gaara with expressions of confusion. At that moment, Gaara fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, he uttered words he had never spoken before. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Kankuro, having misheard previously, widened his eyes in disbelief. Temari's tears momentarily ceased. As long as you're safe, as long as you're safe. We are family. With that, she continued to hold Gaara tightly. This time, Gaara did not resist Temari's embrace, reaching out to envelop both Temari and Kankuro in his arms. Chapter 38, The Disappearance of the Watergate Couple. Yuma, Sasuke, and Naruto hastily returned to the village, only to find that they had arrived too late. The inevitable had transpired. The third Hokage had perished. Before his departure, he had utilized the Reaper Death Seal to take away Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha had failed. Yet, in his heart, Orochimaru deemed himself victorious, having eliminated the shadows of two villages. Naruto and Yuma brought the severely injured Sasuke back to the village. Upon their arrival, they were overwhelmed by the news of the third Hokage's demise. Naruto was momentarily stunned, believing it to be a false report. Yuma nearly burst into laughter, but his acting skills held firm. Sasuke's coughing interrupted their thoughts, prompting them to rush him to the hospital. Early the next morning, Yuma found himself at the cemetery. This time, he was not there to pay respects to his parents. Regrettably, he had not brought flowers for the third Hokage. Many had gathered to honor the fallen leader, and he donned black mourning attire. Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Many were unprepared, allowing the rain to drench them. Yet none seemed inclined to leave immediately. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuma hesitated to depart alone. Naruto's sobs mingled with the cries of others. He was not the only one grieving, as many shed tears. Sasuke lay in the hospital at that moment. Yuma felt a pang of envy for Sasuke, wishing he could also lie in the hospital, avoiding the tedium of the funeral. He closed his eyes, feigning to pay his respects to the third Hokage, while in reality, he entered the ceiling space, intending to converse with the Watergate couple. He wondered how much longer they could exist. Upon entering, Yuma was met with the vigilant gaze of the Ninetales, its fur bristling, baring its teeth at him. Ignoring the creature's fierce demeanor, he noted that the figures of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze were now faint, becoming increasingly difficult to discern. I suppose Minato and I will vanish tonight, he pondered. Will you be able to keep us here this time? Kushina felt a deep reluctance to part from her son, wishing for more time with Yuma. Yuma pursed his lips and shook his head, acknowledging the finality of their situation. Kushina opened her mouth to speak, but Minato gently placed a hand on her shoulder. During this time with you, Kushina and I have found happiness. We are content. I take pride in you. Your strength surpasses mine. I have faith that you will stand tall, becoming a man of great stature. Minato's signature smile graced his face as he continued, You, my boy, excel in all respects, except when it comes to matters of the heart. Kushina sighed, recognizing Yuma's prowess, yet feeling a sense of helplessness regarding his emotional struggles. She perceived Yuma as someone lacking a solid foundation. Hearing this, Yuma scratched his head, swiftly redirecting the conversation. I shall miss you all as well. At that moment, he revealed his genuine emotions, his voice tinged with a hint of choked sobs. Both Wave Wind Watergate and Vortex Kushina stepped forward to embrace him. Gradually, their figures began to transform into shimmering particles of light. They smiled at Yuma, who yearned to reach out and grasp their fading forms. Take care, my son. We hope you navigate through this life safely, they declared before vanishing completely. Yuma stood alone, rooted in place, lingering for an eternity. Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling, catching a whiff of disinfectant. It was evident he had arrived at the hospital. The sound of rain pattered outside the window. As the door swung open, a white-haired Kakashi entered, casting a brief glance at Sasuke, who sat on the bed. You appear to be recovering well, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi remarked. At that moment, Sasuke was swathed in bandages, with scarcely a part of him left unscathed. He turned his gaze to Kakashi as he settled beside him. Kakashi, have I been unconscious for long? How rude. You ought to address me as sensei, Kakashi replied casually. It's been 2 or 3 days. The third Hokage's funeral is currently taking place outside. Kakashi regarded Sasuke with a deadpan expression while peeling an orange. Did you not attend? Sasuke glanced out at the gloomy weather. Everyone I care about has perished. I have grown weary of funerals. Kakashi shrugged and popped a piece of the orange into his mouth. Suddenly, Sasuke recalled the fate of the 2 individuals. What has become of them? Are you referring to Yuma and Naruto? Their injuries are not severe. If all goes as planned, they should be attending the Hokage's funeral right now. Kakashi forcibly placed an orange segment into Sasuke's mouth. Unable to resist, Sasuke begrudgingly consumed it. Upon witnessing Sasuke eat, Kakashi smiled. I bring you good news. Sasuke looked puzzled. With Konoha in such disarray, what could possibly be good news? Kakashi continued to explain. Thanks to the success of your mission, the village's higher-ups hold you in high regard and are grateful for your contributions. Did they not offer any rewards? Sasuke turned to scrutinize Kakashi. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle. Konoha remained unchanged. After his clan's annihilation, the village had merely sent him a verbal consolation, taking nothing further action while seizing the assets of his fallen kin. He had grown accustomed to Konoha's ways. Do not harbor resentment towards the village. They too have their struggles, Kakashi consoled, drawing from his own experiences of hardship. He hoped Sasuke would not allow these matters to weigh heavily on his heart. I understand. Upon returning from the funeral, Yuma first took a bath. He had lost all desire for dinner, yearning only to slip into slumber and bring an end to this distressing day. The loss of the couple. Bo Feng and Shui Min weighed heavily upon him. Suddenly, the sound of the doorbell pierced the silence. Upon opening the door, he found Tian standing outside. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I noticed something seemed off with you, so I came to check in," she replied. "Have you had dinner yet?" Tian's sudden question revealed her concern for Yuma. "Not yet. I was just planning to head straight to bed," he admitted. Tian stepped inside, carrying a bag filled with ingredients. "Let me prepare dinner for you," she offered. Yuma initially intended to decline her generous gesture, but his stomach protested vehemently. Ultimately, he could only nod in resignation. "Then I appreciate your kindness." Upon hearing his acceptance, Tian's face lit up with a smile as she hurried into the kitchen. Soon, the delightful sounds of cooking filled the air. Chapter 39. Let me see. Yuma cracked 2 eggs into the pan and took out the prepped tomatoes. She added the tomatoes to the pan, stirring them together with the eggs. In another pot, she heated up the meat prepared at home. Steam rose from the bubbling pot. Outside, the rain showed no sign of relenting, and Yuma gazed helplessly out the window as droplets trickled down the glass. The meal was ready: scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a bowl of braised meat. Tian placed the dishes on the table and brought out some tea leaves from home, brewing a cup for Yuma. It was evident that Tian's family's taste was quite similar to hers. "Where is your bathroom?" Tian, having hurried over after the funeral, was still clad in black mourning attire, and the sweat from cooking had added to her discomfort. "Aren't you eating?" "I've already eaten." In truth, Tian had yet to have a meal. "Oh, the bathroom is over there. If you don't mind, you can wear my clothes." Yuma stood up and handed Tian a clean short-sleeved shirt and shorts. As Tian entered the bathroom, Yuma refrained from starting her meal, knowing Tian had not eaten yet. Her previous words were merely a ruse. Thus, Yuma chose to close her eyes and wait for Tian to finish her shower. Moments later, Tian emerged, towel in hand, rubbing her hair. "Why aren't you eating?" she inquired, now dressed in the garments Yuma had provided. "I'm waiting for you to eat together," Yuma replied, raising her head and handing a pair of chopsticks to Tian while pushing the brewed tea towards her side of the table. After Tian sat down, she cast a glance at Yuma, her expression one of disdain. "Please move your leg away from mine." Caught. Yuma reluctantly shifted her gaze. "Thank you for your cooperation." Yuma picked up a piece of meat, placing it in her mouth, suddenly falling silent. Seeing this, Tian assumed Yuma did not like it. "Don't you like it?" Yuma shook her head, wiping away tears from her eyes. "What a nostalgic flavor. I added onions. I thought you didn't like them," Tian explained. No wonder it brought tears to my eyes. Thankfully, it wasn't computer parts. Yuma remarked unexpectedly. "I didn't realize you were such a good cook." Tian was taken aback at first, then broke into a smile. "It's nothing extraordinary, just a survival skill every ninja should possess." Tian shyly waved her hand. "What will you do after coming to my house?" "Head home?" Yuma inquired, looking up at her. "I plan to visit Sasuke with my mother. She has already applied for the visitation paperwork. I must leave soon." Tian replied, biting her lip, somewhat embarrassed. Yuma nodded in understanding. "Do you still have connections with the Uchiha family?" "Of course. Although the Uchiha clan purchases ninja tools from Granny Cat, they often come to my house in large numbers to buy supplies." Every day, Tian continued to prepare food for Yuma, gazing contentedly at him as he ate, a hint of happiness gracing her face. She resumed explaining the connection between her family and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was once one of the most formidable families in Konoha. Although only Sasuke remained now, who could predict what the future holds? Yuma continued to eat, understanding the essence of Tian's words. Despite the Uchiha clan's impending extinction, as long as there were still members bearing the Uchiha name, the bloodline limit would inevitably be inherited. With diligent effort, perhaps a new generation could restore the family's former glory. Goodness, wouldn't that mean the Uchiha would have to marry several wives? Can he handle that at night? Tian found Yuma's thoughts somewhat unconventional. Yet there was a measure of truth in his musings. Noticing Tian's silence, Yuma inquired, "Am I wrong? You do have a point, but please, don't ask me about such matters. I'm just a girl. How could I broach such topics?" Tian shot Yuma a glance, exasperated. Yuma chuckled heartily, continuing to devour his meal, and after a short while, they finished eating. Yuma took the initiative to wash the dishes while Tian languidly lounged on the sofa, surveying Yuma's modest home, which struck her as rather shabby. The ceiling light flickered on and off intermittently. About half an hour later, Tian's mother would arrive nearby, bringing her a custom-tailored formal outfit to visit Sasuke, symbolizing the enduring friendship between their families. As Yuma emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands on his trousers, he asked, "What's wrong?" Tian looked up, puzzled by his expression. "In this moment, we seem like an old married couple, don't we? Who wants to be an old married couple with you?" Tian, flustered, quickly attempted to change the subject. "Do you plan to stay here forever? Aren't you considering moving?" "Yes, I've been living here, and I do plan to move," Yuma replied. "But you know how it is." He rubbed his fingers together, indicating his lack of funds. Suddenly at a loss for words, Tian felt discomfort despite Yuma's smiling face. Pouting, she seized the opportunity while Yuma went to the restroom to discreetly hide a sum of money under the table, in a place easily visible to him. Upon Yuma's return, he noticed Tian acting suspiciously as she stealthily approached. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Yuma's sudden appearance startled Tian, causing her head to bump against the table. Just then, a book fell from the table. Upon seeing the book, Yuma's pupils dilated. He had forgotten to hide it, preoccupied with his meal. The book was his manuscript of Jin Ping Mei, which he intended to publish for some extra income. Realizing that if Tian discovered it, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, he suddenly shouted, quickly concealing the book in his embrace. Tian, what's wrong with you?" Every day, Tian turned her head, appearing startled as if frightened by Yuma. "What book is that?" she inquired, blinking in confusion as she gazed at Yuma, perplexed by his sudden excitement. "Ah, you." Upon witnessing his expression, suspicion arose within her. "That book of yours couldn't possibly be one of those kinds, could it?" "What book? What are you talking about?" "I'm a bit unclear," Yuma feigned ignorance, scratching his head while retreating. "I urgently need to use the restroom," he declared, promptly stepping back. "Absolutely not." Tian rushed to the entrance of the bathroom, blocking the door without hesitation. "That book of yours must be something peculiar." "Impossible. I'm a man of integrity," he protested. "Come on, let me see it." "No way. Be obedient. Let me have a look." Tian, please." Yuma began to maneuver around the room like a tactician in a strategic game. Chapter 40. The Onslaught of Uchiha Itachi. The two stood beneath the building, Yuma holding a large umbrella while Tian stood beside him. The rain had diminished considerably at this moment. Yuma stifled a yawn out of boredom. "When will your mother arrive?" "Do not rush her. My mother will be here shortly," Tian replied, casting a disapproving glance at Yuma. This fellow had been asking ever since they arrived. Suddenly, Yuma handed the umbrella's handle to her. "What are you doing?" she questioned. "I must take my leave." "Why?" Tian was perplexed by Yuma's sudden urgency to depart. "If your mother sees us together, she may not be pleased," he explained. "Thus, I understand, and I shall depart to avoid causing you trouble." With that, Yuma dashed down the stairs to evade the rain, turning back to wave goodbye. "Until next time, Tian. My mother is not the person you imagine," she protested. But by the time her words escaped, Yuma had already vanished up the staircase. Tian lingered for a moment, gazing at the spot where he had just stood. Her expression gradually dimmed. Though she had spoken otherwise, she was acutely aware of her mother's disposition. Her mother wished for Tian to steer clear of significant troubles, and Yuma, evidently, was a considerable source of such troubles. Time passed, and then, Tian. "Ah, mother, you have arrived?" Upon looking up, she saw her mother approaching. "What are you doing here?" Lost in thought. Tian's mother, clad in a dark blue coat, had her hair elegantly pinned up with a hairpin. She reached out to touch Tian's forehead. "You're not running a fever. I spotted you from afar, just standing here." "Mother, I am fine," Tian replied, forcing a smile to reassure her mother. "You took so long. I nearly fell asleep waiting. Apologies for the delay. Let us hurry. I am eager to return home for your favorite meatballs." Tian linked her arm with her mother's, displaying a sweet smile. "At your age, you still act like a child," her mother chuckled, playfully pinching Tian's cheek, well aware of her daughter's thoughts. "That boy is your friend, is he not?" Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, Tian Tian felt a surge of panic and hastily distanced herself from the connection. Sort of. We are merely acquaintances, she replied with reluctance. It seems my dear Tian Tian harbors her own little secrets, her mother teased. Mother. With a gentle smile, Tian Tian's mother jested as they made their way toward the Konoha hospital. Is it that boy, Yuma? Though still smiling, Tian Tian's mother cast a knowing glance at her daughter. This question rendered Tian Tian momentarily speechless. Observing the awkward expression on her daughter's face, her mother realized she had struck a chord. Mother, Tian Tian lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. My dear, your father and I are discerning individuals. Do you recall what I spoke to you about the last time? I am your mother. Every mother in the world wishes for the well-being of her offspring. Listening to her mother's words, Tian Tian remained silent, her lips pursed. She understood her mother's concern for her. Yet, an uncomfortable feeling lingered in her heart. I do admire the child, Yuma, however, his identity is quite sensitive. Yuma holds significant importance for the village. Surely, you are aware of this? You have also witnessed the various restrictions imposed on Yuma by the village, have you not? I reiterate, my wish is for your future happiness. Mother, I understand, Tian Tian replied. They then fell into a silence, walking quietly towards the Konoha hospital. Please wait a moment. A nurse meticulously examined the paperwork provided by Tian Tian's mother. After confirming everything was in order, she smiled. Please wait a moment. Someone will come to escort you shortly. Tian Tian and her mother stood aside, observing the passers-by. Currently, the hospital beds in Konoha were still occupied due to Orochimaru's plans, which had led many to be hospitalized. Some had even lost their lives. Mother, are there many visitors for Sasuke-kun? Tian Tian asked, following behind a nurse. Not many, it seems. Tian Tian's mother appeared to be lost in thought, frowning slightly. Most families are in a state of observation, fearing suspicion from the village's higher-ups, which is why few have come. Because your father has connections with the Uchiha clan. The higher-ups permitted us to visit that child, Sasuke. Tian Tian, you must like Sasuke-kun, right? I recall many young girls are fond of him. It must be said that the Uchiha clan members are quite handsome. Tian Tian's mother smiled at her daughter, already envisioning a scenario where Sasuke and Tian Tian were paired together. Of course, who wouldn't like Sasuke-kun? At that moment, Tian Tian's mind was filled with thoughts of the red-haired boy, feigning an expression of anticipation. Sasuke-kun has always been quite attractive. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is exceptionally good-looking. Tian Tian's mother nodded in agreement. Itachi observed Yuma walking down the road and nodded to Kisame, who was by his side. With Naruto unconscious under his arm. Mr. Itachi, this village seems to be your homeland. Do you miss it? Kisame, with sharp teeth visible beneath his straw hat, inquired. I do not miss this place, Itachi replied, his gaze sweeping over the devastated Konoha ninja village. The collapsed walls and pockmarked streets were a stark contrast to the former prosperity, with some neighborhoods reduced to mere ruins. This place is remarkably underdeveloped, Kisame noted, as it was his first visit here. Disregarding Kisame's comment, Itachi responded, let us proceed. We are merely missing one more Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Let us complete our mission swiftly and depart from here. With that, the two vanished from sight. As Yuma walked along the path, he suddenly halted, swallowing hard. He gazed at the unexpected emergence of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki in the distance. To his shock, he noticed Kisame cradling the unconscious Naruto under his arm. He had not anticipated that they would capture Naruto so swiftly, nor that the Umbu ninjas had failed to detect their actions. Itachi and Kisame were now advancing towards him. This is it. They are coming for me. Yuma's expression suddenly turned grave. The two figures opposite him assumed Yuma was about to employ a jutsu, prompting them to halt. Without uttering a single word, Yuma pivoted and fled. Itachi-san, shall we pursue? Kisame inquired symbolically, though the answer was already evident. Itachi made no reply. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing almost instantaneously to block Yuma's escape route. From beneath his voluminous coat, a hand shot forth, reaching directly for Yuma. Kisame teleported behind Yuma, effectively sealing off his path. Chapter 41. Remember to burn money. Yuma swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away from the scene. He hesitated to act. fearing for Naruto's safety, who was currently in their grasp. Yuma had anticipated Itachi Uchiha's return, but he hadn't expected it to occur so swiftly. How infuriating. Were these individuals all workaholics? Why did they never take a break? He was contemplating a strategy to wrest Naruto from Kisame Hashigaki's clutches. Utilizing liquid release was out of the question. A single misstep could spell disaster for Naruto. Perhaps wood release could be worth attempting. In an instant, Yuma assessed the situation's advantages and disadvantages. He clapped his hands together. Wood release, silent binding technique. Two hefty tree trunks erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Itachi and Kisame. The two men deftly evaded the oncoming assault. Kisame grinned widely, revealing his teeth. It appears the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is no novice, Itachi. Itachi Uchiha rarely displayed any semblance of seriousness, but this exceeded his expectations. Just as he contemplated whether to utilize his Mangekyou Sharingan, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The rain intensified, and thunder roared across the sky, illuminating the horizon. Yuma, what are you doing here? Tintin exclaimed, having intended to visit his home, after casually conjuring an excuse to divert her mother after leaving the hospital. She planned to inquire whether Yuma had discovered the money she had hidden. Yet, before Yuma stood two unfamiliar figures clad in peculiar attire, a sight she had never encountered before. The three lingered in the rain, reluctant to depart. Tintin did not associate Itachi and Kisame with intruders. After all, the invaders had already completed their nefarious deeds. Yuma's eyes widened in alarm. The moment Tintin spoke, Kisame had already made his move. He swiftly dashed in front of her, intent on capturing her as a hostage. Tintin was met with a massive hand covered in scales reaching toward her, and a face adorned with fish-like gills appeared before her. Realizing she had brought trouble upon Yuma, her mind momentarily blanked. The situation exceeded her comprehension. In a critical moment, Yuma activated the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. His body vanished from the spot just as Kisame reached for Tintin. He seized her wrist and employed the Flying Thunder God once more, his sole intention being to extricate Tintin from the perilous situation. One Naruto was already overwhelming. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue with Tintin involved. Itachi, that brat has escaped again, Kisame remarked, retracting his hand with an innocent expression before resuming the pursuit. Itachi remained expressionless, having anticipated the challenges of this mission. He aimed to avoid creating a commotion that might alert the Umbu of Konoha, seeking to resolve this task before Jiraiya's arrival. Understood. But what about that blonde brat? If he continues to accompany Naruto, it will severely hinder his output. Had he not been burdened with a liability, he would have captured Tintin already. Hand him over to me. Uchiha Itachi took the unconscious Naruto into his arms. At this moment, Kisame Hashigaki finally freed his hands, stretching his limbs. He hoisted his great sword, Samahata, and took a few steps forward before abruptly halting and glancing back. What was the matter? Itachi was puzzled by Kisame's sudden change in demeanor. Was the girl beside the red-haired boy about to strike? Itachi instantaneously vanished from the scene, leaving behind a parting remark. Handle it as you see fit. I have matters to attend to, and we must part ways. Understood, Mr. Itachi. The two then proceeded in different directions. Meanwhile, Yuma was dragging Tintin into a narrow alleyway, unaware of how many detours they had taken. The relentless downpour from the sky showed no signs of abating. Large raindrops soaked the two, transforming them into drenched figures within moments. They had veered off the main road of Konoha, and the path ahead became increasingly constricted, thunder rumbling ominously overhead. The alley was in disrepair, littered with puddles and mud. Tintin squinted through the rain, struggling to discern the way ahead. Those two did not resemble the ninjas of their village. Who were they? Tintin still vividly recalled the overwhelming sense of pressure from moments ago, which had left her breathless, a force seeking to overturn the ninja world. They are part of an organization attempting to disrupt the ninja realm, Yuma replied succinctly, trying to evade Kisame's pursuit. Naruto seemed to be in their grasp. A fleeting glance earlier had revealed the unconscious Naruto, trapped under Kisame's arm. Yes, Naruto was indeed in their clutches. What will happen to him? My dear ancestor. Let us first deal with the predicament at hand. The footsteps of their pursuer grew ever closer, and he focused all his energy on fleeing. It seemed Kisame was gaining ground. At this realization, Yuma felt a chill run down his spine. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed his fears. Kisame was right behind them. At that moment, Tintin was nearly out of stamina, compounded by her formal attire, which was ill-suited for running. Yuma, I can't go on. I'm out of strength. You must leave me. Tintin struggled to break free from Yuma's grasp. Don't speak such despairing words. We must escape first. Tintin gasped for breath, her energy waning. I left a stack of money under your table. Remember to retrieve it. No, you must survive to claim it. Otherwise, my heart will be at unrest. Be sure to burn something of value for me next year. After uttering this, Yuma forcefully propelled Tintin away from him. His right foot landed heavily in a puddle, splashing water everywhere as he faced the approaching Kisame alone. Tintin scrambled to her feet. Drenched in filthy water, her hair disheveled. Yuma, run. Get out of here and find other ninjas in the village. Yuma's gaze remained fixed on the advancing Kisame, who was dragging his great sword, Samahata, with deliberate steps, seemingly unfazed by Yuma's refusal to flee, as he performed a selfless act of sacrifice before him. A mocking expression suddenly appeared on his face, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Yuma, unable to perceive the presence of Naruto and Itachi Uchiha, immediately deduced that Itachi had taken Naruto to seek Sasuke. He swiftly drew his shuriken, and with a whoosh, 5 of them were deftly intercepted by the blade of Kisame Hashigaki. Are you truly prepared to get serious? Weren't you quite adept at fleeing? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuma launched another set of shuriken, only to have them thwarted once more. The bandages entwined around the blade of Samahata unraveled instantly, exposing countless sharp spikes. A gaping maw opened and closed, aiming to devour Yuma. Realizing that Kisame was indeed intent on combat, Yuma promptly produced a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Mr. Itachi once said, every individual possesses weaknesses. By identifying a person's vulnerability, one can gain control over them. In the next instant, Kisame's form materialized before Tintin, raising his sword to strike. Yuma's pupils dilated as he swiftly hurled the kunai. Chapter 42. The Rampage of Tujin Shuriki Tian could only watch in horror as the sudden appearance of the dry persimmon Kisame paralyzed her with a murderous intent that rendered her immobile. She could only stand helplessly as the formidable sword, Samahata, descended upon her. The narrow alley was besieged by a torrential downpour, while Yuma's countenance twisted with rage, resembling a vengeful specter emerging from the depths of hell. The chakra surging within him evaporated the surrounding rainwater. Tian fell to the ground, one hand bracing herself against it, while the other instinctively shielded her front. A flying kunai, imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, pierced through the curtain of rain, deflecting Kisame's assault. In an instant, Yuma teleported before Tian, forcefully pushing her forward once more, just as Kisame swung his sword again. Yuma braced himself against the blow, blood splattering onto the ground and walls around them. He spat a mouthful of blood onto Tian's face, his expression one of remorse, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This scene rendered Tian's mind a blank canvas. Yuma collapsed before her, whispering, "It's all a lie." In her despair, Tian retrieved all her ninja tool scrolls, her eyes glistening with crimson. She flung herself onto Yuma's body. "Hey, don't joke around at a time like this." Yet this time, Yuma offered no reply. An onslaught of ninja tools surged towards Kisame, but to the latter, it was all in vain. In a heartbeat, the tools were deflected by Samahata. "Enough, little brat. I've seen enough," Kisame declared as he advanced, raising his sword. Tian made no effort to resist. She was exhausted. Suddenly, Yuma's eyes snapped open, transforming into blood-red slits, unleashing a torrent of crimson chakra. A piercing roar resounded in Kisame's ears as the blood-red-tailed beast chakra erupted within the alley, evaporating the rainwater around them and enveloping the area in a thick, white mist. Kisame attempted to absorb the chakra with Samahata, but soon realized that the energy was far too immense. The Nine-Tails chakra sent him flying, obliterating the alley in an instant and causing nearby structures to collapse. The commotion drew the attention of the vigilant Jonin of Konoha, who had been on relentless shifts. "What is that?" The ninja collectively turned their gazes in one direction. Upon recognizing the silhouette within the mist, their hearts nearly ceased to beat. A wave of dread coursed through them. Guy, on duty, instinctively sprinted towards the source, followed closely by his comrades. All intent on halting the Ninetales rampage and evacuating the surrounding residents. Kakashi immediately took charge, his demeanor growing serious as he followed closely behind Guy. Tian, in a daze, lifted her head, her gaze locking onto the familiar face that was all too recognizable. At that moment, Yuma bore fox-like whiskers upon his visage. One tail after another emerged behind him. A furious chakra forcefully propelled Tian away, as the dried persimmon Kisame just rose to his feet. A sharp claw pinned him down. Following that, a barrage of punches rained down upon his body, each strike imbued with chakra from Yuma, leaving Kisame bloodied and battered. Blood spewed from his mouth onto Yuma's form, with each of Yuma's punches unleashing astonishing chakra, devastating the surrounding structures. Clouds of dust were kicked up all around. Quick! Stop him. This destruction must not continue. The buildings are in ruins. Evacuate the residents immediately. Suddenly, on the other side, the Ninetales chakra erupted as well. Naruto's Ninetales had also gone berserk. At that moment, both Jinchuriki of the village lost control. The pitch-black-tailed beast ball was charged and ready to be unleashed upon Kisame. Without warning, a dark inferno ignited against Yuma's Ninetales chakra cloak. Uchiha Itachi swiftly seized Kisame in his grasp, his Sharingan spinning wildly. The flames of Amaterasu grew larger and larger, incinerating the tailed beast ball. Yuma let out a heart-wrenching cry of agony. Let us go. The Jinchuriki have lost control. Yes, Mr. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi dragged Kisame's mangled body away. Before departing, he unleashed Amaterasu once more, blocking their path. The Ninetales cloak gradually dissipated under the relentless blaze of Amaterasu. As the chakra of the Ninetales faded, Yuma's true visage was revealed. Everyone gazed at Yuma, who lay in the water, but none dared to approach. Ultimately, it was Tian, battered and bruised, who stepped forward. Yuma, sob. She wept, collapsing against his chest. Yuma's breaths grew increasingly faint, nearly extinguishing. After examining him, Guy and Kakashi confirmed he still had a pulse before departing. Might Guy chose to remain by his side, while Kakashi intended to ascertain Naruto's condition. Only 2 Jinchuriki could rampage in a single day. These ninjas would surely have endless reports to write. Kakashi arrived at Naruto's location, where Naruto had also succumbed to unconsciousness. His injuries were somewhat less severe than Yuma's. Kakashi, with his dead fisheye, scrutinized the ANBU around him, positioning himself to shield Naruto. Naruto has not lost control and has caused no casualties, merely some structural damage. A root ninja stepped forward, interrupting him. Leave this Jinchuriki and the other one to us. What if I refuse? Kakashi showed no signs of yielding. The dead fisheye became serious, almost revealing the Sharingan. Without the Hokage's orders, I cannot hand Naruto over. You, Kakashi, remember this. The root ninja glared at Kakashi furiously but found himself powerless. The root ninja subsequently departed with his subordinates, intending to assess the situation with Yuma. Let us go. Might Guy shielded Tian and the unconscious Yuma behind him. He recognized that the so-called Umbu before him were, in fact, from the root. Surrender the Jinchuriki. I see you failed to gain any advantage from Kakashi. So you've come to me instead? Might Guy scoffed. He had always held these root ninjas in disdain, as their actions evoked a deep discomfort within him. Do you think you were Kakashi? The root ninjas were unaware of Might Guy's true strength, perceiving him merely as an ordinary jonin. In the next moment, a soaring wave of green energy erupted from Might Guy. Oh, do you wish to test my recent training in taijutsu? The root ninjas quickly fled the scene, fully aware that Might Guy was not jesting. Teacher. Tears streamed down Tian's face, mingling with the bloodstains. The rain continued to pour from the heavens. It's all right. I'm here. Tian. Rest assured, no one will take Yuma away today. Might Guy flashed a brilliant smile. You've done well. This is the vigor that you should embody. Upon hearing these words, Tian broke into a smile through her tears. Chapter 43. The Sick Companion's TikTok. Within the confines of the sealed space, Yoma abruptly opened his eyes. Before him loomed an enormous red fox head, and they found themselves locked in a mutual stare. The appearance of the Ninetales had faded considerably after being scorched by Amaterasu. Thank you, he said. Humph, I certainly did not act to save you, the Ninetales retorted, turning its head away. Yoma chuckled heartily, aware that the proud old fox was displaying its typical demeanor. Had it not been for the Ninetales intervening on his behalf, he might have truly met his end. Little one, you should leave at once. You have been cut off from the outside world for 3 days. It is I who have sustained your life with my chakra. The Ninetales gestured with its massive paw towards the outside. Upon hearing this, Yoma solemnly bowed to the Ninetales. I understand. Then why are you not hastening your departure? The Ninetales promptly ushered Yoma out of the sealed space. Once Yoma had completely exited, the Ninetales collapsed onto the ground, wailing in agony. Damn those Uchiha. Yoma slowly opened his eyes. The pungent scent of antiseptic jolted him into the realization that he was in a hospital. The harsh overhead lights were somewhat disorienting, prompting him to shield his eyes momentarily before lowering his hand. I thought you would continue sleeping. A familiar voice, recognizable yet comforting, reached his ears. Turning his head, he spotted Naruto nearby, both clad in hospital gowns, though Naruto's injuries were far less severe. Beside Naruto lay another individual, his condition the most critical of the three. Sasuke Uchiha was ensconced in bandages, with evident blood seeping from the dressing on his forehead. Even now, he wore a scowling expression. Surrounding their beds were numerous flowers and an assortment of fruits. Naruto pointed to his own wound. I was struck by someone named Uchiha Itachi. Me too, Sasuke chimed in. Having also faced a lesson from Uchiha Itachi. I suppose I am as well. It seems we are all in the same predicament. Upon hearing Yoma's words, Naruto glanced at Sasuke and erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. Haha, idiots. Sasuke shot him a cold glare. Naruto, still laughing, pointed at Sasuke with one hand and at Yoma with the other, nearly doubling over in mirth. Sasuke, unfazed, turned his attention back to Yoma, adopting a serious demeanor. Why did he come for the two of you? His tone carried a rare hint of urgency, as he sought information regarding Uchiha Itachi. Hey, why don't you ask me? Naruto protested, feeling slighted for not being included in the conversation. Yoma and Sasuke tacitly ignored Naruto, fully aware that he was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It was for the tailed beast Jinchuriki, after all. Only Naruto and I bear that title in the village. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell into silence. Naruto, too, sobered at the realization, recalling the moment when those two intruders had burst into his home, leaving him unconscious in their wake. Upon awakening once more, Naruto recalled the overwhelming surge of chakra within him. He sensed the distant presence of the Ninetales chakra, both yin and yang, intertwining with a faint resonance. The details eluded him, and upon regaining consciousness again, he found himself in a hospital. Yuma was still preoccupied with Tintin's condition and could only wonder about her current state. He felt a pang of guilt. Had Tintin not harbored such deep feelings for him, she might have remained uninvolved in this affair. The prowess of Kisame and Itachi surpassed his wildest expectations. If he were to encounter them again, Yuma surmised he would likely choose to flee, for he possessed no means to counter Genjutsu. Should Itachi, the prodigious Uchiha, unleash Tsukuyomi upon him, Yuma would find himself utterly helpless. It was likely that Naruto had fallen victim to such illusions. His only viable techniques were the Flying Thunder God, Wood Release, and Liquid Release. The rest paled in comparison. Furthermore, the disparity in combat experience between both sides was insurmountable. Itachi and Kisame were formidable adversaries. One had defected from the Hidden Mist Village and was the second master of the legendary sword Samahata, while the other had ruthlessly annihilated his entire clan. Had Itachi chosen to seek him instead of Sasuke, both he and Naruto would have long been extracted from the Hidden Leaf Village. Contemplating this, Yuma couldn't help but glance at Sasuke. What's wrong? Sasuke queried, puzzled by Yuma's sudden scrutiny. Nothing, Yuma replied, shaking his head. Hey. Don't treat me like air, Naruto exclaimed, feeling overlooked once more as he pointed emphatically at the two before him. Ignore him. He is probably concussed, Yuma remarked to Sasuke, who nodded in agreement. A week later, Yuma was discharged from the hospital, while Naruto and Sasuke remained under Kakashi's oversight. The higher-ups in Konoha had decreed that Team 7 was not permitted to undertake any missions, effectively confining the trio within the village. Their fate now rested in the hands of the next Hokage. The opinions of the two advisors and Danzo had consistently clashed. In matters as critical as the safety of the Jinchuriki, a new voice was essential to break the stalemate. Thus, the leadership of Konoha remained at an impasse. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, Yuma observed the village's desolation. The consecutive appearances of Orochimaru and Itachi had instilled fear in the residents, causing most to remain indoors. As Yuma paused in his stride, his gaze fell upon a ninja tool shop. Uncertain of why he was drawn there, he noticed the shop appeared rather desolate, with the door ajar just a crack and the interior dimly lit. "Can I help you?" Tintin, noticing a figure lingering at the entrance, stepped outside, finding herself with some time to spare. As soon as the door swung open, the sight of the youth with fiery red hair greeted her. Yuma offered a slight, apologetic smile and waved to her in greeting. In his hand, he held a letter, the money that Tian had given him last time. "I had intended to visit you in the hospital, but I couldn't obtain permission. What brings you here? Are you looking to purchase some ninja tools?" Yuma extended the letter towards her, saying, "I am returning this to you, and I thought I would come to see you as well." Tian pressed her lips together, refraining from accepting the letter. She understood that if she took the money back, any semblance of connection between her and Yuma would vanish. She was unwilling to let such a fate unfold. Thus, she opted for a delay. "Would you like to come inside for a while? There are some fine teas I can offer you. My parents are both out at the moment." Suddenly, Yuma clutched his chest, his expression shifting to one of wariness as he regarded Tian. His reaction amused her, causing a flush of crimson to spread across her face. Chapter 44. An awkward situation. "You must take this action. Otherwise, I will appear as a pervert." Tian exclaimed, her temper flaring. "That simply won't do. I am still a young man in my prime." Yuma fervently shook his head. "You rascal. I must teach you a stern lesson." With that, Tian seized Yuma and dragged him into the store. "Wait here for a moment. If you dare to flee, you shall face the consequences," she warned, firmly pressing him into a chair before striding up the stairs. Yuma found himself surveying the assortment of ninja tools displayed within the shop. Beyond the most basic kunai and shuriken, there were numerous bizarre weapons, many of which he had never encountered before. Unable to name them or discern their usage, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and soon Tian reappeared in his line of sight. One hand holding a teapot and the other a teacup. The delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air. In his previous life, he had often indulged in tea, preferring its lingering aftertaste over that of milk tea. Tian poured a cup for Yuma and remarked, "You may keep the money. I am not in need of this sum." Upon hearing her words, Yuma set down the cup, reflecting on Tian's status as a wealthy heiress, effortlessly utilizing explosive tags worth thousands without batting an eye. "If you do not take it, I shall toss the money into the sewer," she threatened, causing Yuma to wince at the thought of such wastefulness. "How extravagant. Do you truly believe money grows on trees?" He retorted. "Very well. I shall accept it and treat this sum as a family heirloom," he added with a chuckle. Tian shot him a glare, while Yuma continued to sip his tea, his eyes wandering toward her. Noticing his furtive glance at her thigh, Tian's face flushed, and she looked at him disdainfully. "Is it appealing?" she inquired. "Appealing? No, that's not right. It's not appealing." Yuma realized his blunder too late. His words were far worse than mere admiration. In a flash, he bolted to the door, only to be firmly restrained by Tian's grip on his shoulder. "Where do you think you're going?" she asked, a smile gracing her lips as she stood behind him. Yuma, now drenched in sweat, felt his mind racing. He quickly concluded that no matter what he said at this point would prove futile. An apology would likely fare better. Tian, I am truly sorry. It is my fault, and I shall reflect upon it," Yuma declared earnestly, nearly bowing to her. Faced with his desperate demeanor, Tian could only roll her eyes and return to her seat. "Apologies," he said, bowing fervently. "Do you dare to look again?" she scolded, noticing that Yuma's gaze was still unabashedly directed toward her thigh. Frustrated, she picked up her teacup and downed its contents in one swift motion. This action rendered them both silent, as Tian realized that the fault lay with her. Yuma tilted his head, feigning interest in the assortment of ninja tools displayed within the shop. "Was that the teacup you just drank from?" Tian lowered her head, obscuring her expression from view, rendering it impossible to discern her tone. "I don't know. Don't ask me," she replied. Yuma cautiously distanced himself from Tian, fearful of an imminent outburst. Heh, she coldly scoffed, sending shivers down Yuma's spine. Come on, sister, don't be so frightening. It was you who willingly drank from my cup. Doesn't tea that count as an indirect kiss? Don't ask me. Yuma dared not respond to such a question. His mind raced once more. Recognizing this inquiry as a potential trap, waiting for him to unwittingly step into it, he opted for a retreating strategy. Don't ask me. I don't know. Truly. The best response. In the next moment, Tian stepped forward. Yuma pushed back repeatedly until he found himself backed against the counter, grabbing a shuriken to shield his chest. Hey, this is a civilized society. If you come any closer, I'll call for help. Yet, Tian remained undeterred, approaching him resolutely. Standing before him, she rose onto her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, and pressed her soft, rosy lips against his. Yuma's mind went blank. As he contemplated pushing her away, he noticed tear streaks glistening on her cheeks, flowing from the corners of her eyes. A pang of sympathy welled within him, prompting him to embrace her instead. Moments later, Tian rested her head against his chest. I truly thought I would never see you again. Do you know how worried I was about you? At that moment, her pent-up emotions erupted. Since their last encounter, she had felt responsible for Yuma's suffering. She longed to repay him, yet felt utterly powerless. Each night, she was haunted by his apologetic smile, a smile that pierced her heart like a knife. I'm sorry for making you worry. Just as they shared this tender moment, two sets of footsteps approached from outside. A middle-aged couple entered, and upon witnessing the scene, they stood frozen in disbelief, assuming they had walked into the wrong place. Tian's mother quickly regained her composure and turned to leave, while her father, carrying two large bags, glared angrily at Yuma before following her out. Dad, Mom, it's not what you think. Tian was left speechless. Yuma swiftly moved towards the back door, fearing her father might return wielding a knife. The scene had been witnessed by the parents of the girl, and there was no way to clear the misunderstanding now. Above the Hokage rock, the cold wind howled. The inebriated Jiraiya sat atop the fourth Hokage's monument, belching as he surveyed the bustling reconstruction efforts of Konoha below. Behind him, two elderly figures appeared, the esteemed advisors to Konoha, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. Jiraiya, the village of Konoha is in dire need of your leadership. We require a new Hokage. You should seek someone else. I lack the necessary strength. Jiraiya continued to drink, responding with a mere nonchalance. He could have averted this entire calamity, yet he was hindered by Orochimaru. The third Hokage perished before his very eyes. Had he acted more swiftly, perhaps the course of events could have been altered. The daimyo of the Fire Country was nearing Konoha. An urgent assembly was convened between the higher-ups and the daimyo, and after a brief deliberation, we have resolved to appoint you as the fifth Hokage to guide the development of the Hidden Leaf Village. You are the sole individual who meets the criteria. Your prowess and lineage have garnered unanimous respect. The village requires a formidable leader at this juncture. It is time for you to repay the village. Jiraiya shook his head. I am merely a mountain dweller, lacking formal education. I cannot comprehend those intricate documents. If you wish for me to spy on the bathhouse, then I am more than capable. Jiraiya continued to indulge in his drink, and after a moment's pause, he spoke. Tsunade is far more suited to be Hokage than I. Chapter 45. Naruto's discovery. Tsunade and Mito Menyen had anticipated such an outcome. They exchanged a glance and sighed. The current state of Konoha was precarious, lacking suitable candidates for leadership. The upper echelons were dominated by elderly figures, and the only glimmer of hope, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, had long since passed. Had it not been for the tragic events of the Nine-Tails attack, both advisors would have retired long ago, no longer clinging to their positions and obstructing the younger generation. We cannot locate Tsunade, so we must seek your assistance, Tsunade spoke. The feudal lord and the higher-ups had originally hoped for Tsunade to assume the role of Hokage. Regrettably, her whereabouts remained elusive. As for Orochimaru, he was a sensitive matter that no one wished to address at this juncture. I can help you find Tsunade, but you must agree to one condition, Jiraiya declared, setting down the sake bottle and turning to face the two esteemed advisors. Tsunade and Mito Menyen were taken aback by Jiraiya's prompt agreement, their expressions shifting to one of seriousness. What condition? As long as it is reasonable, we can negotiate. It is not a matter of negotiation. It is a necessity. Otherwise, I shall not proceed. Tsunade looked at Mito Minyin with concern. At that moment, Jiraiya's tone was resolute, and they feared that without acquiescence, he would simply walk away. After a moment of silence, Mito Minyin nodded. I wish to take on the responsibility of raising Minato's 2 children. Impossible. Tsunade and Mito Minyin exclaimed in unison, their rejection immediate. It was absurd to even consider relinquishing the 2 Jinchuriki. Although Jiraiya was indeed from Konoha, his current status remained that of an outsider. Then I require a veto vote at the Konoha High Council meeting. This is my final condition. Refuse, and I will leave, Jiraiya stated. His previously relaxed demeanor now replaced with seriousness. This veto power would determine the fate of Minato's children, a burden of regret that had long haunted Jiraiya since Minato's demise. He wished to prevent a similar tragedy from recurring. Tsunade and Mito Minyin began to converse quietly among themselves. Moments later, Mito Minyin stepped forward. We can agree to your terms. Konoha's leadership still desires a strong and respected figure to assume the role of Hokage. The village faces unprecedented challenges, and we truly need. Jiraiya, however, raised his hand to silence them. He had discerned their underlying plea for retention. In terms of lineage, Tsunade surpassed him by leaps and bounds. She was the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and bore the esteemed bloodline of the Senju clan. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiraiya. By the way, I forgot to mention, the third Hokage entrusted me with the care of Yamato and Naruto. They require my presence for a time, and I must take them out of the village. Delusional. Mito Minyin reprimanded him directly. He was naturally aware of what the third Hokage had previously articulated regarding this matter. Initially, he had acquiesced, as the 2 Jinchuriki had not gone berserk. However, the circumstances had changed. The 2 Jinchuriki had recently lost control. How could they possibly allow Jiraiya to take the Jinchuriki away? Jiraiya, you are well aware that the current conditions differ significantly from before. You must also consider the welfare of Konoha, Tsunade Koharu interjected, her tone considerably more amiable than that of Mito Minyin. Then perhaps you should seek counsel elsewhere. I believe Danzo has long harbored aspirations to become Hokage. Why not appoint him directly? Upon hearing those words, both advisors frowned, reluctant to see Danzo ascend to such a position. Should Danzo become Hokage, their futures would undoubtedly become perilous. While their lives would not be at risk, the quality of their existence would surely decline. Danzo was far more suited to operating in the shadows. His character and style of operation were looked down upon by both Tsunade Koharu and Mito Minyin. Moreover, Danzo had control over the Root organization. If both Root and Umbu fell under his dominion, then every inhabitant of Konoha would be engulfed in paranoia. Observing their silence, Jiraiya recognized that he had made the right bet. He had long understood that the upper echelons of Konoha were not a monolithic entity. During the tenure of the third Hokage, there had been a semblance of balance, but with his passing, discord had inevitably ensued. Each individual now sought to claim a larger share of the diminishing resources available. Having wandered the ninja world for many years, Jiraiya had long ceased to believe in the so-called will of fire espoused by Konoha's higher-ups. He had witnessed too many individuals transform utterly upon encountering power. As he noticed their continued silence, Jiraiya resolved to intensify his approach. He took a few steps forward, deliberately slowing his pace. We can represent the upper echelons of Konoha. You may escort the 2 Jinchuriki out of the village for a time. Mito Minyin eventually relented. Despite Tsunade Koharu and Mito Minyin seemingly applying pressure on Jiraiya, the advantage had consistently resided with him. I hope you do not forget what you have promised us, Tsunade Koharu conceded as well. The upper echelons of Konoha were eager to select a Hokage swiftly. That was the paramount concern. Other matters could be negotiated later. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya revealed a smile, only to subsequently mask it with a serious expression. Rest assured, I shall keep my word. I hope you can agree to one more thing. As soon as Jiraiya uttered these words, the 2 advisors vanished in an instant, leaving behind a single admonition. Jiraiya, do not overstep your bounds. Watching them depart, Jiraiya shook his head in resignation. It was unfortunate that he had intended to press the advisors further, but the deed was already accomplished. This way, Yuma and Naruto would be able to momentarily escape the whirlpool of Konoha's power struggles. This was the utmost effort Jiraiya could muster. With this thought, he resolved to visit the cemetery to pay his respects to Minato and Kushina. As Jiraiya strolled into the cemetery, he observed that the number of visitors had significantly dwindled. It was far less crowded than it had been just a few days prior, as most individuals had departed to aid in the reconstruction of Konoha. Suddenly, he spotted a small boy with tousled blonde hair standing beside the gravestones of Minato and Kushina. Naruto stood before the markers, tears streaming down his cheeks. His expression one of profound confusion. Naruto was no fool. He had long suspected the connection between Yuma and himself. On several occasions, he had discreetly followed Yuma, who often visited this very spot, spending hours in quiet contemplation. In the village, only Yuma and he shared the burden of being Jinchuriki. Naruto had previously gathered extensive information about the individuals commemorated by the gravestones. They belonged to the fourth Hokage and his wife. Their hair colors strikingly similar to his own and Yuma's. He had even seen a portrait of Uzumaki Kushina, and it struck him how remarkably Yuma resembled her. Chapter 46. An awkward scene as Naruto wiped away his tears and prepared to depart. An elderly man with white hair placed a flower before the tombstone of Minato. "Do you know who the owner of this tombstone is, you little rascal?" Jiraiya gazed at the tombstone with a sense of nostalgia, then turned to look at Naruto with a serious expression. Naruto was startled by his actions. What was this eccentric old man doing? Did he have to meddle in others' tributes? Ignoring Jiraiya, Naruto chose to leave, but in the next moment, Jiraiya grasped him firmly. "Hey, are you deaf, you little brat?" "Hey, strange old man, I'm not a little brat. I have a name." Jiraiya surely knew his name, as it was derived from the very book he had written. Yet, Jiraiya feigned ignorance. "What is your name?" Naruto shoved Jiraiya's hand away, pointing to himself with his thumb. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am destined to become Hokage." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya smiled. He was not mocking Naruto. Rather, he found the disparity between the two brothers' personalities to be amusing. "Hey, old man, what are you laughing at? I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, the Sage of the Toads. You should show me some respect." Suddenly, Jiraiya recalled the prophecy concerning the child of Minato. Perhaps Minato's child was the prophesied one. Observing Jiraiya's sudden contemplation, Naruto took a cautious step back, only to have Jiraiya's large hand ruffle his spiky blonde hair. "Others yearn for my attention, yet here you are at that moment." Naruto's visage overlapped with Minato's. "Minato, I shall ensure that I guide these two children well." Inside the ninja equipment store, Yuma sat quietly on a chair, facing Tintin's father. Dressed in a short robe and sporting a handlebar mustache, Tintin's father was enveloped in silence. Yuma had intended to flee, but Tintin had stopped him, insisting he explain himself to her parents. When Tintin's parents returned, Tintin was ushered away by her mother, claiming they had forgotten to buy some groceries. It was evident that Tintin's parents had just returned from shopping, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. "Uncle, I cannot bear that. Just call me uncle." Tintin's father swiftly interjected. He was acutely aware of Yuma's lineage, understanding who his parents were. Although they had long since passed, he held the fourth Hokage in high regard. "Very well, uncle." Once more, silence enveloped them. Despite Tintin's father appearing aloof, he was nervously wearing a hole in the sole of his shoe with his toes, contemplating how to greet Yuma's parents. Yet, he was reminded that they had already departed from this world, leaving him at a loss for words. "I apologize for the trouble Tintin has caused, uncle." Yuma rose and bowed deeply to Tintin's father. This was Tintin's doing, wasn't it? Yuma's eyes widened in response, bracing himself to shoulder all the responsibility. To my surprise, Tion's father took the initiative to exonerate him. As Tion's father, how could I possibly be unaware of my daughter's character? Yet, you, young lad, possess quite the audacity to shoulder the blame. As someone who has traversed this path before, I can easily discern the underlying motives of this young man. In truth, Tion's father would prefer for Tion to engage with the Hinata family next door. But alas, their relationship remains merely that of companions. Yuma's background is certainly not to be disparaged. One could even describe it as prestigious. Being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and the child of the fourth Hokage is no small feat, however. Tion's father is not one to be swayed by superficial status. Every parent desires their children to lead fulfilling lives. At this moment, he scrutinized Yuma's appearance more closely and found himself increasingly reminded of the late Uzumaki Kushina. Unbeknownst to him, both Tion and her mother were discreetly observing their interaction from the back door. "Mom, aren't you going out to assist Yuma? Look at him. He seems utterly mortified," Tion remarked. Tion's mother sighed inwardly, realizing that women often tend to lean towards the male perspective. Even before marriage, she was already considering the young man's feelings. She couldn't help but wonder if she had been the same in her youth. Tion's mother's expression did not go unnoticed by Tion, who understood her thoughts all too well. "Mom, please don't overthink it. It was merely a misunderstanding," she hastily defended. Yes, if I had arrived a bit later. You might have even kissed," Tion's mother retorted with a knowing glance. Upon hearing this, Tion's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet her mother's eyes. In truth, they had already shared a kiss, but Tion dared not confess this to her mother. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" Tion's mother suggested to Yuma, her apron tied and a warm smile gracing her face. Yet, Yuma, feeling guilty, hesitated to impose further. "Auntie, I feel quite embarrassed. I came in such haste that I didn't bring a gift. I can't possibly partake in a free meal." "Well, Auntie will be waiting for your next visit. Do remember to bring a gift next time," Tion's mother replied, her smile unwavering, causing Yuma to feel a prickling anxiety. He quickly nodded in vague agreement. Tion, aren't you coming out to see off our guest?" Tion's mother called upstairs. Yuma contemplated fleeing, but Tion's mother firmly grasped his shoulder. "No need, Auntie, I can walk home by myself," Yuma insisted, waving his hands dismissively. "That simply won't do." Tion, hurry up." Only then did Tion reluctantly descend the stairs. Tion escorted Yuma to the banyan tree outside the store. "I won't continue to see you off. You should be able to find your way home, right?" she said. "Haha, that's not an option. I require the escort of the illustrious Miss Tion, Yuma replied, spreading his arms in a playful manner. "A punch from me would suffice," she jested, playfully landing a light punch on Yuma, who adeptly sidestepped her playful blow. The enchantress possesses an audacious spirit, daring to launch a surprise assault upon me? Beware of the retribution that may ensue. "Huh, you calling yourself me. How bold you are. Allow me to deliver a swift kick. Day after day, a sweeping leg strike." Yet, once more, it is evaded by Yuma. Tion, you must not strike a guest." The actions of both individuals did not escape the keen eye of Tion's mother, who promptly reprimanded them. "See? Retribution has befallen you." Yuma cast a glance at Tion, a smile stretching across his face as if reaching for the heavens. Tion, initially intent on retaliating against Yuma, found herself momentarily entranced. A gentle evening breeze wafted between them, tousling Yuma's crimson hair. Coupled with his exquisitely delicate features, he momentarily rendered Tion speechless. The distant lights of the construction crew illuminated Yuma from behind, casting a soft, ethereal glow around him. The mischievous grin on his lips, in that moment, evoked an indescribable sensation. This scene became indelibly etched in Tion's memory. "Hey, don't space out." Yuma's remark shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Tion shot him an irritated glance, puffing her cheeks in annoyance before turning away. Yuma, perplexed, scratched his head and departed as well. Chapter 47. Abducting Hinata, do not always refer to me as the lecherous sage. Jiraiya put away his telescope, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze from the bathing area. Beside him stood Naruto, who had been kept close by Jiraiya for several days, unable to escape. Observing Jiraiya's lascivious expression, Naruto had taken to calling him a nickname. "What are we doing here? We've been lurking since dawn." Jiraiya had arrived early to scout the area. As soon as Yuma appeared, Jiraiya would confront him directly. "Who are we waiting for? You will find out soon enough. Quiet down." Seeing Jiraiya ignore him, Naruto resigned himself, shoving his hands into his pockets. "A few days ago, you went berserk, didn't you?" Jiraiya referred to Naruto's moment of rage, which was linked to the Nine-Tails power. Naruto hesitated, surprised by the question. There was no need to conceal this matter. He nodded. "Yes, at that moment, I sensed a chakra from afar. It resonated with the chakra of the nine tails within me. Yet it was far colder. The emergence of that chakra triggered my rampage, after which I lost consciousness. Jiraiya listened intently, momentarily speechless. He was aware that the nine tails had been divided by Minato. Did it seek to reunite? This was the only conclusion Jiraiya could draw, yet he dared not delve further. The mysteries of tailed beasts were profound. Suddenly, Jiraiya spotted a red-haired youth approaching and promptly pulled Naruto to block Yuma's path. This startled Yuma, who nearly feared the Akatsuki had returned to seize him. "Oh, isn't this Yuma? What do you want, lecherous sage?" Naruto waved and greeted Yuma, grumbling about Jiraiya's lack of seriousness. "I've told you countless times, I am the Toad Sage, not the lecherous sage." Jiraiya placed a hand atop Naruto's head. Yuma cautiously stepped back, desiring no association with Jiraiya, especially after the latter had persistently sought the continuation of the Jinping Mei story. Noticing Yuma's intent to depart, Jiraiya swiftly interjected, "Do you wish to grow stronger? I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the Toad Sage. No, I still have clothes to tidy up at home." Yuma immediately shook his head. "Do you not wish to know who the murderer of your parents is?" The moment those words left Jiraiya's mouth, both Naruto and Yuma's pupils dilated. Yuma was taken aback that Jiraiya knew of Obito's existence, while Naruto was struck with fear by the revelation. Observing the expressions of the 2 young boys, Jiraiya wore a knowing smile, as if he had seen through the intricacies of life. However, Yuma remained obstinately disinterested. "I do not wish to know." Jiraiya questioned his own hearing, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Yuma. "Why? Do you truly not wish to grow stronger? Gaining strength requires training, but training is exhausting, and I have no desire for that." Naruto, standing nearby, was taken aback by these words. This individual always exhibited such a demeanor, yet his strength remained formidable. Moreover, if my power were to become excessively potent, the higher-ups in Konoha would undoubtedly disapprove. When Yuma uttered this remark, he deliberately cast a glance at Naruto, who immediately grasped Yuma's implication. "What a troublesome little brat." Jiraiya sighed, unsure how to counter this assertion. "How about this? If you accompany me to find someone, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you. What do you say?" After delivering this statement, Jiraiya glanced at Naruto. "However, you must train with me." "Why? That's not fair." There's no reason required." Jiraiya tapped Naruto on the head, then turned his gaze to the contemplative Yuma. "Can I refuse?" "No." "Who is this person?" Yuma sensed Jiraiya's unwavering determination not to relent. He harbored a suspicion that they were to seek Tsunade. Konoha was presently in a state of disarray, and Jiraiya had certainly declined the proposal to become the new Hokage, thereby leaving it to Tsunade. Upon witnessing Yuma's concession, Jiraiya finally felt a sense of relief. The granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. "Who is that?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. "Is she also one of the Sannin? Are the Sannin renowned?" Seeing Naruto's ignorance, Jiraiya was thoroughly exasperated. He chose not to address Naruto further, but redirected his attention to Yuma. "I understand now. Is Tsunade going to become the 5th Hokage?" Yuma feigned ignorance, wishing to observe Jiraiya's reaction. Jiraiya immediately inhaled sharply, marveling at Minato's exceptional genes. Indeed, Tsunade will soon assume the role of the 5th Hokage. Subsequently, a gathering will be convened, where the 2 of you will be discussed. Jiraiya had no intention of concealing this information. Knowing sooner rather than later would facilitate their subsequent actions. Naruto bit his lip, displaying a countenance of discontent. Meanwhile, Yuma remained remarkably composed. "Hey, let me share some good news. I possess a veto vote. Rest assured, I am on your side." Naruto scrutinized Jiraiya with suspicion. "Hey, perverted sage, is everything you said true?" "You little brat, I assure you that I speak only the truth." Yuma did not doubt Jiraiya's words, for Jiraiya had no reason to deceive him or Naruto. They were both children of Minato, considered part of his lineage in the eyes of Konoha's upper echelons. "So when do we depart?" Yuma interjected, interrupting the playful banter between the 2. "First thing tomorrow morning." "Is it really that urgent?" Naruto seemed somewhat reluctant to leave the village so soon. Yuma nodded, understanding Jiraiya's concerns. The longer they delayed, the greater the uncertainties that could arise. This was advantageous for the faction led by Danzo, but not so favorable for others. "All right, I understand. Shall we gather at the village entrance tomorrow morning? Correct. Yuma nodded in understanding and departed without delay. However, Naruto was not so fortunate, as he was forcibly kept behind by Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Yuma intended to return home to gather some necessary items. Yet, on his way back, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Hinata? It had been quite some time since he had last seen her, following the Chunin exam. Upon hearing someone call her name, Hinata turned around. Yumakuin. It's been so long. What brings you here? I completed my family's trial and was eager to see you at the first opportunity. Have you earned your father's approval? Hinata nodded shyly. Ever since the mission to rescue Konoha, Hinata had been confined at home by Hayashi Hyuga, undergoing rigorous training that left her with several bruises and wounds. Yuma's gaze immediately fell upon the bruise on her hand. Without hesitation, he lifted Hinata into his arms and carried her home, intending to tend to her injuries. Chapter 48. Departing in search of the great prize. Yumakuin, what are you doing? Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she found herself pressed against the sofa by Yuma. He rolled up her sleeves, and a soft click of disapproval escaped his lips. Your father is quite ruthless, isn't he? Hinata's arm was enveloped in bandages, clearly having gone some time without a change of dressings. Yuma gently removed her outer garment, revealing several wounds on her back as well. The sight filled him with profound sorrow. My father only means well. I'm fine now, she insisted, attempting to don her coat again to shield her injuries from Yuma's gaze. He delicately probed a bruise, causing her face to pale instantly, nearly eliciting a cry of pain. That must hurt, he remarked softly. Actually, it's not too bad, Yumakuin. I promise I'm all right. Just wait a moment. I'll be right back. Yuma hurried to the cabinet, rummaging until he found a medical kit containing antiseptic and bandages. He extracted a small pair of scissors, cautiously cutting away the old bandages. His careful movement still elicited discomfort from Hinata, who was now sweating profusely. As he meticulously cleaned her wounds with a cotton swab soaked in iodine, Hinata became entranced by Yuma's focused demeanor. He was truly handsome. In his childhood, Yuma's features had not fully matured, but the transition into adolescence had wrought a significant transformation. He seemed to have grown taller, benefiting from the excellent genes of Uzumaki Kushina. His facial contours resembled those of Minato Namikaze, with a delicate oval face and smooth lines, while his brow bore a resemblance to Kushina's, infused with a touch of feminine softness. Naruto exemplified the more masculine traits inherited from both. Once the task was complete, and realizing Hinata had remained silent, Yuma grew concerned. Hinata, are you all right? Why are you so quiet? Did I hurt you? Hinata quickly shook her head, casting aside her shameful thoughts as she noted the fresh bandages adorning her. No, Yumakuin, your technique is excellent. Much gentler than those in the clan. Hinata spoke the truth. Although she was the esteemed eldest daughter of her clan, her demeanor often led others to disregard her. She dared not seek help from Hayashi Hyuga. This injury may take some time to heal. You should rest well in the coming days, Yuma advised while tidying up the tools. That's not an option. I must continue my training tomorrow. Otherwise, father will be displeased. The mere thought of Hayashi's words quelled any resistance she might have felt. Yuma was not surprised by her determination, yet he gazed earnestly into her pale eyes. Hinata, what is it? She asked, puzzled by his sudden seriousness. I may be away from the village for some time. Where are you going? Panic flickered in Hinata's eyes, fear gripping her heart at the thought of Yuma's unexpected departure. She had recently heard troubling rumors of his explosive rage. She feared that Yuma might act recklessly, leading to irreversible consequences. I will seek my father's assistance, as he holds a certain influence within the higher echelons of Konoha. The villagers will undoubtedly not cause you any trouble. Yumakuin, if you encounter difficulties, feel free to confide in me. I will assist you. Upon hearing this, Yuma smiled briefly. Hinata had evidently misunderstood his intentions. It is merely a mission. Do not overthink it. Is it perilous? Hinata still felt uneasy. Yuma contemplated. Theoretically, with Jiraiya's presence, it should be quite safe. Yet he hesitated to raise any false hopes, fearing he might not return. That would indeed be quite amusing. It is difficult to say, but overall, it should be quite secure. Relieved by Yuma's response, Hinata felt a slight sense of reassurance. She then glanced at the sky outside, suddenly feeling anxious. Oh no, I must return, Otherwise, my father and the clan elders will be displeased. Yuma-kun, I believe you will return safely. Grabbing her coat, she dashed out of Yuma's home. Yuma chuckled at her reckless demeanor. Be careful on your way. I know. As dusk descended, Yuma decided to visit the graveyard to pay his respects to Minato Namikaze before departing. He arrived at the Mountain Family Flower Shop. Due to the imminent preparations for an event, the shop was empty except for Ino. Do you need anything? Ino instinctively asked. Upon noticing Yuma's arrival, she appeared somewhat surprised. What brings you here? Is it just you in the shop? Yuma observed that Ino was alone. My parents are out working. They have to take shifts every day. Are you here to buy flowers to commemorate the third Hokage? Most visitors Ino had attended to recently were purchasing white flowers for that purpose. To her surprise, Yuma shook his head. I am here to buy flowers to honor my parents. Are you heading to the cemetery? Ino suddenly inquired. Yes. Then I am going there as well. Take this flower. Ino handed a bouquet of white flowers to Yuma. How much is it? It's on the house. Consider it a token of appreciation. Ino also gave Yuma the white flowers she had prepared for the third Hokage. Let's go. Ino closed the shop and flipped the sign at the entrance. The two then made their way to the cemetery. Upon arriving, Ino did not rush to part ways with Yuma. She continued to follow him. Yuma made no indication that he wished for her to leave. Ino was curious whether the rumors were true. She had heard them from her parents in her younger years, and coupled with the visions she had seen that day. She already had an inkling. Yet, she still wished to witness it firsthand. Sure enough, Yuma walked directly to the grave of the fourth Hokage. This grave was shared by Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki. After placing the flowers down, Yuma brushed away the dust that had settled on the gravestone. Mom. This time, I didn't bring ramen. The time feels a bit too dry. The fourth Hokage remains unscathed. Yuma's words left Ino wide-eyed in astonishment. It was indeed true. Yuma was the child of the fourth. The scenes witnessed in the illusion were almost unequivocally confirmed to have transpired. The following morning, Yuma took the prepared backpack and made her way to the entrance of Konoha. At that moment, Jiraiya and Naruto had already arrived, waiting solely for Yuma. You're only just arriving? Both the perverted sage and I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Naruto complained with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yuma glanced up at the sun, which had barely begun to rise. Is this what you call a long wait? All right, enough of the banter. Let us set off. I will inform you of the precautions for this journey as we walk. Our time is limited. The gatekeeping ninjas stood in respectful attention, 3 of them in total. After all, one must pay respect to the revered, and Jiraiya's status within Konoha was undeniably high. The name of the legendary 3 was well earned through their formidable prowess. Chapter 49. Crafting meatballs. After a long day of travel, the trio had finally departed from the jurisdiction of the Hidden Leaf Village. Noticing that the day was drawing to a close, Jiraiya sought refuge in an inn. Yuma and Naruto sat side by side, while Jiraiya occupied the opposite seat, indulging himself in a drink. Yuma dined on fried noodles, whereas Naruto continued to savor ramen. The quality of the ramen paled in comparison to that of handmade varieties. Upon tasting the broth, Naruto felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The noodles lacked any elasticity, and the soup was far from fresh. The treatment of the chashu was also rather crude. Hey, kid, be grateful for what you have. There's no need to be picky, Jiraiya slurred, clearly intoxicated. His words slightly muddled and his breath reeking of alcohol. Having spent several days with Jiraiya, Naruto had witnessed the man's formidable temperament. He muttered his discontent under his breath. Their dinner had been funded by Jiraiya's purse. Here, take my bowl of fried noodles. This place does them quite well. Really? Naruto replied, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. Jiraiya had not anticipated the camaraderie shared between the two, and he chose to remain silent, quietly observing while continuing to drink. Yuma slid his ramen towards Naruto and pushed his fried noodles in front of him. Both Naruto and Yuma had endured their share of hardships and were indifferent to whether the food was left over. Jiraiya-san, what if we don't reach Tsunade? Will they demand you to become Hokage? At Yuma's inquiry, Jiraiya swirled his drink, his gaze becoming unfocused. I would never entertain such a notion as becoming Hokage. It would be unbearably tedious. I would have to deal with those old geezers every day. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I prefer the company of younger women. With a lewd chuckle, Jiraiya glanced towards a nearby table, drawing disdainful looks from the young women seated there. As Naruto finished the last bite of fried noodles, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Jiraiya, "Pervy Sage, do you have feelings for Tsunade? You seem quite familiar with her affairs." Mid-drink, Jiraiya sputtered, nearly choking. Yuma swiftly lifted his bowl, dodging the spray with ease. "You little brat, don't go spreading rumors. Slander can lead to serious consequences." Naruto wiped his face and regarded Jiraiya with disdain. "Come on, you know everything about Tsunade. How can you deny your feelings for her?" Caught off guard, Jiraiya appeared flustered, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. He stammered, his embarrassment morphing into irritation. "Just go to bed. We have more traveling to do tomorrow." With that, Jiraiya hastily covered his face and exited the scene, leaving Naruto and Yuma exchanging glances. "Did I say something wrong? I just sensed that Pervy Sage cares a lot about Tsunade. Let us not meddle in the affairs of adults. We should head to bed," Yuma said. Finishing the remaining food before departing, Naruto followed closely behind him. "Kids, I ask you once more, do you wish to become my disciples?" Jiraiya inquired earnestly during a brief respite in their journey. Yuma was decidedly reluctant, as was Naruto, who, despite being aware of the legendary status of the Sannin, remained skeptical of Jiraiya's character. Observing Yuma's silence, Naruto chose to remain quiet as well. "Hey, I say, you little brats," Jiraiya interjected. "Others would traverse the ninja world just to apprentice under me." Noticing their continued disregard, Jiraiya resolved to demonstrate the true essence of ninjutsu. In the next moment, a formidable surge of chakra coalesced in Jiraiya's right hand. Yuma's expression was serious, while Naruto's was filled with curiosity. The chakra spun rapidly, forming a cerulean sphere. Jiraiya unleashed the Rasengan against a nearby tree, which collapsed with a resounding crash, sending plumes of dust into the air. What ninjutsu is this? Such immense power. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were destined to be intertwined with the Rasengan. Observing Naruto's adoring gaze, Jiraiya felt a swell of pride. "As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I shall impart this to you." Jiraiya could not help but reminisce about Minato, intending to pass down his techniques to his child. "Not for me, though." "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed, leaping in disbelief. "Are you jesting? Do you even comprehend the origin of this ninjutsu?" "I know, it's the signature technique of the fourth Hokage." You actually know?" Jiraiya's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment, leaving him utterly speechless. He had initially aimed to impress Minato's child, only to have his intentions thwarted, outdone by Yuma. "Hey, Pervy Sage, what on earth is going on?" Upon hearing the mention of the fourth Hokage, Naruto could no longer contain his excitement. "Let us discuss this as we travel," Jiraiya said, his face a mixture of confusion as the trio resumed their journey. Ultimately, Jiraiya accepted them as his designated disciples, revealing the method to cultivate the Rasengan. "Surely, there must be a trick to it, right?" Naruto incessantly pressed Jiraiya throughout their journey. "Such matters must be comprehended personally. Stop being so verbose." Jiraiya, growing impatient, responded. Meanwhile, Yuma was unfazed, for he had no need of the Rasengan, possessing instead the Flying Thunder God technique, would release and dissolution release. The trio soon arrived at a grand city in the land of fire, where the streets were aglow with lights and bustling shops. Numerous taverns and gambling houses lined the thoroughfare. Jiraiya walked ahead, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "You simply do not wish to share your valuable techniques, do you?" Naruto folded his arms, visibly disgruntled. "Endlessly honing basic skills is a sheer waste of life. You little brat, I am utterly speechless at your naivety. Only that which you comprehend for yourself can be deemed your own ninjutsu." Jiraiya continued to survey the taverns and casinos, when suddenly, he quickened his pace towards a specific direction. Yuma and Naruto hastened to keep up, determined not to be left behind. Jiraiya halted the path of two women, one particularly striking with golden hair and clad in a grand blue robe. Her striking figure left both Yuma and Naruto utterly astonished. Yuma had envisioned this moment, yet he was unprepared for such an exaggerated display. Naruto's eyes widened to the point where it seemed they might pop from their sockets. Was this not too outrageous? In an instant, Tsunade sent Jiraiya flying with a single punch. Soon after, she noticed the two young boys trailing behind Jiraiya. Upon seeing them, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, for she believed she was once again gazing upon Kushina Uzumaki. The crimson hair and the glint in their eyes were strikingly reminiscent. "Tsunade-sama, are you all right?" In the meantime, Shizen, noticing Tsunade's sudden daze, approached her, concerned that she was feeling unwell. Tsunade snapped back to reality, casting her gaze down at the two boys. "Hey, you two brats. Are you with him?" "We don't know him," Yuma and Naruto exclaimed in unison, their instincts for self-preservation kicking in as they hurriedly distanced themselves from any association. Chapter 50. Tsunade. The events surrounding the third Hokage had long been known to me. Tsunade extended her hand to grasp the wine bottle, pouring its contents into a glass beside her. She raised the glass and took a hearty swig, then set it down with a resounding thud. The atmosphere between her and Jiraiya was palpably tense, while Yuma and Naruto quietly dined, both reluctant to disturb Tsunade's somber mood. "Why don't you two head off to bed? Remember not to wander around." Jiraiya and Tsunade were acutely aware of the serious matters at hand, which were unsuitable for discussion in front of the children. Tsunade cast a fleeting glance at Naruto as he departed, her brother Nawaki's visage momentarily flashing in her mind, causing a fleeting pang of sorrow. She then turned her gaze to Yuma, who bore a striking resemblance to Kushina. "Bored, I'm done playing," Tsunade declared, tossing the dice onto the table and scratching her head in frustration. "Huh, you're still the same, Tsunade," Jiraiya remarked nonchalantly, before adopting a serious demeanor. "The village urgently requires your appointment as the fifth Hokage. It is in dire need of revitalization. If you refuse, the fate of those two children." He deliberately trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. "Give it up. You cannot provoke my emotions," Tsunade replied, continuing to drink. Well aware of the grim fate Jiraiya hinted at. "Let us not dwell on that. What about your brother?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tsunade's reaction. "Shut up." Tsunade slammed her glass down on the table, a glimmer of menace in her eyes. "Those I care about have all departed. I have no desire to return to the village. I currently have no intention of protecting Konoha." Jiraiya, taken aback by her words, raised an eyebrow. If the third Hokage were to hear you, he would rise from his grave. "Let him claw his way out first. He is already cold." Tsunade called for the waiter to bring her a new glass, continuing to drink while sharing her thoughts with Jiraiya. The third died at Orochimaru's hands. I am not surprised in the least. Orochimaru harbors no feelings for that old man, yet the third still clings to delusions about him. Jiraiya smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Noticing Tsunade's glass was empty, he poured her more wine, which she accepted without protest, continuing to drink deeply. "That red-haired kid is Kushina's child, right?" "Indeed, both of them are Minato's children." "Quite similar, aren't they?" Tsunade nodded. Jiraiya lowered his voice. "Recently, the Ninetales were unleashed by those two children." Tsunade paused her drinking, nodding for Jiraiya to elaborate. "From the current intelligence, it appears that Itachi Uchiha is involved as well." Jiraiya sighed, reflecting on the recent events. The personalities of those two brothers are starkly different. Naruto is optimistic, but Yuma, well, the child bore a heavy heart, his gaze brimming with animosity. After finishing the last drop of her drink, Tsunade rose to her feet, the chill in the air sharpening her mind. Shizen followed closely behind. "You need not accompany me. Return to the village," Tsunade commanded. "But, Lady Tsunade," Shizune hesitantly protested, only to retreat at Tsunade's dismissive gesture. Tsunade then leapt onto the rooftop, striding purposefully towards the two lodgings. Finding them absent, she continued her search for their whereabouts. Eventually, she encountered the two in an open space. At that moment, Naruto was fervently attempting to master the Rasengan, but each endeavor ended in failure. Frustrated, he glanced at Yuma. Alas, another failure. This ninjutsu is truly difficult. Why not try summoning a shadow clone? Yuma suggested. Why would I do that? Naruto queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. As Yuma elaborated, Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization. How had he not thought of that? Tsunade squinted, observing their actions, curious about their activities. Soon, she witnessed Naruto successfully performing the shadow clone technique. And as his clones began to form the Rasengan, a look of delight spread across his face. Just as he was about to speak, Tsunade descended. Is that the ninjutsu Jiraiya entrusted to you? She inquired, quickly assessing their features. Naruto bore a striking resemblance to her brother, particularly with that foolish grin. Lady Tsunade. Yuma immediately bowed in her presence. Tsunade's gaze shifted to Yuma's face, confirming Jiraiya's words. Yuma's countenance exuded an indescribable resentment. Will you return to the village to serve as Hokage? Naruto struck a tree with the Rasengan, his curiosity piqued. Tsunade did not respond directly, leaning slightly forward and narrowing her eyes. Do you truly desire for me to become the 5th Hokage? Indeed, Naruto replied unabashedly. If you become Hokage, Yuma and I can avoid imprisonment. I hope you can assist us. Why should I aid you? Tsunade placed one hand on Naruto's shoulder and the other on Yuma's. Lady Tsunade, I merely wish to lead an ordinary life, Yuma interjected at that moment. And if I refuse? Tsunade asked. Then Yuma and I will follow you daily until you agree to our request, Naruto stated, and the two began an impromptu performance, one a rogue and the other sincere. Observing their antics, Tsunade suddenly burst into laughter. Your acting is utterly pathetic, devoid of skill, merely brimming with emotion. Then do you agree to our request? Naruto asked, excitement lighting his face, but Tsunade's subsequent words dashed his hopes. How naive. I must consider it. Being Hokage is quite exhausting. You two should return for now. Perhaps when I am in a better mood, I may consent to your proposal. As Yuma and Naruto faced Tsunade's eviction order, they found themselves at a loss. That detestable old woman, Naruto murmured under his breath. Yuma's expression transformed dramatically, and he swiftly sidestepped. Tsunade had appeared before Naruto without him noticing. Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. Tsunade flashed a smile, her fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. What did you just say, you little brat? I was just praising you with Yuma, wasn't I, Yuma? The reluctant Yuma could only muster a nod. Humph, I'm feeling generous today. But you'd best leave quickly, or I may very well change my mind. Naruto and Yuma dashed away. We nearly met our doom. They paused to catch their breath, relieved that Tsunade had not pursued them. That was terrifying, Naruto reflected, still gripped by fear. Next time you seek danger, don't drag me into it. I don't wish to be splattered with blood. Chapter 51. Tsunade's delusions. Early the next morning, Yuma rose from his slumber while Naruto remained blissfully asleep. After searching around, he discovered that Jiraiya was nowhere to be found, likely off indulging in some revelry. After a light breakfast, Yuma decided to venture out for a stroll. Just as he stepped outside, a striking blonde woman appeared not far from him, causing a sense of foreboding to wash over him. He quickly turned to leave. Hey, you little brat, how dare you ignore me? Tsunade materialized before Yuma, arms crossed, her gaze sharp and unyielding. Yuma, noticing the two prominent orbs swaying precariously, immediately lowered his head. I apologize, Lady Tsunade. He fervently nodded, uncertain of his transgression but knowing that an apology was prudent. You intend to flee, do you? Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she leaned in, towering over him. My eyesight isn't very good. Yuma hastily shook his head, asserting his innocence. I merely didn't see you, Lady Tsunade. I was just about to look for you. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's expression softened slightly. You should exhibit some sincerity. With a forced smile, Yuma retrieved a handful of cash from his wallet, his hard-earned savings, not easily amassed. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, and the surrounding shops began to open. A chilly morning breeze nipped at Yuma's neck, causing him to shiver. Encountering you, this little rascal. First thing in the morning is quite a downer, Tsunade remarked, unfazed by Yuma's demeanor. I would appreciate it if you returned to the village and assumed the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Yuma maintained a respectful facade. And where is that yellow-haired brat? Tsunade inquired, having not seen Naruto. Naruto is still asleep. I was bored and decided to take a stroll, Yuma explained while gradually retreating, only to be caught by Tsunade's grasp. Tsunade regarded Yuma's subtle movements with amusement. You dare to flee before the 5th Hokage? You are quite audacious. The 5th? Yuma questioned, suspecting Tsunade was teasing him. Once I return to the village, I will undoubtedly be the 5th Hokage. Thus, I am temporarily the 5th Hokage. Yuma raised his thumb in admiration of Tsunade's audacity. That is a complete misrepresentation. Until you return to the village, you are merely one of the legendary 3. Not the 5th Hokage. Though her statement was indeed perplexing, convincing Tsunade to return to the village was no simple task. Yuma gazed at her, exasperated. Hey, you little brat. Do not presume to fathom a woman's thoughts. Tsunade playfully poked Yuma's forehead with a bit more force than necessary. Easy there. Yuma gasped, clutching his forehead. Observing Yuma's discomfort, Tsunade finally allowed a light smile to grace her features. Do you still have money? Tsunade, having played too many dice games recently, found herself rather short on funds. Yuma, not wishing to become a target, opted to remain silent. You mentioned that if the tailed beast were forcibly extracted, the Jinchuriki would perish, correct? Tsunade abruptly altered the conversation. Yuma, disinterested, opted to respond with nonsensical banter. Who can say? Perhaps yes, perhaps not. Tsunade pressed on with her inquiries. How can you speak so lightly of death? Are you not afraid? He replied, I have little left to lose. Worst case, I spend the latter half of my life in a prison. With a casual shrug, Yuma exhibited a demeanor of indifference. Tsunade discerned the underlying tone of his words. It seems you harbored dissatisfaction with the village. He retorted, not dissatisfaction per se. I was raised here. It's just that the villagers are not particularly fond of Jinchuriki. Honestly, I'm indifferent. Becoming a Jinchuriki was inexplicable. I might very well be a weapon for my entire life. If I keep comforting myself, perhaps I'll truly be brainwashed. You little rascal. You have quite the intriguing perspective, Tsunade remarked, noting his fearless expression. Despite his youth, he spoke with the gravity of an elder. Yuma sighed, to be frank. I've considered simply giving up. You cunning little one, Tsunade chuckled, playfully pinching his cheek. His disposition starkly contrasted with Naruto's. Enduring pressure, some complaints were only natural. What worried her was the possibility of him burying those grievances deep within, which would be challenging to address later. If I were to become the 5th Hokage, what would you think? As she tousled his hair, she mused, if you, Lady Tsunade, were to become the 5th, I would wholeheartedly support you. Even if it meant facing perilous trials. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow without question. Your command is my mission. Yuma continued to jest, determined to keep Tsunade in good spirits, ensuring she would not trouble him further. You are quite the smooth talker. I wonder where you learned such charm, she said, continuing to pinch his face. You nearly convinced me, she added. How about a wager? Instantly alert at the mention of a wager, Yuma feared Tsunade might involve him in a gambling scheme. She disregarded his apprehensive expression. You little rascal, do not give me that look. If you can persuade me to return, I will assist you with any troubles you encounter in the village. Are you serious? Yuma remained skeptical of Tsunade's reliability. She flicked his forehead. Would I deceive a mere child? As Tsunade watched Yuma's departing figure, her smile gradually faded. She resolved to meet Orochimaru, aware of his location. Though he had deceived her with promises of resurrecting the dead, Tsunade understood that the dead could not truly return to life. What emerged was merely a shell. Yet, she found herself drawn to undertake foolish endeavors, clinging to even the most fleeting fantasies. She remains incessantly consumed by the desire to resurrect the rope tree and the broken one. Only with the demise of Orochimaru can she relinquish that yearning. While this is not the sole solution, it is indeed the most effective one. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's injured arms, she must approach him unaccompanied and eliminate him. Shuima swiftly ascended to the rooftop and witnessed Tsunade departing alone. He understood her intentions. The notion that Tsunade could defeat Orochimaru with her bare hands is utterly naive. It is nothing short of a farce. To put it plainly, the life of Orochimaru is one that even the Shinigami cannot claim. Moreover, Tsunade currently grapples with her fear of blood, which greatly hampers her combat capabilities. Additionally, Orochimaru is accompanied by Kabuto, placing Tsunade in a perilous gamble with her own life. Should she attempt to approach Orochimaru under the guise of healing and fail to deliver a fatal blow, her fate would likely be sealed. It would be wiser to seek out Jiraiya instead. Chapter 52. Provoking the Pharmacist Quick. Where is Lord Jiraiya? Lady Tsunade has gone alone to find Orochimaru. Upon returning to the inn, Yuma was promptly approached by Shizune, who had surmised Tsunade's intentions. He is at the tavern next door. Yuma instantly deduced Jiraiya's whereabouts. He initially intended to rouse Naruto from his slumber, but Shizune swiftly pulled him away. Inside the adjacent tavern, Jiraiya lay sprawled across the table, deep in slumber. Yuma and Shizune exchanged glances, and Yuma stepped forward to gently nudge the sleeping sage. Shizune dipped her finger into a wine glass, then brought it to her nose for a whiff. Surely, Jiraiya is not inebriated to this extent. Yuma furrowed his brow as he regarded the unconscious Jiraiya. No matter how they called out to him, Jiraiya's eyelids remained unyieldingly closed. This is the work of a sedative concocted by Lady Tsunade, Shizen remarked, her brow furrowing in concern. She recognized it as Tsunade's handiwork. Under the circumstances, they had no choice but to act decisively. Observing Shizen gritting her teeth as she brandished a scalpel startled Yuma. Surely, this is excessive, Shizen. This could lead to a fatality. Yuma attempted to dissuade her. It's merely a bloodletting. It will hasten his awakening. There is no time left for an antidote. Shizen explained as she prepared her instrument. Lady Tsunade is in peril, and if we do not reach her promptly, Orochimaru will assuredly end her life. Yuma understood her concerns and nodded in agreement. Then please, apply greater force. Shizen acquiesced, increasing both the speed and intensity of her actions. Moments later, Jiraiya awakened, his face pale and weak as he surveyed his surroundings, his eyelids still barely lifted. Where am I? Shizen, is that you? Yuma, how did you end up here? He recalled drinking with Tsunade the previous night, unaware that he had been drugged by her. The only blame lay with Jiraiya's misplaced trust in Tsunade. Theoretically, if they hurried now, they might still arrive in time. Without further ado, Shizen began to lead Jiraiya and Yuma, explaining the situation as they proceeded. Jiraiya was in a feeble state, having ingested Tsunade's concoction and now subjected to Shizen's urgent bloodletting. His complexion was alarmingly pale, resembling a blank canvas. Coupled with the strenuous journey, Jiraiya felt as though he might collapse at any moment. Jiraiya, you look unwell. Are you all right? Yuma inquired, noticing the blood streaming from Jiraiya's arm like a fountain. This is but a minor injury, Jiraiya retorted, his bravado unwavering. Yet, as he spoke, he suddenly halted, unable to suppress his labored breathing. Cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead. You two go ahead. I need to rest for a moment before I catch up. He gasped, addressing Tsunade and Yuma. I scarcely have any chakra left, and my stamina is depleted. My presence would be of no assistance at this point. After a brief hesitation, Tsunade reluctantly acquiesced to his words. Although anxiety gnawed at her, she recognized the wisdom in Jiraiya's reasoning, allowing rationality to guide her decision. Tsunade and Yuma pressed onward without delay. Before long, the pig nestled in Tsunade's arms, with its keen sense of smell, finally detected Tsunade's whereabouts. Just ahead, Tsunade pointed to a location not far in front of them. A thunderous roar erupted nearby, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Without needing Tsunade to speak, Yuma understood that the commotion was unmistakable. The area bore the scars of battle, with gaping craters left in the wake of Tsunade's formidable strength. Tsunade, are you all right? Tsunade hurriedly called out, her wrist launching a poison needle to repel Kabuto, who was about to strike. Bloodstains marred Tsunade's attire, and she trembled in terror. Suffering from her phobia of blood, Yuma, witnessing her plight, felt a surge of admiration. Even in such a state, she ventured forth to engage in combat, seemingly unafraid of the peril it posed to her life. Yuma swiftly approached Tsunade, producing shurikens from his arsenal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens flew from Yuma's hand, leaving no room for Kabuto to breathe. As Kabuto retreated, he used kunai to deflect Yuma's projectiles. Yuma's shurikens were exceptionally swift and delivered from cunning angles. Kabuto, with one hand swirling green chakra, prepared to unleash a technique known as the chakra scalpel technique, an advanced medical ninjutsu capable of severing muscles and blood vessels without drawing blood. Yet, in the heat of battle, even the most skilled medical ninja could not easily inflict deep wounds. The sharper the blade, the finer it was, rendering it more susceptible to breakage. Care and concentration were paramount. However, Yuma was determined not to grant Kabuto such an opportunity. In a manner of speaking, he wielded a blunt instrument, capable only of slicing through the surface muscles, rendering them immobile. 9 tails. Through the gap in Yuma's raised arm, he glimpsed Kabuto's mocking visage, the circular lenses of his glasses glinting faintly. During the Chunin exams, Kabuto had sought to approach Team 7 but was thwarted by Yuma's interference. As a specialist in intelligence, Kabuto was well aware of Yuma's past and deliberately invoked the name Nine Tails to provoke him. Little did he know, Yuma was equally familiar with Kabuto's background. An orphan, Kabuto had been adopted but had never received glasses due to Konoha's lack of funds for a child in need. The glasses perched upon his face had once belonged to the director of the orphanage, his most cherished guardian, who had gifted them to him. Until later. That gentle woman ultimately met her demise at the hands of Yakushi Kabuto. Even more heartbreaking was the fact that, in the end, Nanuya failed to recognize Yakushi Kabuto. Stripped of everything, the only possession he cherished was that pair of glasses. Yoma, devoid of conscience, would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. In the midst of their stalemate, Yoma's expression gradually turned to one of disdain. His mocking demeanor was directed squarely at Yakushi Kabuto. "Your glasses are truly hideous, Nanuya." In that instant, Yakushi Kabuto's defenses crumbled completely. Memories he wished to bury surged forth in his mind. "You are courting death." His chakra scalpel surged with intensity. In that fleeting moment, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes reddened, and his temples throbbed. Witnessing Yakushi Kabuto's unraveling, Yoma instinctively retreated. Yakushi Kabuto, infuriated by Yoma's provocation, was on the brink of losing his sanity. He once possessed a gentle light in his life. To him, Nanuya Yakushi represented something even greater than a mother. To be so insulted by Yoma in this moment was unbearable. Chapter 53. Provocation. Your death would pass unnoticed, for no one would lament your existence. Not even Dean Yano, who has long forgotten you. Every word from Yuma strikes like a devastating blow. If he can strip his adversary of reason and judgment, victory will be effortlessly within his grasp. He reserves his strength for the most formidable foe, Orochimaru. Yuma swiftly evades, casting a quick glance at the ongoing battle. Tsunade is being forced back by Orochimaru, and in her effort to protect her, Shizune bears numerous wounds. "Silence. I will kill you. Dean Yano will certainly remember me." Kabuto's expression contorts with rage, ensnared in his own trap of self-justification. His singular desire is to eliminate Yuma. He cannot abide anyone disparaging Dean Yano. He advances rapidly toward Yuma, the chakra scalpel in his hand growing more menacing. "Haha, did I hit a nerve? Are you flustered? Ha ha ha, you doubt me." Yuma laughs heartily. His movements ghostly and elusive. He is biding his time, waiting for Jiraiya's arrival to resolve the conflict. Yet, Jiraiya's figure remains elusive. Kabuto's gaze is fixed solely on Yuma, dismissing all else. His only thought is to extinguish Yuma's life. "Shut your mouth." Kabuto lunges, thrusting a kunai toward Yuma's abdomen. The blade glimmers ominously. Even an Iron Man would find such a wound grievous. Kabuto's speed exceeds Yuma's expectations, forcing him to evade repeatedly. As he retreats, he continues his verbal taunts. The potency of his words proves more effective than Yuma had anticipated. Jiraiya has yet to arrive. Tsunade has already lost her fighting capacity. Undeniably a burden. Shizune is no match for Orochimaru, struggling to hold her ground. "You are nothing but a monster, parentless and lost. You do not understand Dean Yano." Kabuto retorts with venomous words, hurling the kunai. Seizing the moment, he closes the distance to Yuma, raising the chakra scalpel high to strike. "Utterly laughable. At least I know who my parents are. Your lineage belongs to others." Yuma draws forth a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique to block. The two draw closer, their eyes locked in a feral grin. Shizune, in her bid to protect Tsunade, has been engaged in combat with Orochimaru for quite some time. Yuma silently prays for Jiraiya to hasten his arrival. "You cannot fathom the despair of the lower class. You are a scion of the elite, born with honors that others can only dream of. Those like you only trample upon the downtrodden." Kabuto's eyes glisten with a crimson hue. His gaze fierce as that of a beast. His breath exudes an air of horror. "Do you know the feeling of self-destruction? I am but a mere insect. An empty shell devoid of substance from the very beginning." Upon hearing his complaints, Yuma immediately displayed a mocking expression. "What nonsensical drivel are you uttering? If it holds no meaning, then hasten your demise. Do you think I would feel pity for you? I would gladly take your life and then trample upon your grave. Do not presume you have grasped some profound truth. If you have the gall, go speak with the director." Yakushi Kabuto, unaware of how Yuma had learned of Director Nanoyu's demise, found himself devoid of the will to ponder further. Rage had utterly consumed his reason, and he no longer cared about the consequences. His life had long been shattered by Danzo. Until her last breath, Director Nanoyu had naively believed that Yakushi Kabuto lived safely in Konoha. "You know nothing of her." He spat. "You privileged elite look down upon those at the bottom with disdain. I shall surely end your life." The intensity of their battle escalated, with each sustaining numerous wounds. "If you have the skill, then come at me," Yuma exclaimed, delivering a forceful kick to Yakushi Kabuto. He then utilized the dissolution technique, his cheeks swelling as he expelled a highly destructive acidic liquid from his mouth. Realizing the impending danger, Yakushi Kabuto's pupils narrowed, and he swiftly dodged to the side, activating his healing technique. Unfortunately, he still felt the corrosive substance graze his arm. The moment the acid made contact with his flesh, it sizzled audibly, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he could distinctly see his own bones. Had he delayed in using his healing technique, his entire arm would have been rendered useless. As his muscles rapidly healed, the new skin fused grotesquely with the old. Yet, the next moment, Yakushi Kabuto was dumbfounded. Drenched in cold sweat as Yuma unleashed another torrent of acidic liquid. Forced to retreat in disarray, Yakushi Kabuto was pursued by Yuma. In a flash, before Yakushi could regain his footing, a kunai pierced his abdomen. "Ah!" he cried out, clutching his midsection as he desperately leaped away, blood spilling profusely. One could not help but admire Yakushi Kabuto's fighting spirit. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished countless times over. The lethality of the dissolution technique surpassed his wildest imagination. Meanwhile, Tsunade was on the verge of collapse. Even without his hands, Orochimaru's strength remained superior to hers. With a piercing scream, Tsunade was sent flying by a kick from Orochimaru. The handless Orochimaru resembled a madman unafraid of death, having little left to fear. An emotionless immortal has nearly no weaknesses. Tsunade fell onto the grass, blood oozing from her wounds. Orochimaru paid her no further heed, unleashing snakes from his mouth. "Yuma-kun, it seems we meet again," he said, gazing at Yuma. "I told you we would see each other again. Do you remember?" Upon hearing this, Yuma felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he had no choice but to press forward. Yuma charged towards Orochimaru, his kunai clashing with the Kusanagi sword. With a wry smile, Orochimaru harnessed the recoil and lunged towards Tsunade, who knelt helplessly on the ground. In that moment, Tsunade was utterly bereft of her fighting spirit. Trembling as she sat upon the grass, she watched in horror as the crimson blood flowed steadily towards her. Tsunade resembled a frightened child lost in darkness. Faced with such a dire situation, she had no choice but to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. The kunai sliced through the air with blinding speed. It was in that very instant that Jiraiya's voice finally resonated, Lion's main technique. Yuma suddenly appeared before Tsunade, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Orochimaru, unfazed, thrust the Kusanagi sword deep into Yuma's shoulder. The excruciating pain rendered Yuma pale, blood seeping uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Countless strands of white hair stood erect like needles. Abandoning the Kusanagi, Orochimaru swiftly evaded Jiraiya's onslaught. Chapter 54. The Persuasion of Wine. Tsunade was startled, screaming at the sight of Yuma's blood. No. Blood. Ah. On that rain-soaked night, despair enveloped Tsunade, binding her tightly in sorrow. The silhouettes of Shinji and the severed forms gradually faded into the misty curtain of rain. In that moment, blood gushed forth like a breached dam. And no matter how hard she tried, she could not prevent the departure of her brother and lover. "Yuma, come here at once." Jiraiya's pupils widened in alarm, just as he attempted to step forward, only to be obstructed by Orochimaru. Tsunade's eyes widened in horror. A frantic scream erupted from her taut lips, her body trembling violently in response. Her face turned increasingly pale, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Blood trickled from the corner of Yuma's mouth, tracing a gruesome path down his cheek. Tsunade stood frozen, her gaze vacant and rigid. Yuma's body convulsed violently, followed by a series of harsh coughs. This scene was reminiscent of a past too painful to recall. Tsunade's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse, tears welling up in her eyes. Yuma slowly extended a trembling hand to rest on Tsunade's shoulder. "Lady Tsunade, No, don't." Tsunade cried out in despair, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Why did you save me? Why did you save me?" Yuma's breaths became increasingly labored. Now, quickly." Tsunade was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Yuma, before erupting into a wail. Yuma was perplexed by her profound sorrow, Yet he could not bear to lose the Kusanagi sword. He longed to tell Tsunade to ease the weight upon him, as her embrace was nearly suffocating. All he wished for was to breathe. Yet, Tsunade clung to Yuma, weeping uncontrollably, denying him the chance to speak. Yuma's mouth parted slightly, silently repeating, "I can't breathe." Yuma intercepted Tsunade, sitting beside her. "What of Orochimaru? Where is his sword? What are you saying?" "I don't quite understand," she replied, letting out a drunken belch, with a hint of languor on her lips. Her robe slipped off her shoulder, revealing a porcelain expanse of skin. "What exactly do you want? Are you seeking a woman?" Tsunade squinted, teasing Yuma with playful banter. In a moment of desperation, Yuma nearly leaped to face her, almost brushing against her cheek. "Who would desire you, old hag?" In that instant, the atmosphere around them seemed to constrict, solidifying into a profound silence that sent chills down their spines. Tsunade's eyes sharpened, glinting with an unmistakable intensity. "Say that again if you dare." Her voice carried an undeniable edge of danger. "Lady Hokage," Yuma quickly adjusted his posture, yielding in an instant. He truly desired the sword that Sasuke would wield in the future. Thus, summoning his courage, he continued to inquire, "Is that the sword once used by Orochimaru?" Tsunade's face flushed, her words laced with a hint of inebriation and impatience, as she mumbled indistinctly, "Don't even think about it, you little brat." "Why not?" Yuma boldly positioned himself directly in front of Tsunade. "How infuriating. I risked my life to shield you from harm." "I know," Tsunade replied, her brows furrowing lightly, revealing her reluctance. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? How frustrating." Yuma retorted, a look of grievance etched across his face, pointing to a particular spot on his chest. "Remember? Right here. I unhesitatingly took that blow for you." He reiterated the details repeatedly. "I wouldn't mind giving it to you, but—" Tsunade raised her cup once more, taking a small sip, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of crimson. "But what?" Yuma tilted his head, gazing at Tsunade. "It depends on your performance." At that moment, Yuma felt utterly subservient to Tsunade. He found himself at her mercy. In a profound sense, Tsunade was now essentially the fifth Hokage, while Yuma remained an ordinary genin, compelled to heed the words of the Hokage. "Here, take this." Without warning, Tsunade thrust a heavy bottle of liquor into Yuma's hand. Almost immediately, she swallowed another shot, the audible gulp resonating in her throat. "You want me to pour you a drink? What nonsense are you spouting? I want you to drink with me. Drinking alone is dull." Tsunade patted Yuma on the shoulder. "What? I'm still a minor. How could you encourage a minor to drink?" Tsunade swiftly covered Yuma's mouth. "If you utter another word, just wait and see." Yuma instantly fell silent. Tsunade's threats were not to be taken lightly. In the meantime, Shizen attempted to intervene, but a mere glance from Tsunade sent her retreating. Tsunade, now quite intoxicated, was beyond anyone's ability to restrain. Observing the table cluttered with empty bottles, Yuma admired Tsunade's capacity for alcohol. Had it been him, he would have long succumbed to inebriation. "Hurry, share a drink with me." Tsunade's gaze was dreamy, her grip tight on a bottle of liquor as she leaned closer to Yuma, the bottle's opening nearly brushing his lips. "No, Lady Tsunade, I am but a child," Yuma exclaimed in alarm, waving his hands. Before he could finish, a burning sensation surged into his throat, causing him to cough repeatedly, tears welling in his eyes. "Oh, what does it matter?" Tsunade chuckled, completely unfazed by his resistance. "It's merely a taste. How could it hurt you? Come on, that's right. Keep going. Keep going." Tsunade exclaimed joyfully as Yuma gulped down the liquor she poured, her laughter ringing out. Jiraiya and Naruto, seated nearby, exchanged fearful glances at the scene. The lascivious sage. That old woman. Before Naruto could finish his words, Jiraiya swiftly covered his mouth. "Hush, refrain from speaking such things, or we shall face the consequences." With that, he took Naruto by the hand and stealthily departed through the back door. In the meantime, Tsunade, inebriated, cradled Yuma in her arms. With one bottle of liquor in each hand, she continued to pour drink into Yuma's mouth with her right while indulging herself with her left. "Oh ho, who would have thought you could hold your liquor so well? Keep it coming." Tsunade laughed heartily. Yuma could only feel his stomach protesting vehemently. It was becoming increasingly difficult to recall just how much alcohol Tsunade had poured down his throat. Gagging, Yuma leaned against the wall, violently expelling the contents of his stomach. Even the bile made its escape. Tsunade, with a gleeful demeanor, pointed and laughed at Yuma. Is this all you can handle after just a few drinks? Yuma's face turned pale as he looked up at Tsunade. What did she mean by a few drinks? It was clearly several bottles. He had been inundated with all sorts of spirits, red, white, and beer. The fact that he had yet to succumb to unconsciousness could only be attributed to his remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Chapter 55. Returning to the village, it was said that one would witness the true measure of another's character in due time. Tsunade cast a mocking glance at Yuma, the amusement evident on her face. She relished in Yuma's misfortune. I have promised to make you the 5th Hokage. For now, you are obliged to heed the orders of your superior. Do you understand, Jinin? Yuma could only mutter in resignation. That wretched old woman. What did you say? Tsunade tilted her head, scrutinizing Yuma. At that moment, his mind was in a haze, the world around him appearing blurred and unsteady. As he staggered, the cool evening breeze cut through the air, momentarily jolting him awake. It's nothing. Have you sobered up? Let us go. Everyone is waiting for us. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Yuma hesitated before speaking after a brief silence. Lady Tsunade, I understand the pain of losing family and loved ones. A sorrow that leaves an indelible mark. Yet, I hope that one day you can free yourself from this anguish. Upon hearing Yuma's words, Tsunade halted, a smile breaking across her face as she turned to face him, playfully tapping his head. You little rascal, despite your youth, you think yourself wise. I am an adult and do not require your counsel. I too wish to erase those memories, but they are part of my experiences. Should one choose to forget every unhappy encounter, they would never truly grow. Suddenly, Tsunade's smile faded, and her brow furrowed. You've taken an unexpected interest in my well-being. You must have a request. Tsunade saw through Yuma's intentions. In response, Yuma lowered his head obediently, not denying his subtle machinations, having prepared his words in advance. I hope that upon your return to the village, you might speak kindly on behalf of Naruto and me to those elders of Konoha. As long as I am not imprisoned, I can accept anything else. Tsunade, noting the modesty of his request, chuckled heartily as she patted Yuma on the shoulder with a grand air. As long as I am here, those old fogies will not lay a finger on you. As for imprisonment, that is out of the question. I will protect you both. Tsunade's forceful pat nearly sent Yuma tumbling. He thought to himself how this old woman had no sense of restraint. I am truly pleased that you would make a request of me. It signifies your respect. Yuma silently scoffed, realizing that respect was not a choice he could afford, given the circumstances. He lifted his gaze, his expression serious as he proclaimed. In a sky devoid of a second sun, my heart holds only Lady Tsunade as its singular luminary. Loyalty. Tsunade, amused by his exaggerated display, burst into laughter, ruffling his hair. Good. I cherish such words. As long as you maintain this attitude, I shall surely grant you the sword. Really? Would I deceive you? With that, Tsunade left Yuma behind and walked away. Damn it. I missed that grand battle, Naruto lamented, a look of regret etched across his face. He inquired about their whereabouts from Jiraiya, who sighed at the passionate youth, remarking, What do you know, you little brat? With your current strength, venturing out would only be courting death. Jiraiya observed the fervent folly of Naruto, who was not yet capable of instantaneously executing the Rasengan. Any attempt would merely lead to his demise, or worse, he might become a burden to others. Surprisingly, Naruto refrained from disputing Jiraiya's assessment, fully aware of his own limitations. Suddenly, Tsunade and Yuma entered the room. Jiraiya, I have decided to return to the village with you, Tsunade declared upon her entrance. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, his disbelief palpable. Are you serious? He asked, repeatedly seeking confirmation, wary that Tsunade might have been speaking under the influence of alcohol. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance at his incredulity. We leave in a week. The news filled Naruto with immense joy, for he would finally return to his village. Thus, a week later, they arrived at Konohagakure. On the day of their return, nearly all the villagers gathered to witness the event. The direct descendants of the first Hokage were present, alongside the legendary Sannin, making it a rare spectacle. Rumors circulated that Tsunade was the future 5th Hokage. Who would not wish to behold such a moment? The streets of Konoha were teeming with people. As for how the villagers were privy to Tsunade's return, they had the two advisors to thank. They had disseminated the news prior to her arrival. Tsunade's lineage and prowess were unparalleled. If she claimed the second position, no one would dare assert the first. If Tsunade could not ascend to the Hokage title, who would dare to? Amidst the jubilant atmosphere of Konoha, one individual was seething with rage. Danzo hurled items from his desk in a fit of frustration. He had been on the brink of becoming Hokage, but now, with the tides turned, it was evident that he could not wrest the position from Tsunade. The villagers preferred a youthful leader over a decrepit elder. In this moment, they shared a singular belief that Tsunade would guide them out of their struggles and restore the glory of Konoha. After all, Tsunade's grandfather was the first Hokage. The ninjas and villagers alike gazed up at the platform where the fifth Hokage stood. Yuma and Naruto lingered behind Tsunade, bored and yawning. "You two had better not think of escaping. You must accompany me to conclude the ceremony," Tsunade admonished them with a kind smile. Upon seeing her expression, both boys involuntarily shivered. "Did you hear that clearly?" "Understood. We shall not leave," they fervently nodded, wearing ingratiating smiles. Satisfied with their response, Tsunade nodded approvingly before waving to the crowd below, slowly donning the Hokage hat. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, other significant figures had also arrived, including the Inoshikacho trio. Members of the Hyuga clan, the two advisors, and Jiraiya. The families of the village have sent their representatives. They dared not show any disrespect to the newly appointed Hokage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am now the fifth Hokage," Tsunade declared. "I will surely lead you out of this predicament." As her speech concluded, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, each expression of support genuine. In that moment, Konoha reassembled as one. Tsunade assumed the mantle of the fifth Hokage, establishing a new pillar of strength for the village. Upon witnessing this foundational figure, everyone began to long for a brighter future. Yuma, observing the scene, could only reflect on the capriciousness of fate. Some individuals, though reluctant to ascend to high positions, are propelled forward, while others aspire to rise but find themselves perpetually thwarted. Unable to ascend even a single step, it seems they are merely a heartbeat away from success, yet an unexpected contender snatches the prize away, leaving them to serve as mere adornments for another's triumph. Tsunade smiled, warmly reciprocating the villagers' enthusiasm. At that moment, Yuma's thoughts were a tangled web of complexity. Chapter 56. Partake. After everything had concluded, Yuma hurried home. Upon his arrival, he discarded his shirt and began boiling water to prepare instant noodles. Gazing out the window at the birds fluttering about, he found himself momentarily envious of their freedom. "Is anyone there? Yuma, are you home?" A woman's voice called from outside the door. Yuma recognized it, though he couldn't immediately place who it was. Suddenly, the memory struck him. He dashed to the door, forgetting to put on a shirt. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a girl clad in a jacket, her hair styled in two playful buns. Tingting wore her signature smile, her lips adorned with an unknown shade of lipstick. A pleasant fragrance wafted from her. Upon seeing Yuma's disheveled appearance, Tingting's cheeks flushed slightly, though she quickly masked her embarrassment. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" she inquired. "Oh, I forgot," Yuma replied, puzzled. "What brings you here?" "My mother made some food for you," Tingting said, lifting the bag in her hand, her face tinged with pink. "If you don't like it, you can tell me." "My mother won't be upset." Yuma accepted the bag with a smile. "Then I shall express my gratitude to your mother." He turned and entered the house, hearing the sound of boiling water. "Please come in. I'll take care of this first," he said. Watching him retreat, Tingting felt a pang of concern. His body bore several new wounds, a sight that troubled her. Yet, she pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking how Yuma hadn't even uttered a word of thanks. He hastily removed his shoes and walked barefoot on the floor. Emerging from the kitchen, he held a bowl of noodles. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Tingting observed as he rummaged through the refrigerator for ham and eggs, planning to augment his meal. "Yes. I was forced to participate in that ridiculous ceremony and haven't had a bite to eat since." Yuma searched in vain for eggs, finding no ham either. As he turned, he caught sight of Tingting's smooth legs. Her brows furrowed in response. Noticing the inappropriate gaze, she felt a wave of embarrassment. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Tingting scolded, attempting to chastise him for his audacity. "Of course, your legs," Yuma replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Just when he anticipated Tingting would react with indignation, she instead turned red, shyly avoiding his gaze, clearly flustered. Can you be a bit more serious? Tinting exclaimed. Every day? Your mind seems to be filled with nothing but nonsense. Surely it's all something filthy. If I said I was the tea, would you believe me? Yuma retorted, steadfast in his image as a gentleman. How could it be that what I say every day sounds so similar? Although I am treated as an object of delusion, I do not entirely dismiss it. Tian chuckled awkwardly, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Generally speaking, boys at this age should begin exhibiting some peculiarities, shouldn't they? Despite uttering such shocking words, her cheeks betrayed a deep crimson hue. It was clear that Tian was merely struggling to suppress her shyness, putting on a brave front. I cannot comprehend your words, Yuma remarked, his eyes losing their luster, disinterested in continuing the banter with Tian. Do you have something to attend to? If not, please take your leave. Tian immediately engaged in a mental brainstorm. Have you eaten? Huh? Yuma shot her a look of disbelief, as he was currently enjoying a bowl of noodles. That's not what I meant. Tian recognized the absurdity of her directness. Well. She turned away, momentarily at a loss for words, and chose silence, collapsing onto the sofa and remaining mute. You are truly strange. I cannot fathom what you are doing. Yuma remarked as he continued to eat his noodles, glancing at Tian sprawled on the sofa. Suddenly, he approached her. Tian, he called softly, his voice close to her ear. She momentarily froze, raising her head only to meet the deadpan gaze of his eyes. The distance between their noses was barely the length of a finger, their eyes locking. Tian shrieked, her face turning a vivid shade of red. She buried her face into the sofa, muffledly pleading, You're infuriating. Please stop asking. Very well, I shall refrain from questioning further, Yuma responded. Reclining on the opposite side of the sofa, resembling a completely desiccated salted fish, lethargically uttering, Tian, could you assist me with my wounds? Please reapply the medication. It's these injuries here. Tian paused, rising with a hint of nervousness as she approached him. She gazed at Yuma's closed eyes, a peculiar sensation washing over her. Yuma opened his eyes, their gazes locking once more. Tian's face gradually flushed, the warmth creeping down to her neck. Her breath hot against his face. She awkwardly straightened up, directing her gaze elsewhere, hastily tucking her hair behind her ear. When did you acquire these wounds? Tian inquired. Though Yuma did not respond. Even if he did, it would only serve to burden her with unnecessary worry. To Yuma, these wounds were nearly healed. The flesh had mended, yet the surface was still in the process of recovery. What happened? Tian was indeed startled, lightly touching the scar with caution. Her voice filled with concern. Does it hurt? If you are asking that, then yes, it does hurt, Yuma replied. What kind of question is that? Tian's attention was entirely fixated on the scar. It's actually not too bad, Yuma murmured, his eyelids heavy, half closed, his thoughts drifting towards slumber. He felt utterly exhausted, having had little rest in recent days. At long last, he had returned home and enjoyed a hearty meal. Yuma remained utterly oblivious, while Tian was nearly perched upon him. A gentle summer breeze wafted through the air. In the next moment, Yuma succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Tian, positioned above him, had her pupils slightly dilated. Despite the absence of any physical contact, her heart began to race inexplicably, as if dark clouds were about to descend. Failing to obscure the blaring sun, she rose silently and made her way to the restroom, retrieving a medical kit. She almost doubted the sanity of her own mind. The frustration. How infuriating. Though Tian was somewhat perturbed, she continued to tend to Yuma's wounds. The injury on his ulnar bone appeared far more alarming than his other wounds. Once again, her heart ached for him. This fellow had been alone since childhood, surely. No one had ever been there to assist him with his injuries. As she pondered this, she deftly attended to Yuma's other wounds. Honestly, he ought to take better care of his own body. Tian bit her lip. Outside, the cacophony of cicadas mingled with the calls of birds. Yet, she had no inclination to concern herself with anything else. Her sole focus was to assist Yuma. Chapter 57. An additional presence. Yuma abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from the sofa. Once again, he was haunted by the memories of that fateful night. The tragic demise of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki unfolded before him, their final words echoing in his mind. Breathless, he felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, while a sharp pain gripped his heart, rendering him breathless. Unable to suppress the tightening in his chest, his voice carried to the kitchen, reaching Tian Tian. Are you finally awake? Are you all right? I heard your heavy breathing. Tian Tian emerged from the kitchen, clad in an apron, wiping her hands on it, her expression filled with concern for Yuma. He noticed that the sky outside had turned dark, the hour unknown to him. You must be quite hungry now. Go wash your hands and come to eat. Tian Tian returned to the kitchen and emerged again, carrying dishes in both hands. A trio of dishes accompanied by a soup. She placed a bowl of tofu soup on the table, and upon witnessing this scene, Yuma felt as if he were dreaming. How reminiscent it was of an old couple sharing a meal. He couldn't resist pinching his thigh. The pain assured him of reality. Hey, are you all right? You look so pale. Did you have a nightmare? Tian Tian first filled a bowl with rice, then approached him, frowning with concern. I'm fine, just overslept a bit. I feel a little dizzy. I just need a moment, Yuma replied, shaking his head to decline her kindness. He then lowered his gaze, noticing that the bandages on his body had been replaced with fresh ones. Thank you. No need to mention it. Consider it my act of mercy. With a touch of pride, Tian Tian moved to the table to serve the soup. Yuma found himself captivated by her appearance in the apron. There was an indescribable charm about it, a stark contrast to her usual strong ninja demeanor, now imbued with a hint of a devoted wife. I say. Even Jesus himself couldn't deter this. Yuma entered the restroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed water on his face. After each encounter with that dream, he would instinctively rush to wash his face. Yet this time, things felt different. He was no longer alone. He had always perceived himself as an outsider, but now, a sense of belonging enveloped him. He sensed a shift in Tian Tian's feelings towards him since that night. Their relationship had taken on an inexplicable quality. What did that kiss truly signify? Was it merely a moment of confusion for her? Yuma shook his head vigorously, then patted his cheeks with both hands. What are you thinking about? Gazing into the mirror at his reflection, he found his thoughts somewhat absurd. He does not believe that Tian Tian truly harbors feelings for him. He merely perceives her admiration as a consequence of his act of saving her. One must remain grounded and not overthink. He reminded himself as he exited the restroom and approached the dining table. Observing that Tian Tian had already arranged the meal, complete with chopsticks neatly placed, he picked up a piece of rib and began to savor it. Suddenly, he frowned. Tian Tian, seated across from him, misconstrued his expression as disapproval of her cooking. Is it not to your liking? If you don't wish to eat, you may leave it be, she suggested. Yuma shook his head, refraining from answering her query, and hastened his pace of eating, shoveling rib after rib, along with the vegetables on the table, into his mouth. With his words somewhat muffled, he declared, "It is delicious. Truly delectable." Witnessing Yuma's contentment filled Tian Tian with joy, and she gazed up at him with a hint of pride. However, her gaze soon fell upon the fresh bandage on his arm, prompting her to recall her earlier concern. Her expression shifted to one of worry. Where did you sustain that injury? It looks quite alarming. Upon hearing her inquiry, Yuma set down his bowl, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, chewed hastily, and after swallowing, replied, "It was inflicted by Orochimaru." Orochimaru? Tian Tian recalled that he was one of the legendary Sannin, his prowess rivaling that of Jiraiya and Tsunade. She was astonished that Yuma had been wounded by Orochimaru. I received this injury while rescuing Lady Tsunade. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have been able to harm me. To rescue Lady Tsunade? The mention of two of the legendary Sannin was no trivial matter, and her brows furrowed with concern. At that moment, she finally comprehended why Yuma had been able to stand on the platform. It was indeed due to his valiant efforts in her aid. Reflecting on this, she recalled Yuma's rather bored demeanor this morning as he stood behind Lady Tsunade, alongside Naruto. Typically, only those of high standing or the most prominent families in the village were entitled to stand on such platforms during the succession ceremony of the Hokage. What kind of person is Lady Tsunade? She must be quite amiable, Tian Tian mused. In her memories, Tsunade was renowned for her medical prowess, possessing a compassionate heart for saving lives. Amiable. Upon hearing that word, a twitch appeared at the corner of Yuma's mouth. To him, Tsunade was merely a gambling, heavy-drinking scoundrel of an old woman, far from kind-hearted. He let out a heavy sigh, his tone tinged with exasperation. That woman is nothing but a shameless old rogue, forcing others to gamble with her and drink. If you refuse to drink, she would even wield her identity as a Hokage to compel you into drinking. After incurring debts, she would evade repayment, showing no intention of honoring her obligations. Alas, I dare not envision what the future of our village may become. Tian has yet to make a turn. This is entirely at odds with her impression of Tsunade. Shouldn't Lady Tsunade be a person of utmost integrity? Perhaps you have misunderstood her character. Surely Lady Tsunade must have her own burdens to bear. It is quite likely that her overwhelming responsibilities have caused her to forget to repay her debts. After all, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, undoubtedly occupied with numerous affairs. Observing Tian's disbelief, Yuma chose to refrain from further remarks. Indeed, it must be my memory that has faltered. He then resumed his hearty meal. Lady Tsunade is now the fifth Hokage. It would be prudent to refrain from such comments in the future. If other ill-intentioned individuals were to overhear, it could adversely affect you. Your status is already precarious. Noticing Tian's paternal demeanor, Yuma could only nod in agreement. Very well, I understand. Chapter 58, Have relatives arrived? After dinner, the two individuals strolled along the bustling street, alive with a throng of people. Many were burdened with materials essential for construction. Will your parents be worried about your return? One asked, noting the incessant chatter of the town. They shouldn't be home yet. Came the reply, as the speaker diverted their gaze from the other. I've heard from the adults that things are about to get hectic. Why is that? It's due to the loss of personnel managing the tasks. Now that the Hokage has returned, everyone must commence their duties. The backlog of tasks is set to be addressed. Thus, they engaged in light-hearted conversation about recent events. At that moment, Konoha was ablaze with light, every household aglow. Numerous individuals were dispatched to clear the debris and initiate the reconstruction of the village. The arrival of the Hokage had elevated the spirits of the populace, who labored fervently. Even in exhaustion, their voices ringing with enthusiasm as materials were continuously transported to the work sites. The memories of past pains had begun to fade. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you responding? One called out, noticing the other lost in thought. With a quickened pace, they intercepted the other's path, recognizing a hint of irritation in their expression. A smile crept across the face of the one being pursued, finding their companion's demeanor quite endearing. I realize that our dear friend is rather charming after all. What nonsense are you spouting? The recipient of the compliment felt heat rush to their cheeks, crimson creeping from their neck to their face. How infuriating. Take this. Just as they prepared to retaliate, the other darted away, and the two engaged in a playful chase. Suddenly, the pursuer halted, calling out, "Wait." The other, barely stopping in time, almost collided with them. What is it? We've arrived. The speaker shifted aside, granting a clearer view to their companion. They had reached the ninja tool shop, where a faint glow of light emanated through the windows. Let us part ways here, the one said, preparing to bid farewell. Just then, a pressing question struck the other. I need to ask you something urgently. What is it? If I were to damage something significant belonging to a girl, what should I do? How can I make amends? The listener quickly grasped the essence of the inquiry, pinpointing the pivotal words. Girl? Significant item? They regarded their companion with a mixture of disdain and curiosity. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not what you think. The speaker interrupted, fully aware of the wild conclusions their friend was likely to draw. Which girl? Ino? Sakura? Hinata? None of them. Came the firm reply, accompanied by a definitive shake of the head. Suddenly, Yoma recalled that Hanamaru's fan was also a tool of the ninja trade. Upon seeing the ninja equipment store at Tintin's place, a connection struck him. A sense of trepidation washed over Yoma as he feared that Hanamaru might seize this opportunity to involve Tsunade, thereby complicating his situation. The prospect of it escalating into diplomatic negotiations between two nations loomed ominously, and Tsunade might very well have his skin flayed. Tintin furrowed her brow, realizing that Yoma still had ties with other girls, which left her feeling somewhat uneasy. However, the nature of their relationship lacked clarity, making it difficult for her to chastise Yoma outright. Observing Yoma's troubled expression, Tintin ultimately couldn't suppress her compassion. Then you should apologize to her face-to-face, she suggested. Bring along some gifts of equivalent value and make your visit to apologize. The most crucial aspect is your attitude. It must be sincere. Or else, she certainly won't accept it. The mere thought of visiting made Yoma's scalp tingle. Setting aside the notion of equivalent gifts, the act of visiting seemed exceedingly daunting. The distance from the land of fire to the land of wind was vast, and Yoma knew he could not leave the village at will. Even if he successfully departed from Konohagakure and arrived at Sunagakure in the land of wind, how could he gain entry? He couldn't very well claim to be a friend paying a visit. His relationship with Gaara and Kankuro was far from amicable. It could only be described as terribly strained. Yoma was convinced that upon seeing him, the two would wish to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. No matter how he contemplated it, the opportunity to apologize in person seemed non-existent. With resignation, Yoma decided to postpone that thought, hoping that Hanamaru might eventually forget the incident, allowing everyone to return to peace. Recognizing the difficulty of the situation, he shook his head and tactfully shifted the topic. He was undoubtedly among the protected individuals within the village, and attempting to leave was akin to scaling the heavens. Let us leave it at that. You should head back now, Yoma stated, intending to take his leave. Don't you have anything else to say? Tintin inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as he prepared to depart. Huh? Is there anything else? I don't know, Yoma replied, somewhat perplexed by Tintin's demeanor. Scratching his head in frustration. Seeing his reaction, Tintin let out a sigh, taking a few steps toward her ninja equipment store. Yet, feeling a surge of indignation, she turned swiftly and dashed back to confront Yoma. What's the matter? You lack martial ethics, launching a surprise attack, Tintin exclaimed, throwing a punch at Yoma with speed and force that left no room for jest. Yoma caught her punch with both hands but still staggered back a couple of steps. What are you doing? He exclaimed. I forgot earlier, so I'm making up for it now. Are you out of your mind? Yoma rubbed his aching palm. Tintin huffed disdainfully and swiftly turned to leave. Watching her depart, Yoma felt a mix of emotions. A relaxed expression eluded him as he remained on high alert. Watching the retreating figure of Tian, fearing that she might suddenly turn back to deliver a punch, Yuma suddenly recalled every girl he knew. There were always a few days each month when their emotions ran awry. Hey, have you got your period today? He ventured. Period? Tian was perplexed by Yuma's words, turning her head to gaze at his face in confusion. Well, you know, the thing that you ought to be aware of. Yuma hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be so blunt. It's those days every month for you girls. You must be aware of it, right? Tian's eyes widened in realization. She understood precisely what Yuma was referring to and immediately charged at him once more, this time with considerably increased speed. Her right hand clenched into a fist. Seeing her intent to strike, Yuma swiftly retreated. Come on, I'm just showing concern for you. Can you not be so volatile? If you're on your period, please refrain from aggressive gestures. Upon hearing Yuma's remark, Tian was instantly enraged. Stop right there. Today, I shall skin you alive. Chapter 59. Is Sasuke acting strange? After a month of tranquility, Naruto appeared at Yuma's doorstep early this morning. Yuma, open the door. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Naruto anxiously knocked on the door. Hearing his name called, Yuma reluctantly opened his eyes, rubbing his disheveled hair. Looking utterly listless, slipping on his slippers, he trudged to the entrance. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by Naruto's bright yellow hair. It's too early for this nonsense. Speak. What do you want? Yuma yawned and stretched. Noticing Yuma's habitual laziness, Naruto understood his friend's demeanor well. He knew that if he uttered even one more word, Yuma would promptly close the door. Lady Tsunade has instructed you to join Sakura, Sasuke, and me in an endeavor today. What endeavor? Yuma asked, his expression one of confusion. I'm not entirely sure. Just come along with me. Realizing that he had no choice but to heed Tsunade's summons, Yuma hastily freshened up, donned his clothes, and set off with Naruto. Naruto led Yuma to the designated meeting point, a set of stairs where Sakura and Sasuke were already waiting. Upon seeing Yuma approach in a hurry with Naruto, Sasuke's first glance fell on Yuma, stirring feelings of melancholy due to past events. However, upon seeing Naruto's face, he coldly turned away with a huff. Hey, Sasuke, do you want to fight? Naruto, feeling ignored, dashed in front of Sasuke, rolling up his sleeves in exasperation. All right, we're all comrades here. Let's not cause a scene. Yuma observed the commotion with indifference, smiling at Sakura and finding a step to sit down. Where's Kakashi? Naruto asked Sakura, scanning the surroundings for any sign of their teacher. He had assumed Kakashi would have arrived by the time he brought Yuma along, yet there was no trace of him. Well, we all know he's late again, Sakura replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. They had grown accustomed to Kakashi's habitual tardiness. Most importantly, every time he was late, he concocted some ridiculous excuse, such as helping an elderly lady cross the street or claiming to have an upset stomach. You might as well sit down. Kakashi won't be here anytime soon, Yuma remarked, noticing the trio still standing. Only Sakura took his advice and sat down. Naruto had intended to join her, but seeing Sasuke still standing, he felt compelled to remain standing as well. Sasuke recognized that Naruto was trying to challenge him and continued to maintain his cold demeanor. Aren't you going to do anything about them? Yuma pointed at Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura's mouth twitched as she shook her head, exasperated. Disregard them. They have always been this way, and one simply becomes accustomed to it. Thus, half an hour passed. The two of them, standing under the sun, began to feel a slight ache in their legs. Yet, Kakashi's figure remained absent. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, gritting their teeth and enduring. Another half-hour elapsed before they could no longer withstand the strain. They sank down almost simultaneously. At the very moment they sat, Kakashi suddenly appeared before them. His deadpan gaze swept over his three students, ultimately resting on Yuma. Memories of Tsunade's admonitions surfaced in his mind. With a sheepish grin, he scratched his head. It seems you all are quite punctual. You're the one who is late, Naruto retorted, a look of discontent etched on his face. Kakashi-sensei, if you had arrived just a bit later, we could have gone for lunch. Sakura sighed, perplexed by the oddities surrounding her. It was already lunchtime. Sasuke corrected Sakura. Is that so? You were aware of my benevolence when encountering an elderly lady crossing the street. Stop right there. You've used that excuse several times already. Naruto could recite the lines that followed by now. Initially, he had believed it, but after hearing it 4 or 5 times, he understood that Kakashi was merely fabricating tales. It seems I must devise a new excuse for next time, Kakashi acknowledged with a solemn nod. Naruto, infuriated, contemplated kicking Kakashi, but the latter deftly evaded. They had all presumed this was an important mission, given the urgent assembly. However, they were tasked with locating Tun-Tun, the pig that Shizune cradled all day. Yuma could only lament the absurdity of the situation, though Tun-Tun was an important pet of Tsunade's secretary. Assigning a mission for such a trivial task seemed a gross misallocation of resources. After a long search, they finally discovered Tun-Tun in an orchard, its belly round and full. Thus, the mission was deemed complete. Let us conclude this task, Kakashi said, cradling the pink pig. I must now return to the Hokage building to submit the mission report. He lazily glanced at them. Oh, Yuma, you are to accompany me to the Hokage building. For now, we shall disperse. He anticipated further missions together in the future. Understood. Everyone nodded and began to depart. Yet, before leaving, Kakashi cast a worried glance at Sasuke. To him, Sasuke increasingly appeared to be in a troubling state. Since his return, Sasuke's ambition to grow stronger had intensified, often practicing alone or requesting Kakashi to teach him new jutsu. Kakashi was not one to hoard knowledge. Yet Sasuke's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. He had heard that Itachi Uchiha had bested Sasuke in battle, and with a sigh, he pondered, "What troubles you, Kakashi-senpai?" "Nothing. Let us be on our way." Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Kakashi instructed Yuma to wait outside. A moment later, Kakashi emerged, allowing Yuma to enter. "What brings you here?" Yuma inquired, observing Tsunade buried beneath a pile of documents, her face weary and tinged with exasperation, as if on the brink of exhaustion. "Is it so that now that I am the Hokage, I cannot summon even a mere Chunin?" Tsunade's expression of reproach made Yuma quickly concede. "Lady Tsunade, please forgive my presumption. I am merely concerned for your well-being." "Oh, spare me." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, then rested her chin on her palms. "What do you think of that Uchiha boy now?" "Sasuke?" Tsunade nodded. Yuma was puzzled by Tsunade's sudden inquiry. Had she sensed something amiss with Sasuke? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. "I believe Sasuke is quite normal. There is nothing particularly amiss. If I were to pinpoint a concern, it would be that he is rather impatient." His desire to grow stronger is overwhelming. Chapter 60. Keep a close eye on Sasuke and Yuma. Soon after Yuma departed, only Tsunade and Shizun remained in the office. At this moment, Shizun, cradling Tun, gazed anxiously at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, what has happened to that child from the Uchiha clan? Tsunade stared at the office door, remaining silent for a moment before responding. Are you aware of the events of the Uchiha clan's massacre night? Tsunade casually leaned back in her chair, gazing at the ceiling with her hands behind her head. I have heard of it, though my understanding is limited. Why do you bring this up all of a sudden? Lady Tsunade? Shizun inquired, her expression one of confusion. Do you know who was responsible for the slaughter of the entire Uchiha clan? It was Itachi Uchiha. As I have heard from others before, Itachi Uchiha was branded a rogue ninja because of that incident, correct? But do you know who instructed Itachi to carry it out? Tsunade wearily rubbed her temples and cast a sidelong glance at her secretary. I do not know. Shizun shook her head honestly, indicating her ignorance on the matter. Itachi Uchiha did not act of his own volition? No, it was the third Hokage who ordered Itachi to do it. Tsunade rose and walked to the window, observing the villagers laboring diligently. Shizun, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief, continued. Recently, the ninja assigned to monitor Sasuke reported some unusual behavior. What sort of unusual behavior? The situation had surpassed Shizun's expectations. He has been selling off the remaining ancestral estate, using the funds to purchase weapons. On several nights, he has secretly observed the guards at the village gate. Without needing further prompting from Tsunade, Shizun recognized Sasuke's odd behavior. He wishes to leave the village, and in a manner that involves no farewells. Ninja must report to their superiors before leaving the village. Leaving without permission is typically regarded as an act of treason. Tsunade gazed at her reflection in the glass, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Such secrets are only revealed upon becoming Hokage. She realized she had underestimated the depths of those elders' resolve. These actions were far beyond what a rational person would undertake. Sasuke harbored an intense desire to kill Itachi Uchiha. A deep-seated vendetta existed between them. His parents and loved ones had been slain by his own brother. Ever since that fateful night, Uchiha Sasuke had lived solely for the purpose of revenge. Countless nights, he would awaken in a start, the familiar surroundings of his family's residence feeling alien. It seemed as though those dear to him were still greeting him. Why would the third Hokage do such a thing? Shizun's voice trembled, still reluctant to accept these truths. Alas, what has transpired cannot be undone. Let us not dwell on these matters any longer. There is another child who shares a similar fate as Uchiha Sasuke. Their sole purpose in life is revenge. Tsunade stretched lazily and took a sip from a glass of water on her desk. Are there still such individuals in our village? His parents were also slain by those closest to him. Noticing that Tsunade's glass was empty, Shizun poured her some more water. The situation is somewhat different. That individual conceals his emotions far better than Sasuke. Yet, every gesture he makes betrays him. Tsunade reclined with her legs crossed atop the table, having perused the intelligence regarding the Jinchuriki's years of surveillance. Yoma occasionally visited the cemetery to pay homage to his parents, though it remains unclear how he came by that knowledge. It must be that red-haired imp from earlier. What? Shizun found it hard to believe Tsunade's assertion. I perceive that child as somewhat peculiar, don't you think? During Yoma's encounters, he struck her as a polite and considerate boy, with a visage strikingly reminiscent of a girl's. Tsunade did not contest her secretary's words, for she had been away from the village for many years and lacked much intelligence. She retrieved a photograph from her desk and handed it to Shizun. Upon examining the picture, Shizun furrowed her brows. The image depicted a man and a woman. The man was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the woman was his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Do you find that redhead familiar? Imagine Kushina with short hair. At Tsunade's words, Shizun closed her eyes and, moments later, opened them in horror, dropping the photograph to the ground. Yoma? Do you know Yoma's surname? Tsunade picked up the fallen photo and tucked it into a drawer. Uzumaki. Incorrect, it is Namikaze. Shizun's mouth fell agape, and her pet, Tun, wriggled tightly in her arms, leaping out in pain. Do not just stand there foolishly. There are still numerous documents to address. Recently, keep a closer watch on Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Yoma. Two figures swiftly exited the Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, this may not be prudent, Shizen remarked with concern. Feeling uneasy about their course of action, the village must strive for stability. Any unforeseen incidents are unacceptable. Tsunade seized a pen and began to amend the towering pile of documents. Once Yoma exited the Hokage building, he walked along the path home, spotting a familiar silhouette on the street. It was Inuzuka Kiba with his spiky hair, a white dog perched on his shoulder, accompanied by a woman taller than him. Also with the dog, a large wolfhound with light gray fur. Yoma immediately turned to take a detour. He preferred cats over dogs. Woof. Akamaru suddenly leapt down and barked, displaying a fearful expression. Kiba and his companion turned swiftly, the wolfhound also alerting its owner with a low growl. Yoma? Kiba, upon turning, recognized Yoma's retreating figure. Hey, don't pretend you don't know me, you rascal. Ignored, Kiba rushed forward in frustration. Akamaru was forcibly scooped up by Kiba, who detected a dreadful scent emanating from him. Alas, it seems today is not his lucky day. Yoma resignedly sighed, accepting his fate. How infuriating, exclaimed Inuzuka Kiba, his frustration palpable. Inuzuka Hana approached her younger brother, noting his familiarity with a stranger. She gently placed a hand on Kiba's shoulder, admonishing him lightly. Mind your manners. Greetings. I am Kiba's elder sister, Inuzuka Hana. The large dog remained vigilant, casting wary glances at the newcomer, but complied with Hana's presence. The girl before them bore the distinctive markings of the Inuzuka clan, two purple triangular symbols adorning her cheeks. She appeared to be of similar age to Uchiha Itachi, coinciding with him as a fellow student. Hello, I am. You may simply call me Yuma, the boy replied, opting for a more informal introduction, as he preferred to keep his surname private. Observing that Yuma refrained from disclosing his last name, Kiba merely pouted, choosing not to interject. Your brother has certainly caused you quite a bit of trouble, hasn't he? Hana remarked apologetically, her gaze fixed on Yuma. Kiba, eager to dispute this claim, opened his mouth to protest but was silenced by a sharp glance from his sister, compelling him to obediently close his lips. Indeed, he often led the way in skipping classes. I explicitly declined, yet he insisted on dragging me along, Kiba declared, his eyes widening in exasperation as he pointed at Yuma, nearly on the verge of uttering an expletive. Chapter 61. The preparation to capture Sis. He is lying. At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba was too agitated to care about decorum. Bouncing around energetically, Inuzuka Hana firmly restrained her younger brother. Bystanders cast curious glances in their direction. I'll deal with you at home. Don't embarrass me, understand? Inuzuka Hana warned her brother with a cheerful yet low voice. Oh, Yuma watched the sibling duo with a smile. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Hana and Kiba. Hana, Kiba, your mother urgently needs to see you. Inuzuka Iku emerged before Yuma. He bore facial markings, two inverted purple triangles on either cheek, and sported a beard on his chin, a visage marked by the hardships of a life spent outdoors. Upon catching sight of Yuma, he froze momentarily. Kushina? The moment those words escaped his lips, he realized his mistake, yet he couldn't help but scrutinize Yuma's face. Yuma had matured, shedding his youthful appearance, now possessing a shrewdness reminiscent of Minato. Hearing that name made Yuma's heart momentarily halt. He swallowed hard. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else, Iku said. Having previously worked alongside Minato on missions and participating in the Third Shinobi World War with the Kimichi Chuji. However, after Minato's passing, all contact ceased. He had heard rumors that Minato and Kushina had a child, but had been too busy to remember it until now. The red hair and those familiar features confirmed to him that Yuma was indeed the offspring of Minato and Kushina. Ah, it's nothing. I'm often mistaken for others. Yuma replied, lowering his gaze and avoiding further eye contact. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After uttering this, he hurried away, eager to avoid lingering for even a moment longer. Once Yuma had completely departed, Hana and Kiba turned to Iku with curiosity. Uncle Iku, do you know that guy, Yuma? Kiba had never before seen Iku display such an expression. To him, Iku was a stoic ninja, either in the act of killing or on the path to do so. The clan had few jonin, especially one who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War, giving him an extraordinarily rich history. In Hana's memory, Iku was a man of few words. No, I mistook him for someone else. That child bears a striking resemblance, Iku replied, shaking his head and choosing not to pursue the topic further as he led the two back to their base. Meanwhile, Yuma found an empty alleyway and immediately began to breathe heavily. Did he really know the fourth Hokage? There was a glint of nostalgia in Iku's eyes that could not be mistaken. Never mind. Overthinking won't help, he reassured himself. Noting that Iku currently bore him no ill will. After purchasing some food, he headed straight home, knowing he would likely continue his missions with Team 7 the following day. He couldn't help but wonder what Niji was thinking now, fearing he might want to grow stronger and depart from Konoha, just like in the original story. Recalling the question Tsunade had posed to him, Yuma sensed that Tsunade had begun to take notice of Sasuke Uchiha's actions. Upon returning home, he took a shower and then collapsed into bed. After an indeterminate period, Yuma abruptly opened his eyes. Naruto had opened his window and was perched on the sill. "Hurry up. Lady Tsunade is looking for us," he said, urgency etched across his face. Yuma glanced outside. The darkness was so profound that he could scarcely see a thing. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "I don't know. You'll find out when you get there." Upon re-entering the Hokage's office, Yuma encountered Kiba Inuzuka and Shikamaru Nara. "You two are awfully late." Kiba couldn't help but complain. Yuma and Naruto quickly joined their ranks. Sasuke Uchiha injured the gatekeeper and harmed the ninja who tried to stop him. He has left the village without permission. The revelation sparked varied reactions among the group. Yuma furrowed his brow. The situation had indeed escalated, as Sasuke was evidently intent on seeking Orochimaru. Shikamaru appeared indifferent, while Kiba's eyes widened in shock. Naruto took a moment to process the implications of Sasuke's unauthorized departure. He might have had an urgent matter and simply forgot to report it. He defended Sasuke. Those soon fell silent, feeling the weight of his rationale. "Tsunade-sama, are you implying that Sasuke has defected?" Shikamaru asked, glancing at Tsunade, who affirmed with a nod. He continued, expressing his thoughts candidly. "Then you should enlist someone else to bring Sasuke back. We are merely children, barely out of our youth." It was clear that Shikamaru was reluctant to partake in this mission. "Heh, do you think I want to do this either?" Tsunade shot them a glance, her gaze landing on Yuma. "The ninjas in the village are all on missions or away. We are short-handed, thus I must rely on you youngsters." Realizing that he was likely to be dispatched on a mission, Yuma contemplated bringing along a few more allies for support. "Tsunade-sama, I would like to gather a few more helpers. The more people we have, the better our chances." After a brief silence, Tsunade nodded. "All right, but you must be swift. We cannot allow Sasuke to leave the land of fire." "Understood." The four of them replied in unison, and then they departed together. Making their way to the base of the Hokage building to prepare for an early morning departure, intending to rest for the night. Suddenly, a long object was tossed from the Hokage's office. In the pitch blackness, it struck Yuma on the head, evoking a vivid image of Shiman Ching and Jean Mei. Wincing in pain, he rubbed his head and looked up to find Tsunade's impressive presence. "You've been clamoring for this, haven't you? Well, it's yours now. Just don't let Orochimaru take it back," she remarked before promptly closing the window. The group watched as Yuma picked up a sword. Naruto gazed with curiosity. "What is this sword? Allow me to see it." A man can never refuse something that is straight and long. Yuma handed the Kusanagi sword to Naruto. Shikamaru, unable to quell his curiosity, wondered aloud about the sword's connection to Orochimaru. Inuzuka Kiba chimed in with his usual exuberance. As Naruto drew the sword, its blade emitted a chilling glimmer. "Wow, how exquisite!" he exclaimed upon beholding the weapon. Shikamaru discerned the sword's superior quality, recognizing it as an extraordinary blade. Kiba seized the Kusanagi sword and brandished it, effortlessly slicing a falling leaf in two. "Wow, this sword!" he exclaimed. "All right, enough of this. We have a mission to prepare for tomorrow." Shikamaru interrupted their banter. "Kiba, you go find Niji Hyuga. I will seek out Choji." "Why does it have to be me?" Kiba protested, visibly displeased. "How about I go to the Hyuga clan to find Niji?" Yuma suggested, taking back the sword. Chapter 62. Kimimaro. The Hyuga clan's main and branch houses are discernible from the courtyard in which they reside. The branch house's courtyard is several times smaller than that of the main house, and numerous areas are in a state of disrepair. The walls are overgrown with wild, withered vines. Yuma stands at the entrance, having inquired with the gatekeeper about Hyuga Niji. Initially, the gatekeeper was reluctant to engage with Yuma, but the latter, bearing a task from Tsunade, caused the gatekeeper to relent, fearing repercussions for obstructing official duties. Yuma-kun? A familiar voice calls from behind him. Hinata, holding a basket, gazes uncertainly at Yuma, apprehensive about potentially misidentifying him. What brings you here at such a late hour? Yuma steps forward to converse with Hinata. She is here to deliver medicine for me. At that moment, Niji emerges, observing Hinata and Yuma standing closely together. Hinata quickly retreats, creating distance between herself and Yuma. Her face flushed as she avoids Niji's gaze. Hand over the medicine, and you should return home quickly. Otherwise, the clan leader will worry, Niji states. Stepping forward to accept the ointment from the basket, Hinata bites her lip, feeling a twinge of regret at losing the opportunity to converse with Yuma. Yuma offers her a reassuring smile. Niji is right. You should head back first. I will come to find you later. Upon hearing this, Niji furrows his brow but refrains from interrupting. Hinata blushes, feeling somewhat shy. She glances at Niji, relieved to see no further actions from him, and nods, displaying a smile. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, brother Niji and Yuma-kun. Niji nods with his arms crossed. Goodbye. Yuma reciprocates with a nod, and once Hinata has distanced herself, his expression turns serious. Sasuke has left the village without permission. At this revelation, confusion deepens on Niji's face. Such an act is a grave offense. Why would Sasuke act so recklessly? In pursuit of strength. Prepare yourself. I must depart tomorrow. This mission is personally assigned by Lady Tsunade. After uttering these words, Yuma prepares to leave, but just before he does, Niji can no longer contain his curiosity. Wait a moment. What is it? Turning back, Yuma sees Niji hesitating to speak. In Yuma's eyes, Niji is not one to be overly sentimental. Though I am not her biological brother, I hope you will treat her well. After a brief hesitation, Niji finally articulates his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yuma immediately realizes that Niji has mistakenly assumed a deeper connection between him and Hinata. His eyelid twitches involuntarily. If you wish for Hinata to share her life with me in the future, you may think of it that way. With that, Yuma utilizes the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, unwilling to engage in further explanation with Niji. Niji attempts to call out to him, but Yuma has already vanished. Left alone, Niji mutters to himself, could it be that I misunderstood? Never mind, I should go to sleep. There is a mission to attend to tomorrow. On the following day, the group gathered early at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, with Shikamaru leading the way. The team comprised Naruto, Niji, Choji, Kiba, Lee, and Yuma, a truly formidable lineup for the mission to capture Sasuke. Lee had not initially been included, but upon seeing the others together, he inquired out of curiosity and subsequently requested to join the task. Naturally, Shikamaru welcomed the additional member, as more participants meant less effort on his part. He preferred to rely on his wits rather than exert himself physically. As Shikamaru noticed the footprints on the ground, he observed that the shoe prints did not belong to the standard combat boots of the Leaf Village, and there were multiple prints, at least 4 individuals, by his estimation. With this in mind, he voiced his thoughts. It was possible that Sasuke had not left the village of his own accord. Rather, he had been abducted. The seriousness in Shikamaru's gaze indicated to the others that he was not jesting. However, they recalled that the Hokage had stated Sasuke had injured the patrolling ninja. Kiba voiced a differing opinion, reminding them that it was Tsunade herself who had made that assertion the previous day. Suddenly, Shikamaru employed the transformation technique, morphing into Sasuke's likeness. Am I now Sasuke? He quipped before reverting to his original form. Without further explanation, the group understood the implications. Someone had deliberately taken on Sasuke's appearance to inflict harm on the patrolling ninja. But why create such a ruckus? Shouldn't it have been better for fewer people to be in the know? Naruto also expressed his thoughts on the matter. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation, unable to grasp the reasoning behind their actions. Even Kiba, known for his incessant chatter, fell silent, and the group proceeded quietly along their path. After a moment, Shikamaru let out a deep sigh. I don't know, he admitted. The best answer, without a doubt. Subsequently, they all redirected their focus toward their journey, the footprints becoming increasingly distinct. Suddenly, Akamaru barked, his nose twitching. Without needing further cues, The group sensed a shift in circumstances. Niji activated his Byakugan in an instant, spotting 4 individuals accompanied by a wooden barrel. The contents of the barrel were obscured, but it likely contained Sasuke. The group turned their gazes toward Shikamaru, who, without hesitation, declared, "Let's pursue them. We have the numerical advantage." His confidence was palpable. Yet, Yuma felt a twinge of apprehension, recalling a previous instance when someone else had claimed superiority, only to be overwhelmed during a trip to an island. As they drew nearer to the 4 individuals, Shikamaru swiftly employed a ninjutsu technique, shadow binding jutsu. For slender black tendrils sprang from beneath his feet, racing toward the adversaries. Just as the tendrils were about to make contact, a bone technique unleashed a volley of bone projectiles, striking the ground where the 7 had previously stood with remarkable accuracy. Though none were hit, they felt a chill of dread. Had the attack been delayed, the outcome could have been dire. Before them appeared the pale-faced, white-haired Kimimaro, his expression grave. "Is it merely you lot that Konoha has dispatched?" The contempt in his tone was palpable. As the others witnessed the 3 continuing their advance, frustration surged within them. "I'll handle him. You all must hasten to pursue." In an instant, Shikamaru made his decision. Their sole objective this time was to bring Sasuke back to the village. The other 5 nodded in agreement, yet only Yuma remained behind. "What are you doing?" Shikamaru was perplexed that, even at this juncture, Yuma still refused to heed commands. He looked at Yuma with growing urgency. "You are the leader of this mission. Your guidance is imperative. Allow me to confront this." Yuma unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, resolutely blocking Kimimaro's path. "Very well. If we cannot prevail, let us escape." After Shikamaru uttered these words, he sprinted ahead. "I value my life more than you might suppose." Yuma swung his sword towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro, his expression unyielding, activated his cursed seal's first form. Countless dark symbols manifested upon his skin. "Let us go." Shikamaru led the way, with the other 5 closely following. Chapter 63. The Descent of the Tree Realm, Lord Orochimaru's Weapon. Junmaru immediately fixated his gaze upon the sword held by Yuma. "Oh, I didn't expect you to possess such discernment." Yuma swiftly leaped backward. Moments prior, Junmaru had unleashed the dance of the bone pulse, causing numerous sharp bone spines to sprout from his body in an instant. Had Yuma not been agile, he would have been meeting the 4th Hokage in the afterlife. "Hand over the sword, and I might grant you a complete corpse." Junmaru's singular desire was to return the Kusanagi to Orochimaru. Yuma displayed a provocative smile, relieved now that Shikamaru and the others had distanced themselves. He had feared Junmaru would pursue them relentlessly. Tossing the sword upward, Junmaru leaped to seize it. But at that moment, Yuma clapped his hands together. Thick tree trunks erupted from the ground, ensnaring Junmaru midair. Observing Junmaru ensconced, Yuma felt his victory was all but assured. Even the 9 Tails would find it challenging to escape the grasp of Wood Release. Did a mere Junmaru think he could break free? It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The commotion of Wood Release drew the attention of Shikamaru and the others ahead. "Did you see that?" Lee exclaimed, astonished. A mere glance back revealed Yuma had single-handedly transformed the battlefield. Naruto, however, was not particularly surprised, having witnessed Yuma subdue One Tail previously. "Forget about Yuma. Our priority now is to retrieve Sasuke." With Shikamaru's words, the group refocused their efforts, quickening their pace. "Sasuke, I will bring you back," Naruto vowed. His gaze fixed intently on the wooden structure, his teeth clenched. Trapped in endless darkness, Junmaru's limbs were bound, his mind racing with fear and confusion. He could hardly fathom that an ordinary Leaf Village Chunin wielded such formidable ninjutsu. Junmaru had yet to repay Orochimaru's kindness and felt he could not perish here. Resolving to sacrifice his life for Lord Orochimaru, Junmaru's skin began to darken. The second curse mark activated. With an explosive roar, countless sharp bones erupted from the ground, transforming the landscape into a forest of white bones. The spikes compelled Yuma to leap aside, while Junmaru also erupted with spines. Breaking free from the Wood Release's constraints and diving toward Yuma from the sky, hand signs forming rapidly, a look of defiance on his face. "Madman!" Yuma cursed under his breath, unwilling to share a fate with Junmaru. At that moment, Junmaru was akin to a cornered beast. Such a retaliatory approach was not Yuma's style. Junmaru's life was already waning, and with the dance of the early fern in play, he was but a flickering candle in the wind. Like a hedgehog, Junmaru bristled with sharp-boned spines. So you can alter the terrain, can you? Allow me to join in. Yuma clapped his hands again. The descent of the tree realm. Within Yuma, the dark nine-tails suddenly opened its eyes wide. This brat? Could it be that he is a descendant of Hashirama? Injou found it absurd and quickly shook his head. This jutsu was developed by Senju Hashirama, capable of conjuring an entire forest in an instant. Within this woodland, every offensive and defensive maneuver was under the control of the practitioner, simultaneously restricting the enemy's assaults. However, this technique bore a significant drawback. It demanded an immense amount of chakra. Only those with an abundance could dare to attempt it. Even Yamato was unable to wield it. Limited to utilizing the youthful versions of the Tree Realm Birth and the Sea of Trees. A single use necessitated a lengthy rest of nearly half a day. What commotion was this? Everyone could not help but turn their heads in unison, witnessing the exaggerated forest that continued to grow at a visibly astonishing rate. Was this individual a monster? Doyu frowned. In her recollection, Yuma was merely a laid-back person. She never anticipated he could execute such a jutsu. For this mission, Lord Hokage should have merely sent Yuma alone. Shikamaru couldn't help but voice a sarcastic remark, which garnered agreement from the others. It's all your fault, Shikamaru. If it weren't for you dragging me along, I could still be sleeping at home. Ino complained without restraint. Niji, witnessing this scene, felt genuine admiration. Previously, he held lingering dissatisfaction after being interrupted by Yuma during the Chunin exam, but now he found himself at a loss for words. Let us continue the chase. He reminded everyone. The power of the Tree Realm Birth far exceeded Kimamaro's expectations. The bone forest he had conjured was obliterated within mere minutes, and his prideful bone spikes could not pierce the trees, merely leaving behind a white mark. Even in a desperate struggle, he could inflict no harm upon Yuma. Orochimaru-sama. I have failed, he lamented, feeling remorseful towards Orochimaru. Bowing his head, he wore an expression of resignation as his life swiftly ebbed away. Kimimaro reverted from his cursed form, his complexion ashen. You are on the brink of death. Yuma lifted his gaze, sensing Kimimaro's feeble heartbeat. My demise cannot provide any value to Orochimaru. It is my fault. A hint of self-mockery graced Kimimaro's lips as he looked down upon Yuma, scrutinizing his features for the first time in detail. Noticing Yuma's look of disbelief, his emotions surged. If not for Orochimaru-sama, I would have perished long ago. Cough cough, it was Orochimaru who granted me new life. Without uttering another word, his breathing grew markedly weaker. Yuma refrained from contradicting him, retaining a semblance of conscience and not wishing to provoke anyone at the brink of death. Nodding, he turned towards the position of the Kusanagi sword, picking up the weapon from the ground. Yuma could hear the sound of Kimimaro's bones fracturing incessantly. There was no anguish on Kimimaro's face. Rather, an indescribable sense of relief enveloped him. Could you assist me with one thing? Yuma nodded, fixing his gaze on Kimimaro. As long as the request was not excessive, he would be amenable. Kimimaro's voice became a whisper, yet his expression bore an air of apology. Please convey a message to Lord Orochimaru. I was unable to assist him in realizing his ambitions. Upon uttering these words, Kimimaro bowed his head completely, devoid of any heartbeat. Waima, after a moment of silence, sprang forth to catch Kimimaro's lifeless body. Very well, I shall relay your message to Orochimaru. Finding a patch of earth, Waima laid Kimimaro to rest. Having accomplished this task, Waima resumed his journey, reflecting on the ninja world as a realm inhabited by zealots, or even in death. There is no remorse. Was he not similarly entrenched in his own convictions? Countless nights, he dreamed of Kushina's demise before his eyes. Given the chance to slay Obito himself, he would undoubtedly risk everything to do so. Sighed, perhaps it is best to return with Sasuke first. Soon, he beheld Naruto, gravely injured and clutching his bleeding thigh. The quantity of blood lost on the ground would have claimed the life of an ordinary individual. Yet, Naruto, though pale as death, did not appear to be on the brink of demise. Still alive? In his moment of pain, Naruto grasped his thigh, struggling to utter a few words through gritted teeth. I will not die. Chapter 64. The origin of the wild dog. Is that pale-faced man dead? Naruto grimaced in pain, clutching his thigh and gritting his teeth. He has already been buried, replied Yuma. With a swift application of my dissolution technique, I dispatched the apparition known as Kidomaru. He lies interred not far from here. Do you wish to see? Forget it. Do you think I have the disposition to go now? Naruto lamented, continuing to press on his wounded leg. The injury visibly began to mend. Indeed, your current state makes it quite convenient, Yuma remarked, producing a salve to apply to Naruto's wound. The latter yelped in agony. Observing that the bleeding had ceased, Yuma hoisted Naruto onto his back. We must halt this mission. After all, you have sustained significant injuries. The others were scarcely better off. Why? Naruto questioned, his expression tinged with reluctance. When did you become so formidable, Yuma? Naruto felt that he and Yuma had become worlds apart. One soaring high while the other remained grounded. Thank you. I am aware, Yuma responded, as he carried Naruto to catch up with the others. His foremost concern lay with the young heirs. They were the scions of prominent families within the Hidden Leaf Village, including the Nara, Inazuka, and Akimichi clans, staunch supporters of the Hokage. Should these families' heirs find themselves in jeopardy, the very fabric of Konoha would face a radical transformation. Moreover, Tsunade would be subjected to intense scrutiny, risking her position. If anything were to befall Tsunade, Yuma's own situation would turn dire, as he was currently allied with her. Following the markers along the path, Yuma pressed onward with fervor. They should be nearby. It was improbable that they had ventured far. Yuma was aware that these individuals lacked the ninjutsu for rapid travel. Had they possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, that would indeed pose a threat. I believe Choji is over there, Naruto noted, detecting a metallic scent of blood. Not far off, the sounds of battle could be distinctly heard. With a sudden kick, Kizaru sent Choji crashing to the ground like a puppet severed from its strings, producing a resounding thud as dust billowed around them. At that moment, Kizaru had fully activated his cursed seal mode. Die, you fat fool! Kizaru descended from the air, his foot landing squarely on Choji's chest, causing the latter to cough up blood. With your physique, you'd surely fetch a handsome price during the new year, Kizaru taunted, kicking aside the chips that lay near Choji, deliberately crushing them beneath his foot. You, of all people, dare to indulge in food? Choji's throat felt parched, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. His chakra was nearly depleted. Despair began to consume him, slowly but surely. In a fleeting moment, he recalled the faces of his comrades, and a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. Collapsed on the ground, he faced Kizaru's menacing visage. In his desperation, he relied on muscle memory, trembling as he retrieved a small red pill. Just as he prepared to consume the tiny capsule, Yuma's voice resonated in his ears. I have arrived. You must not consume this medicine. What would become of everyone if you were to perish? Yuma leapt from the sky, carrying Naruto on his back. With a swift kick, he sent the small red pill flying from Shikamaru's grasp. Following this, a surge of molten release forced Sekiro to retreat several paces. Shikamaru's face was one of astonishment. Turning around, he beheld the arrival of Yuma and Naruto. What brings you here? Has the battle concluded? He noticed the hastily treated wound on Naruto's thigh. Instantly, a wave of anxiety constricted his throat as if gripped by an unseen hand. It must have been resolved. Otherwise, how could we have arrived? Yuma entrusted Naruto to Akimichi Shikamaru. Take good care of Naruto. He is in a vulnerable state now. Naruto shot Yuma a glare, feeling belittled, yet refrained from retorting in that moment. Shikamaru gingerly accepted Naruto and set him aside. Yuma intended to confront Sekiro alone. Yuma, be wary of that fellow. He possesses formidable strength and exceptional defense. His body is akin to iron. Do not engage him head-on. Yuma glanced back, a smile gracing his lips. I shall anticipate it. It is my first encounter with such an iron hedgehog. Sekiro, observing Yuma's approach, wore a sneer of disdain, his visage contorting into a grotesque mask. You, a mere trash. Dare to challenge me? I advise you to kneel and apologize while I am still in a good mood. Yuma disregarded his taunts, continuing his advance toward Sekiro. All of you, come at me together. After all, Konoha is merely a collection of useless fools. Sekiro halted mid-sentence, his expression one of shock and regret. Suddenly, Yuma drew the sword of Lord Orochimaru. How infuriating! Why do you possess Lord Orochimaru's sword? Hand it over, or I shall kill you. Sekiro inhaled deeply, unleashing a thunderous roar of fury. He then slammed his hands onto the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, colossal boulders soared into the air, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtling toward Yuma's position. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those boulders shattered under the fierce might of Yuma's sword. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The stones cleaved cleanly in two, their surfaces smooth and polished. Dust and debris danced through the air like an unexpected rain of stones. Yuma tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, exhaling molten release. Before Tsukiro could react, he pressed his assault, a look of contempt in his eyes. What a rabid dog you are. Cease your barking. I suggest you seek Orochimaru for a makeover. He does not favor the ugly, and you are quite unsightly at present. Tsukiro's fury surged. You seek death. Today, I shall certainly slay you. Moments later, Yuma performed a flourish with his sword, flicking the blood from its blade. He kicked the lifeless body of Jirobo. In truth, he was not particularly fond of wielding a sword, but it certainly exuded an air of sophistication. Dingji observed as Jirobo was swiftly dispatched by Yoma with a single stroke. Doubta blinked several times, finally regaining his composure. When had Yoma become so formidable? Akimichi Dingji raised his thumb in admiration. You are impressive. I truly respect you. Dingji, however, struggled to articulate such sentiments as he hailed from a prominent family, where education was notably rigorous. Yoma turned and approached him, patting Dingji on the shoulder. You're falling behind. It appears you need to intensify your training. I believe you can surpass me. The trio did not linger, swiftly advancing in search of traces and signs. They subsequently rescued the gravely injured Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru. Shali lay on the ground, nearly devoid of strength. Nearby foes were efficiently dealt with by Yoma's swift blade. Now, only Shikamaru and Niji remained. Locating them would conclude their mission and allow them to return to the village. Chapter 65. Let us return. This mission cannot continue any longer. The damage has already been substantial. Listening to Yuma's analysis, Dingxi naturally had no objections. However, Naruto felt a twinge of reluctance. He could not bear the thought of Sasuke being taken away so easily. Yet, Sasuke. Naruto bit his lip, displaying a face of unwillingness. Our current chakra is insufficient for us to pursue any further. The others, upon hearing Yuma's explanation, fell silent for a moment. Inuzuka Kiba gazed at the injured Akamaru, and thus resolved to agree with Yuma's opinion. I concur with Yuma's words. Akamaru is no longer fit for battle. You all know I require Akamaru to unleash my true strength. At this moment, I am merely a burden, unable to assist you. Kiba spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. Just as Naruto was about to plead with Kiba, Lee interjected beside him. I too agree, Dingxi, Kiba, and you, Naruto. All of you are no longer capable of combat. Remaining here would only be a liability. I am experiencing muscle fatigue as well. Lee glanced at his trembling hands. Ultimately, after a vote, they unanimously endorsed Yuma's proposal. The next step was to locate the remaining comrades, return to the village, and report to Tsunade. Suddenly, Akamaru let out a mournful howl from Kiba's arms. Over there, Kiba pointed to a location ahead. The group quickened their pace towards it. Dingxi observed the increasingly dense forest ahead. It seemed to lead to the boundary. If they could traverse that woodland, they would reach the Land of Fire. Between Konoha and the Land of Fire lies a vast expanse of forest. To the west is the sea, and if one were to go further, they would reach the capital. I will go alone. You all should. Before Yuma could finish his sentence, the others turned away immediately. We understand. Our presence now would merely be a burden. Naruto was caught by Lee, lest he cause disruption by going along. Hey, your current state is also hindering Yuma. Take care. Naruto cast a reluctant glance back before departing as well. Seeing their heightened awareness, Yuma shook his head. Rest assured, I value my life even more than you do. He then continued onward ahead. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Niji were hiding behind a tree. The power of the second curse mark had exceeded their expectations. Damn, could it be that Sasuke has been brainwashed by them? Shikamaru muttered softly. He had already opened the barrel and released Sasuke, but Uchiha Sasuke seemed to be in a frenzy, hurling shuriken at him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Niji activated his Byakugan to scan Sasuke's departing figure, then shook his head. No, Sasuke's chakra flow is undisturbed. It does not appear that he is under a genjutsu. As Shikamaru pondered how to break the stalemate, Moya had already found their location. Leaping onto a branch, she prepared to play her flute. Suddenly, a shuriken sliced through the air towards her with a sharp whistle. It struck the tree trunk with a crisp sound, capturing the attention of Shikamaru and Niji. In an instant, they spotted Dayu. Dayu, startled by the shuriken, was soon joined by another with the same crimson hair. Upon seeing Yuma approach, Dayu immediately distanced herself. Shikamaru and Niji, realizing the gravity of their situation, abandoned their mission, knowing that injuries had been sustained. Yuma regarded Dayu and spoke to the two of them. Naruto and Kiba could not continue the fight. They were merely a step away from success. Niji clenched his teeth. Frustrated, they were so close to retrieving Sasuke. What about the others? Shikamaru inquired, noticing the absence of their companions. I instructed them to return first. I came alone. Seeing that Yuma ignored her, Dayu pouted and shouted indignantly, How dare you disregard me? Shikamaru, hearing her voice, felt a surge of tension, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yuma, be cautious. That woman is formidable and poses a threat. Oh, is that so? Yuma responded, observing Dayu again. This time, she presented herself in her true form before him. Infuriated by Yuma's demeanor, Dayu felt an urge to kick him. Well then, witness my prowess. She raised the flute to her lips. Shikamaru and Niji's pupils dilated, their throats dry. They exchanged a glance, vaguely recalling the sensation of being ensnared by an illusion just moments ago, and immediately warned Yuma. Niji anxiously pointed toward Dayu's flute. Yuma, do not heed her melody. It poses a significant threat. Understood. I will exercise caution. Yuma nodded, his body already in motion as he drew out a shuriken. You should leave first. I will catch up shortly. Yuma hurled the flying thunder god shuriken toward Dayu with incredible speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Dayu furrowed her brow upon seeing the peculiar shuriken, her mind racing with thoughts. He must have dealt with Kumadori, otherwise he wouldn't have made it here. Coupled with that strange teleportation technique, her arrogance evaporated. Rationality informed her that she could not defeat Yuma. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, Dayu turned and fled, starkly contrasting her earlier bravado. She's running? Niji observed, puzzled by Dayu's retreat. Shikamaru was taken aback as well. Why did she suddenly flee? Wasn't she just so boastful a moment ago? Who knows? Yuma shrugged nonchalantly. You all should return while Naruto and the others aren't too far from here. I will join you shortly. With that, Yuma took off in pursuit. Is he always this reckless? Niji frowned. Shikamaru let out a resigned smile. At that moment, both of them had little chakra remaining. Alas, who could deny the strength of others? Niji inquired about Shikamaru's thoughts. I will bring Sasuke back. Yuma called out to them as he turned away. Shikamaru, clutching his wound, watched Yuma's departing figure. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion washed over him. Sigh, everyone else is injured. We should regroup with Naruto and the others. At this point, the only thing they could do was to trouble Yuma further. If only he had allowed Yuma to proceed alone. Shikamaru scoffed at himself. Niji also sighed helplessly. He was regarded as a genius by others. Yet he understood that Yuma was the true prodigy. In Yuma's presence, he felt insignificant. The two soon discovered the trail of Naruto and his companions, successfully exchanging vital information with them. Chapter 66. Is it free? Feeling the relentless pursuit of Yuma behind her, Dayu began to feel a sense of urgency. Why was he chasing her instead of going after Sasuke, who had already distanced himself? Stop following me. This pursuit serves no purpose for you. Despite activating her cursed seal's second form, she could not outrun Yuma. He could easily catch up, yet he seemed content to prolong the chase, as if engaging in a playful game of tag. Yuma flashed a mischievous smile, tilting his head slightly. Hey there, don't run away. I just want to see your face. He had recognized her. The little girl who had wandered through Konoha with him was, in fact, Dayu in disguise. Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead as she feared any contact with Yuma, uncertain if her true identity had been revealed. Not a chance. You won't see anything. Her anxiety propelled her to quicken her pace, darting through the dense foliage. However, her nerves caused her to stumble slightly, losing her balance, a minor issue for a ninja. In an instant, Yuma utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before her, wrapping his arms around her waist and gazing at her with an intensity that made her uncomfortable. Are you hurt? He asked. a hint of disgust creeping into his own voice. Dayu struggled to break free from his embrace, but Yuma's strength was overwhelming. Have you no shame? Don't you feel repulsed saying that? Finding herself unable to escape, she shot him a fierce glare while squirming in his hold. With the cursed seal's second form activated, her skin darkened, her eyes turned pitch black, and horns sprouted from her head. Just as she prepared to draw her flute for a surprise attack, Yuma interrupted. Why haven't you come to find me? We could have continued our shopping. He leapt down from a branch, releasing her and locking eyes with her. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Dayu feigned ignorance, though her body language betrayed her unease. Noticing her restless movements, Yuma displayed a signature radiant smile. A gift from his illustrious parents. For a fleeting moment, Dayu was entranced. Come back with me. I've dealt with your companions. Orochimaru is in no position to help himself. He has lost both of his hands. Dayu was well aware of this information. She had surmised that her allies had been eliminated. If they were still alive, they would have surely tried to stop Yuma. She also knew of Orochimaru's predicament, but felt a lingering reluctance. Biting her lip and lowering her gaze, she fought to suppress her emotions, her body trembling with agitation. I will never betray Lord Orochimaru. Don't even think about it. With a sudden motion, Dayu pushed Yuma away, creating distance between them. Despite her experiences, Dayu still contemplated escape, but Yuma grasped her hand firmly. Realizing that his charm had failed, Yuma decided to resort to more drastic measures. Are you not afraid I will kill you? Once you are dead, I can return and fulfill my obligations. He brandished a kunai, pressing it against her neck, drawing a trickle of blood. Confronted with the imminent specter of death, Dayu remained unperturbed, instead donning a look of serene acceptance. Even in the face of mortality, she did not betray Orochimaru, entranced by her own convictions, quietly awaiting her fate. However, after a lengthy pause, Yuma did not strike. She finally opened her eyes and asked, "Why do you hesitate?" Yuma sheathed the kunai with a sigh. "I find it difficult to harm women." At that moment, Temari, who was on a mission, suddenly sneezed, feeling a sharp chill pierce through her. Unable to suppress a shiver, she turned to Gaara, who expressed concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Temari replied, shaking her head. Since losing her fan, her abilities had significantly waned, and the thought of it enraged her. That insufferable red-haired brat. I must avenge myself next time. Meanwhile, Dayu perceived Yuma as somewhat deranged. He neither killed her nor released her, instead opting to prolong her torment. "I will treat you to barbecue. Return with me," Yuma proposed, witnessing Dayu's obstinacy. Taken aback by his offer, Dayu replied, "Then I want to eat barbecue 10 times. During their days of lurking in Konoha, they endured great hardship. After the last failed mission, they were compelled to remain, with Orochimaru instructing them to continue their infiltration until the opportunity arose to extract Sasuke. It became evident that the mission was beyond salvaging, with comrades lost entirely. Yuma was momentarily surprised when Dayu acquiesced. He had not anticipated his casual suggestion would be accepted, and nodded in agreement. However, sensing the straightforwardness of his concession, Dayu felt a twinge of regret, prompting her to insist, "No, I want 20 times." Without hesitation, Yuma replied, "Very well, I agree. You're not deceiving me, are you?" Dayu regarded him skeptically, for in her mind, Yuma was not particularly affluent. In response, he produced a sealed scroll and tossed it to her. "Open it and see for yourself whether I have lied." Upon unsealing the scroll, a substantial sum of money appeared before her, far exceeding her expectations. Dayu staggered back in shock. Where did you acquire such wealth? This was the first time she had encountered such a vast amount of cash. "What are you joking about? I am a descendant of a noble lineage. I would never resort to theft." Since his last encounter with the 4th Hokage and his wife, Kushina, Yuma had been informed by her about the inheritance left behind in the village. All of this money was saved during Kushina's pregnancy, along with the dowry she brought. Yuma casually picked up a stack of bills and lightly slapped them against his hand before stepping up to Mayu. He gently tapped the stack against her face. "How dare you humiliate me?" she thought, feeling the weight of the money, unable to avert her gaze. "Damn it, money, go away," Mayu silently screamed within herself. Yet her body remained unresponsive, yielding to Yuma's whims. "As long as you nod, I can take you to enjoy barbecue and other delicacies you've never seen before. What do you say?" Yuma's voice seemed to possess a certain allure, prompting her to indulge in fantasies. Mayu swallowed hard. Is it free? Yuma squinted and nodded. Little did she know that the free offers often come at the highest cost. Yes, it is all free. Why are you being so kind to me? Because I am benevolent, I cannot bear to strike a woman. Meanwhile, far away, Shukyu suddenly sneezed and tightened her clothing. Am I coming down with a cold? Chapter 67. The child of an old friend confirming Sasuke's defection. It was indeed voluntary. Tsunade listened intently to Shikamaru's report. This time, it could be said that all had suffered injuries, each bearing their own scars. Only Yuma appeared relatively unscathed as he surveyed the youthful faces of Konoha. Tsunade's fingers rhythmically tapped upon the tabletop. All right, I understand now. You have all worked hard. Naruto and Yuma, please remain. The rest may leave. The others glanced back at the two before departing. Yuma felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the matter regarding Daio would be exposed. He had arranged for Daio to stay in a town adjacent to Konoha, neither too far nor too close. You two wait here for a moment. Jiraiya will arrive shortly. Tsunade opened a drawer and retrieved a bottle of liquor. Although Shizen attempted to dissuade her, Tsunade was indifferent to such concerns. She took a hearty swig and exhaled in satisfaction. Lady Tsunade, it is still working hours. Drinking is rather inappropriate, Shizen persisted, witnessing Tsunade's reckless demeanor. Naruto couldn't help but smirk. What a troublesome old woman, he muttered under his breath. Tsunade's brow furrowed at his insolence, and she promptly scolded him. You little brat. Are you seeking death? She hurled the empty bottle at Naruto, who swiftly dodged alongside Yuma. Unfortunately, Jiraiya, having just entered, was met with the bottle striking his face, shards scattering across him. My eyes! Jiraiya cried out in agony, rolling on the floor in distress as chaos erupted in the Hokage's office. Shizen stepped forward and performed a healing technique, managing to restore order. Honestly, Lady Tsunade, you are the Hokage now. After treating Jiraiya, Shizen cast a resigned glance at Tsunade, who reclined nonchalantly in her chair, her feet propped up on the desk in an undeniably unbecoming posture. Jiraiya, do you not have something to discuss with these two? Hurry up. I do not welcome idle company here. With her hands behind her head, Tsunade closed her eyes. Jiraiya, Yuma, and Naruto exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. This old woman's temperament is growing increasingly intolerable. Regaining his composure, Jiraiya fixed a serious gaze upon the two youths. Listen closely, children. This is the last time I will ask you. Are you willing to become my disciples? Seeing Jiraiya's earnestness, Yuma realized this was no jest and shook his head without hesitation. Uncle Jiraiya, I still maintain that training is arduous, so I must respectfully decline. Receiving the same answer, Jiraiya was not surprised. He nodded and turned his attention to Naruto. Naruto recalled the incident of Sasuke's defection, feeling a surge of inadequacy wash over him. He was still too weak, unable to even best the sound ninja. His hands instinctively clenched into fists. Perverted sage, I want to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I possibly bring Sasuke back to the village. Tsunade, upon overhearing their conversation, slightly opened her eyelids and cast a fleeting glance in their direction. With a subtle pout, she resumed her tranquil slumber. Ah, how delightful. Jiraiya had initially presumed that Naruto would, like Yuma, reject his proposition. However, to his surprise, Naruto acquiesced this time. I shall take my leave then. Yuma, seeing that there were no further matters at hand, intended to pay a visit to Hinata. It had been quite some time since he last encountered her, and he had previously made a promise to her. As he exited the Hokage building and strolled along the path alone, Yuma pondered a particular conundrum. The prophesied child had indeed come to fruition. He had anticipated that Naruto would also decline Jiraiya's request, yet in his quest to bring Sasuke back, Naruto chose to tread the same path. Young man. A deep male voice resonated from behind him. Yuma turned to find two individuals approaching. They were both members of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Kiba and Inuzuka Hana, accompanied by two imposing wolfhounds. Yuma, it is good to see you again. Hana greeted him first, hoping to avoid a repeat of their previous awkward encounter. She and Kiba had planned to procure some dog food, but had unexpectedly come across Yuma on their way. Greetings, is there something you need? Yuma, out of courtesy, responded to the two. Just as Hana was about to speak, Kiba stepped forward, standing before Yuma. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had often collaborated with Minato Namikaze, regarding him as a brother. In numerous dire situations, it was Minato who had rescued him. Over the years, he had been unable to assist Minato's child, leaving him with a lingering sense of guilt. "You are Yuma, correct?" he inquired, striving to present a warm smile. However, years of neglect had rendered his smile more ghastly than sorrowful. Hana shuddered at the sight. It was her first time witnessing Uncle Kiba's smile. "Yes, I am Yuma." "Lord Jainin, do you require my assistance?" Yuma acknowledged the Jainin vest the other wore. "Just call me uncle. Terms like Lord Jainin feel overly formal." Upon hearing this, Hana was taken aback. Yuma's demeanor improved slightly, as he had surmised the connection between Kiba and Minato. Uncle, is there something you need?" Yuma's tone remained somewhat distant. Kiba could only sigh in resignation. "If you ever find yourself in trouble, you may seek me out at the Inazuka residence. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Hana raised an eyebrow, observing her uncle's unusual behavior without pressing for answers, silently watching the exchange. "Ah, I understand." Acknowledging Kiba's overt warmth, Yuma felt that to refuse would be ungrateful. "Well then, uncle, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, Kiba called out to him. "Child, take this money. Our last meeting was too hurried for me to prepare properly." Inazuka takes a hefty wad of cash from his wallet, nearly depleting its contents. Yuma hesitates, unsure how to respond. "Uncle E, what are you doing?" Inazuka Hana, unable to contain her curiosity, finally inquires. Ignoring her question, he forcefully thrusts the money into Yuma's hands, feeling it is still insufficient. He searches his pockets, hoping to find something of value. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "I can hardly accept this money," Yuma exclaims, his face a mask of fear. Perceiving the cash as a hot potato, a man shouldn't be so indecisive. "If I tell you to take it, you should accept it. If the amount is insufficient, you can come to me." With that, he leaves without a moment's hesitation. Inazuka Hana gestures towards Yuma, then departs as well. The two pause only when they realize Yuma has not followed. "Uncle, what has come over you today?" "I met the son of an old acquaintance," Inazuka replies, a rare smile gracing his face. Chapter 68. Adolescent boys. Are you implying that Hinata is not at home? After listening to the gatekeeper's lengthy discourse, it became evident that Hinata was currently preoccupied, engaged in training outside and yet to return. Miss Hinata is still honing her skills and will require some time before she is available. Given the gatekeeper's forthrightness, Yuma felt it unnecessary to say more. He merely nodded in gratitude before departing. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yuma contemplated the surplus of money in his wallet and sighed. Since he had the opportunity, he decided to pay a visit to express his gratitude. He did not wish to be indebted to anyone, knowing well that the gesture stemmed from goodwill, especially considering his connection as the son of Minato. He purchased an assortment of fruit and a bag of rice. Friendship is a reciprocal affair. Upon arriving at the Inazuka residence, he inquired about the whereabouts of Inazuka Kiba. However, upon reaching the house, he discovered that no one was home. Alas, perhaps another time. Not having walked far, he encountered a familiar face. "What brings you to my clan's compound?" Inazuka Kiba, his head bandaged and even Akamaru's leg wrapped, appeared rather woeful as he lay atop Kiba's head. "Are you here to offer me condolences?" Kiba's spirits lifted upon seeing the fruit and rice in Yuma's hands. He sheepishly scratched his head. Yuma scanned him from head to toe, bemused by Kiba's audacity. "How naive of you." Ignoring Kiba, Yuma proceeded to walk past him. Kiba, feeling slighted by being overlooked once again, erupted in indignation. "Hey, you." Yuma suddenly turned back to face Kiba, causing him to instinctively take a step back. "Is it so daunting to simply converse?" Kiba retorted, "By the way, do you know where Uncle Kiba is?" "Uncle Kiba? What do you need him for?" Kiba replied, "He was at my house earlier. My mom had some matters to discuss with him. He is probably still there." Yuma nodded and made his way towards the Inazuka household. Noticing that he was being followed, Kiba trailed behind, chattering incessantly, his mouth never pausing. Yuma felt as though his head were swelling from the noise, genuinely tempted to deliver a punch. Before long, they arrived at Kiba's doorstep. Kiba, puzzled, asked, "What brings you to my home?" "To see Uncle Kiba." "Oh, let me take you in then." Kiba, familiar with the house, pushed open the door. "How did you return home so quickly?" A female voice called from upstairs. And soon Inazuka Hana appeared. "That red-haired boy." "Hello." Yuma nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Hana. "You must be here to see Uncle Kiba, right?" Hana deduced. Noticing the items Yuma was carrying, she gestured towards the living room where the sounds of conversation could be heard. Uncle Kiba and my mom are discussing something in the living room. You can wait a moment. Come to my room. I have something interesting to show you. Kiba placed the fruit and rice on the ground. In haste, Yuma led his companion, Inuzuka, to his room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a dog's toys scattered about. Aside from the bed, there was a large plush mat, unmistakably the resting place for Akamaru. Akamaru leapt from the head of Inuzuka and pounced onto the mat, curling into a ball before closing his eyes to sleep. The Inuzuka household left an impression on Yuma, characterized by an abundance of dog hair. It was not only Inuzuka's room that bore this evidence, even the corridor was adorned with fur. Inuzuka approached the bedside, crouching down to rummage within. Moments later, he rose, concealing an object behind his back, a smug expression adorning his face as he looked at Yuma. This item had cost him a pretty penny, indeed. Yuma furrowed his brow, puzzled as to what could elicit such pride from Inuzuka. Could there be something more precious than would release or dissolution release? Inuzuka eagerly pulled Yuma closer, revealing the object in his hand. To Yuma's astonishment, it was a book titled Jinping Mei. Wasn't this the very book he had submitted anonymously? He recalled its recent release. How had Inuzuka come by it? You don't recognize this book, do you? Inuzuka misinterpreted Yuma's awkward expression as ignorance. This novel is remarkable. It sold out within days of its release. It's nearly impossible to acquire, even for a hefty sum. And let me tell you, this is the illustrated edition. Inuzuka grinned lewdly as he flipped through the pages, revealing scenes of intimacy between a man and a woman. Yuma merely curled his lip, unaffected by such displays, having seen far more in his previous life. Casting a glance at Inuzuka, he noted the boy's excitement, typical behavior for a boy in his adolescence. Just as Yuma was about to speak, the door swung open, revealing Inuzuka Hana, who entered with a tray holding 2 glasses of juice and 2 small cakes. Yeah, you're a guest. And you didn't think to offer him anything? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she took in the scene before her. Inuzuka hastily concealed the book behind his back. Sister, why didn't you knock before entering? What are you two looking at? Inuzuka's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he forced a clumsy smile. It's nothing, really. Inuzuka Hana, though skeptical, noticed Yuma's presence and decided against pressing further. Well then, come over and have a bite to eat. Yuma and Inuzuka exchanged glances, silently communicating. You go fetch the snacks. I'm not in a position to do so right now. Yuma bent slightly, though he felt no discomfort. His youthful body betrayed him. I'm still holding the book, so I'm also at a disadvantage. Seeing the two linger, Inuzuka Hana urged them again. Sister, just place the snacks on the floor. I'll eat them shortly. You both seem rather suspicious, she remarked. Inuzuka Hana placed her belongings upon the table and, in an instant, appeared behind the two individuals. She caught a glimpse of the illustrations from a novel. Entering adolescence, it is quite natural to be intrigued by such matters. Yet one must remain vigilant regarding one's health. After uttering this remark, she left the room without affording the two any opportunity for explanation. Alas, they had been seen. Yuma, equally taken aback, wished to clarify the situation, but the opportunity had already slipped away, just as he contemplated breaking the awkward silence. A shadowy ninja appeared outside the window. Yuma, the Hokage has summoned you. Meet at the Hokage building. With that, the ninja vanished into thin air. What now? That old woman. Yuma furrowed his brow. I must remember to inform Uncle E about where I left my things. Understood. You should hurry. The Hokage requires your presence. Inuzuka Kiba, feeling less than enthusiastic, tossed the novel carelessly onto the bed and picked up a juice and a small cake. Very well, I shall take my leave. Remember to peruse it when no one is around next time. You rascal. By the time Kiba turned around, Yuma had already vanished from sight. Chapter 69. Visitors from Sunagakure. Upon entering the office, Yuma found no sign of Tsunade. Instead, he observed Shizen tenderly petting Tuntun. Is Lady Tsunade not here? He inquired. She should return shortly, Shizen replied. What could be keeping her? Yuma questioned, perplexed by her absence during working hours. Surely, she isn't slacking off, is she? With no one around, Yuma began to voice his complaints. While Tsunade was indeed quite attractive, her numerous bad habits and somewhat unfriendly demeanor left much to be desired. Perhaps her temperament was exacerbated by the trials of menopause. "You rascal, speaking ill of others behind their backs is quite unbecoming," came Tsunade's voice as she kicked the door open, a cheerful smile gracing her face. Clutching a hefty stack of documents, she slammed them onto the desk with a thud, promptly pinning Yuma's head down as he attempted to escape. "No, Lady Tsunade, you must have misheard me. I was merely lamenting how youthful you seem, more beautiful than ever." "You cheeky brat, your words are sweet, but your actions betray you," she retorted, vigorously ruffling Yuma's hair while shaking his head. "Enough. I can't take it anymore," Yuma exclaimed, feeling dizzy as the acid in his stomach began to churn. "I was wrong. Please let me go." Upon hearing Yuma's pleas for mercy, Tsunade shoved him forward and returned to her chair, leaning back with a sigh. Yuma bent over, supporting himself against the wall, while Shizen approached to tend to his discomfort. Once Yuma seemed to recover somewhat, Shizen turned to Tsunade and spoke. "Not long ago, representatives from Sunagakure reported to Lady Tsunade. Initially, they were prepared to continue our alliance. But due to your actions alongside Sasuke, they now seek an explanation." Shizen paused, allowing Yuma to absorb this information, furrowing his brows in confusion. Yuma pondered his own loyalty to the village. Noticing his lack of understanding, Tsunade snapped, propping her legs up on the chair. "You destroyed the princess's fan, and Sasuke damaged Kankuro's puppet. Consequently, they harbor grievances." Shizen nodded, affirming the situation to Yuma. It dawned on him, princess? Fan? Ah, it was Temari. Had he known, he might have followed Sasuke's lead and defected, thereby nullifying the debt. Now, he remained, and the original party was at his doorstep. "What are we to do now?" he queried. "They've already dispatched someone, and they are en route," Tsunade stated, raising her foot onto the desk, the noise capturing Yuma's attention. "Well, what else can we do but await compensation?" Yuma shrugged nonchalantly. "Huh, that's easy for you to say, but they require an explanation directly from you." "What? They want my personal account?" Yuma exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Tsunade, reflecting on the situation, lamented that had she known, she would have never returned to the village. What awaited her now was a tangled web of debts. Apart from the trivial matters of the village, there is also the need to contend with the daimyos of the other 4 nations in the Land of Fire. A sudden headache washed over me. "Hey, kid. The goodwill between the 2 nations now rests upon your shoulders. If you manage to cater to the princess of the other realm well, we might once again forge an alliance with the Hidden Sand Village." "Did you hear that?" Tsunade exclaimed to Yuma. "Goodness, is that really necessary?" Yuma thought Tsunade was exaggerating the situation. "Enough of the chatter. You need to be prepared, as they will arrive at the village in a couple of days. Be gone." Tsunade dismissed him with finality. As Yuma descended the stairs of his home, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Hinata. Upon hearing his voice, Hinata turned around, revealing a warm smile. "What brings you here?" Yuma approached her to greet her. "I heard from the gatekeeper that Yuma-kun was looking for me, so I came here right away." Hinata, having just finished her training, hurried to Yuma's residence after receiving the message. "I must have kept you waiting for quite some time, didn't I?" Yuma noticed a fallen leaf on Hinata and gently brushed it away. The intimate gesture caused Hinata's cheeks to flush. "Thank you, Yuma-kun," she murmured softly. "It's nothing, come. Let's sit at my place." Yuma took Hinata's hand and led her home. Hinata allowed herself to be guided by him. Thus, the 2 arrived at Yuma's abode. Upon entering, Yuma eagerly began to remove Hinata's outer garment. "Ah, Yuma-kun, what are you doing?" Such an unexpected action left Hinata flustered, causing her to tremble in fear and instinctively step back. Realizing his misstep due to her frightened response, Yuma quickly clarified, "Hinata, I meant to check your condition. Do you believe me? I know your training intensity has increased. I still remember how you were injured last time." Yuma spoke truthfully. He genuinely cared for Hinata's well-being. He feared that, due to her nature, she might not have anyone to tend to her new injuries. His concerned expression made Hinata aware of her own shortcomings, prompting her to lower her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." "No, please don't say that." Subsequently, Hinata removed her coat, revealing a simple short-sleeved shirt underneath, her arms marked with numerous bruises. Yuma gasped in shock. "Did Niji do this?" He took out some ointment and began to carefully apply it to Hinata's wounds. The pain caused her features to contort, and despite the discomfort, she gritted her teeth and spoke. No, Niji and I hasn't he practiced with me for a long time. He mostly trains with my father now. Hyuga Hayashi is he? How ruthless. Even his own daughter is not spared such severity. Noticing Yuma's silence, Hinata quickly interjected, Yuma-kun, it's not as you imagine. My father is usually a very good person. It was merely during the training that he might have appeared somewhat fierce. Yoma gently patted Hinata's head, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Hinata was a gentle soul, always selflessly devoted to others, regardless of the circumstances. Yoma nodded slightly, taking greater care as he tended to the bruises on Hinata's body, fearing he might have erred. He began to fidget anxiously, reassuring her, rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. Upon receiving his affirming response, Hinata felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yoma-kun, what is it? Hinata inquired, contemplating the rumors she had heard, and after a brief silence, she spoke again. I saw you with Ino on the street last time. Yoma's hands paused momentarily before he continued to apply the ointment without a change in expression. When are you referring to? He asked. It was after the third Hokage's funeral. Hearing this, Yoma finally exhaled a sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 70. Apologies. Raising his head, Yuma beheld the familiar apartment. Tsunade had designated this location for the handover at Yuma's residence. The reasoning behind this arrangement eluded him. Was it truly due to the troubles Yuma had caused, compelling him to address them personally? That infuriating old woman, taking advantage of my youth and inexperience. Several Sand Village ninjas stood at the base of the apartment, while a few members of the Leaf Village Umbu were stationed on the rooftop. Upon Yuma's arrival, the Sand Ninjas displayed menacing expressions. Yuma could ascertain that these Sand Ninjas were seasoned veterans. Approaching his doorstep, he noticed two Sand Ninjas flanking the entrance, resembling sentinels. He was about to push the door open when one of the ninjas obstructed his path, causing Yuma to raise an eyebrow, suspecting they intended to assert their dominance. He discreetly stepped back a couple of paces. What's that sword you bear? One of the Sand Ninjas inquired, eyeing the Kusanagi sword at Yuma's waist. Well, I suppose it's a token of apology, if you would believe such a thing, Yuma replied with a feigned excuse. To his surprise, the opposing ninja accepted his claim. Understood. Please enter, he said, promptly opening the door and allowing Yuma to pass. A twitch formed at the corner of Yuma's mouth. Was this the demeanor exhibited by Sand Ninjas in their duties? Upon entering, he immediately spotted a pair of women's shoes in the entryway. Stepping into the living room, he finally encountered the significant figure of the day. Hanabi wore a sullen expression as she glared at Yuma. In an instant, she hurled a kunai at him. Yuma sidestepped just in time, witnessing a hole appear in the wall, causing a pang of distress in his heart. Hey, this is my home, and renovations are costly, Yuma exclaimed. Humph, you actually dodged it. Hanabi clicked her tongue in annoyance. Yuma disregarded her irritation and strode confidently to a chair opposite her, settling down. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, alleviating the initially tense atmosphere. Would you care for some tea? Yuma recalled that Tintin had previously gifted him some tea from her homeland, which still resided in the kitchen. Hanabi remained cold, crossing her arms tightly, her expression brimming with suspicion. Noting her lack of refusal, Yuma took it as tacit consent. Moments later, he emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 cups of tea, placing the steaming beverage before Hanabi, while he himself sank into the sofa, savoring the aroma of the tea. He couldn't help but appreciate its delightful fragrance, recalling Tintin mentioning that her grandmother cultivated tea in the countryside. You little brat. Hanabi glared at Yuma, forcing out the 3 words. Slightly older than Yuma, she towered over him by half a head. The fact that she had been bested by someone younger was a source of profound humiliation for her. She could only blame her own inadequacies, yet the indignation lingered, especially since her weapon had been destroyed by him. Upon reflecting on this, witnessing the other party leisurely sipping tea was almost enough to shatter her molars. Yoma observed Shoju trembling and mistakenly presumed her fear. Do not be anxious. I am, in fact, a rather affable individual. Get lost. Shoju seethed, her irritation boiling over as she slammed her palm onto the table, causing the teacup to tremble and spill some of its contents. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Yoma set down his cup and was about to depart when Shoju called him back. Return, our grievances are far from settled. Then do tell me how you propose we proceed. You have witnessed with your own eyes the ruin of your fan, not a trace of it remaining. Yoma relaxed his shoulders, unfastened a shuriken from the wall, and took it. Even the tiniest morsel of meat is still meat. You scoundrel! Despite Shoju's imposing demeanor, a hint of nervousness lingered within her, for she truly could not match Yoma's strength. The disparity in their abilities was vast, made worse by her lack of her vital weapon. If you maintain this attitude, then we of Sunagakure shall withdraw. Shoju pinched her thigh to regain her composure. She dared not drink the tea Yoma offered, fearing it might be tainted, not from poison, but from something that could induce illness. Hey, is that really necessary? Prior to his arrival, Yoma had been summoned to the Hokage's office, where Tsunade had threatened him with her fist, insisting that this negotiation must succeed without fail. Should it falter, Yoma would face dire consequences. However, on a side note, the ninja of the Land of Wind are remarkably open-minded. Yoma stealthily cast a glance at the prominent scar across Shoju's chest. Ah, poor Shikamaru. He recalled that in the future, Shoju would cohabit with Shikamaru and bear a child. Noticing Yoma's gaze, Shoju shivered involuntarily. Is this the stance of your Konoha? Personal preferences should not be elevated to the level of the village. As Yoma continued to stare unabashedly, she adjusted her collar to obscure the scar. This brat must harbor some peculiar, undisclosed inclinations. Recalling how he had previously urged her to plead for mercy, she reiterated, "The fan is gone. For compensation regarding the money, you may seek it from the Hokage. As for everything else, I am of no assistance." With a loud thud, Shoju, frustrated by his nonchalant demeanor, intended to demand a proper apology from Yoma. In a fit of rage, she lifted the teacup and smashed it down onto Yoma's spot. After he evaded, his expression shifted from a smile to a grimace. This cup had been sold to him by Hinata, who had noticed his financial struggles. Today, seeing a distinguished guest, he had brought it out. Yoma cautiously picked up the shards from the ground, uttering not a single word. At that moment, Shoju felt an inexplicable fear wash over her. Her instincts were persistently warning her. Yoma carefully wrapped the fragments in a cloth. His now indifferent gaze mirrored that of the past. Nightmares surged once more in her mind, and Shoju began to tremble uncontrollably, like a child who had committed a transgression. Apologies flowed incessantly from her lips. The shadow cast upon her was far too great, and now she continued to tremble in fear. I am sorry, I am sorry." The sound of Shumaru's tears grew louder alongside the cascade of apologies. Yoma had initially intended to inform her of the cup's considerable value. However, he found himself perplexed by the sudden onset of her remorse, which persisted without pause. Was this a ploy of seduction? Surely, it was unnecessary. After all, it was merely a weapon, was it not? As her sobs intensified, threatening to disturb the hidden ninja outside, Yoma slammed the Kusanagi sword onto the table. "You are a ninja, after all. I cannot return your fan. But consider this sword as an act of contrition. What do you say?" Upon raising her gaze, Shumaru met Yoma's face. I am sorry." She dared not maintain eye contact, quickly lowering her head. Clutching the hem of her garment tightly, she whispered, "I will compensate you." Chapter 71. Growing Up Compensation? Surely not. Dear sister, shouldn't it be I who compensates you for the weapon? How have our roles become so reversed? Are you truly crying? This cannot be feigned. Yuma remained uncertain of Shigure's current intentions. Upon hearing those words, Shigure wept even more fervently. Memories of the distressing moments from her life flooded her mind. Once, she was a lofty princess, yet she was also merely a woman on the cusp of adulthood. Her father had passed away not long ago, yet his body remained undiscovered, only known to be with Orochimaru. The turmoil between her brother and father weighed heavily on her mind. She yearned for reconciliation between the two, but despite her efforts, her father seemed intent on destroying Gaara, who in turn harbored resentment toward her father. Her mother had succumbed to complications during childbirth, leaving Gaara behind. For years, Shigure had been responsible for caring for Kankuro and Gaara while navigating the complex dynamics between them and their father, all while fulfilling the rigorous training and tasks her father had assigned her. She concealed her burdens so well that everyone relied on her. Yet this reliance brought her immense pressure. The years of strain erupted at that moment. Please, do not cry. We can discuss this calmly. Regardless of Yuma's attempts to console her, Shigure could not cease her tears. Yuma kept a vigilant watch on the door. fearful that a sand ninja might burst in at any moment. Thankfully, they did not come crashing through. Yuma remained perplexed as to how he had provoked such tears. Finding his words ineffective, he resorted to action, covering Shigeru's mouth to silence her. Yeah. Shigeru's limbs thrashed against him, fighting in vain. Yuma held firm, determined not to release his grip. The sight of Yuma's face brought back memories of a certain day, causing her tears to flow even more freely. 2 streams of tears soaked Yuma's hand, and he could feel her saliva and mucus, sending shivers down his spine. Yet he dared not let go, and thus they remained locked in this stalemate. When Shigeru finally grew weary from her struggle, Yuma sighed in relief. I shall release you now, but if you continue to cry, I will cover your mouth again. Do you understand? Shigeru nodded, signaling her compliance. Yuma then released her, his expression one of relief. I am sorry, Shigeru whispered apologetically. Ah, I understand. Please, I implore you, do not apologize. Those words frighten me now. I won't say it again. Yuma shot Shigeru a stern glance, prompting her to promptly cover her mouth. He wiped the tears and mucus from his hand onto her thigh. The fan is no longer available, and the only valuable possession I have left is this sword. Yuma pointed to the Kusanagi resting on the table. Then I shall take that as your consent. Yuma's most pressing concern remained the report he had to write. The ninjas had completed their mission, yet each time they were burdened with the task of documenting it. How can one persuade Tsunade to believe that these are indeed facts and not mere fabrications? By the way, regarding the upcoming negotiations with Konoha, I hope you can facilitate peace talks between our 2 villages and restore our alliance. What are your thoughts on this? Yuma recalled Tsunade's repeated admonitions regarding this matter. Compensation for weapons is secondary. Tsunade hopes to seize this opportunity to rekindle the alliance between the villages. Currently, Konoha is in a precarious state and cannot bear the burden of further conflict. The situation in Sunagakure is not dissimilar. The death of the 4th Kazekage has brought numerous troubles to the village, and as of now, a new Kazekage has yet to be appointed. The upper echelons of Sunagakure are not united. Each individual harbors their own opinions. At present, 2 predominant factions exist within Sunagakure. One advocates for Gaara to assume the role of Kazekage, while the other seeks to elect someone else. Is Gaara to be the next Kazekage? Yuma's sudden inquiry momentarily stunned Temari, as she was unaware of how he had come by such information, which was still confined to the upper echelons of Sunagakure and known only to a select few. Why do you ask? Oh, I'm simply curious, he replied. If you prefer not to disclose, I shall not press you further. After uttering these words, Yuma intended to take his leave, having resolved his affairs. Do you truly not require any compensation? Temari quickly inquired as he prepared to exit. Yuma paused, furrowing his brow in confusion over Temari's concern regarding compensation. And what exactly she would owe? It's merely the cost of the teacup. No need, as long as it fosters goodwill between our villages. Consider it a gesture of relief for you. Without hesitation, Yuma departed, leaving Temari alone to gaze at the cloth on the table, which still contained the shards of the teacup. At the Hyuga clan's residence, Hinata approached her father, kneeling before Hayashi Hyuga. She lowered her head, too timid to meet his gaze or voice her inquiries, waiting silently for him to speak. Hayashi looked at his daughter, reflecting on the recent gossip that had reached him. Many clan elders had begun to provide feedback regarding the impending high-level meeting concerning the village's Jinchuriki. Upon hearing the term Jinchuriki, Hinata's heart raced, her fingers trembling involuntarily, and she swallowed hard. Father, before Hinata could finish her sentence, Hayashi interrupted. You are not suited to be a ninja, Hinata. I have arranged a suitable match for you. Their family is also of high nobility within the land of fire. It is not wise to become too close to the village's Jinchuriki, you understand. In recent days, he had intensified Hinata's training, but no matter the intensity, it paled in comparison to that of Niji Hyuga. This comparison gradually led Hayashi to lose hope in Hinata. Moreover, Hinata's inherently gentle disposition only exacerbated his concerns. Biting her lip, Hinata's thoughts drifted to her memories of Yuma. She understood that the rumors surrounding Yuma differed from those in the village. She recognized that her own strength and talent could not rival Niji's, nor could they surpass her sister's. However, in one particular matter, she harbored her own convictions. Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow. This situation was unlike any he had encountered before. He had anticipated that Hinata would respond as she usually did, with meek compliance. Yet this time, Hinata expressed her feelings boldly. "Father, I hope you can speak a few words in support of Yuma during the high-level meeting." Hinata summoned her courage to lift her gaze and meet Hisashi's eyes. He stared at his daughter in astonishment. "This is my lifelong request." Hisashi, taken aback by Hinata's words, found the request simultaneously absurd and laughable, while he felt a sense of relief that Hinata dared to voice her opinions. The thought of advocating for that boy left him feeling as though the sky itself was collapsing. "Let us discuss this another time. You should return for now." With that, Hisashi closed his eyes. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, he retrieved an old photograph from his pocket. It depicted a young woman cradling an infant, with a youthful Hisashi standing beside them. His rough hands caressed the photograph. The child had grown up. Chapter 72. Is Sasuke not coming back? Are you jesting with me? Tsunade cast a skeptical glance at Yuma, scrutinizing the report he had prepared alongside his spoken accounts. The absurdity of it made her chuckle. After all, Temari was a seasoned ninja, not one to weep so easily. Yuma could sense Tsunade's disbelief in his words. "My lady Tsunade, I speak nothing but the truth. I have no reason to deceive you. I doubt you possess the audacity to think I would. Be gone. I still have matters to attend to." Upon hearing Tsunade's dismissal, Yuma made his swift exit. "Wait a moment." Tsunade called out, a sudden thought striking her. "What is it?" Yuma paused, gripping the doorknob, turning back with a look of confusion. "What stance does she hold towards Konoha? Did you elaborate on the alliance?" "Of course I did. But whether she agrees is beyond my knowledge." Yuma shrugged indifferently, adopting an outsider's demeanor. Seeing Yuma's nonchalance infuriated Tsunade, who slammed her hand down on the table. "You insufferable brat. This is a matter of great significance for the safety of the ninja world, and you treat it so lightly." As Tsunade's temper flared, Yuma did not linger, hastily pushing the door open and fleeing. Shizune stepped forward to soothe Tsunade, her lips twitching as she watched Yuma's retreating figure. That boy could incite Tsunade's ire within mere minutes of being in her presence. "My lady Tsunade, you must believe in Yuma. He will surely handle things appropriately." "Oh, let us hope so. I wonder from whom he inherited such a disposition." Tsunade massaged her aching chest. Upon returning home, Yuma noticed the door ajar. Yet he saw no sign of the Sunagakure ninjas outside. Could there have been a burglar? Cautiously, he pushed the door open and listened intently for any sounds within. But all was silent. Had the thief already departed? Sighing, he mused about the dilapidated state of his apartment. It was time for an upgrade. As he stepped inside, he entered the living room and spotted a familiar silhouette lounging on the sofa, asleep. The ever-present bun atop her head, complemented by a white robe. Her fair thighs unencumbered by any clothing. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Temari's toenails were adorned with a subtle polish, nude in color, almost imperceptible unless scrutinized. Hearing a rustling sound behind her, Temari stirred awake and, upon turning, was startled to find Yuma disrobing. "Ah, how inappropriate," she gasped, curling up defensively and clutching her chest in alarm. Yuma, equally startled by her shriek, exclaimed, Hey. One may indulge in folly, but not in slander. I feared you might catch a chill, so I intended to offer you my jacket." "How ungrateful." He tightened his grip on his collar, unwilling to part with it. "Ugh, I do not require it," Temari retorted, rising to her feet, her delicate feet making contact with the floor. "Where have you just been? And why does your room carry the scent of a woman? Where have you been fooling around? The fragrance that you speak of so frequently must undoubtedly belong to Temari." You, Ma, inhaled deeply, yet detected nothing. Are women's noses truly this sensitive? Seeing that you, Tian, were about to explode with anger, Yuma hastily recounted his incident with Tsunade. Midway through his tale, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Tian emerged from the kitchen with a prepared meal, tearing off the plastic wrap before placing it on the table. The two sat down together, dining and conversing. "I express my gratitude for your generous offering of such delectable cuisine, Tian." Observing Yuma's impending nonsense, Tian genuinely contemplated delivering a punch. "Do not divert the topic." "Humph, you actually caught me. Take this." "No, spare me, brave heroine." After a playful scuffle, Yuma resumed recounting the events involving Temari. "Naturally, He made some alterations to the details. So, everything you did was for the sake of relations between the two nations? Tian held skepticism towards Yuma's words. I speak only the truth. Yuma devoured his meal, striving to win Tian's favor. It must be said that Tian possesses remarkable culinary skills. Humph. Though she claimed otherwise, her expression betrayed her true feelings. Witnessing Yuma consume with such enthusiasm, she felt that her efforts were worthwhile. Did you not undertake any missions today? It was peculiar that Tian had the time to visit his home. During this period, not only am I on break. Other classes are also on holiday. Even the Jonin have halted their missions. This was the first time Yuma had heard of such a thing. How was I unaware of this? He chuckled. Today is the first day of our break. Why the sudden holiday? Yuma inquired with curiosity. In his recollection, the last collective holiday occurred after Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. That period was marked by a halt in all activities due to the absence of the Hokage. Tian's complex gaze fell upon Yuma, leaving him with goosebumps. Do not look at me like that. It unnerves me. Enough of the jesting. This holiday was granted due to your circumstances. My circumstances? Yuma set down his utensils, a frown creasing his brow. He felt as if he had unwittingly become ensnared in a conspiracy. Originally, Naruto was included, but he is with Jiraiya, whose situation is rather unique. The focus now rests solely upon you. Tian's cryptic words left Yuma feeling uneasy. Tian chose not to conceal any further, uttering the term Jinchuriki. And Yuma immediately grasped the situation. I also heard about it from Teacher Guy. Konoha is about to convene a meeting. The theme of this assembly revolves around the Jinchuriki. This meal may very well be your last supper. Yuma glanced at the spread before him, instantly losing his appetite. Tian had effectively extinguished his desire for food. Can you not judge me so harshly? Yuma's lips twitched, a reflection of his unease from the constant remarks. Tian glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing that time was slipping away. Well, I won't argue with you any longer. It's time for me to head back. Otherwise, my mother will gossip about me spending time with you. Ever since she witnessed the sight of Yuma and me in an embrace, she has taken every opportunity to spread the word. Noticing Yuma's contemplative demeanor, Tian shot him a disapproving glance before heading towards the door. Her lips pursed in dissatisfaction. Yuma promptly followed her to the entrance. Allow me to see you off. Consider it a token of compensation for this meal. Initially, Tian intended to decline his offer. However, as she slipped on her shoes, a thought struck her. Is Sasuke truly never returning? Chapter 73. Unpleasant matters. Yuma was taken aback to discover that Tian was aware of this news. Observing Yuma's silence, Tian feared that he might have misconstrued her intentions. Although I used to harbor a fondness for Sasuke, it was merely superficial. His personality, however, is exceedingly obstinate. Noticing Yuma's continued silence, Tian cautiously inquired, "Are you feeling jealous?" "Indeed, I am consumed by jealousy," Yuma immediately replied, feigning a look as if he had just bitten into a sour lemon. The two stepped outside, and once Yuma had locked the door, their conversation resumed. "You possess an appealing appearance, yet are you not aware that you fail to attract those young ladies?" In Tian's eyes, Yuma was indeed quite handsome. Though there was one aspect that proved challenging to accept. Is it that I am too handsome, creating an aura of distance? Yuma mused, stroking his chin, lost in the reverie of his own beauty. Take that, a heart-stirring kick. With a swift side kick, Tian aimed for Yuma's chest without a moment's hesitation. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Yuma deftly stepped back to evade her strike. Thus, they continued their playful chase, laughter echoing between them as they neared the ninja tools shop. "Why did you stop?" Yuma inquired curiously as he noticed Tian suddenly halt. Without responding, she seized his hand, pulling him into a narrow alleyway. Yuma found himself pressed against Tian's chest. Just as he began to speak, she covered his mouth. "Shoo!" Tian anxiously glanced outside and spotted a woman in a long coat, briskly exiting the ninja tools shop with a basket in hand. Yuma's peripheral vision confirmed that it was Tian's mother, which explained her sudden tension. Feeling the pressure against his chest, coupled with the rhythm of his racing heart, the atmosphere grew undeniably delicate. Regaining her composure, Tian Tian initially intended to push Yuma away. But then another figure emerged from the shop, Tian Tian's father, wallet in hand, hurrying out. They maintained their position until Tian Tian's father returned to the shop. What is happening? Yuma queried, bewildered. I suspect mother forgot her money, and father went to bring it. Yuma's lips twitched in surprise at the peculiarity of the situation. Could you please refrain from pressing against my chest? It's rather uncomfortable. Tian Tian was certainly not as exaggerated as Tsunade, but a blush was unmistakably visible on her cheeks. She too had felt Yuma's heartbeat. A curious atmosphere she had encountered before. The scene from their last visit to the shop was still vivid in her memory. Yuma said nothing further and merely gestured toward the ninja tools shop. You should head back now. Why? Are you in a hurry? Originally intending to leave. Tian Tian's demeanor shifted upon hearing Yuma's words, casting a discontented glance in his direction. Hey, Enchantress, your demeanor was not like this earlier. Yuma stepped out of the narrow alley first, unable to tolerate the previous atmosphere. Now you're sending me away? Tian Tian followed suit. Noticing that the door of the ninja tool shop was closed, and she sighed in relief. She feared her father might catch a glimpse of her with Yuma, leading to yet another lecture. Just the thought of it made her head ache. Yuma took a few steps forward when Tian Tian called out to him again. Wait a moment. What is it now? Yuma turned around, puzzled by her expression. After a brief moment of silence, Tian Tian finally spoke. Actually, Teacher Kai mentioned another piece of news, but I was contemplating whether to share it with you. Go ahead. Why act so anxious? Yuma replied with a nonchalant smile. It's still about you. Oh? She continued, the plan led by Danzo aims to transform the Jinchuriki into weapons. At this point, Tian Tian paused, allowing Yuma to absorb the weight of her words. However, Yuma was not the least bit surprised. He found it rather expected. If that old dog Danzo didn't tease her up trouble, then Yuma would genuinely be concerned, fearing that something grand was being plotted, leading to an unexpected surprise. You're not nervous at all? Tian Tian was momentarily perplexed by Yuma's calmness. I'm used to it. Please continue, he encouraged, recalling Yuma's childhood experiences. Tian Tian understood his demeanor. Biting her lip, she pressed on, but there is some good news. Good news? Is there really? Yuma assumed Tian Tian was merely trying to console him. Under the leadership of Tsunade, they opposed Danzo's methods. They wished to continue the policies of the third Hokage. For a moment, Yuma fell silent once more. Is that so? That is indeed heartening. You are the subject of this discussion. Why are you so unfazed? Tian Tian was baffled by Yuma's unwavering composure. Throughout her memories, Yuma had always been this way, facing every situation with the same relaxed demeanor. Even when caught skipping class, he had simply laughed it off. When he had jumped in to save her, he had maintained that same carefree attitude. Tian Tian tried to continue, but this time it was Yuma who pulled her into the alley. He pressed her against his chest. Shoo, he whispered, gesturing toward her mother returning from grocery shopping. Tian Tian's mouth was covered by his hand. The atmosphere in the alley turned peculiar once again. Yuma's grip was too forceful, making it difficult for Tian Tian to breathe. Once her mother had completely entered the ninja tool shop, Yuma finally released her. Tian Tian gasped for air, nearly suffocating. As she inhaled deeply, she caught a whiff of Yuma's scent, the unmistakable fragrance of a boy in his adolescence. The lingering scent of another woman intertwined with his own. Have you not bathed? The aroma of another still clings to you, with a gaze filled with resentment. She looked into Yuma's eyes, making him feel as though he had committed a transgression. Hey, could you refrain from looking at me like that? I can hardly bear it. Yuma gulped audibly. At that moment, Tian Tian nestled in his embrace, akin to a tender lamb, surrendering herself to his whims. I say it is a remnant left by Lady Tsunade. Do you believe me? Do you take me for a fool? Lady Tsunade only carries the scent of alcohol. Indeed. Suddenly, Yuma let out a cry, lowering his gaze to see Tian Tian pinching his waist. Will you confess or not? Tian Tian's eyes sparkled with a smile. Yet the grip of her hand remained unyielding. All right. Just let go first. Yuma divulged the incident with the weeping Hanabi and how he had covered her mouth. Only then did Tian Tian relent. You truly are not a good person. Tian Tian expressed sympathy for Hanabi, who was also a woman. I'm leaving now, humph. With that parting remark, Tian Tian departed the alley, leaving Yuma alone to cradle his waist. Chapter 74. Please don't go. After seeing off Tian Tian, nightfall descended. Yuma wandered alone through the streets, contemplating the words spoken by Tian Tian. He was acutely aware of Tsunade's perspective on Jinchuriki. She certainly would not share Danzo's ruthless ambition to mold them into emotionless weapons. Instead, Tsunade hoped for Jinchuriki to become integral members of the Konoha family. Observing the bustling crowd along the roadside, a rare smile graced Yuma's lips. Under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha had emerged from the shadows, and the buildings lining the streets were nearly restored. As he watched several children playing nearby, suddenly he spotted a familiar figure approaching him. Yuma instinctively turned to leave, a wave of frustration washing over him. Why hadn't she returned? What business did she have lingering in Konoha? His pace quickened. Hey, where are you going? Hanabi's voice called from behind him. Yuma pretended not to hear her, pondering a swift escape using Flying Thunder God. Yet, Hanabi appeared right before him, her waist adorned with the Kusanagi sword, her eyes gazing at him with a hint of melancholy. The streetlights illuminated her features, revealing the reflection of her emotions within her eyes. Biting her vividly colored lips, she wore a complex expression that startled Yuma, almost provoking an instinctive response. She looked as though she had suffered from betrayal, bearing the expression of one abandoned. I thought you had gone back. I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence, he remarked, quickly scanning the vicinity for any other Sunagakure ninjas. Rest assured, I didn't bring anyone with me. Upon realizing that his concern had been perceived, Yuma offered an awkward smile, scratching his head sheepishly and chuckling. The uncomfortable atmosphere made his toes fidget. Hanabi shyly lowered her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, Yuma noticed the flush on her cheeks. What else with the blushing? We're not sisters, after all. I haven't done anything strange to you, he thought, panic rising within him. Could she be planning a trap? Don't just say, what about your next words? I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Yuma observed Hanabi's prolonged silence, her fingers anxiously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, nearly distorting its shape. Wait, don't go. Hanabi instinctively grasped the corner of Yuma's garment as he attempted to depart. Turning back, he was met with her tearful gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Is there something on your mind? I'm sorry. Hanabi immediately released her hold, her voice choking with emotion. Hey, please don't cry. There are so many people around. Yuma felt a surge of anxiety. He and Hanabi were standing in the open street, uncertain if any Umbu or Sunagakure ninjas were observing them. The thought of Hanabi breaking down in public was daunting. He is surely destined to receive a stern lesson from Tsunade, potentially at the cost of half his life. And yet, he dares to weep? Yuma cast a sharp glance at Hanabi, who immediately covered her mouth in response. Tears flowed from her eyes, saturating her lashes. She struggled to rein in her emotions. Within her gaze, Yuma discerned a different sentiment, an attachment that sent shivers down his spine. Do not utter a sound here, do you understand? Yuma seized Hanabi's other hand with a roughness devoid of tenderness, forcefully leading her to a quieter area. As he felt the strength of his grip, Hanabi's face flushed with an unnatural crimson hue, yet she obediently allowed him to guide her. Yuma chose a secluded alley, shrouded in darkness and absent of light. He regarded Hanabi, arms crossed, feeling a wave of discomfort. What do you wish to discuss? He urged. Upon noticing the faint glimmer in Yuma's eyes, Hanabi slowly lowered her gaze, tears cascading down her cheeks and pooling on the ground. Just as Yuma prepared to speak, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby, draining the color from his face. He tightened his grip on Hanabi's hand and instinctively retreated a few steps, pressing her into the recesses of the alley. Consequently, Hanabi found herself enveloped in Yuma's embrace, his right hand covering her mouth. Voices drifted in from outside the alley. Where is Hanabi? I just saw her with that red-haired brat. Who knows? They might have already left for another place. Let us go and check elsewhere. After a brief exchange, the individuals departed the alley. Yuma pinned Hanabi against the wall, his sturdy chest pressing against hers, rendering her momentarily breathless. His warm breath whispered against her ear, each exhale pulsating with a rhythmic cadence. In that moment, Hanabi sensed Yuma's heartache, forgetting her own tears as all her attention focused on the sound of his heartbeat. Once the Sand Village ninjas had completely vacated the area, Yuma exhaled in relief, releasing Hanabi and wiping the sweat from his brow. He stepped out of the alley alone, feeling the remnants of her tears linger on his hand, which he wiped against the wall. I have matters to attend to. I cannot afford to indulge in this nonsense, he declared before turning away and striding off without pause. Hanabi quickly emerged from the alley, blocking his path once more, her eyes already red from crying. Desperately attempting to mask her expression, she found herself unable to do so, tears and snot trickling down her face. Yuma stiffened, a parched sensation overwhelming him as a fiery turmoil ignited within his core. Please don't leave, Hanabi implored, taking the initiative to embrace him, nearly causing Yuma to cry out in shock. Yet, in the next instant, the long quiet system presented him with two new options. Option 1. Spend 10 hours with Hanabi. Upon witnessing the system's rewards, Yuma's previously restless heart instantaneously found tranquility. To receive such extraordinary gifts right from the start was indeed remarkable. The technique of invisibility, capable of erasing one's presence and rendering the body nearly transparent, was precisely the ninjutsu that Jiraiya had long coveted. Moreover, the other skill, the shadow clone technique, was undoubtedly one of Naruto's signature moves. Yuma found himself ensnared in a dilemma, as both techniques appeared equally commendable in his eyes. One was suited for stealthy ambushes, while the other excelled in crowd control. Although Yuma boasted a plethora of offensive and defensive strategies, he lacked diversity in his ninjutsu repertoire, particularly in techniques like invisibility. Noticing that Yuma showed no intention of releasing her, Temari tightened her embrace even further, as if yearning to meld herself with him. Please let me go. I can hardly breathe in your grasp. Chapter 75. The Old Sundara. After a moment of contemplation, Yoma resolved to choose the path of retreat. Once he made his decision, he turned to gaze at Temari. It's quite late. Where will you be sleeping tonight? Temari, misconstruing Yoma's inquiry as an intention to dismiss her, responded. Why are you suddenly asking this? She refused to relinquish her grip on him, holding him tightly. Rest assured, I have no intention of sending you away. Yoma pondered how to attain the reward he sought. If he could spend 10 hours with Temari, starting from this moment, it would mean he needed to stay with her until the following morning, implying an overnight stay. Contemplating this, Yoma's expression fell. If he went to Temari's place, it was certain that many sand shinobi would be present, making it impossible for him to stay the night. Thus, he was left with two alternatives. One was to go to a hotel, and the other was to return to his own home. The hotel option was quickly dismissed due to the requirement of registration. That left him with only one solution: to invite her to his home. If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay at my place for the night. Temari initially intended to reveal her own living situation to Yoma, but abruptly fell silent, wondering if she had misunderstood. All right, I actually have nowhere to stay, she immediately lied. She was uncertain why she desired to be with Yoma. It was a peculiar feeling. Although he often frightened her, he provided a sense of strength that no one else could. This was a feeling she only experienced with her father. It allowed her to rely on someone else, as she did not wish to always take the lead. That was exhausting. She yearned to experience the comfort of depending on another. With this thought, Temari willingly released her hold on Yoma and instead grasped his hand, her demeanor shifting from one of eagerness to shyness. Upon witnessing this transformation, Yoma appeared taken aback. What is happening? This isn't the Temari I know. Why aren't you moving? Temari asked, noticing that Yoma remained stationary, showing no inclination to act. It's nothing. I was just thinking about those sand shinobi. Won't they continue searching for you? Yoma recalled the earlier encounter with the sand shinobi and their pursuit of Temari. She paused for a moment before shaking her head. Once I return, I'll explain everything to them. Really? Are you that headstrong? Yoma thought to himself, as his mind fixated on the reward for completing the task. Could you please stop holding my hand? Yoma felt uncomfortable with Temari still grasping him. While her hand felt pleasant, he was wary of being in the company of someone so unpredictable, fearing that she might stab him at any moment. He glanced back at the sword sheathed at her waist. Temari assumed Yoma intended to reclaim the sword and immediately tightened her grip on its hilt, fearing he might take it away. Although her swordsmanship was lacking, the weapon held significant value for her. Observing her reaction, Yoma's lips twitched slightly as he cast a glance at the countdown displayed on the system. As the seconds began to wane, the task was drawing near. Shumaru's current state could be likened to the infamous Stockholm Syndrome, where the victim develops peculiar emotions towards the perpetrator. Contemplating this, Yoma could not help but glance back at Shumaru, who, of course, sensed the unusual expression on his face. "Is there something strange on my face?" she inquired. "Nothing at all," Yoma replied, shaking his head. "Surely, Stockholm Syndrome can heal on its own?" He was uncertain of the treatment for this condition and could only pray that Shumaru would find a cure. "I'm sorry. Please refrain from saying that again. Understood?" "Understood." Shumaru responded obediently. Soon, the two arrived at Yoma's apartment, where he retrieved his keys and unlocked the door. "If you wish to take a shower, just let me know, and I will turn on the water heater." He glanced at the uneaten meal on the table, having forgotten to tidy up. It was nearly cold. Just as he intended to clear the dishes, Shumaru voluntarily approached and began to tidy up. Yoma opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly found Shumaru rather commendable, at least for the moment, as long as things did not take a turn for the worse. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out. "Damn, is the bulb broken again?" Yoma grumbled as he picked up a chair to inspect the bulb. Meanwhile, Shumaru had finished clearing the dishes and came over to assist him. "Allow me." After Shumaru took a moment, the light flickered back to life. The bulb had simply grown old, resulting in a poor connection that caused the outage. Yoma felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say next. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" "No need." In truth, Shumaru feared that Yoma might slip away during her bath, hence her response. Thus, they found themselves locked in a silent stare. The only sounds in the room were their breaths. Shumaru had observed Yoma before, yet each time she looked closely, she found him undeniably handsome. Indeed, he was beautiful. She had seen Niji and Sasuke. Niji's features were more pronounced than Yoma's or Sasuke's. To be honest, Sasuke was also quite striking, yet he perpetually wore a stoic expression. Yoma, on the other hand, displayed a range of emotions, especially when he single-handedly confronted Gaara, standing atop the colossal wooden figure. "Do you detest me?" "Yes." Yoma responded without a moment's hesitation, having not given it a second thought. Shumaru had long since known the answer, but hearing it aloud stirred a feeling of melancholy within her. She forced a few smiles. "I have to leave early tomorrow." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Yoma nearly leapt for joy. It was the most delightful thing he had heard in days. "So, I wanted to see you once more before I go." As soon as those words left Shumaru's lips, Yoma's expression fell once more. "Why would you think of me?" he asked, determined to find an answer. "I am uncertain as well, yet ever since that day, thoughts of you have often crossed my mind." Yuma, unable to bear the silence, promptly interrupted Shumaru's ensuing words. "Please, have a seat. I shall pour you a cup of tea." "No need." Shumaru suddenly recalled the teacup she had intended to present. In a moment of inspiration, she produced a scroll. Yuma, assuming she was preparing for a confrontation, instinctively stepped back. Yet, in the next instant, a teacup emerged from within the scroll. Its appearance was a mosaic of shattered fragments, seemingly forcefully assembled together. Numerous areas bore the marks of adhesive, though the surface was polished to a fine sheen. "I sincerely apologize for breaking your teacup. I salvaged the pieces and reassembled them. I am aware it may not be aesthetically pleasing, but I hope you can forgive me." Shumaru held the teacup delicately in both hands. Yuma found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had long forgotten this incident. However, upon seeing Shumaru with the teacup, he stepped forward, grasped it, and after a brief hesitation, donned a haughty expression. "I shall not forgive you so easily." As the words left his lips, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride, promptly retreating to the restroom. This was the first time Shumaru witnessed such a side of Yuma, and it brought forth a knowing smile. "So you were quite similar to Gaara, after all." Chapter 76. The Electra Complex. Yuma found himself entangled in a troublesome situation. The system indicated that spending 10 hours in the company of Tamaki was subject to a distance limitation. After some experimentation, Yuma discovered that this limit was restricted to within 5 steps. Should he exceed this distance, the system would cease to keep track of time. This was quite a predicament. Had he known earlier, he would have opted for the shadow clone technique. His bed was particularly small, barely accommodating one person. Unfortunately, the distance between his room and the living room exceeded 5 steps. Now, he could only sit idly on a chair in the living room, leaving Tamaki alone on the sofa. The atmosphere at this moment was decidedly peculiar. Two young individuals, a man and a woman, confined within the same space. Yuma leaned back in his chair, his lips sealed, acutely aware of Tamaki's scent wafting through the air. His mind was invaded by vivid images from illustrations he had seen a few days prior at Inuzuka's house. Instinctively, he hunched back in his seat, an action that naturally drew Tamaki's attention. She opened her eyes and looked at Yuma with a puzzled expression. "Are you all right? Do you not feel well?" As she rose to check on him, Yuma suddenly exclaimed, "Sit down. Don't come over. I'm meditating." Seeing Yuma's agitation, Tamaki hesitated to say anything further and resumed her seat. Upon hearing the sound of her settling down, Yuma exhaled a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that these 10 hours were dragging on interminably. Could you please turn off the light?" Yuma requested, noticing the bulb flickering, fearing it might burn out. Yet, he was reluctant to rise, especially since his younger brother was now awake. "Oh, all right," Tamaki replied as she stood to turn off the light, the switch located just behind Yuma. As she passed him, he couldn't help but open his eyes. The side of Tamaki's fishnet stockings came into view, her fair thighs accentuated by the patterned fabric. This sensation was distinctly different from the allure of black stockings. Yuma was, in fact, a staunch admirer of the latter, enchanted by their teasingly translucent quality. However, the fishnet stockings before him offered an entirely different flavor. How infuriating. Why are Shizen's legs so fair? He pondered, recalling the harsh winds and sands of that desolate place. Yuma quickly redirected his attention, unwilling to dwell further on the matter. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Tamaki had turned off the light. Unaware of the tumult within Yuma's mind, she passed him once more, returning to the sofa, and a fragrant breeze wafted into Yuma's nostrils. Instantly, he pinched his thigh, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Am I experiencing sexual repression? That can't be. After all, I've interacted with other girls, he reasoned. After a moment of contemplation, Yuma resolved to abandon those thoughts, fearing they might lead him to undesirable conclusions. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled. It was already midnight, and he had yet to have dinner. He had been so focused on his task that he only now felt the pangs of hunger. I suppose I should heat up some leftovers, he decided. Without granting Yuma a chance to speak, Shumaru turned on the light again and busied herself in the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged with a platter of warm dishes. The meal consisted of leftovers that she and Tian had previously enjoyed. Shumaru served Yuma a portion of rice while she stood to the side. "You should sit down and eat with me," she urged. Yuma recognized that she had yet to partake in dinner. Without allowing Shumaru the opportunity to decline, Yuma handed her the bowl that Tian had used, filling it with rice for her as well. "Thank you," Shumaru replied gratefully before taking a seat across from Yuma. The two fell into another silence, interrupted only by the sounds of chewing. Unable to tolerate the atmosphere any longer, Yuma spoke up. "I sense something peculiar about you. How do you perceive me?" In Yuma's memory, Shumaru had always been an independent and strong woman. He had never witnessed her in such a state of dependence. This submissive demeanor left him feeling uneasy. Shumaru set down her chopsticks, pausing in silence, her face displaying hesitation. "You give me a distinct feeling." "A distinct feeling?" Yuma furrowed his brow, wondering if Shumaru truly had a case of Stockholm Syndrome. "It's not a matter of love. Rather, I see my father's image in you." At this revelation, Yuma lost grip of his chopsticks, which clattered onto the table, his expression one of astonishment. The Electra complex? Commonly known as the father complex? Shumaru's face flushed deeply, realizing Yuma had misunderstood her intent. "It's not what you think." "Oh, do continue," Yuma resumed with his chopsticks, now appearing intrigued, finding the leftovers surprisingly appetizing. "My father was a formidable man, a reliable figure. Yet, he was also difficult to approach. He was particularly strict with me, Kankuro, and Gaara since childhood. What does that have to do with me?" "I am not your father," Yuma replied, eating heartily while listening to Shumaru's account. "The way you subdued the tailed beast Gaara resembles my father's demeanor. He often subdued the rampaging Gaara as well. But most importantly, your cold gaze mirrors his. Whenever you look at me with that indifferent expression," Shumaru hesitated, biting her lip before finally articulating the crux of her thoughts. "I find your visage overlapping with my father's." Boom. Yuma felt as if the sky had fallen. Something was amiss with Shumaru, and the root of it lay within himself. "I dream of you every night. Just being near you brings me a sense of peace." Ever since my father passed away, I have been burdened with numerous responsibilities that leave me gasping for breath. After expressing her thoughts, Shumura felt a sense of calm wash over her. Gazing at Yuma with a complex expression, I know you despise me, but it is only in your presence that I can breathe a little easier. This fleeting opportunity to catch my breath is dwindling. I am fully aware that my current demeanor must appear rather peculiar. The thought of heading to Sunagakure weighs heavily upon my heart, as though a colossal stone were pressing down upon me. Each individual relies on me, my younger brother, my subordinates, the villagers. Yet, I find myself unwilling to bear such burdens. In the midst of my lamentations, the tranquility within Tamaki swiftly transformed into agitation. This sudden shift startled Yuma, for the emotions of a woman can indeed change with alarming rapidity. Just as Yuma contemplated offering solace to Tamaki, she stepped behind him and embraced him from the back, mimicking the posture of Yuma carrying Tamaki. This was reminiscent of how Rasha had carried Tamaki long before Kankaro's birth. In just 1 minute, I shall return, she declared. Yuma initially intended to extricate himself from her grasp, but he felt an unexpected dampness upon his shoulder. The words he meant to utter were swallowed, transforming into a mere sigh. Very well, embrace me for as long as you desire. However, please refrain from wiping your nose on my clothing, if you could. Tamaki's body convulsed slightly as she forcefully inhaled, her breath trembling. Chapter 77. Overnight in the Hidden Sand Village. There are currently 2 candidates for the position of Wind Shadow. Initially, the intention was to appoint Temari for the role, given her impeccable lineage as the legitimate daughter of the Windhawk. No one in the village could rival her background. However, Temari declined the offer, feeling weary. She was acutely aware of the challenges that accompanied the title of Wind Shadow, and did not wish to tread the same path as her father. Consequently, she bestowed the opportunity upon Gaara. At first, the villagers of the Hidden Sand were quite resistant to this decision. Yet, they could not oppose Temari's will. The village's higher-ups feared that Temari might emulate Tsunade, threatening to leave the village should her opinions be disregarded. Additionally, with Kankaro's support for Gaara, alongside those loyal to the former Wind Shadow, a prominent faction began to form within the village. Even though Temari would not assume the title of Wind Shadow, she certainly bore significant responsibilities. After thorough discussions, the village's leadership eventually acquiesced to Temari's suggestion. Although there were conflicting voices within the village, it was evident to discerning minds that Gaara was destined to become the next Wind Shadow. Thank you, but I must take my leave, Temari said, having shed enough tears. As she turned to depart, she was called back by Yuma. It's rather unsafe outside at this hour. Why not sit down and continue your meal? You can leave in the morning. Taken aback by Yuma's earnest invitation, Temari's expression softened, and she wiped away her tears. Indeed, those with red hair often possessed a certain pride. Temari perceived that Yuma's personality bore a striking resemblance to Gaara's. Much of her earlier display of emotion had been feigned, but her feelings were genuine by the end. She was surprised to discover that Yuma was receptive to this approach. As she stepped 5 paces away from Yuma, he suddenly panicked, fearing that a failure in his mission would render all his efforts futile, a classic case of sunk cost. If he could just endure a little longer, the reward would soon be his. Both were engulfed in their own thoughts as they finished their meal. Afterward, Temari took the initiative to wash the dishes, leaving Yuma alone in his chair. The night had deepened, and Yuma invited Temari to his room. He leaned against the wall just outside, within a mere 5 paces of distance. Such proximity was precarious. Thankfully, it was not just a step away, which would have forced them to share a face-to-face sleeping arrangement, an amusing predicament. Good night, Temari called from within the room. Good night, Yuma replied, closing his eyes. Though he had not intended to sleep, the harrowing images of the night of the massacre returned to haunt him. An all-too-familiar scene that left a bitter taste in his mouth. Abido Uchiha, I will make you pay for this. Suddenly, he felt a warm embrace, reminiscent of the last time Kushina had held him close. Yuma's eyes flew open to find the dawn breaking outside. He sensed golden hair resting against his shoulder, and without needing to guess, he knew it was Temari. Her drool had dampened his shoulder, and her arms were wrapped around him. The prominent scar across his chest appeared starkly before Yuma's eyes. Hearing the commotion, Temari slowly opened her eyes. The two exchanged glances, facing each other directly. Good morning. Temari greeted Yuma with remarkable composure. Could you let go of me? I am but a young man awaiting marriage. Only then did Tamari release her grip, rising to prepare for the morning. Why did you sleep holding me? Yuma also stood, aware that their task was nearing completion, and he wished to sever any lingering ties with Tamari. Last night, I sensed your chakra was chaotic and your heart rate was elevated. I knew you were having a nightmare. So, I did what I used to do when Gaara had nightmares, held him close while he slept. Tamari yawned, speaking nonchalantly as if it were a trivial matter. This elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Yuma's mouth. Well, I truly appreciate it. No need to mention it. Tamari replied, her half-face peeking from the kitchen. The morning meal was simple, consisting of fried eggs, bread, and milk. Tamari's gaze fell upon a photograph on the nearby cabinet. The image depicted a young couple. The man wore a warm smile, a handsome blonde, while the woman, with striking red hair, possessed exquisite features. Yuma's appearance bore a perfect resemblance to the woman's genes. Those must be your parents, Tamari inquired casually, taking a sip of her milk. The blonde in the photograph donned a ceremonial robe, and the woman had a noticeable baby bump. Yes, Yuma replied, not intending to conceal the truth, as he grew increasingly like Kushina. It was evident to anyone with eyesight. But how did I hear in Konoha that you were the Hokage's child? Tamari expressed her confusion regarding this matter. Even as a Jinchuriki, he had not hidden this fact in Sunagakure. She found it perplexing why Konoha would act in such a manner. Who knows? Those elders in Konoha, what are they thinking? They always have some peculiar ideas. You must have heard about the Uchiha clan's massacre, right? Yes, I've heard of it, Tamari replied honestly. As this incident was well known throughout the ninja world, given its shocking nature, to have members of the Uchiha clan slay their own kin was unfathomable. Itachi Uchiha even killed his own parents. I cannot comprehend his reasoning. He is nothing short of a madman. It was a directive from the higher-ups of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Tamari's jaw nearly dropped. The Konoha elders are indeed formidable. Isn't that akin to self-mutilation? The Uchiha clan was one of Konoha's greatest powers. How ruthless are the internal conflicts within Konoha? Although Sunagakure has its own strife, it pales in comparison to Konoha's extremes, where an entire clan was annihilated. After a prolonged moment, Tamari regained her composure. You Konoha folks are truly unique. Likewise, your Sunagakure is not without its flaws, Yuma remarked with a sidelong glance at Tamari. The father, having taken it upon himself to wield his son as a weapon, relentlessly subjected him to torment. Upon hearing Yuma's scorn, Shoju offered a wry smile, recognizing the truth in Yuma's words. This, too, was a scar that would never heal throughout her life. The system finally provided a notification, and Yuma exhaled as if liberated. What is the matter? Shoju inquired, noticing Yuma's unusual demeanor. It's nothing. I just realized it's getting late. Aren't you supposed to return today? I want to see you off. I have other matters to attend to. Yuma's abrupt dismissal left Shoju momentarily taken aback, her expression turning mournful as though she had encountered a heartless lover. Hey, don't look at me like that. You were the one who clung to me. I am but an innocent bystander. Now that Yuma had received his reward, he was impervious to such sentiments. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Shoju, not one to linger, wiped her mouth and headed for the door. As she reached the entrance, Yuma called out to her, "Your coat." Yuma tossed the coat to Shoju, who pouted in displeasure, donned the coat, and slammed the door behind her. Yuma gazed sorrowfully at his door. Chapter 78. The wine-flavored oolong tea. Tamari leaned against the door, biting her lip, her hands clenched tightly. Yet, after a moment, she sighed, aware that such matters cannot be rushed. Patience is essential. Haste leads to failure. However, the memory of the scene from last night brought a triumphant expression to her face. She had sensed an unusual fluctuation in Yuma's chakra, prompting her to investigate. She found him pale, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his brows furrowed in agony, a visage she had once observed on Gaara. Initially, she believed Yuma was being disturbed by the tailed beast. To soothe his distress, she embraced him as she had done in their childhood with Gaara. Throughout the night, she remained in a light slumber, her attention solely on Yuma. As she gazed at the scenery outside, she stepped away from Yuma's apartment, casting one last glance back. Before departing, she glanced at the sword at her waist. Her swordsmanship was rather mediocre, inferior to her wind techniques, yet she cherished this sword. Its quality was exceptional, and it held special significance for her. Upon reaching the entrance of Konoha, she found a group of Sunagakure ninjas waiting anxiously. Among them, Kankuro spotted Tamari and breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried sick over her absence the previous night. "Where were you last night?" Everyone was concerned, he questioned. "I stayed at a friend's house, and I'm perfectly fine now," she replied. "You have friends in Konoha?" Kankuro asked, puzzled, for he was unaware of Tamari's connections there. Their visits to Konoha were few and far between. "Enough of that. Let us head back quickly," Tamari interjected, sensing Kankuro's confusion and wishing to divert his inquiry. "Are we to re-establish an alliance with Konoha?" he inquired, as their current visit was indeed to discuss this very matter. Konoha had proactively sought an alliance with Sunagakure, timely given Sunagakure's unsuitable circumstances for war. They were all tightening their belts. The land of wind was notoriously barren, offering little beyond dust and sand. In stark contrast to the prosperity of Konoha, the Hokage has already approached me, and I have agreed to continue the alliance with Konoha. After receiving the Kusanagi sword from Yuma, I was promptly invited to the Hokage's office, she explained. The demands from Konoha remained unchanged from before. Tamari had not overreached. She accepted the terms readily, but did propose some requests, such as provisions and medical resources for Sunagakure. Tsunade readily acquiesced. She had received the latest intelligence indicating that the people of the Land of Lightning were growing restless, with skirmishes reported along the borders. "Thank you for your efforts," Kankuro said appreciatively. Tamari shook her head, her fingers brushing against the hilt of her sword, a satisfied expression gracing her features. "Let us go? This time, the rewards exceeded my expectations." Tsunade summoned Yuma to the Hokage office, her demeanor grave, entirely devoid of her usual nonchalance. Beside her, Shizen observed Yuma with palpable tension. Accompanying them were two advisors, Midogate and Tsurugi Koharu. Upon entering, Yuma was taken aback by the formidable assembly, fearing he might be apprehended. "What on earth is going on? This is rather intimidating," he exclaimed. "Enough of your nonsense. Relate to us, in full detail, what transpired last night," Tsunade commanded, swiftly silencing Yuma's attempts at levity. She had received intelligence from the Umbu that Shikamaru had spent the night with Yuma, departing from Konoha early that morning without a word of farewell to the host. Yuma had indeed anticipated such a scenario, yet he was surprised by the high-ranking official's anxiety. "If I were to claim nothing occurred, would you believe me? A man and a woman alone in a room, who would accept such a denial?" The two advisors exchanged knowing glances, with Koharu nudging Mido, believing Yuma to be merely bashful. "We old fogies will take our leave," Mido remarked. As they had been partners in their duties for decades, they discerned the implication behind Koharu's words, promptly agreeing to vacate the Hokage office. Before their departure, they shared a significant glance with Tsunade, indicating the necessity of prying the truth from Yuma. As soon as the elders exited, Tsunade retrieved a bottle of oolong tea from her drawer, her previous solemnity giving way to a bright smile. "Come, let us enjoy some tea. With those two gone, feel free to express yourself," she encouraged, pouring the tea into a cup. Shizen placed the cup in Yuma's hands, her hesitance evident. She longed to disclose that the beverage was not merely oolong tea, but rather a potent concoction of liquor disguised as such. "Tsunade," Shizen's name was called, prompting her to smile sheepishly, conveying a sense of helplessness to Yuma. Upon inhaling the strong scent of alcohol, Yuma questioned, "Lady Tsunade, are you certain this is oolong tea?" "It does not resemble the oolong tea I recall." Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. "Drink, or else you will divulge everything that transpired last night." Provoked by her command, Yuma felt a surge of irritation, yet, under the weight of her authority, he acquiesced. He thought to himself, "Do they truly believe I would divulge such details?" Thus, he recounted his encounter with Shikamaru and their shared meal, consciously omitting any mention of his system task. If not for the reward of the system, he would have had no interest in Shikamaru. Tsunade, lost in contemplation, rested her chin on her crossed hands and exchanged a knowing glance with Shizen. "Do you think the lad is speaking the truth?" Silence also responded with an expression. "I am not entirely certain, yet I sense that Yoma is undoubtedly concealing something." Tsunade rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. This little rascal consistently brings him such troublesome matters. Han's whereabouts, while seemingly straightforward, are indeed quite cumbersome. This is due to her proactive engagement with the village's Jinchuriki. which has greatly alarmed the higher-ups in Konoha. Furthermore, with an imminent high-level meeting approaching, where the daimyo and nobility are expected to attend, they cannot afford to gamble on whether Yoma might suddenly go berserk during the conference or fall victim to the genjutsu of Tsunagekyu's operatives. As the Hokage, countless lives depend on her. She genuinely wishes to leave this village, which is why she refrains from fully embracing her role as Hokage. However, Konoha embodies the collective efforts of her two grandfathers. She cast a glance at the faces of the first and second Hokage carved into the Hokage rock. Chapter 79. Will you entertain guests in the future? Lady Tsunade, may I take my leave now? Yuma asked, his heart racing as he noticed Tsunade's prolonged silence. He glanced at Shizen, hoping for a hint from her, but she merely offered a wry smile. Don't be hasty, the evening is still young. Stay and share a few drinks with me, Tsunade said, relaxing her stern demeanor as she retrieved some oolong tea. Approaching Yuma, she pried open his mouth. You old hag. Your words don't hold weight. Yuma protested, realizing that his strength was no match for Tsunade's. She continued to laugh heartily, feigning ignorance to his curses. Her plan was to intoxicate him and extract the secrets he was concealing. Yuma, fully aware of her intentions, resisted fiercely. In a moment of desperation, he bit into his thumb, crimson blood blossoming forth, which he smeared across Tsunade's nose. Ah, no. Tsunade recoiled, still grappling with her hemophobia. The sight of blood rendered her weak and plunged her into panic. I apologize, Lady Tsunade, he uttered, but she was too dazed to absorb his words. Slumping against the wall. Shizen, I've truly revealed everything. Even if you were to skin me alive, my answer would remain unchanged. Shizen helped Tsunade up, wiping the blood from her nose. Lady Tsunade, and I trust you, but Lord Mito and Lord T-Shin. Shizen trailed off, her unspoken concerns evident. Yuma understood her predicament, yet he too bore his own burdens. His strength did not stem from gradual training. He was utilizing a system. Tsunade, panting heavily, collapsed into a chair. You little brat, when I regain my strength, you will regret this. Her threat came out weak and hollow. Lady Tsunade, I have disclosed all I can, Yuma admitted, genuinely fearing their relentless questioning. All right, I will not press you further. After a brief pause, Tsunade continued, her expression shifting to one of gossiping curiosity, reminiscent of an older woman at a matchmaking event. I believe that the princess of Tsunagakure seems to have taken an interest in you. Did you not mention that she even cuddled with you while you slept? And made you breakfast in the morning? Tsunade regarded Yuma with the knowing look of someone with experience. A shiver ran down Yuma's spine. He did not perceive Tamari's affections as romantic. Lady Tsunade, I clarified this earlier. She envisions me as a father figure. She finds my gaze reminiscent of her father's. Yuma fervently explained, sharing his deductions and reasoning with Tsunade, but she maintained a knowing expression, nodding in understanding, which left him utterly speechless. Indeed, it seems that the woman, now in her 40s and still unmarried, has lived up to expectations. Yuma revealed a vacant stare, and the corners of his mouth twitched in frustration. He had grown weary of further explanations. All right, I understand that she harbors no feelings for you. Tsunade deliberately paused. Yuma, momentarily believing that Tsunade had genuinely absorbed the sentiment, displayed a wide grin, only to retract it moments later. If she ever appears in Konoha, the task of receiving her will fall entirely upon you, she continued. Now, be on your way. I have yet to recover from this blood phobia. Your face irritates me. Once I regain my composure, departing will not be as effortless for you. Seeing that Tsunade had issued an eviction order, Yuma refrained from further comment, merely hoping that she had truly understood. However, he could not suppress his lingering complaints. I truly wish to avoid seeing her again. Leave. Tsunade's voice abruptly interrupted him. With a sigh, Yuma exited the Hokage's office. In the corridor, he encountered two advisors. Mito Gate In and T-Rin Koharu were seated on the floor. Upon seeing Yuma, they greeted him with warm smiles. I went to reprimand Koga for his persistent foul temper, even at this age. In their eyes, Yuma remained a mere child. They typically maintained a neutral demeanor in public, yet upon encountering Yuma, nostalgia for the Minato couple washed over them. His resemblance to the youthful Kushina Izumaki was striking, evoking their compassion. Do not worry, Lady Tsunade is actually quite Yuma intended to convey that Tsunade was a good person. Yet he could not deceive his own heart. Esteemed advisors, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. All right, proceed with caution, T-Rin Koharu replied. Just as she finished speaking, Mito Gaiden called out to Yuma, "Wait a moment. What is it, Lord Mito?" Yuma inquired, leaning on his cane. Mito Gaiden approached Yuma and produced a crumpled stack of bills from his robe, placing it into Yuma's hands. "What is the meaning of this, Lord Mito?" Yuma exclaimed, stepping back in surprise. "From now on, you may call me Grandpa Mito and refer to Koharu as Grandma," he replied. Yuma hesitated, perplexed by the intentions of these two elderly individuals. "It feels too distant to keep referring to you as Lord. Take this money, otherwise neither of us will sleep well tonight." T-Rin Koharu stepped forward, gently ruffling Yuma's hair with a benevolent smile. The familiar red hair and visage reminded them of the time when Kushina first arrived in the village, and they would fondly pat her head. "Do be careful on your journey," T-Rin Koharu advised Yuma. Reluctantly, he pinched his nose and acquiesced. It was not his fault. During his childhood, these two had never visited him. Now, their sudden kindness led him to suspect ulterior motives. As the two advisors entered the room, they observed Tsunade's frail state. "What has happened to you?" The mischievous lad smeared blood upon my face. "Hear us how the events unfolded." Tsunade recounted the entire incident in detail. Glancing at the sun outside, I realized it was now high in the sky. I was astonished to discover it was already noon. Each visit to the Hokage building felt like a tremendous waste of time. My stomach growled in hunger. I made my way to Ichiraka Ramen. Upon lifting the curtain, I was greeted by familiar faces. Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba were there enjoying their noodles. "Ah, our truant group. Now we're merely missing Naruto," I remarked. "Hey, I didn't skip class voluntarily. You dragged me along," I protested. Shikamaru set down his chopsticks, promptly correcting me. "Uncle Tucci." The usual, one serving of ramen with extra salt, no tomatoes, and another portion of chashu ramen. Perfect timing. "We were just discussing Naruto," Kiba said, slurping his noodles. His words slightly muffled. "We haven't seen Naruto in days," Shikamaru added. They were still unaware of Naruto's training alongside Jiraiya. Chapter 80. It's not impossible. Is this all there is to it? Are there no further details? Mito Minion furrowed his brow as he gazed at Tsunade. This was not quite what he had anticipated. Why did it seem that Hanamaru was acting like a lovesick fool? After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Kazakage. Raza. This felt rather demeaning. Could it be that Tsunagakure was intentionally using this ploy to confuse us? As soon as Mito Minion finished speaking, Tizuki Komatsu interjected. She did not share Mito's perspective. "I believe that perhaps that girl has genuinely developed feelings." Tsunade found herself in agreement with Komatsu's viewpoint. As both had traversed the path of youthful women and possessed some understanding of their sentiments, only for someone they truly cherished would they dare to act so boldly. If Hanamaru were to visit Konoha again, it would be best for Yuma to welcome her. Komatsu proposed the same notion as Tsunade. After all, it wouldn't cost them anything. Perhaps it could even lead to a marriage alliance. Upon hearing Komatsu's words, Mito Minion nearly doubted his own hearing and promptly dismissed the idea. "That's far too reckless. Yuma is a Jinchuriki." "Old man, do shut your mouth." Komatsu interrupted him. "If this fortuitous event were to succeed, I believe Minato and Kushina would be pleased from the afterlife." Mentioning Minato and Kushina's names rendered Mito speechless. His aged face and murky eyes were, at that moment, uncharacteristically lucid. "Perhaps you are right. What about Niji and Choji? Haven't they arrived?" Yuma scanned the room, failing to spot the two. Niji had been driven to train fervently after some provocation, while Choji was recuperating at home. As for Lee, he was also engaged in relentless training. Listening to Shikamaru's words, Yuma slurped his noodles. "Alas, the mission remains unfulfilled, and I've sustained injuries." Shikamaru had completely lost his composure. After his father, Shikaku, learned of his mission's failure, he had insisted on conducting a thorough review, piecing together various details. Ultimately, they concluded that Sasuke had not initially intended to leave the village. But something must have spurred him to make that decision, solidifying the fact of his betrayal. As Shikamaru stirred his ramen broth, Inuzuka Kiba was feeding Akamaru some char-siu. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Sasuke's defection cast a shadow over their hearts. Yuma, aware of this situation, did not take it to heart. It would be more peculiar if Sasuke had not chosen to forsake the village. Had he remained in the village for life, he would have certainly benefited from Kakashi's special training and that of other elite jonin. Yet the intensity would pale in comparison to the rapid and formidable growth he experienced under Orochimaru's tutelage. Sasuke during his time in the white attire was significantly stronger than during his days with the Akatsuki, all thanks to Orochimaru's rigorous training. Moreover, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were renowned as the legendary Sannin, possessing undeniable prowess. Do you not have any thoughts on this matter? Shikamaru paid no heed to the matter at hand, continuing to indulge in his noodles with unabashed gusto, utterly unaffected by the incident. When it rains, it pours. The events had transpired and were beyond alteration. Yuma shrugged and persisted in sharing his perspective. The defection of Uchiha Sasuke was now a veritable certainty. Rather than dwell on such trivialities, it was far more prudent to satiate one's appetite. You rascal. Shikamaru found himself at a loss for words, yet there was a certain wisdom in Yuma's remarks. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of those individuals. Inuzuka Kiba bore an expression of one who had narrowly escaped calamity, still haunted by the recollection. Do you know why they are so powerful? They referred to the ninjas empowered by Orochimaru's cursed seals. I'm not one of them. How could I possibly know? Kiba shot Yuma an irritable glance. Yet, Yuma wore an enigmatic expression. Coincidentally, I happen to know how they gained their strength. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru nearly choked on his charsiu, thumping his chest in disbelief. Are you jesting? Their strength derives from those cursed seals. You mean those black dots resembling tattoos? Precisely. Yuma nodded toward them both. The cursed seals originated from Orochimaru. Currently, Konoha regards those 3 words with utmost trepidation, for he was the mastermind behind the invasion of Konoha. Now, whenever a child misbehaves, adults invoke Orochimaru to frighten them. This Shikamaru and Kiba were momentarily rendered speechless, their ramen nearly growing cold. Nevertheless, neither felt inclined to pick up their chopsticks. Do you know why the cursed seals are so potent? Upon hearing Yuma's inquiry, the two shook their heads. It is a ninjutsu crafted by Orochimaru, emulating the legendary sage arts. What? Sage arts? The two exclaimed in unison. Yuma pressed his hand down, and Shikamaru and Kiba quickly realized their volume was excessive. They covered their mouths, though their eyes remained wide with astonishment. Uncle, the bill please, Yuma declared, leaving his tab for the two of them to settle. Very well. You rascal, I am not treating you, Kiba immediately complained. That portion is on him. Shikamaru pointed at Kiba. How infuriating, both of you. Despite Kiba's grumbling, he complied and paid the bill without further protest. The trio exited Ichiraka Ramen. As Yuma intended to visit the cemetery to pay respects to Minato and Kushina, Shikamaru suddenly spoke up. I recently heard from Ino that Sakura's current condition is quite concerning. Why? Isn't it due to Sasuke's defection? That is true, after all. Sakura was particularly fond of that guy back in school. Kiba ruffled Akamaru's fur, echoing Shikamaru's sentiments. What more can we do? We have done our utmost. Yuma demonstrates a complete disregard for Sakura's feelings, exhibiting a total indifference towards the pink-haired girl. He possesses neither remarkable physique nor striking beauty, especially when compared to Hinata. And even Temari surpasses her in allure. The mere thought of Temari sends a shiver down Yuma's spine. Enough of this, he declares. I have matters to attend to. Before hastily departing, as he rushes away, a plastic bag clutched in one hand, its contents consisting of ramen, Dogzuka Kiba watches with a puzzled expression. What's gotten into him? Why the rush? He inquires of Shikamaru. Ah, he must have seen his family, Shikamaru replies, his hands cradling his head as he begins to walk away, with Kiba trailing closely behind. Do you know where he used to go after skipping class? Shikamaru glances back at Kiba. No, I have no interest in his affairs. He often frequented the cemetery, Shikamaru remarks, leaving Kiba momentarily stunned, only regaining his composure once Shikamaru has walked some distance away. TCH, that guy. Chapter 81. The sole supplier. Upon returning from the Yuma cemetery, Yuma promptly headed for a shower. While in the midst of his ablutions, he was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps outside. Given that he was alone at home, the presence of another was perplexing. Could it be Temari? That seemed implausible. He had heard from Tsunade that Temari had already departed in a hurry without even bidding farewell. Thus, Yuma turned off the water, hastily wrapped a towel around himself, and stepped out. Immediately, he was met with a piercing scream. "What are you wearing? You rogue! How dare you intrude upon my home?" Yuma exclaimed, bewildered. He possessed the only key, which was firmly in his possession. Temari, her hand shielding her eyes in a bashful manner, peered through her fingers, quickly retreating. "Your door was left ajar, so I let myself in. I did knock," she retorted defiantly, her gaze inadvertently lingering on Yuma's physique. "It's not the act of knocking that concerns me," Yuma replied, exasperated by Temari's presence. "Please wait here while I change." He hurried back to the bathroom, emerging shortly thereafter. "At this hour, what brings you to my abode?" he inquired, noting that dusk had nearly settled, with streetlights illuminating the pathways outside. Temari grew silent at his question, and Yuma, puzzled by her sudden reticence, awaited her response. Abruptly, she raised her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Hey, why are you crying? Don't frighten me like that. Is something wrong with your parents?" Yuma stammered, concern etched across his face. "No, it's not that," Temari replied, her irritation evident. Earlier in the day, while conversing with Sakura, she had learned that Shikamaru had left Yuma's place early in the morning. Now, she wrestled with whether to speak candidly or to soften her words. "I heard from others that the Kunoichi from Sunagakure appeared at your residence and allegedly stayed the night." She finally divulged, her forthright nature compelling her to be direct rather than convoluted. Yuma felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that the day he had dreaded had arrived sooner than expected. He had always believed that the chaos of romantic entanglements was a distant concern, yet here it was, unfolding before him. Observing Temari's unstable emotions, Yuma decided to soothe her, choosing not to divulge every detail. After all, he felt little for Shikamaru. "It was Lady Tsunade who arranged for Shikamaru to stay at my home," he explained. The mention of the Hokage's name momentarily halted Temari's tears, her surprise evident. "Do you think I'm a child of 3? Such absurd claims you make," she retorted, feeling as though Yuma had transformed before her eyes. Her heart feeling as if it had shattered. "I assure you, I speak the truth," Yuma replied, selectively recounting the entanglement he had with Shikamaru. In the midst of the clandestine alliance between the Sand and Leaf villages, Tion was utterly astonished. How could Yuma possibly be involved in such a significant matter? She refrained from pressing further, aware that Yuma would not dare to deceive her regarding this crucial issue. In a few days, news of the alliance would inevitably surface on the streets. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth behind the matter. Yuma glanced outside, where darkness had enveloped the sky. "Isn't it time for you to head home?" he asked, genuinely wishing to send the ever-persistent Tion away. Initially, she had intended to leave, but upon hearing Yuma's desire to rid himself of her, her rebellious spirit ignited. "I am quite upset right now," she exclaimed. "Oh." Yuma nodded as he began to walk away. "Where are you going?" Tion, caught off guard by his departure, was unsure of his intentions. "I plan to find my aunt and inform her that you will be staying over at my house tonight." "Stop right there. I want to allow you to go." Tion was now genuinely flustered. She had deceived her mother, claiming she was going to Ino's house. "Oh, then I want to go." "Are you perhaps feeling jealous because of Shoju's matter?" "I'm not jealous." Yuma felt as though the world was ending. Yet Tion's sharp tongue remained alive and well. "Fine, as long as you are happy," he replied, gesturing politely towards her. "When will you return? Do you wish for me to leave so much?" Tion retorted. Yuma felt a shiver run down his spine. "Humph," she said as she stepped into the kitchen, clutching a plastic bag filled with fresh ingredients. Yuma followed closely behind. "There's no need for such trouble. I'll just prepare some instant noodles and head to bed." "I'm quite willing." "You can leave first," Tion insisted, pushing Yuma out of the kitchen. The next moment, the sounds of cooking filled the air. Yuma's emotions were in turmoil, as he had deceived Tion, yet felt unable to voice his true thoughts. At that moment, it seemed as though the situation was most fitting. Internally, he was in conflict, with 2 miniature versions of himself appearing in his mind. One, adorned with wings and exuding kindness, while the other bore sharp horns and wielded a steel fork. "Listen to me, kid. It's best to keep this matter hidden from Tion. It benefits both of you," urged the devilish Yuma. "But that's deceitful and wrong," countered the angelic Yuma. Just as their argument reached a fever pitch, Tian emerged from the kitchen, balancing dishes in her hands. Yuma waved away the bothersome figments of his imagination. Don't just stand there. There are still dishes and rice to be served in the kitchen. All right. Yuma eagerly rushed into the kitchen to retrieve the remaining food. They sat facing each other, with Tian occupying the spot previously held by Shoju that very morning. In a moment of reflection, Yuma was struck by the realization that the grand event was merely 2 days away. How could it be so soon? Why had he not been informed? His face bore an expression of astonishment. Such a significant matter, yet no one had deemed it necessary to notify him. Tian cast a glance at Yuma, a hint of exasperation in her eyes. This fellow had spent so much time cooped up at home. Well, you are the principal party involved. Who would think to inform you? They might fear the pressure would be too much for you, causing you to follow Sasuke's example and flee the village under cover of night. Tomorrow, the daimyo of the Fire Nation would arrive. Yuma, indignant, retorted, I am not like that Sasuke fellow. Do not underestimate me. He was poised to further defend himself when Tian, with a swift motion, picked up a piece of meat and shoved it into his mouth. Isn't this food enough to silence you? My father will also be attending. Yuma, chewing heartily, inquired with eagerness, Uncle can attend as well? Do not underestimate my father, though our family may not be of noble lineage. I am the sole supplier of ninja tools in Konoha. The corners of Yuma's mouth twitched at her words. Tian, indeed, spoke with the confidence befitting her affluent status. Chapter 82. Matters of concern. After finishing dinner, Yuma noticed that Tian's mood was rather low, prompting him to offer to accompany her home. Initially, Tian wished to decline, but the impending high-level meeting of Konoha weighed heavily on her mind. She feared that this might be her last opportunity to see Yuma, as future encounters would not come so easily. You need not worry. I am perfectly fine, Yuma remarked, perceiving Tian's apprehension and smiling reassuringly. Who cares about you? Such narcissism. Tian retorted, though Yuma's earnestness compelled her to listen. I am not jesting. Allow me to explain, he said, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. You are aware of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, are you not? How could I not be? They are renowned noble families, she replied. These 3 clans have been integral to the village since its inception under Hashirama, contributing significantly to its strength and numerous victories. They are practically inseparable. Why do you suddenly mention them? Do they support you? Tian speculated, thinking that Yuma must have secured their backing. However, Yuma shook his head. That is hardly the case. I am but a mere genin. Then why bring it up? Are you toying with me? Tian glared at him, feeling a disconcerting mix of irritation and concern as he continued to jest even in serious moments. At times like these, you should not be joking, she thought, feeling a sense of unease. Yuma consistently placed his own safety second. The 3 clans are loyal to Lady Tsunade, which does relate to me, he asserted. In theory, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans are on my side. Tian was taken aback, her lips moving as if to speak, but failing to form words. Regardless, you need not worry. The prominent families in the village are closely aligned with Lady Tsunade. Only a few do not share her sentiments, and those remain neutral. As their conversation progressed, they arrived at Tian's ninja tool shop. She bid farewell to Yuma but paused, turning back. What is it? Yuma inquired, having noticed her hesitance to voice something. With a look of frustration, Tian sighed. The door appears to be locked. Yuma, skeptical of her claim, decided to test the door himself, only to find it locked as well, with the shop now darkened. Did your parents close up so early? He asked, recalling that they had business to attend to. Oh, I remember now. They have matters to prepare concerning the reception for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. What shall we do now? Tian pondered aloud. Perhaps you could spend the night at my place, Yuma suggested. As if that would happen. Tian immediately dismissed the idea. Then what do you propose we do? Yuma spread his hands in a rather frivolous manner, which irked Tian immensely. You will serve as my stool. I shall ascend to the 2nd floor upon your shoulders. Without delay, Tian began to direct Yuma. Hey, you're a ninja after all. Do you truly require assistance for such a trivial distance? Yuma activated his mode of sarcasm, estimating that even the children from the Ninja Academy could easily scale the 2nd floor. I simply wish to avoid soiling my garments. Is that a crime? Tian seized Yuma and dragged him to the first floor, not granting him the opportunity for explanation. Despite being pulled along, Yuma made no resistance, bending slightly. I warn you not to look up, or I shall peel your skin off, Tian declared while standing upon Yuma's shoulders. However, there was nothing particularly remarkable to behold. Today, she was clad not in a skirt, but in trousers. Oh, still daring to retort? Tian pinched Yuma's shoulder with her toes, causing him to grimace in pain. Sister, I admit my fault. Just hurry home. Yuma genuinely wished to send this towering figure of Tian away. Humph. Once Tian had firmly established her balance, Yuma mustered his strength and lifted her. Subsequently, she grasped the edge of the window and effortlessly leaped into the room. Hey, no token of gratitude whatsoever? Yuma called from below her chamber. Huh. Returning you is already a favor. Do you still seek a reward? Tian peered out of the window, casting a condescending glance at Yuma, who, upon noticing, immediately fled. Fine. I shall settle the score with you next time, he proclaimed, though his speed of retreat was anything but slow. Leaning against the window, Tian observed as Yuma completely disappeared from view, exhaling a heavy sigh. She was genuinely concerned about the forthcoming discussions regarding Yuma at the Konoha meeting. Tian remained skeptical of Yuma's words, always believing that he spoke merely to placate her. Just as she was about to wash up and retire for the night, her mother emerged from a corner. Mother, what are you doing here? Tian gasped in shock, her heart nearly stopping. I was standing right here all along. Her mother smiled warmly at her. Did you witness everything that just transpired? At that moment, Tian wished for nothing more than to find a hole to burrow into, her toes nearly digging into the ground in embarrassment. I can pretend I didn't see anything, her mother said, covering her mouth in an attempt to stifle her laughter, though her shaking shoulders betrayed her amusement. Mother, Tian, I know you are worried about Yuma. Upon realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, Tian's expression grew somber. My dear daughter, you need not fret over Yuma. Why? Tian questioned, puzzled by her mother's words. I heard something from your father. The higher-ups in Konoha are all supportive of Lord Hokage, and Lord Hokage treats Yuma quite well. Therefore, that young man is currently very safe. The only concern lies in the perspective of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. In truth, at the assembly, the daimyo has become a target for persuasion. Should the daimyo of the Land of Fire be swayed by Danzo, it would spell trouble for Tsunade, potentially hindering her future progress. Tintin, utterly astonished, finds herself at a loss for words, unable to fathom that Yuma's assertions were indeed true. Observing Tintin's incredulous expression, her mother assumes that she is overwhelmed by the weight of the news and immediately offers a reassuring smile. Mom, is what you said truly accurate? Have I ever deceived you? Furthermore, this information was relayed to me by your father. Then I cannot possibly doubt him. Tintin's father is not one to indulge in jest. Such significant matters are never subjects of his frivolous discourse. Tintin bites her lip, and the worries that have burdened her can finally be set aside. Chapter 83. Share your thoughts in the past couple of days. Yuma remained at home as usual. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2 days had elapsed. Early in the morning, before dawn, the covert ninjas of Konoha arrived at Yuma's residence. With no other choice, he reluctantly made his way to the Hokage building. To claim he was untroubled would be a blatant falsehood. The matter at hand was pivotal to his future. He did not possess the confidence that he could, like Senju Hashirama, single-handedly confront the entire shinobi world. However, when it came to challenging a single village, Yuma felt a modicum of self-assurance. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he found it empty. He had intended to seek out Tsunade for a report, but to his surprise, she was absent on such a significant day. What could that old hag possibly be doing? He muttered under his breath, lamenting her tardiness on such an important occasion. In the next moment, a large hand rested upon his head. Oh no, given the force, it was unmistakably Tsunade. Good morning, Lady Tsunade, Yuma forced a smile. Speaking ill of others behind their backs was not a commendable practice, especially on a day of such importance. Tsunade, lacking the energy for playful banter, merely uttered a few words before releasing him. In a similar vein, Shizen wore a serious expression. Had I known, I would never have agreed to take on the role of Hokage, Tsunade lamented, rubbing her hair as if she were on the verge of balding. Since assuming the position, she had been inundated with unending responsibilities, meeting with various delegations daily. The prospect of enjoying a drink was now marred by the scrutiny of others. Once accustomed to waking naturally each day, she now found herself rising early to address matters. "Hey, kid, how about you take over as Hokage? I'm utterly exhausted." That remark would be more fitting for Naruto. Like Tsunade, Yuma had no desire to be Hokage. He held no interest in the position, unlike the likes of Minato Namikaze, who dedicated his life to the village. I have no interest in the Hokage role either. Upon hearing their mutual disdain for the position, Shizen felt utterly bewildered. Countless villagers aspired to become Hokage. "Lady Tsunade, are we not heading to the venue for the assembly?" Yuma noticed that Shizune had no intention of proceeding to the gathering, as she began to sift through the mountain of documents accumulated from the previous day. "It's not time yet. If we go now, we'll only find those old geezers at the venue. If you wish to be among them, I can have Shizen escort you." Tsunade deftly reviewed the documents while responding to Yuma's inquiries. The mere thought of being surrounded by those elderly men made Yuma shake his head. Moreover, his current status was unique. Had Jiraiya still been alive, he and Naruto would have felt more secure. But now, only Tsunade remained. "Soon it will be time for the assembly. When you enter, refrain from speaking unless addressed. If your name is not called, do not inquire. And for questions beyond your purview, simply state you do not know. Do you understand?" "I understand." Yuma nodded obediently. After an indeterminate period, Shizen suddenly coughed, signaling that the assembly was about to commence. It was then that Tsunade was liberated from her mountain of documents. Rubbing her sore wrists, she declared, "Let us proceed." Tsunade led the way, with Shizune and Yuma closely following. Upon entering the assembly hall, it became evident that nearly all attendees had arrived. Aside from the daimyo and Tsunade, the remaining guests were already seated. As Tsunade made her entrance, all eyes turned in her direction, though a greater number were fixated on Yuma. Yuma, alongside Naruto Uzumaki, caused a significant upheaval last month, which had a considerable impact on the village. I urged the daimyo to take note. The moment the daimyo appeared, Danzo's voice echoed simultaneously. A nearby scribe diligently recorded the proceedings of the assembly. The daimyo, wielding a fan, ambled leisurely to the center of the hall and took his seat. Instead of hastily commenting, he instructed them to continue, choosing instead to listen calmly. Without a comprehensive understanding of the situation, making rash statements would only render him foolish. Tsunade refrained from hastily rebutting Danzo's claims. At that moment, Danzo was elaborating on the timeline of Yuma and Naruto's incident, detailing the time, location, and individuals involved. The two advisors exchanged glances between Danzo and Tsunade, finally resting their gaze on Yuma before they began to close their eyes in meditation. The assembly had only just commenced. There would be ample opportunity for discourse. At this juncture, the gathering resembled a one-man show by Danzo. Other significant figures began to exhibit signs of impatience. While Danzo continued to portray Yuma and Naruto as heartless Jinchuriki, embellishing his narrative, the daimyo's eyelids began to twitch with fatigue. After an hour had passed, Danzo finally paused to catch his breath. In his youth, he could have spoken uninterrupted for an entire day. Alas, age had caught up with him. Following his loss of the Hokage position, he had found himself in a state of disillusionment. In his youth, he had been outshone by the monkey, and now, in his twilight years, he was overshadowed by the students of that very monkey. It was a testament to his restraint that he had not succumbed to madness. Upon noticing Danzo's respite, Yuma regained his composure and poked a dazed Tsunade. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, drawing the attention of all those who had been lost in thought. Even the nearly slumbering daimyo was startled awake. According to the intelligence at hand, Yuma did not initiate the rampage, he was compelled into it. Had he not erupted, he would have been taken by the rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha, resulting in the village losing a valuable Jinchuriki. Furthermore, the eyewitness accounts I possess differ significantly from the details you have provided. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy entered the assembly hall with respect, first bowing to the daimyo and then to Tsunade, before recounting the events that transpired. All spoke of the incident involving the Jinchuriki's rampage, yet each perspective bore a distinct flavor. I implore the daimyo to discern the truth, Danzo urgently interjected, prompting others to echo his sentiment. The daimyo nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at the two advisors who had closed their eyes in contemplation. The two consultants. What are your thoughts? The prominent figures and lesser-known individuals present have all voiced their opinions. Yet, these two seasoned advisors have remained silent throughout the discussion. I find merit in Tobi's assertions, but I also see the value in the Hokage's perspective. This remark neither offends one side nor the other. Yet keen observers recognize my allegiance lies with Tsunade. Nara Shikamura continues to speak, suggesting that both Yuma and Naruto should approach the matter with a balanced perspective. Moreover, it is notable that Uchiha Itachi was the one who initially sought to seize the village's Jinchuriki. I comprehend the situation. The daimyo continues to serve as the judge, ultimately directing his gaze toward Yuma. Now, let the involved party come forth to provide an explanation. Upon this declaration, all eyes turn to Yuma. In that moment, the atmosphere of the gathering plunges into an icy silence. Everyone understands the significance of Yuma's forthcoming words, especially since the other Jinchuriki is currently absent from the village. Chapter 84. I simply wish to live a tranquil life indeed. It was I who voluntarily unleashed the tailed beasts. This was solely my doing, and no one else's. As these words escaped Yuma's lips, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. Tsunade abruptly turned to glare at him. Following this, the venue erupted into chaos. How could you? I told you. The Jinchuriki must be in control. This is impossible. The daimyo on stage observed Yuma with keen interest, finding a refreshing change amid the otherwise dull gathering. Interesting, he mused. Hey, kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade muttered under her breath towards Yuma. Her words starkly contradicted the advice she had given him. Yuma, however, paid her no mind and stepped forward, approaching the daimyo. Is this your response, young man? Have you not considered it further? The daimyo maintained a jovial demeanor, relishing the spectacle. Forgive my boldness, but do you truly regard the truth as significant? Yuma inquired. Do you believe anything holds importance? The daimyo suddenly unfurled his fan, obscuring half of his face and revealing only his eyes. You, a mere ninja, dare to question a daimyo? Danzo squinted at Yuma, perplexed by his antics, while a ninja from the Root organization leapt forth to challenge him. The daimyo did not provide a direct answer, merely continuing to smile at Yuma. Truth is indeed significant, but it is contingent upon circumstances. Yuma audaciously asked, what if the truth diverges from the desired outcome? The implications of Yuma's query were clear to the elder statesman present. At times, the truth holds little value. What truly matters is the perspective of those in power. Sometimes, black can be perceived as white, or even as a spectrum of colors. With a soft clap of his fan against his forehead, the daimyo suggested, perhaps it would be prudent to be more forthright. He was evidently displeased with being questioned. Yuma nodded, recognizing that in this assembly, only one individual truly mattered, the daimyo. Persuading him would tip the scales in their favor. Yuma, this is not the place for your frivolous antics. Danzo interjected sharply, noticing the daimyo's growing displeasure. If truth is unimportant, then what holds true significance? If no one cares about relationships, the world would descend into chaos. Both advisors furrowed their brows, confused as to why Yuma relinquished control to Danzo. If this continued, the daimyo would harbor no goodwill towards Yuma. The previous day, the two advisors had conferred with Tsunade, devising a strategy to elicit sympathy from the daimyo by presenting a woeful tale. They now turned their gaze towards Tsunade. Did you not relay those matters to Yuma? Tsunade responded with a nod, yet simultaneously shook her head. This ambiguous gesture left the two advisors bewildered. They promptly directed their attention towards Yamato, hoping he would employ his communication technique to inquire further from Tsunade. In the mountains, Yei felt the penetrating gazes of the two advisors and instinctively leaned back. His old teammate, Nara Shikaku, immediately understood Yei's intention and slightly shifted his body in front of him. In the next moment, Yei succumbed to slumber, resembling a sleeping Kagero Mori. Lady Tsunade, what is happening? The advisors sought your consent. Yei's voice abruptly resonated in Tsunade's mind, yet she remained unfazed. I have already instructed Yuma not to speak recklessly today. The words that boy uttered were not taught by me. They were entirely his own. Understood. I shall inform the esteemed advisor. With that, Yei withdrew from Tsunade's consciousness and entered the mind of Mido Gaiden. Lord Mido. Lady Tsunade has stated that she did not inform Yuma. It was all the boy's own words. Ah, I comprehend. Thank you for your trouble. I take my leave now. When Yei opened his eyes once more, Danzo had finished his tirade. It was now Yuma's turn to speak. Lord Danzo, if the truth is of such significance, then you should not have questioned me today. The fact remains that the rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha came to our village to capture me, which incited my rampage. Regardless of how many meetings we convene, the outcome of the truth is singular. Upon hearing this, Danzo scoffed derisively, unwilling to accept Yuma's solitary testimony. Although Naruto was absent, Yuma, as the Jinchuriki, sufficed for Danzo's purposes. He would let Yuma provide ample fodder for his arguments. Nonsense. Who would dare claim that this was not your own orchestrated performance? Perhaps Itachi's appearance was indeed your doing. Your act of self-inflicted suffering was executed splendidly. At this juncture, both Yuma and Tsunade were rendered speechless, astonished by Danzo's audacity. Danzo, you are merely evading responsibility. Itachi almost killed Yuma and even captured Naruto. Tsunade could no longer tolerate Danzo's unreasonable antics. She was aware that he was being obstinate, having already submitted a detailed report to him. Yet, he persisted in his refusal to relent, dismissing any documents that contradicted his narrative as though they were trifles. Tsunade, I advise you to show me some respect. I am your elder. I fought alongside your teacher. At this moment, Yuma interjected, siding with Tsunade. Haha, old man, are you perhaps afraid of Itachi Uchiha? Which is why you utter such words. As the assembly threatened to devolve into a chaotic marketplace of bickering, Mido Gate-in finally spoke, redirecting the attention of the crowd. Enough. This is not a place for your unruly behavior. If you wish to argue, take it outside. The daimyo suddenly rapped his fan against the table, once more capturing the attention of those present. He continued, the purpose of our assembly is that everyone may voice their opinions. However, the daimyo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had lingered in the capital for far too long. Before him, those individuals exhibited utmost deference, rendering the atmosphere rather tedious for him. If he is unable to voice his thoughts in this setting, I dare say others lack the qualification to do so as well. Should you choose not to proceed, I shall take my leave, for my schedule is indeed quite occupied. Now, let us continue. Indeed. Yet, the ambience of the assembly now pales in comparison to the earlier vibrancy. My lord, if I were to declare my innocence, would you place your trust in my words? Provide me with a reason to believe in you. The lord gazed down upon Yuma. All present understood that this was the crucial moment demanding the most significant response, one that would determine Yuma's fate. After a brief silence, Yuma finally spoke. My lord, I have been a human pillar since the moment of my birth. The villagers from my small hamlet have exhibited an indescribable attitude towards me. In truth, all I desire is to live a peaceful and stable life. Chapter 85. The peculiar conclusion of the assembly. Yuma noticed the threatening gaze of Tsunade directed at him, which prompted memories of her previous admonitions. It was then that he began to feign distress, although he was reluctant to do so. Based on the intelligence available, it was clear that Uchiha Itachi did not immediately pursue him. Instead, his initial focus was on Uchiha Sasuke. The one who captured Yuma was the rogue ninja from the land of rain, Kisame Hashigaki. Danzo produced a piece of paper, the contents of which had been scrutinized by nearly everyone present. Why did you not first seek the village's defense ninjas? Danzo inquired, his singular eye fixed upon Yuma. In truth, Yuma had intended to inform the ninjas of Konoha at the earliest opportunity. However, both Uchiha Itachi and Kisame had obstructed his escape. Speaking up now would undoubtedly entrap him in a web of self-incrimination. But, Lord Danzo, have you considered that they could have blocked the path? Yuma retorted. I also wish to alert the defense ninjas. If you thought of this, then Uchiha Itachi surely did as well. Otherwise, how could they brazenly enter Konoha? Shouldn't we hold the root ninjas of the village accountable for their inadequate external surveillance? Yuma directed his gaze toward Danzo. The latter, confronted with these incisive words, finally began to explain. At that time, the village had just endured the loss of the third Hokage. Coupled with other responsibilities to maintain order, the root's manpower was severely lacking during that period. Just as Yuma prepared to press the advantage further, the daimyo finally spoke. Enough, Danzo. I recognize your dedication to the village, but Yuma is not at fault here. Let us put this matter to rest. There is little more to discuss. Seeing that the daimyo intended to conclude the assembly, Danzo was visibly reluctant. Yet, with the daimyo having spoken, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, everyone. Let us end this here. After uttering these words, the daimyo was the first to exit the assembly hall, his mind solely focused on departing the venue. The others followed suit, leaving the hall in succession. Tsunade, has the purpose of this assembly been fulfilled? Yuma, still unsatisfied with the daimyo's perspective, inquired. Whether it has or not depends on the daimyo's disposition, Tsunade replied. What do you mean? If the daimyo finds you displeasing one day, he could easily bring this matter up again. Are you saying my fate rests in the hands of others? Tsunade patted Yuma on the head and said, Kid, this is the best choice you have. She exhaled, relieved. The current situation was far better than she had anticipated. Upon re-entering the Hokage's office, Yuma was halted by Tsunade. Wait here for a moment. 2 very important individuals will arrive shortly. You must express your gratitude to them. Noticing the mysterious expression on Tsunade's face, Yuma furrowed his brow. Who requires gratitude? You shall soon discover. Subsequently, Tsunade commanded Shizen to summon 2 individuals. After a brief wait, footsteps echoed, and moments later, the door creaked open to reveal 2 aged visages, none other than the esteemed advisors of Konoha, Midogate Kurenai, and T-Ninja Koha. Shizun graciously invited them to take a seat, presenting 2 cups of tea before the advisors. Indeed, these are the individuals deserving of your gratitude. They had persuaded the daimyo prior to the meeting, leading to a rather haphazard conclusion of the assembly. At this moment, the 2 advisors once again donned benevolent expressions. As Yuma exited the Hokage building, he found himself momentarily at a loss. He had not anticipated that the 2 advisors genuinely had his best interests at heart, particularly because he bore a resemblance to Kushina. Upon returning home, Yuma immediately noticed a note affixed to the refrigerator, a daily reminder left for him. There is food I prepared inside the fridge. Upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered 3 dishes and a soup. He simply retrieved the meal to heat it, and after dining, he succumbed to slumber, not awakening until the following day. Yuma appeared at the hospital's grand entrance early in the morning. At this moment, Sakura had recently become Tsunade's disciple. Is Haruno Sakura still at the hospital? The medical ninja at the reception regarded Yuma with a measure of confusion. She is currently in the duty room. Thank you. I understand. No problem. Recently, he had heard daily reports concerning Sakura's emotional instability. Today, the system had assigned him a task. Reflecting on this, the system's missions reappeared. 1. Deliver food to Haruno Sakura. Reward, proficiency in the use of ninja swords. 2. Engage in an in-depth conversation with Haruno Sakura. Reward, 20 explosive tags. Alas, it seems that regardless of the choice, he must meet with Sakura. He truly wished to avoid any interaction with her. The antiseptic scent permeating the hospital caused Yuma to involuntarily furrow his brow. Following the medical ninja's guidance, Yuma arrived at the door of the duty room, which stood slightly ajar. He knocked gently, and, receiving a response from within, he opened the door. The duty room was cluttered with an abundance of materials. Countless documents littered the floor, nearly forming a small mountain. Sakura sat at a chair, seemingly overwhelmed by the towering piles of paperwork, forcing a strained smile upon her face. You rarely sought me out before. What prompted you to come today? I don't know why, but I felt compelled to come and see you. Now that you have become Tsunade-sama's disciple, is she a competent teacher? Tsunade-sama is indeed quite reliable. After this exchange, the duty room plunged back into silence. Yuma's purpose for visiting was to obtain those 20 explosive tags. The proficiency in using ninja swords held no value for him now, as he had already gifted his soul sword to Temari. Realizing that this awkwardness could persist indefinitely, he feared losing the rewards of his mission. Naruto is currently on an excursion with Jiraiya. Are you aware of this? The information regarding Naruto's association with Jiraiya is known to only a select few. However, Sakura's subsequent response left him momentarily speechless. Who is Naruto? Are you jesting with me? Yuma observed that Sakura's expression was not one of jest. She looked at him with a face full of bewilderment. He then proceeded to mention another individual of equal significance to Sakura, hoping to gauge her true state of mind. And what of Sasuke Uchiha? Yet, Sakura remained as perplexed as before. Could it be that the departure of the 2 members from Team 7 has dealt such a heavy blow to her that it has led to this fleeting dismay? Or is it that Sakura is simply unwilling to confront these truths? And what of Kakashi Itaki? I am aware of teacher Kakashi. He is still expected to visit me. Isn't he? Chapter 86. Mental illness. Yuma momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that this was a manifestation of selective amnesia? Erasing the unpleasant from his memory while retaining only what he wished to remember. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. It appeared that the tasks assigned by the system were far from simple. Had he known, he would have declined the assignment, preferring instead to lounge at home. Closing his eyes and slipping into a deep slumber. What's wrong? Sakura tilted her head, observing Yuma's continued silence, which was met with no response. The silence persisted. It's nothing. I just momentarily lost my train of thought. Yuma discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sakura's capacity to endure such moments seemed lacking. If all ninjas were like her, the ninja world would be filled with individuals of questionable sanity. In fact, it seemed that the ninja realm was indeed a gathering of the mentally unstable Obito Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, and the enigmatic members of the Akatsuki. Have you eaten? Yuma struggled to conjure another topic. I just ate, so I'm not hungry at all, Sakura replied, and once more, an awkward silence enveloped the duty room, leaving Yuma feeling increasingly uneasy. By the way, are you familiar with Team 7? Yuma tentatively inquired. Sakura's response nearly caused him to tumble from his chair. Of course. There are only 3 of us. Kakashi-sensei is our instructor. Both you and I are his students. Huh? Yuma was momentarily rendered speechless, stammering as he grappled for words. This couldn't be right. A team should consist of 4 members, 1 instructor, and 3 students. Sakura offered a light smile, her gaze reproachful. Have you forgotten? Our cohort just so happened to be 1 member short. Thus, it's only you and me in Team 7. Sakura brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then placed the back of her hand against Yuma's forehead. I'm pondering, you don't have a fever, yet you come in here speaking nonsense. Have you experienced some sort of shock today? Yuma pushed her hand away, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon him. Sakura's demeanor suggested she was not jesting, and her composure was unervingly calm, akin to a person who believes that others are the ones unhinged. Yuma hesitated to mention Naruto and Sasuke, fearing it might exacerbate Sakura's condition. Since you have recently become Tsunade-sama's apprentice, do you have any other duties besides medical ninjutsu? Yuma sought to shift the conversation, hoping to glean some insights from Sakura, wishing her worldview remained intact. I'm currently assisting in the hospital under Tsunade-sama's guidance. Most of my tasks involve handling paperwork. Occasionally, if the opportunity arises, I might observe surgeries. By the way, the summer festival is approaching soon. Unfortunately, the hospital's schedule is quite full, so I may not have time to attend. Ah, is that so? What a pity. Yuma truly cannot fathom Sakura's thoughts at this moment. I have heard that this year's summer festival is to be more grandiose than ever before, purportedly to commemorate Lady Tsunade leading everyone out of the shadows. Is that so? Then I shall take my leave. Yuma's heart now beats with fervent intensity. Very well, I must return to my duties. After Yuma departed, the only sound remaining in the duty room was Sakura's rustling through documents. Upon seeing Yuma's figure fade away from the hospital through the window, she retrieved a photograph from her drawer. There, prominently displayed, was a picture of the 4 members of Team 7. Kakashi's large hand rested on the shoulders of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura crouched between the 3, wearing a faint smile. Kakashi squinted at the camera, while Naruto and Sasuke, at odds with one another, leaned away. Yet, upon this photograph, 2 conspicuous marks were made. Sakura picked up a red pen and began to obscure the faces of the 2. Naruto, Sasuke, I truly wish to be with both of you. I sincerely hope to keep you by my side. A flush of unnatural crimson crept across Sakura's cheeks, her chest rising and falling rapidly with each fervent breath. Were Yuma to witness Sakura in such a state, he would undoubtedly surmise that she had retreated into her own world. As he walked along the path, he unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, the 4 members of Team 10. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji ambled along, each wearing a rather subdued expression, followed closely by their leader, Asuma Sarutobi, who was smoking. Suddenly, he caught sight of Yuma, halting his stride to focus his gaze upon him. His students, sensing Asuma's pause, turned their heads in curiosity. What are you looking at? Continue on your way. Yuma initially intended to turn and leave, but found himself compelled to approach them and greet them instead. Hello. Are you off to complete a mission? He initiated the conversation. Asuma scrutinized Yuma's face intently, which made Yuma feel somewhat uncomfortable. Asuma-sensei, is there something on my face? The reason Asuma observed Yuma so closely was that he had not seen him in quite some time. Now Yuma bore an increasingly striking resemblance to Kushina Uzumaki. That casual glance had momentarily led him to believe he was seeing Kushina herself. No worries. I hear you currently have no missions? Asuma stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes. Due to my unique circumstances, Lady Tsunade has not assigned me any tasks. Yuma was puzzled by Asuma's sudden inquiry. In the next moment, Asuma clapped his hands together. Why not temporarily join my team? It would provide you with valuable experience for future missions, facilitating your promotion to Jonin. Hey, Asuma-sensei. He isn't even a chunin yet. Is there a need to rush? We are the ones who should be in a hurry. Discontented, Shikamaru addressed Asuma Sarutobi. Is that so? Perhaps I have become quite muddled. Asuma, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, circled his head and offered an apologetic smile. Ino regarded Shikamaru with a complex expression. Ever since the harrowing illusion of the Konoha collapse, she had seldom encountered Shikamaru. He, sensing her gaze, flashed a toothy grin in her direction. Ino, it has been a while. You seem to have become even more beautiful. Pfft, only you could utter such words, she retorted. Feeling a mix of delight and embarrassment in front of her teammates and mentor. Although Ino was pleased, a blush crept across her cheeks. Asuma, with a knowing air, continued to stroke his beard, first scrutinizing his student before turning his gaze to Shikamaru once more. As it happens, we are on our way to the Hokage's office to receive a mission. Shikamaru, you should accompany us. With that, Asuma grasped Shikamaru's hand firmly, as if to prevent him from making an escape. Chapter 87, Mission Hokage-sama. Asuma Sarutobi knocked on the door. Come in, he heard in response. Following Tsunade's instructions, Asuma opened the door and entered the Hokage's office, accompanied by his 4 young companions. What brings you and this lad here? Tsunade, wearing glasses and sporting a look of curiosity, gazed at Asuma. He first bowed respectfully before explaining his purpose for the visit. Are you taking this boy on a mission? Tsunade tilted her head, her gaze drifting past Asuma to rest on the innocent-looking Yuma. Hokage-sama, would you believe me if I said I was brought here against my will? Yuma's statement was indeed truthful. Tsunade harbored no doubts about his words, nodding in acknowledgement, well aware of Yuma's inherently lazy demeanor. I simply spotted this lad idling about during my travels and thought it prudent to invite him to join my team for a mission. Given his attitude, he has previously refused several simple cat-catching tasks, deeming them too exhausting. Tsunade immediately shook her head in disapproval. Hokage-sama, you are slandering me. I was nursing injuries at the time. It wasn't that I lacked the desire to contribute to the village. I was simply unable to. Yuma staunchly disagreed with Tsunade's assertions, feeling unjustly accused. All right, it's my fault. Is that sufficient? Tsunade wished to avoid further argument with Yuma. Hokage-sama, are there any suitable outdoor missions available at present? Asuma observed the camaraderie between Yuma and Tsunade and felt a genuine happiness for Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Most outdoor missions have already been claimed by other teams. What remains are primarily simple tasks within the village, such as clearing waterways or transporting building materials. Shizen recounted the tasks that had not yet been assigned. All that was left were menial assignments. Currently, Konoha was in dire need of ninjas to undertake basic tasks. Many were opting for those with higher commissions, which also tended to be more challenging. The remaining simple tasks were typically only pursued by those desperate for funds. These assignments, while straightforward, were quite time-consuming and woefully low in compensation. Asuma found himself momentarily silent, taken aback that other teams had taken all the available tasks. Now, he faced a choice between doing nothing or accepting the simpler assignments. Then, Hokage-sama, among these tasks, are there any with slightly higher commissions? Asuma glanced at his 4 young charges, empathetically aware of their struggles, unlike a certain one-eyed, white-haired ninja who spent his days in a paradise of leisure. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki, lounging at home, suddenly sneezed. How peculiar. I haven't even stepped outside lately. How could I be catching a cold? A figure clad in a green bodysuit and sporting a watermelon-shaped head appeared outside the window. With a sudden push, he flung the window open and leaped into the room. "Let us go. Kakashi, I challenge you to a duel. This time, I will surely surpass you." It turned out that his ailment was not merely a cold, but rather a troubling omen. Kakashi responded with a vacant stare, devoid of emotion. "There is indeed something we must attend to. The cleaning of the waterways in Konoha. Recently, reports have surfaced regarding the diminishing water levels of the river that connects the village to its water source. Ever since those significant incidents, no one has been tending to the waterways regularly." Tsunade retrieved the task list from Shizun's hands. This task is utterly thankless," Shikamaru remarked with disdain. He was, after all, a person lacking in motivation. Yuma chimed in, echoing Shikamaru's complaint. "I've heard it's quite foul there, cluttered with all sorts of refuse. Had I known, I would have taken the longer route." Yuma now regretted choosing the shortcut, for had he not done so, he would not have encountered these members of Team 10 and could have avoided this task. He should be lounging at home instead. "Very well, we shall accept this task." Asuma Saratobi disregarded the complaints of the two. He stepped forward and took the task list from Tsunade. Bowing respectfully before departing from the Hokage's office with his quartet of young charges. "Asuma-sensei, are we to undertake the mission today?" Choji blinked, inquiring of Asuma. A few chips in his hand were snatched away by Yuma, yet he displayed no irritation, instead offering his own chips to Yuma. Asuma first glanced at the sky before shaking his head. It is likely to rain shortly, thus embarking on the task of cleaning the river now would be quite perilous. "We shall reassess tomorrow. If the weather remains unfavorable, we shall postpone until the day after. There is ample time allocated for this task. Are there any further questions? If not, we shall disperse." Noticing that the four had no further inquiries, Asuma swiftly departed. Choji had initially intended to invite everyone for ramen, but Shikamaru seized his hand and began retreating. "What's wrong, Shikamaru?" Choji asked, puzzled. Shikamaru squinted at the retreating figures of Ino and Yuma. "It is not prudent for us to linger here any longer. Remaining only serves to make us bothersome bystanders." "Why?" Choji still did not comprehend. "Just don't ask. I'll treat you to barbecue. Let us leave this to those two." Choji's eyes widened at the mention of barbecue. "You said it." With that, Shikamaru pulled Choji away, leaving Yuma and Ino alone. Yuma wished to depart as well, but felt the weight of a gaze upon him from behind, compelling him to turn back. "How have you been these days?" Upon turning, Yuma's eyes met Ino's. "Just the same as always. Either on missions or helping out at my family's flower shop." "Is that so?" The two individuals fell into silence once more. Ultimately, it was Ino who took the initiative to inquire about the unexpected thoughts weighing on her mind. "Are the fourth Hokage and his wife your parents?" Yuma was taken aback by Ino's question. "Yes, what of it? Then why doesn't the village promote you?" She recalled vividly the scene she had witnessed within the illusion, a frail, red-haired boy rummaging through refuse. This matter, even when posed to me, elicits no answer. Yuma had long ceased to care about such things. "Do you not wish to prove yourself to the villagers?" "I have already detached myself from these concerns. Even if I were to prove myself, it would not alter what has already transpired. Yet they treat you so." Yuma shook his head, casting a glance at the overcast sky. "Let us go. It is about to rain." Chapter 88. The relationship with the Ninetales. As Yuma opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar ceiling above him. Time and again, he had wished that upon waking, he could return to that world, a world where, despite the presence of conflict, it was not as riddled with war as the shinobi world. If only he could traverse to the era after Naruto had assumed the mantle of Hokage, a time devoid of large-scale warfare, with rapid advancements in technology. Alas, had he known better than to indulge in Naruto before sleeping. He rose from his bed and glanced out the window at the weather. Excellent, it was still raining. And at this rate, venturing outside was out of the question. A thunderclap further solidified his resolve. It appeared he would not be accompanying Team 10 on their mission today. However, he began to feel apprehensive about Sakura's current mental state. Shaking his head, he dismissed these futile thoughts. After a brief wash-up and a simple breakfast, Yuma found himself lost in contemplation. Eventually, he climbed back into bed, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself within the ceiling space. "Little brat, do you have something to say?" A pair of crimson, slitted eyes glimmered in the darkness. Am I not allowed to visit if I have nothing to say? Yuma no longer feared the Ninetales. His bond with the Ninetales was far more profound than that of Naruto with the young Ninetales. Naruto had taken years to gradually accept the young Ninetales, whereas Yuma had forged a connection with the Ninetales at a very young age, despite often being met with indifference. Do you still have contact with your counterpart? Yuma casually perched himself upon the water's surface, creating gentle ripples without dampening his trousers. I can hardly be bothered with that. The Ninetales languidly shifted its position. Why is that? Yuma inquired with curiosity. It's still trapped in a cage, and its temper is quite formidable, the Ninetales remarked. Although Yuma had released it when he was just a child, miraculously, it had not triggered the seals left by Minato and Kushina. This was due to a mission he undertook in his youth, with the reward being the release of the Ninetales. Indeed, can you still sense your counterpart? Yuma was intrigued by this notion. Were the two Ninetales interconnected like a network, unable to perceive one another when separated by distance? Regardless of how far apart we are, I can sense the other, the Ninetales asserted. But what if one is in the physical realm and the other in the spiritual realm? The Ninetales shot Yuma a look of incredulity. What nonsense is this? I am not Sage of Six Paths. I possess no such divine abilities. Yuma brushed off the Ninetales' mockery, having grown accustomed to it. Can you sense what Naruto is doing right now? Worry was etched across Yuma's face. While he understood that Naruto would eventually return in a few years, the anxiety lingered. The Ninetales was well aware of the bond between Yuma and Naruto, having personally witnessed the demise of Minato and Kushina. At that time, it was under the control of Uchiha Obito. The mere thought of it intensified the Kyuubi's disdain for the Uchiha clan. Ever since Uchiha Madara, they had relied on the Sharingan to dominate it. Let me give it a try, for my positive aspect remains ensnared, unable to perceive the myriad of details from the outside world. Upon hearing the Kyuubi's response, Yuma clasped his fist towards the dark Kyuubi. However, I must forewarn you, my positive aspect may reject my perception. Is this akin to making a phone call? This thought suddenly crossed Yuma's mind. I would appreciate your assistance then. Subsequently, the dark Kyuubi closed its eyes. After a brief moment, it opened its eyes, casting an odd look at Yuma. Its lips parted several times, only to swiftly close again. What is it? Yuma assumed that Naruto had encountered some threat. That white-haired old man, accompanied by the yellow-haired brat, was peeking into the bathhouse. The details are obvious. It was undoubtedly the women's bathhouse. The corners of Yuma's mouth twitched. As he anticipated this outcome, is there nothing else? Does Naruto spend his days like this? The dark Kyuubi scrutinized the images that the light Kyuubi had witnessed in recent days. It was not entirely the case. At least that lecherous white-haired old man had the yellow-haired brat sign a contract with those toads. Upon hearing the word toad, Yuma immediately recognized it to be Mount Myaboku. The subsequent narrative would likely involve Jiraiya taking Naruto to train at Mount Myaboku, where he would learn Sage Mode. Wait, Yuma's body jolted suddenly. Does that mean in a few years, pain will attack Konoha? With this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Yuma's brow. Living in comfort for too long can dull one's sense of urgency. In the years following his arrival in the ninja world, he had been perpetually anxious, constantly contemplating how to grow stronger. Even now, despite possessing would release, he still feared the opponent's Rinnegan. What has gotten into you? I sense your unease. The dark Kyuubi did not comprehend the source of Yuma's anxiety. With his current strength, many in the ninja world were no match for him. He possessed the means to grow stronger at any moment. Yet, the dark Kyuubi could not discern what that method was. It's nothing. Does Naruto have other matters to attend to? Yuma did not divulge his concerns to the dark Kyuubi. After pondering for a moment, the dark Kyuubi shook its head. No, the yellow-haired brat is just like that with the white-haired old man every day. A twitch formed at the corner of Yuma's mouth. He then refrained from further inquiries about Naruto. With Jiraiya by Naruto's side, few could pose a threat to him. Thank you. Yuma stood up from the ground and bowed towards the dark Kyuubi, causing it to feel slightly embarrassed. Many in the ninja world feared him and had never shown it the respect it deserved. As long as Yuma consistently treated it with respect. I shall take my leave to slumber. With that, the dark Kyuubi expelled Yuma from the sealed space. As Yuma opened his eyes once more, he shook his head in exasperation. Truly, a stubbornly proud creature. With nothing but leisure time at his disposal, Yuma began to put pen to paper once more, resuming his novel-writing endeavors. His previous work, Jean Ping Mei, had garnered widespread acclaim, and now the monthly royalties ensured his financial security. In the literary realm, he was known by the pseudonym Mr. Jiao. Given the current lack of entertainment for the inhabitants of the ninja world, he resolved to craft a work of grand scale, one that could surpass Jiraiya's paradise of intimacy. After pondering for a moment, Yuma lifted his pen and inscribed the 4 characters Chao Deng, Hishang onto the page. Monks were not unfamiliar to the residents of the ninja world. In fact, during the same era as Asuma, one shinobi had chosen to shave his head and embrace monastic life, currently serving as a monk in the Temple of Fire. The original tale of Chao Deng Hishang unfolded during the late Yuan dynasty, but considering the absence of such a period in the ninja world, Yuma decided to set his narrative during the Warring States period. After further contemplation, he resolved to anchor the story within the Uchiha clan. After all, the individuals in question were long gone, and they would raise no objections. Uchiha clan. I have no objections. Chapter 89. Is this it? Rubbing his sore wrists, Yuma had inscribed the entirety of the first volume. The subsequent task was merely to deliver the manuscript to the bookstore. He had indeed found his own methods. After rolling the manuscript neatly, he bit his finger to draw a seal. In the next moment, amidst a swirl of smoke, a tabby cat materialized before him. Hey, what do you summon me for? The cat inquired, swiftly surveying the surroundings for any signs of danger. Confused, it lifted its head to meet Yuma's gaze. You will deliver this scroll to that bookstore from last time. Damn it, you're making me run errands again. The cat grumbled. Ever since being summoned by Yuma, it had encountered no battles, only the delivery of food or items, which left it feeling rather disgruntled. Once a nimble ninja cat, it now felt itself becoming rather portly. With every run or walk, its belly would sway. Stick to the usual terms. Complete this task for me, and I shall reward you with cat food. Upon concluding his statement, a can of cat food mysteriously appeared in Yuma's hand. The cat, after a moment of contemplation, jumped onto the table and seized the scroll with its mouth. In a flash, it vanished from Yuma's abode. Indeed, a generous reward begets brave souls. Casting a glance at the dimming sky, Yuma realized it was getting late and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After their meal, he was greeted by the return of the cat, which informed him that the task had been accomplished. True to their agreement, Yuma rewarded the cat with the promised food. The next day, Yuma received a message from Asuma Saratobi. The rain had ceased, and they were to gather soon. Following the arrangement, Yuma arrived at a staircase where the members of Team 10 had already assembled, save for him. Although Yuma was typically punctual, he was surprised to find them already present. Hey, we were waiting for you, Shikamaru remarked, his expression reflecting mild annoyance. My apologies. I didn't expect you all to arrive so early. I'm still getting used to Kakashi's demeanor, Yuma replied. Speaking of Kakashi's attitude, Asuma chuckled wryly, well acquainted with Kakashi's laid-back nature. Yet, he recognized that beneath that demeanor lay formidable strength. Were it not for his lethargic disposition, Kakashi's prowess could rival that of a Hokage. Let us move. Asuma beckoned the 4 young ninjas, leading them towards their destination. During this time, Ino occasionally cast glances at Yuma, prompting him to quicken his pace. Unable to tolerate her gaze. Wow, I didn't expect your attitude to be so enthusiastic, Asuma remarked as Yuma overtook him. Having anticipated that Yuma would also be influenced by Kakashi's demeanor, only to realize he had misjudged the situation, Choji remained oblivious. While Shikamaru observed the interaction between Ino and Yuma with a bemused expression, Asuma noted the youthful dynamics at play but chose to remain silent, reflecting on the unfolding scenario. This inevitably reminds him of the innocent interactions he shared with Yuhi Kurenai during their childhood. They had been childhood sweethearts, albeit with him pursuing her. Yet the current scene before him was quite the opposite, causing Asuma Saratobi to feel a twinge of discomfort. Was his youthful charm truly inferior to that of Yuma? However, recalling Yuma's exquisitely delicate features, even more refined than those of a woman, Asuma found solace in a smile. After all, Yuma was the descendant of the 4th Hokage, complemented by the remarkable genes of Kushina Uzumaki. The 4 of them arrived at the riverbank, only to be momentarily at a loss for how to address the situation. The torrential rain from the previous day had caused the water level to rise beyond the riverbed, resulting in significant flooding. The silt beneath the riverbed had blocked their path. Standing at the water's edge, they surveyed the scene. Asuma-sensei, given the current water level, it seems unwise to proceed, Shikamada remarked, holding a slender branch that was now entirely submerged. We must first clear the silt from the riverbed, otherwise, this water will never drain. Yet, as Shikamaru pointed out, the water level was perilously high, posing a risk of drowning. Apart from Yuma, none possessed substantial water-based ninjutsu, and the members of Team 10 were not particularly adept at water techniques. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, Yuma stepped forward. After his recent exchange with Sakura, the system had granted him 20 explosive tags, which he had thought would remain unused for some time. To his surprise, they were already proving to be useful. Asuma-sensei, allow me to take care of this. You can use water jutsu. Asuma furrowed his brow, observing Yuma standing before him. Yuma shook his head, but in the next instant, a stack of explosive tags appeared in his hand. Upon seeing these tags, Asuma suddenly smiled, realizing he had overlooked such a solution. Ino's eyes lit up as well, while Shikamaru merely shrugged, and Choji gave Yuma a thumbs up. I plan to attach the explosive tags to kunai and throw them into the silt beneath the riverbed. This suggestion from Yuma was strikingly simple yet remarkably effective. However, the crucial question remained: who would execute the throw? While Asuma, as a genin, had years of experience in throwing ninja tools, his true expertise lay in close combat. The trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were still focused on their family's secret techniques and had not honed their skills in throwing ninja tools. The depth of the water was no trivial matter. Asuma-sensei, I possess some skills with ninja tools. Let me handle it, Yuma offered once more. Although Asuma had never witnessed Yuma's technique in throwing ninja tools and held no particular expectations, he decided to let Yuma attempt it. After all, there was little to lose. With Asuma's approval, Yuma prepared himself, 3 kunai expertly pinched between his fingers. Upon witnessing the deft movements, Asuma Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, revealing a keenly observant demeanor. Shikamaru, having encountered this during the previous retrieval of Sasuke, was not particularly astonished. However, it was the first experience for Ino and Choji. In the next moment, the 3 shuriken in Yuma's hand plunged into the water with an incomprehensible swiftness, their trajectory untraceable. The posture of Yuma remained unchanged throughout, as if he had merely gestured casually, rendering his actions nearly invisible. Retreat quickly, Asuma promptly cautioned his students. A thunderous explosion erupted from the riverbed, sending torrents of water soaring skyward and scattering in all directions. Thankfully, Asuma's timely warning spared them from becoming drenched. As everyone regained their senses, they observed the water pooling along the riverbank beginning to surge outward. Is that it? Ino exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features. She had anticipated a messy ordeal that would consume much of the day, only to find the situation resolved in an instant. Gazing at Yuma, her expression reflected a complex mixture of astonishment and admiration, realizing that his prowess exceeded her expectations. Chapter 90, an invitation to witness the fireworks. A week had swiftly elapsed, and the day of the summer festival was upon them. The village had wholly emerged from the shadow cast by Orochimaru, and each individual eagerly anticipated the arrival of the summer festivities. Even before dawn, the streets were already bustling with pedestrians, yet the true revelry awaited the night. At that time, professionals would illuminate the sky with fireworks, and every corner of the village would be ablaze with color. Yuma, feeling somewhat listless, leaned against the window, observing the ever-flowing throng outside. The playful antics of children on the street unwittingly stirred his own emotions. In recent days, he had been engaged in missions alongside Asuma Sarutobi's team, and just yesterday, Asuma had granted them leave. His new manuscript had been printed and was enjoying considerable sales, far surpassing that of Jinping Mei. The Tale of the Grass Lantern Monk, set in the shinobi world and inspired by the Uchiha clan, resonated deeply with the residents of Konoha. In these past few days, the bookstore had already urged him to continue penning the next volume. Not yet ready to venture outside, Yuma settled at his desk, took up his pen, and began to draft the second volume. The first installment recounted the story of a young monk who utilized transformation jutsu to infiltrate the Uchiha clan. masquerading as grass by day and teasing the clan's women by night. After contemplating for a while, Yuma grasped how to proceed. He intended to weave the Senju clan into the narrative, which would undoubtedly captivate his readers. Currently, the Senju clan, much like the neighboring Uchiha clan, had dwindled in numbers, with only a few notable figures remaining. In Yuma's memory, the only prominent member of the Senju was Tsunade, her brother long since departed. He mused that he could practically be of kindergarten age by now. The room soon echoed solely with the sound of Yuma's pen gliding across the paper, the delicate scratching of the nib against the surface filling the air. After exhaling deeply, he set down his pen and turned to gaze out the window. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. With a slight click of his tongue, he noted that a significant portion of his writing remained unfinished, resolving to continue the next day. Even within the confines of his home, the distant sounds of the crowd were palpable. He casually draped his outer garment over his shoulders and, before departing, cast a glance at the photograph of the fourth Hokage and his wife displayed on the living room table. "I'm heading out," he declared, and with that, he opened the door and stepped outside. A gentle evening breeze swept through the house, causing the untidy manuscripts on the table to flutter slightly. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was greeted by the sight of a throng of people. The shops lining the street dazzled the eye with their vibrant displays. Groups of exuberant young women strolled together, while graceful ladies in yukatas showcased their elegant figures. Children dashed playfully among the crowd, all moving in the same direction. On the outskirts, the first fireworks began to burst into the sky. It seemed the festivities had commenced, and he wondered if he could make it in time. As Yuma lifted his gaze, he beheld the fireworks blooming in the sky, their vibrant brilliance illuminating much of the Konoha night. Swiftly, Yuma's figure vanished within the throng of people. "Tintin, why did you suddenly stop?" exclaimed Tintin, who was leading the group, halting abruptly and nearly causing a collision for those behind her. Ino and Hinata exchanged curious glances, observing the three youthful maidens adorned in yukatas, their attire starkly contrasting with the battle uniforms they typically wore. The image of Yuma reflected in Tintin's eyes quickly faded away. "It's nothing. Just saw someone familiar." "Come, let us continue to enjoy the fireworks," Tintin said with a smile, turning back to her companions. "No. Something is off with you," Ino remarked, scrutinizing Tintin with suspicion. However, Tintin evaded the inquiry, prompting Hinata to play the role of peacemaker as they continued to follow her. "I think I just saw Yuma-kun," Hinata remarked, her silver eyes having seemingly awakened at some point. "Oh, I see," Ino replied, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Meanwhile, Yuma squeezed through the bustling crowd, contemplating the tasks assigned to him by the system, which had appeared a few days prior. 1. Take Sakura to see the fireworks. Reward: affection from all tailed beasts. 2. Assist Sakura with hospital paperwork. Reward: 5-tailed beast orbs. The reward for the first task seemed rather lackluster, while the second offered little value to him. Though the power of the tailed beast orbs appeared formidable, they were merely trifles in the face of wood-release techniques, easily caught by a wood ninja's casual grasp. Thus, the first reward began to seem more appealing. Perhaps the affection from the tailed beasts could one day save his life. Konoha Hospital felt particularly desolate today, as most had flocked to the summer festival. Presently, the medical staff outnumbered the patients. After exchanging greetings with the on-duty medical ninja at the front desk, Yuma followed the familiar path to the duty room. A soft glow emanated from within, accompanied by the sound of papers being shuffled, indicating that someone was indeed present. Yuma knocked on the door and, upon receiving a response, stepped inside. "Why are you here today? Aren't you attending the summer festival?" "The fireworks are still going off outside," Sakura remarked, glancing up to see the colorful displays in the sky. Yuma pondered how best to persuade Sakura to accompany him to see the fireworks. Days prior, he had approached Tsunade on her behalf to request a day off, enduring much drinking to secure her consent, a decision that still made him feel queasy. Don't you wish to see the fireworks?" Yuma thought it wise to lay some groundwork to avoid coming off too bluntly, which might catch her off guard. "I would love to see the fireworks, but I haven't finished the work in front of me," Sakura replied, turning around to point at the documents piled behind her. At this time of year in the past, she would often venture out, accompanied by Sasuke and Naruto. However, Both of those individuals have now departed from Konoha. Yuma produced a piece of paper and placed it before Sakura. What is this? She inquired. You will know upon reading it, he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He feared that rejection would lead to the forfeiture of his reward, thus he displayed his signature smile, a charm he had diligently perfected under the tutelage of the fourth Hokage. Sakura's face inevitably flushed a shade of pink, yet upon seeing the content of the paper, she momentarily lost her ability to speak. Is this truly Lord Tsunade's handwriting? The note contained an allowance for Sakura to partake in the summer festival, freeing her from her work obligations. What is the meaning of this? Sakura questioned, puzzled by Yuma's initiative to assist her. I noticed you seemed exhausted from your work, so I thought it would be beneficial for you to take a break. I am aware that the departure of Sasuke and Naruto has taken a considerable toll on you. Chapter 91. Misunderstanding. A pair of youths strolled down the street, maintaining a distance that is neither too close nor too far, exuding an air of ambiguity. Thank you, Sakura suddenly declares, having anticipated spending the evening at the hospital tending to patients' files. She had not expected anyone to seek her out. It's nothing. Today is a festive occasion, and it would be a pity to miss it. Yuma occasionally glances at the system notifications, yet the anticipated reward remains elusive. Must we sit together to witness the fireworks? While Yuma is lost in contemplation, he remains oblivious to the gazes from behind. Is that Yuma? Tenten hesitantly queries, seeking confirmation from Hinata, who had initially intended to spend the day with her father. However, upon receiving an invitation from Tenten and Ino, she decided to join them, never imagining her presence would prove significant. Hinata's temples throb with tension as she momentarily suppresses her Byakugan. Yes, that figure is indeed Yuma. Ino, upon spotting the pink-haired girl, has already formed her own conclusions but struggles to accept them. Is that woman Sakura? She inquires. Hinata nods, her brow furrowed in confusion about the unexpected pairing of two individuals who had previously been strangers. As Ino contemplates approaching Sakura to inquire about her association with Yuma, she is abruptly halted by Tenten's grip. What's wrong? Ino asks, puzzled. Let us observe for a moment. Perhaps their paths have simply crossed, Tenten suggests. But I thought Sakura was on duty today. Ino expresses her uncertainty. The others fall silent for a moment. Let us wait and see. I sense there is no romantic connection between them. Look how far apart they stand, Tenten remarks as the trio discreetly monitors Yuma and Sakura's actions. Shouldn't we get closer to see the fireworks? Yuma, growing anxious as the sky fills with fading bursts of color, notes the absence of any system notifications. No. I'm already quite content. Sakura declines his suggestion, feeling fulfilled merely by witnessing the fireworks and participating in the summer festival. That won't do. Today is the summer festival, and if we miss it, we'll have to wait until next year. Come, let us move closer before the fireworks conclude. Yuma takes hold of Sakura's wrist, prompting a startled reaction that nearly causes her to stumble. The trio trailing behind nearly gasps in unison, instinctively covering each other's mouths in disbelief. Could they be a couple? I've never heard such a notion. Let us approach them and find out what's going on, Tenten urges. Hinata took the initiative to speak, and Ino and Tenten nodded in agreement, continuing onward. Soon, Yoma and Sakura arrived at the prime location for the fireworks display. However, the best spots had already been claimed by others. After considerable effort, they managed to squeeze into a position. Yoma, perhaps we should return. The crowd here is overwhelming, Sakura said, pressed against Yoma's chest by the throng of people. Yet, Yoma paid little heed to this discomfort. His sole focus was on obtaining the reward. At that moment, he was a relentless taskmaster. Just one more box, and then we can head back. The final fireworks are often the most breathtaking. This is the last box. Everyone get ready, a villager shouted. The bustling crowd momentarily quieted in anticipation of the grand finale. Once the villager ignited the fireworks, he quickly retreated. In the next instant, brilliant bursts of light filled the sky, each more magnificent than the last. As the crowd began to disperse, the fireworks gradually faded into darkness. Upon receiving a notification from the system, Yoma's anxious heart finally found solace. Yoma? Could you possibly let go of me? Having been engrossed in the system, Yoma had unconsciously held on to Sakura. Now that the crowd had thinned, it felt somewhat inappropriate. "I'm sorry," he said, promptly releasing her and creating some distance. However, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by the approaching trio. "Yoma-kun, are you on a date with Sakura?" Hinata could no longer contain her thoughts and stepped forward. She had sensed something earlier. Yoma seemed to have close interactions with several girls, always choosing to conceal it from her. "What brings you here?" Yoma felt an indescribable pressure upon their arrival, one even more daunting than when facing Shikaku. "Please don't misunderstand. There is nothing between Yoma and me," Sakura quickly interjected, attempting to clarify their relationship. Ino, after a moment of silence, decided to speak up. "Sakura, but I just saw you hugging Yoma." Sakura remained unperturbed by this observation. She attributed her presence at the fireworks to Yoma's assistance in securing permission from Tsunade. Now it was her turn to reciprocate. "I asked Yoma to accompany me because I found it dull alone." At this moment, Yoma was filled with mixed emotions as he witnessed Sakura willingly take the blame. "Sakura, there is no need for that. Let us be clear," he insisted, revealing that Sasuke and Naruto had left. Now, only Sakura remained from Team 7. "I felt a bit sorry for her, so I invited her out to prevent her from being cooped up with paperwork. If this continues, I fear she might face emotional issues." As soon as the term emotional issues was mentioned, every individual present harbored diverse thoughts. Ino and Sakura, having played together since childhood, were naturally well acquainted with her recent peculiar changes. Whenever Sakura brought up Sasuke or Naruto, her demeanor would become notably strange. Consequently, Ino had already confided in Hinata and Tintin about this matter. After their analysis, they concluded that Sakura was struggling to accept the departure of significant individuals, which accounted for her unusual behavior. As for the remedy, it was evident that spending more time outside would be far more beneficial than remaining confined in the office. With this realization, Ino, Tintin, and Hinata cast a different gaze upon Yuma. At that moment, Yuma's heart began to churn. Hey, please do not look at me with those eyes. You are making me feel quite odd. Yuma-kun, I seem to have misjudged you," Ino said as she took hold of Sakura's arm, leading her away. Soon, Yuma was left alone. Chapter 92. The drafted Yuma gazed at the scattered fireworks illuminating the night sky. These were funded by the villagers themselves, as the fireworks organized by Konoha had already concluded. He strolled along the street, once surrounded by a throng of people, now left in solitude. Sighing, he thought to himself that he should hasten back and finish his manuscript. Halfway through his walk, he suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar figure accompanied by a large wolf dog. From her silhouette, it appeared to be Inuzuka Hana, the sister of Inuzuka Kiba. Yet, why was she alone? The wolf dog quivered, its nose twitching in apprehension, for it recognized the scent of the nine tails emanating from Yuma, a lingering memory from their last encounter. What's wrong? Hana noticed her Ninken's unusual behavior and turned her gaze in the direction it was focused. The glow of the streetlight highlighted Yuma's crimson hair, and he immediately caught sight of her tear-stained eyes, unmistakable evidence of recent sorrow. Hana sensed Yuma's gaze lingering on her, prompting her to rub her eyes and force a smile. "Aren't Kiba and the others with you?" she asked, noting that he was alone as well. She had expected her peers to gather and enjoy the fireworks together. Yuma approached, conjuring a piece of cat treat from his hand. Initially, the wolf dog remained wary, but upon sensing no malice and seeing food offered, its tail began to wag. "No, that guy probably ran off somewhere to watch the fireworks," he replied while feeding the wolf dog. Once the treat was devoured, the dog barked twice but was silenced by a glance from Hana. "Don't be too greedy. It's fine. I have plenty more," Yuma reassured her. "How could I trouble you?" Hana promptly declined his generosity, not one to take advantage of others. The Inuzuka family had no shortage of food for their dogs. There was no need to beg for scraps on the street. "You don't seem particularly cheerful," Yuma observed, having noticed her red-rimmed eyes. Typically, he would refrain from mentioning such things, but today felt different, as both he and Hana shared the experience of solitude. "I'm fine," she insisted. "Very well," he responded, not pressing her further. Before departing, he gently patted the wolf dog's head and handed a can of cat food to Hana, leaving no room for her to refuse. "How was the fireworks display last night?" Tsunade inquired, reclining in her chair, her expression one of blissful exhaustion. She had invested considerable effort into organizing the summer festival's fireworks, particularly concerning safety, having repeatedly cautioned her subordinates. She recalled the past mishaps Konoha had faced during the summer festival, including incidents that had set the forest ablaze. Speaking of which, the firecrackers were quite perilous, causing quite the incident. Thanks to Lady Tsunade, we had an enjoyable evening last night. You certainly know how to flatter, Tsunade replied, rubbing her forehead and forcing herself to perk up. Do you know why I summoned you here today? Yuma wore a perplexed expression. If I knew, would I need you to tell me? He muttered in his heart, though his lips remained honest. I do not know. I respectfully asked Lady Tsunade to clarify. Very well. I shall be more straightforward. I reviewed the records in your file. You have now missed the Chunin exams, and if you wish to be promoted to Chunin, you must meet the requisite conditions. However, you have completed far too few missions, far from what is required. Do you understand? Tsunade fixed her gaze upon Yuma's eyes. Yuma continued to grumble internally. Does Tsunade not realize that the strongest in Konoha are all Genin? Both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha remain eternally at the Genin level. Even if he were to become a Chunin, aside from taking on more dangerous missions, it seems there would be little difference. Without allowing Yuma a chance to refuse, Tsunade pressed on. Therefore, I have instructed Team 8 to take you on some missions. What? Yuma thought he could remain a couch potato at home. But it seemed he was once again pulled out of his comfort zone. Barely having lounged at home for a few days, he was summoned again. Soon, he heard a knock at the door. Before long, members of Team 8 appeared before him. Hokage-sama, Kurenai Yuhi bowed respectfully to Tsunade, her 3 students mimicking her. Kurenai, you should be aware of the situation. Yes, I am informed, Kurenai replied. Good, then I entrust this young man to you. Keep a close watch on him. He has much potential but lacks drive, much like Kakashi. Kurenai smiled at Yuma, echoing Asuma Saratobi's words. He has a handsome face, yet his eyes resemble those of a dead fish. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, we have a mission that requires your involvement. Tsunade took a task list from Shizen. Hinata, having learned the details of yesterday's events, regarded Yuma with newfound respect. She had heard from Ino about Sakura's mental struggles and exchanged a smile with Yuma. Kiba Inuzuka, as usual, wore a mischievous grin. Shino Aburame, with his ever-present sunglasses, maintained an air of aloofness that made him hard to approach. You are to rescue a carrier hawk that was intercepted by a ninja from an enemy country. It carries vital intelligence that must not fall into enemy hands. Specific details are on the task list. Kurenai accepted the task list and bowed once more. Young man, this time you must exert yourself. Do not treat it lightly. Tsunade cast a final glance at Yuma before they departed. Hey, don't slander me. When have I ever failed to contribute to a mission? Yet, Yuma readily agreed with an air of sincerity. Upon witnessing Yuma's demeanor, Hinata couldn't help but chuckle softly. Let us go, said Kurenai Yuhi, leading the 4 of them to a clearing. She first offered a brief self-introduction to Yuma before elaborating on the details of their mission. This assignment required them to journey to the border of the Land of Fire. Where the messenger hawk had lost contact, we cannot afford any delays. We shall depart immediately, and I will grant you half a day for preparations, Kurenai insisted, reiterating her instructions. This stood in stark contrast to other teams, whose leading jonin appeared to adopt a more laissez-faire approach. In contrast, Kurenai was meticulous, akin to a doting mother, reiterating her cautions time and again. Once she had conveyed all the necessary precautions, the group departed, gearing up for the forthcoming task. As for Yuma, he had little to prepare. Chapter 93, Sunset read, teasing the child, where were you last night? The sudden inquiry from Yuma left Inuzuka Kiba bewildered. He thought to himself that he must have gone to see the fireworks. Wasn't it merely about watching and playing with fireworks? Kiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head, wore a perplexed expression. Did you not notice that something seemed off with your sister? Upon hearing this, Kiba's brows furrowed in confusion. After pondering for a moment, he gazed at Yuma with a baffled look. What do you mean? What is wrong with my sister? Seeing Kiba's utterly ignorant demeanor, Yuma decided not to elaborate further, as it would be akin to saying nothing at all. It's nothing. I was just teasing you. You rascal. Kiba bared his teeth at Yuma in frustration. Kiba, calm down. Yuhi Kurenai interjected as she noticed Kiba rolling up his sleeves, quickly stepping forward to restrain him. Don't stop me. I must teach this guy a lesson today. Kiba flailed his arms wildly, but Akamaru remained comfortably asleep atop his head, indifferent to Kiba's antics. Hinata lingered at the back, witnessing their interaction with a smile. The journey from Konoha to the designated mission site would take approximately 2 days. As the season changed, rain was undoubtedly on the horizon, which would render both Akamaru and Yuhi Shino's insects ineffective. Only Hinata's Byakugan would prove useful in the impending downpour, as rain would impair Akamaru's sense of smell and ruin Shino's insects upon contact with water. Throughout the journey, Kiba incessantly pestered Yuma, eager to uncover what had transpired with Inuzuka Hana. Yet, Yuma remained tight-lipped. "Kiba, could you please quiet down a bit?" At the front of the group, Yuhi Kurenai could no longer endure the noise. Her student, known for his incessant chatter, now found a fitting target, his mouth running nonstop since leaving Konoha. She was almost impressed that Kiba had not yet dried out. "Now that Yuma is part of our team, let us not press him too hard. He may have his own reasons for not speaking." Upon hearing his teacher's words, Kiba reluctantly acquiesced, though his curiosity only intensified. Was there some connection between Yuma and his sister? "I consider you a brother, yet you aspire to be my sister's husband?" After a long day of travel, evening approached, and as the sun began to set, Kurenai promptly sought a suitable place for the group to rest. "Let us continue our journey tomorrow. We shall recuperate here tonight." Kurenai surveyed the 4 of them, and Yuma, naturally, had no objections, as he was merely tagging along for the mission. The resting spot featured a small river nearby. Kurenai assigned Yuma and Kiba to fetch water while Hinata and Shino remained behind to keep watch. They were to report any disturbances to Kurenai. "Damn it. Please tell me, what has happened to my sister?" Kiba continued to bounce around Yuma, relentless in his inquiries. "I've already said it. Your sister is fine, but you just want tea accepted. What alternatives do I have?" Yuma is currently feeling quite overwhelmed. He has begun to admire Inuzuka Kiba's tenacity and eloquence, as he has not paused even for a moment. He suspects that Yugao intentionally assigned Kiba to accompany them. Otherwise, he would surely be exasperated. How infuriating. The 2 of them continue to bicker along the way, for water pouches have already been filled. Upon their return, they find that a fire has started. They have yet to reach their designated mission location, so there is no need for excessive urgency. Cooking and preparing some food is permissible. "Hinata, you shall take charge of the cooking, while the rest will focus on setting up the tents." "Understood." Yuma and Inuzuka Kiba set down their water pouches and begin erecting the tents alongside Aburame Shino. Once these tasks are completed, darkness envelopes the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. During dinner, Yugao shares stories from her youth. Yuma becomes quite animated at this. Other jonin do not exhibit the same level of attentiveness as Yugao, particularly regarding the emotional states of their students. Other leading jonin are merely relieved when their students remain unharmed. "I have known Asuma since childhood. We lived in close proximity, and he has persistently troubled me since we were young. Although he claims otherwise, his smile betrays his true feelings. Initially, I found him quite annoying, perceiving him as nothing more than a bothersome simpleton." Inuzuka Kiba unexpectedly quiets down, listening intently to Yugao's narrative, with even Akamaru displaying eagerness. Yuma, too, gradually becomes engrossed in Yugao's tale. Hinata, however, remains notably silent. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he is invariably the first to step forward in times of need. By the way, do not be deceived by his status as the 3rd Hokage's child. He has resented that identity since childhood. "Why is that, Yugao-sensei?" Kiba can no longer contain his curiosity, proving himself to be a competent foil. Because of his lineage as the Hokage's son, others perceive him differently. An invisible barrier has existed between him and his peers since childhood. When the topic of the Hokage's son arises, Yugao cannot help but glance at Yuma, who, although aware of her gaze, feigns ignorance and maintains a focused expression. "Did you know that Asuma had a fierce argument with the 3rd Hokage in his youth? He left the village, becoming a wanderer." "Why did Asuma-sensei leave the village?" This time, it is Hinata who poses the question. In his youth, he was quite the delinquent. His habit of smoking originated during that time." As she speaks, Yugao becomes increasingly immersed in her recollections. Asuma was indeed powerful. In his youth, he was involved with a certain organization. Was it a well-known one? Aburame Shino is unaware of which organization Sarutobi Asuma was associated with. "You must have noticed the cloth strip around Asuma's waist, haven't you?" The four youngsters pondered for a moment before nodding in unison. That strip serves as proof of his affiliation with an organization known as the 12 Guardians of the Hidden Leaf. Are you aware of the responsibilities that this organization entails? Kurenai's voice danced with the flickering flames of the campfire. It was evident that the four youngsters were fully engaged. The 12 Guardians are an elite, privately operated unit directly under the command of the Feudal Lord. They heed only the orders of the Feudal Lord. Upon hearing the title Feudal Lord, the three of them, apart from Sh Ma, gasped in astonishment. After all, the Feudal Lord is the paramount figure of a nation. The existence of the Hidden Leaf Village owes itself to the Feudal Lord's approval. Only elite Jonin are afforded the opportunity to serve in such a capacity. So, why did Asuma-sensei depart from this organization? Hinata inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Because the members of the organization sought to assassinate the Feudal Lord. What? Chapter 94. An awkward scene. Why would one attempt to assassinate a daimyo? It is evident that it is the daimyo's private troops in motion. Yet, why would one seek to eliminate their own superior? Yui Kurenai also finds herself perplexed by this matter. Sarutobi Asuma has not divulged all the details to her. I am at a loss as well. After speaking, Kurenai glanced up at the sky. All right, children, it is time for bed. We must continue our journey bright and early tomorrow. What? The four little ones voiced their complaints almost in unison. Just when it seemed the most critical moment was at hand, they were abruptly interrupted, leaving one feeling quite restless. Hinata was appointed to keep watch first, followed by Inuzuka Kiba, and finally, Yamanaka Shino. Is everyone agreeable to this arrangement? Kurenai inquired, to which the others naturally had no objections. Waima, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino shared a tent together. Initially, all was well, but suddenly, Kiba began to grind his teeth in his sleep. Midway through his slumber, Shino's insects unexpectedly emerged and flew onto Waima's nose, startling him into a shiver. He managed to swat the insect away, but the next moment, a hefty foot came crashing towards his midsection. Waima twisted his waist and narrowly avoided the blow. What a sight! Kiba not only ground his teeth while sleeping, but also adopted an atrocious sleeping posture. Although his kick missed Waima, it landed squarely on Akamaru, who yelped in pain, gnawing at Kiba's hair in retaliation, nearly reducing it to a bald patch. Yet, Kiba showed no signs of awakening. In the already cramped tent, two great beings resided. Waima, now thoroughly awake, had no choice but to emerge from the tent. Waimakuin, Hinata, leaning against a branch, heard the commotion and immediately turned her head. Aren't you asleep? Hinata gracefully leaped down from the branch. Waima adjusted his disheveled hair. I wish I could sleep, but it sounds like a symphony in there. He gestured towards the tent filled with peculiar noises, snoring, teeth grinding, and even the sound of flatulence. Upon hearing these sounds, Hinata stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Why don't you go to sleep? I'll take over the watch. No need. It will be my turn soon. Hinata shook her head in refusal. She did not favor the feeling of being constantly protected. Waima did not press further. Waimakuin, I misunderstood you last time, Hinata said, her expression slightly remorseful, her brows nearly knitting together. Last time? Waima was unsure of what Hinata referred to. Could it be that he and Tintin's affair had been discovered? It was about Sakura. Oh, so it was that matter. I hardly gave it a second thought. Waima sighed in relief, having been quite alarmed earlier. I know Sakura. Her emotions are currently unstable. She learned from Ino that ever since Sasuke defected from Konoha, there has been a significant discrepancy in her understanding and memories. The events unfolding in reality seem to exist on an entirely different wavelength. For instance, when asked about the members of Class 7, she would merely mention Yuma, herself, and Kakashi. But what of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki? Sakura would shake her head, professing her ignorance. Her personality has undergone a remarkable transformation. The current Sakura resembles a nun who has renounced the world, showing little interest in anything beyond her work. Ino wished to invite Sakura for a shopping excursion, yet her invitation was declined. I too yearned to rekindle her memories. Yuma and Hinata sat together atop a high perch, keeping watch through the night. Hinata, does your father wish for you to abandon the path of a ninja? Yuma inquired nonchalantly, though his words struck Hinata like a thunderclap, causing her to tremble. Yuma-kun, where did you hear such a rumor? She stammered. Yuma had indeed heard it from others, piecing together the specifics from his analysis. He recalled that in the original narrative, Hayashi Hyuga was dissatisfied with Hinata's performance and intended to cultivate his second daughter, Hanabi. Recently, however, Hayashi's scrutiny of Hinata had begun to wane. Hinata bit her lip, realizing that Yuma had struck a chord. Her father indeed wished for her to forego being a ninja and to embrace the life of a housewife. Yet she held no interest in such aristocratic pursuits. In her heart, she longed to share her life with a single person. With this thought, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Yuma. Yuma-kun, those are merely rumors, Hinata managed, suppressing her emotions. I have great faith in you. You are a talented ninja. Yet your heart lacks something essential. Hinata had never received such affirmation throughout her life, leaving her feelings in a tumultuous state. Taking a deep breath, she continued, Yuma-kun, what is it that my heart lacks? Please, enlighten me. Yuma reached out, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb, startling her momentarily. She then lowered her head, wiping her tears with her own hand. You lack determination, the willingness to fulfill your desires, even at the cost of your own life. Hinata reflected on her thoughts from childhood to the present. It seemed she had always strived for her father's approval, training diligently without any personal ambition or grand vision. Yuma-kun, have you ever been willing to sacrifice your life for a dream? Upon hearing Hinata's counter-question, he paused momentarily before smiling. Yes, I am still alive today because of that dream. Without that guiding star, perhaps I would have. Yuma intended to elaborate further, but chose silence instead. It was not a matter of mistrusting Hinata, but rather a reluctance to burden her with his own pressures. Hinata sensed his hesitation and refrained from pressing further. I have never had any aspirations. The sole intention was to earn the approval of her father. Yet now, a new thought has emerged. Hinata lifted her gaze. The tears that once brimmed in her eyes now wiped away. Yuma was taken aback, realizing that his single remark had the power to alter another's mindset. Could it be that he possessed a hidden talent for persuasion? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hinata, it is commendable that you have your own thoughts. It signifies your independent character. What is on your mind? I would be happy to offer my insights. However, Hinata declined his offer, merely shaking her head. It is a secret. I am not yet ready to share it with you, Yuma-kun. At that moment, a smile graced Hinata's lips. The moonlight caressed her cheeks, enhancing the softness of her visage with an ethereal charm. Yuma felt a lump in his throat as he beheld Hinata's beauty reflected in his eyes. Just then, a voice interrupted the tender atmosphere. Well, you two little rascals, I didn't expect to find you slacking off here. Kurenai appeared seemingly out of nowhere, dispelling the intimate ambience. Chapter 95, Sparring at the break of dawn the next day, Yugao led the four of them onward. Hinata recalled the awkward scene from the previous day, especially since Waihai had witnessed it. She wished she could simply vanish into a hole in the ground. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, a crimson hue spreading from her neck to the crown of her head. She tugged at her collar, attempting to conceal her face. Stealing a glance backward, she caught sight of Inuzuka Kiba and Waima bickering, which involuntarily lifted the corners of her mouth into a smile. Waihai noticed Hinata's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but shake her head. She anticipated that Hinata could be so easily swayed by that red-haired boy. Having regarded Hinata as her own daughter, she felt a twinge of concern, though she knew it was futile to intervene. Hinata had always been passive, hesitant to take the first step, but Waima had alleviated her timidity. For this, Waihai was genuinely grateful to him. Did you sneak off last night? I didn't see you, she mused. When Waima was absent, it was Shino who bore the brunt of the troubles. Now that Waima had arrived, Kiba had shifted all his attention to him, much to Shino's chagrin, who expressed his gratitude to Waima with enthusiasm. Waima was beginning to truly grasp the power of banter. His mind was consumed with Kiba's voice, rendering him incapable of making even the simplest judgments. Waihai-sensei, how much longer until we reach our destination? Waima wished fervently for the task to conclude swiftly. Another day and a half, Waihai's voice echoed from the front. Goodness, is it really that long? Waima's spirit nearly collapsed under the weight of the information. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? He exclaimed. Kiba, we have already entered the heart of the land of fire. There may be rogue ninjas or wandering thieves around. Your noise could attract their attention, Waima asserted, initially attempting to silence Kiba with authority. However, the effect was negligible. leading him to adopt a more conciliatory approach, albeit with little success. Huh, you underestimate me. My coordination with Akamaru is flawless. Even if rogue ninjas show up, I won't be afraid, Kiba boasted. Since entering the heart of the Land of Fire, the trees had become even denser, their canopies plunging the woods into a twilight-like gloom. Fortunately, under Y-Hi's leadership, their reconnaissance team was well equipped with various scouting techniques. With Hinata's Byakugan, Kiba's canine companion, Shino's insects, and the seasoned Y-Hi, they were certain to navigate the forest without getting lost, unless someone employed Jinjutsu against them. All right, children, let us take a short rest before we continue our journey. Y-Hi decided. According to her assessment, they were quite close to the mission's location. By noon tomorrow, they should reach their destination. At present, their sole task is to replenish their stamina. Otherwise, they would arrive panting and exhausted, unable to summon even a modicum of chakra, which would be quite comical if they were overwhelmed by others. Tonight, there will be no fire or tents. They will make do with what they have. Tsunade repeatedly reminded the four young ones, is anyone lacking provisions? She resembled a teacher leading a spring outing. The four shook their heads in unison. Tsunade lifted her gaze. The sky had not yet fully darkened. All right, then it's time for some free activities. Hinata enveloped her hands in azure chakra, striking repeatedly against the sturdy trunk of a tree. Despite being drenched in sweat, she persistently honed her ninja techniques, which are the secret arts of the Hyuga clan. This constitutes the foundational skills of the Hyuga lineage, upon which all gentle fist techniques are built. Upon hearing footsteps, Hinata immediately became alert, activating her Byakugan to gaze in that direction. Upon recognizing the visitor, she retracted her Byakugan. Yuma-kun? It's me. Yuma stepped out from the shadows, smiling at Hinata. I thought you would be with Kiba. Never mind. That guy hasn't stopped talking for a moment. Hinata withdrew her chakra, and Yuma approached her, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Hinata felt a bit bashful and lowered her head. Did you come to see me for something? No. I just wanted to check on you. At this, Hinata genuinely panicked, not out of fear, but from a fluttering heart. She felt completely captivated by Yuma. Shall I practice with you? I hope this doesn't inconvenience you. Not at all. After all, there is still some time before it gets dark. Then I'll trouble you, Yuma-kun. With Yuma's response, Hinata ceased her hesitance and assumed her stance. Yuma mirrored her posture. Hinata, you can use ninjutsu. No. I wish to strengthen my taijutsu, Hinata replied, shaking her head. All right, Yuma-kun, I'm coming. Hinata dashed forward, striking towards Yuma's face, but he sidestepped effortlessly. Hinata could hardly believe there was such a gap between her strength and Yuma's. She continued to amplify her force and speed, yet Yuma maintained his evasive maneuvers, showing no inclination to attack. Hey, Yuma-kun, don't go easy on me. Hinata wiped the sweat from her brow. Yuma merely smiled. Then you should be cautious, Hinata. With that, Yuma transitioned from defense to a proactive assault. Hinata immediately sensed the pressure. Though his attacks appeared simple, each one disrupted her rhythm. So formidable. At that moment, Hinata's only thought was this. She was certain that if she were to employ her ninjutsu, she would be swiftly defeated with just a few moves. However, at this moment, it was actually Yuma who was allowing her to keep up, not yet revealing his true strength. The final blow would determine the victor. Hinata, utterly exhausted, knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. Yuma stepped forward and gently lifted her up. Thank you, she murmured, as he brushed the dirt from her face. You did well, Hinata, but I didn't even manage to touch your clothes. Yuma smiled, choosing not to directly address the subject. Had he truly exerted himself, Hinata would have been unable to approach him at all. Let us go back now. Otherwise, Kurenai Yuhi will be upon us. All right. The mere mention of Kurenai brought to mind the awkward scene from the previous night for both of them. At that moment, Kurenai stood perched on a branch, observing their departure. Had they lingered a moment longer, she would have leapt down. She would not permit her students to behave in an inappropriate manner. Chapter 96. The emergence of the enemy at dawn the following day, the group arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire, the designated location for their mission. The most critical aspect of this place is its perilous nature, primarily due to the frequent presence of bandits and rogue ninjas. Hey, look, those appear to be leaf ninjas, remarked a short man with stubble to his companion. The team led by Kurenai Yuhi was currently within a small town. Beyond this town lay the exit from the Land of Fire. A tall, dark-skinned man adjusted his hood and raised his gaze. He spotted a group of ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village headbands. They were the very individuals who had stolen the Leaf's messenger hawk. Behind them trailed a tall, lean man with a scarred face. TCH, it's surprising that the Leaf sent a woman and a few children to apprehend us, scoffed the scarred man. The group consisted of rogue ninjas from the Land of Water, known to traverse between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, engaging in dubious activities. Do not underestimate her. That woman is a Jonin from the Leaf, he added sternly, observing the small assembly. They are merely a group of children and a woman. He dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred man swiftly pulled his two companions into an alleyway. Waima's gaze lingered on the spot they had just vacated. Waimakuin, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Hinata inquired, noticing him abruptly halt. It's nothing. I just spotted something intriguing, Waima replied. Something intriguing? Hinata still looked puzzled, but Waima chose not to elaborate, continuing to follow the group. Kurenai had also sensed an oddity, though not as swiftly as Waima. Boss. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly pull us over? The scarred man, now sweating slightly, looked sternly at his companions. We almost got spotted by that brat. What? That's impossible. His two comrades clearly doubted his words. I cannot say for certain. It might have been a bluff, or perhaps he truly saw us. Regardless, the most crucial thing is to ensure that we do not lose that letter. They too were commissioned to handle this affair. The contents of the letter remained unopened. For their employer was not a fool. Let us observe what they are doing first. The scarred man interrupted his companion's thoughts. This area is quite close to the Land of Water, and there are several hot spring establishments nearby. The group casually selected one to stay in. Kurenai was the first to emerge from the women's bath, returning to her room with a glass of beer in hand. Kurenai-sensei, Waima's voice called from outside the door. Upon receiving a response, Waima opened the door. What's the matter? Was the hot spring enjoyable? Kurenai smiled at Waima, her face betraying an unmistakable joy. Yuma was naturally aware of the meaning behind the smile of Hinata, yet he chose to feign ignorance. Thank you for your concern, but I have something to convey to Lady Yuhi. What is it? Is it because Hinata is upset and ignoring you? The corners of Yuma's mouth twitched momentarily, but he quickly resumed his serious demeanor. It pertains to crucial intelligence regarding our current mission. Upon hearing the word intelligence, Yuhi's smile vanished instantly, as she, being a ninja, understood its significance. Do tell. Earlier today, as we entered this town, I noticed a group of individuals whose gazes were rather unusual. In what way were they unusual? Yuhi set down her beer and leaned in, attentive to Yuma's words. They lingered on us for quite some time, as if scrutinizing us. Yuhi furrowed her brow. Aware that while ordinary people might glance at ninjas, they would never stare for such an extended period, for most lacked the audacity to do so. How many were there? It seemed to be 3. All right, I understand. By the way, do not mention this to Hinata and the others just yet. Noticing Yuma preparing to leave, Yuhi promptly cautioned him. He nodded, understanding her intent. Yuhi was well aware of her students' tendencies. Disclosing such vital information would surely alter their behavior. Tomorrow, we shall feign a trip outside, and at that time, we will draw them out. What if they do not emerge? Yuma voiced his concern. Then we shall proactively seek them out. How shall we inform Hinata and the others? After a moment of contemplation, Yuhi replied, I recall that this place is famous for its honey. We will tell them tomorrow that we are going to gather honey. As for the rest, I will handle it. Very well, you may return now. I shall ponder the subsequent steps. Yuma then departed from the room. Inside, Yuhi resumed her enjoyment of the beer, taking sip after sip. Indeed, there is nothing quite as refreshing as a chilled beer after a bath. She then began to contemplate how to navigate the complexities of this mission. The enemy remained in the shadows, their presence and strength still unknown. Finishing the last of her beer, she tossed the can into the trash. Yuma-kun? Hinata called out as she saw Yuma exiting Yuhi's room. They had booked 2 rooms for their stay, with Hinata and Yuhi sharing one, while the other 3 boys occupied the other. Was the hot spring enjoyable? Yuma turned back, his face breaking into a smile, completely shedding his earlier seriousness. Did you need something from Teacher Yuhi? At that moment, Hinata, clad in a simple bathrobe, emanated a subtle fragrance. I encountered a challenge with my ninjutsu, which is why I sought Lady Yuhi. She is far more attentive than the other Jainin. Most Jainin barely offer 2 sentences of guidance before moving on. Yet Lady Yuhi provides thorough explanations from start to finish. Hinata covered her mouth, revealing a faint smile. Indeed, Teacher Hong is a gentle and attentive person. Hinata. It's getting late. We must rise early tomorrow. Yes. Hinata glanced out the window at the scenery. Let us refrain from idle chatter, Yuma. We shall meet again in the morning. Very well. Yuma waved goodbye to Hinata. He then returned to the dwelling shared with Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Outside the door, the cacophony within was distinctly audible. Inuzuka Kiba's voice remained as boisterous as ever. Where have you been? Kiba immediately inquired upon Yuma's entrance. I was just using the restroom. Why do you care? You rascal. Aburame Shino, noticing Kiba's intent to speak again, interjected by pulling him back. It is quite late. Let us retire for the night. Chapter 97. The unexpected turn. Early in the morning, Sunset Hong led the group into the dense forest. They had heard from the townsfolk that honey could be found in this vicinity, ripe for gathering. As Yuma and the other 4 entered the area, they could not help but pinch their noses at the overpowering stench. However, Sunset Hong remained unfazed. She had encountered far more repulsive sights and smells in her past experiences. Teacher Hong, really, why the sudden change of heart? Why are we here to collect honey? Inuzuka Kiba complained, disgruntled. They had come to execute a mission, yet upon arrival, they found themselves engaged in this trivial task. They were ninjas, not laborers. Where is this honey, anyway? Akamaru, unable to bear the foul odor, curled up in Kiba's arms. How long are we supposed to search? This is utterly aimless. It's just ahead, Sunset Hong replied, her expression relaxed yet her eyes keenly scanning the surroundings. Yuma, once inside, had his full attention focused on the area around them. Teacher Hong, shall I quicken my pace? It's not far, he suggested, increasing the rhythm of his steps. We still have a mission, and we haven't found a single clue yet. Suddenly, Yuma exchanged a knowing glance with Sunset Hong. She immediately shifted her gaze to the spot he indicated. Indeed, they noticed some careless traces left by 3 individuals. To ascertain the number of their adversaries, Sunset Hong decided to proceed with caution and not alert them just yet. Yuma, hold back for now and wait here, she instructed, retracting her gaze. Why is that? Teacher Hong? Hinata questioned, puzzled by her sudden decision. Isn't it better for us to stick together? I heard from the villagers that those bees are quite sensitive. If too many people are present, they might attack, Oilwoman Shino added, providing additional context. Yuma, you'll stay here and let us scout ahead. If those bees cause trouble, you will provide cover for us, Sunset Hong said, referring to their enemies metaphorically as bees. Understanding the underlying meaning in her words, Yuma nodded in agreement. I understand, Teacher Hong. Rest assured, I will stay here and want to leave, he affirmed, flashing a smile at Hinata. After receiving his reassuring smile, she felt a bit more at ease. All right, Yuma-kun, please be careful, she cautioned. Soon, Sunset Hong led Hinata and the others away from the spot. Her intention was to draw the enemy out, creating an opening that would make them believe Yuma was isolated. Surely, they would reveal their true selves. Boss. Shall we move? That little brat is all alone now. The 3 lay hidden in the grass. The short one spoke up. Not yet. Let us observe their next move. Scarface replied cautiously. He feared that the individuals from Konoha were deliberately orchestrating a deception. The experiences gathered over the years in the land of fire and the land of water had rendered him cautious and wary. Those who lacked such prudence had long since met their demise, their ashes scattered to the wind, now presumably merged with the essence of nature itself. Boss, the employer has imposed a time constraint upon us. What shall we do if we delay and incur his displeasure? The burly man spoke up. Let him handle it himself. Like us, he possesses but one life. The towering figure and the diminutive one observed their leader's decision, recognizing the futility in further opposition. They understood that embarrassing their leader would not bode well for them. When shall we proceed, boss? The incessant bites from the local mosquitoes had left them with an abundance of itchy welts. They awaited the next move of the red-haired boy. If he remained alone, they would take the initiative. A grin spread across the faces of the burly man and the small one. They had been anticipating this very statement. Approximately 10 minutes later, noticing that Yuma was still by himself, the scar-faced man raised his hand, signaling that it was time to act. In an instant, a fire release and a water release jutsu surged towards Yuma's position. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as steam enveloped the area where Yuma had previously stood, revealing only a large crater left by the technique. The members of Team 8, who were observing the beehive, immediately turned around. Kurenai Yuhi realized that their adversaries had begun their offensive. It seems something is happening with Yuma. We must hurry back, Hinata exclaimed, pivoting and sprinting towards Yuma. Let us go. Kurenai did not hesitate. In tandem, Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino began to dash in the same direction. Kiba, wait. Kurenai suddenly called out to her student. Now that Kiba had lost Akamaru's assistance, his presence would only hinder their efforts. What is it, sensei? Kiba queried. That area is occupied by enemies. And you currently lack Akamaru's support. What? Hinata and Shino paused momentarily upon hearing this. Their sole thought was that those individuals were also after the honey. Sensei, what is going on? Let us set aside questions for now and move quickly. Kiba, you should arrive a bit later. I will explain everything to you on the way. Understood. Kurenai then relayed Yuma's findings and the intelligence regarding the enemy. The sounds of battle echoed from a distance. Yuma was merely evading their attacks, biding his time for Kurenai and the others to arrive. Boss, what is the deal with that kid? His speed is astonishing. It seems to surpass ours. The diminutive one wondered if he was merely imagining things, but the burly man echoed the sentiment. The scar-faced man, not blind to Yuma's peculiarities, recognized that he had no intention of counterattacking. Instead, he was simply stalling for time. Suddenly turning around, he encountered the approaching group led by Yuhi Kurenai. It dawned on him that he had fallen into a trap. However, extricating himself was not as straightforward as he had hoped. He intended to call out to his two companions, but was met with a scene so comical it was almost laughable. At the forefront stood Inazuka Kiba, flanked by Hinata, Yuhi Kurenai, and Aburame Shino. Behind them loomed a swarm of bees, darkening the sky. Yuma, run. Those bees seem to have gone insane and are relentlessly pursuing us. Kurenai never anticipated such a turn of events. The moment they attempted to flee, the bees surged into action, continuing their chase even now. Initially taken aback, Yuma quickly heeded Kurenai's warning and turned to flee. Boss, what should we do now? Stop asking foolish questions and just run. A glance over his shoulder revealed that Scarface had already put considerable distance between them. Chapter 98. I have arrived. In a flurry of motion, Inazuka Kiba deftly dodged, striving to shake off the swarm of bees that pursued him. It's all your fault, Red Sensei. If only you had revealed the truth to us sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Akamaru nestled in Kiba's arms, utterly helpless against the onslaught of the bees. Oil Woman Shino attempted to wield her family's secret techniques to control the insects, but alas, her efforts proved futile. The bees remained obstinately unyielding, leaving her with several painful stings on her face. Hinata, too, exerted herself to run forward, her situation no better. Her Byakugan offered her no advantage in this chaos. Who could have foreseen this? As she evaded the swarm, Yuhi Kurenai addressed Kiba's grievances, her gaze fixed on the foremost figure, Yuma, trailed by three others. Kurenai had memorized their appearances, for crucial intelligence rested in their hands. If the mission were to eliminate them, it would be straightforward. However, retrieving the confidential documents would necessitate a thorough interrogation. Yuma, hurry. Block their escape. We cannot allow them to flee. Kurenai shouted urgently to Yuma at the front. In an instant, Scarface made a decision, forming hand seals as he spoke to his two companions. Earth release. Earth wall. A towering wall of earth erupted from the ground, obstructing Yuma's path. Following this, the flames surged forth. Fire release. Great fireball. A colossal, searing orb of flame erupted from the mouth of the burly man, hurtling towards Kurenai and her students. Quick evade. Kurenai commanded her pupils, swiftly sidestepping the impending danger. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata darted to the side, but alas, the unfortunate swarm of bees sensed the fiery threat too late, disintegrating into ashes almost instantaneously, raining down from the sky. What immense power! Kiba, Shino, and Hinata exclaimed in unison. Kurenai continued to shout, having witnessed the second ninjutsu. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Get away from there. Observing Scarface and the dwarf preparing to weave hand seals once more, Kurenai began to form her own seals, intent on employing Jinjutsu to ensnare them within illusions before resolving the matter. No, we cannot allow that woman to use Jinjutsu. Scarface, aware of Kurenai's proficiency in illusion techniques, immediately commanded the burly man to hurl a shuriken, interrupting her hand seals. The water dragon bullet technique crashed down upon Shino's vicinity. In a state of panic and confusion, Kurenai questioned, "Are you all safe?" "We are unharmed," came the reply. As a mist dissipated, a swarm of insects controlled by Shino emerged. Having swiftly relocated the trio moments prior, Kurenai appeared beside her students, her brow furrowed in concern. "Be cautious. They are not to be underestimated. If they were merely common ruffians or bandits, they would undoubtedly lack the finesse to wield such formidable ninjutsu. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that they are either rogue ninjas or elite bounty hunters. Although they bore no forehead protectors, Yugao could discern their proficiency from their earlier maneuvers. The scar-faced man possessed strength comparable to her own, while the other two exhibited capabilities akin to that of a nin. Yugao conveyed her thoughts to her students, and upon receiving her intelligence, Hinata's heart raced, her complexion paling in response. This was her first encounter with such a formidable adversary. Inuzuka Kiba bared his teeth, and Akamaru sensed his master's tension, growling lowly in response. Even the usually boastful Shino, concealed behind his sunglasses, widened his eyes in astonishment. The foes they had faced in previous missions paled in comparison to the strength of today's adversaries. "Teacher, what about Yuma-kun?" Hinata asked, noticing the enormous earthen wall that obstructed Yuma's path, isolating him from them. She was uncertain of the situation on his side. "Yuma, can you hear me?" Yugao shouted towards the towering wall, yet received no reply. "Give up the struggle. That red-haired brat has been cut off by our leader. There is no way he can make it here. Even you, a jonin from Konoha, would take considerable time to break through," the dwarf mocked with a sneer. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us swiftly deal with them," the scar-faced man declared, quickly forming hand seals. Just as he was about to complete the last seal, he suddenly leapt back, an unexpected voice echoing in the ears of all present. "Hey, what do you mean I can't get through?" Yuma declared, standing atop the earthen wall, surveying the expressions of everyone below. "Yuma-kun!" Hinata exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him. "Are you all right?" Yugao inquired with concern for Yuma's well-being. "Don't worry, Red Jonin. I'm perfectly fine," Yuma replied, though the brutish man glared up at him with a menacing expression. The scar-faced individual squinted, seemingly assessing Yuma's strength. While the dwarf's reaction was particularly noteworthy, his previous bravado now turned to embarrassment. "What should we do now, boss?" the dwarf asked. "Let us all attack together, first. We'll eliminate that troublesome red-haired brat," the scar-faced man decided in an instant. The three of them simultaneously began to form hand seals. Yugao sensed their movements. "Yuma, be careful. They are about to use ninjutsu. Quickly, get out of the way." Yuma puffed out his cheeks and unleashed 3 streams of acidic liquid, propelling them swiftly toward the trio. The scar-faced man reacted the fastest, leaping aside almost instantaneously. However, his 2 companions were not so fortunate, their screams piercing the air as they met their grim fate. Before them lay a colossal figure, his lower body ravaged by the corrosive effects of the dissolution technique. The diminutive one bore a gaping wound in his chest, with his innards eroded by the lethal solution. After a brief struggle filled with agony, he collapsed into a pool of his own blood, his life extinguished. The towering man fell to the ground, clutching his leg in torment, lamenting, my leg, my leg." Eventually, succumbing to excessive blood loss, he too faded into unconsciousness, drawing his final breath. Such formidable ninjutsu. Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and oil-wielding Shino had never before encountered this technique. However, the erudite Yuhi Kurenai recognized it as no ordinary ninjutsu, but rather a bloodline limit, dissolution. She had heard tales of a woman in the village hidden in the mist who wielded this exclusive bloodline limit. Yet, she had no time to dwell on such matters now. The most pressing concern was to interrogate the scar-faced man. "Yuma, do not kill him just yet. The documents are still in his possession." Chapter 99. Handle it yourself, your two accomplices lie dead. I advise you to surrender. Shi Yuhong stepped forward to join Yuma. Scarface had been surrounded by them. At that moment, he resembled a candle flickering in the wind. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of his two companions, Scarface did not even flinch. He had grown accustomed to the parting of life and death. You may kill me. I am aware of your objective. As Shi Yuhong prepared to employ interrogation techniques, Scarface suddenly produced 5 explosive tags. Quickly, stop him. Shi Yuhong realized he intended to self-detonate, hoping to take 1 or 2 of them with him. However, Shi Yuhong was mistaken. Scarface had no intention of taking anyone. His sole desire was to end his own life. Boom. In the instant the explosive tags detonated, everyone swiftly retreated. A dense cloud of smoke enveloped their vision. When the smoke cleared, they beheld a mangled corpse, limbs severed and scattered. Shi Yuhong's expression was grim. He had not anticipated the mission concluding in such a manner, leaving them with nothing. Damn it. Hinata attempted to comfort Shi Yuhong, but was halted by Yuma. It's nothing. Shi Yuhong, the Jonin, is merely expressing his frustrations. Indeed, as Yuma had predicted, Shi Yuhong simply muttered a brief complaint. Let us go. Thus, they set off on the road back to the village. Upon returning to Konoha, Shi Yuhong accompanied Yuma to report their mission. That is the gist of it. Did you uncover any additional leads? Tsunade remained somewhat unconvinced. Shi Yuhong gritted his teeth, shame evident in his gaze as he looked at Tsunade. I apologize, Hokage-sama. We did not bring back any further clues. Tsunade nodded slightly, then turned to Shizen. Take Shi Yuhong to collect the reward. Eh? Hokage-sama, what do you mean? Shi Yuhong exclaimed, incredulous that they were to receive a reward despite failing their mission. Come. Follow me, Shizen urged as she began to lead Shi Yuhong away. Just then, Tsunade called out to them again. Ah, Yuma, you stay behind. Yuma tilted his head, perplexed as to why Tsunade wanted him to remain alone. However, under Tsunade's authority, he reluctantly nodded. Once Shi Yuhong and Shizen had departed, Tsunade rubbed her temples, a look of frustration crossing her face. Hokage-sama, do you require my assistance? Yuma inquired. Your little girlfriend has been exposed, discovered by other ninjas in the village. What little girlfriend? Yuma genuinely did not comprehend whom Tsunade referred to. Could it be Tintin? That didn't seem right. Which little girlfriend are you speaking of, Hokage-sama? Upon hearing this, Tsunade delivered a punch to the top of Yuma's head. That hurts. I despise disloyal scoundrels who are unfaithful in love. Tsunade found herself utterly perplexed. Both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki were individuals of unwavering devotion, serving as exemplary models for relationships within the village. However, this young man displayed a fickleness in matters of the heart, particularly concerning the female ninja under Orochimaru's command. Upon hearing of this ninja, Yuma paused momentarily, before a vision of a girl with a flute materialized in his mind. Ah, now you remember? Tsunade remarked with a hint of exasperation. The Umbu ninja, following a trail of clues, initially believed they had located Orochimaru, only to discover instead the presence of his female subordinate in a neighboring town. Subsequently, the Umbu relayed this information to Tsunade, who dispatched agents to thoroughly investigate the activities of this intruder during her infiltration of the village. It soon came to light that Moya had frequently interacted with Yuma during that time. Lady Tsunade, are you suggesting I eliminate her? Yuma's response elicited an eye roll from Tsunade. If her intention were to silence someone, she would have already commanded her Umbu to act, leaving no room for Yuma's involvement. If I wanted to dispose of her, her remains would have long since turned cold. Yuma gazed at Tsunade in confusion, pondering the meaning behind her words. Lady Tsunade, could you please be more straightforward? Without further ado, Tsunade laid out her intentions. I wish for you to persuade her to join Konoha. What? Lady Tsunade, have you been drinking fake sake today? This astonishing declaration caused Yuma to instinctively retreat in fear. Is this truly how you perceive me? He nodded initially, then vehemently shook his head. No, Lady Tsunade. In my eyes, you stand on par with the first Hokage. At the mention of the first Hokage, a rare look of melancholy crossed Tsunade's face, though she quickly regained her composure. I am not jesting. My intention is to have her join Konoha and extract from her any information regarding Orochimaru's actions and the locations of his secret bases. With this revelation, Yuma grasped her true strategy. It appeared Tsunade intended to employ a charm offensive, though in this case, it was more accurately a handsome man strategy. Lady Tsunade, I can undertake this task, but what? Tsunade questioned, noting that Yuma hardly seemed inexperienced in matters of love. Have you forgotten about the situation with Temari? At this, Tsunade recalled her previous request for Yuma to cultivate Temari's affections, surprised to find herself in a similar predicament once more. After a moment of contemplation, she posed a question. Could you not pursue both? But weren't you the one who said you despised men who lack fidelity? Yuma countered. The present is distinct from the past, Tsunade retorted, displaying her penchant for stubbornness. This was a skill she had honed, often evading the consequences of her previous wagers. Upon encountering Tsunade, who exuded a demeanor of indifference akin to a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water, Yuma found himself compelled to act, despite his reluctance. I have one final matter to address, he stated. What is it? Why do you make so many demands? Tsunade inquired, seated comfortably in her chair. Noticing that Shizune had yet to return, she retrieved a bottle of sake from her drawer. Yuma, feeling somewhat awkward, fidgeted with his hands, signaling Tsunade for some monetary assistance to complete his task. Tsunade discerned his intentions. It seems that woman was released at your own volition, she remarked, raising an eyebrow as she scrutinized Yuma. The moment her words registered, Yuma found himself momentarily speechless. You are still quite young, she teased. Yuma's throat felt parched, his anxiety stemming from the fear that Tsunade might divulge even the color of his undergarments. Rest assured, once you fulfill your obligation, the village shall not leave you wanting, she assured him. This phrase struck a chord, as it felt vaguely familiar to Yuma. Very well, Lady Tsunade, I understand, he replied. Now be off with you. Tsunade barked, sending Yuma retreating. As he fled, he muttered a hasty remark about the old woman, hastening his escape.